the experience of maxing out one's defenses. It is akin to performing the butterfly stroke in a pool of molten lava. Divine artifacts are merely suited for nail grooming. Forbidden techniques feel no more intense than a gentle scratch. Zhang Zhe, an utterly ordinary transmigrator, opted for the path of impenetrable defense, choosing to avoid the hardships of cultivation. Chapter 1. The Infinite Extraction System. Beep. The Infinite Extraction System is activating. Activation complete. Binding in progress. Binding completed. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in Zhang Zhe's mind, startling him upright from his bed. 3 years prior, he was merely an ordinary courier on Blue Star. One fateful night, he awoke to find himself transported to the Tianwu continent, becoming an outer disciple of the Kai Mountain sect. This world, devoid of advanced technology, was instead steeped in a highly developed cultivation civilization. Powerful cultivators could traverse the heavens and the earth, moving mountains and filling seas. In stark contrast, the weak mortals could only cling to their lives, enduring uncertain days. The law of the jungle, wherein the strong prey upon the weak, was vividly displayed. Thus, everyone yearned for cultivation, aspiring to rise above others and become formidable beings. However, the foremost requirement for cultivation was innate talent, which was classified into various tiers. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhe possessed mediocre talent and lacked the fortitude to endure the rigors of cultivation, rendering him on the verge of forced expulsion from the sect. Yet, with the presence of the system, wasn't it merely a matter of moments to defy destiny? System, what capabilities do you possess? This system can infinitely extract the attributes of targets and convert them into system points. Is it truly that simple? Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow, his expression reflecting skepticism. Based on the description, this system did not seem particularly extravagant or impressive. To test the system's efficacy, Zhang Zhe strode out of his room, where the training ground was already filled with disciples engaged in cultivation. The sect's annual assessment was the following day, and those who failed would be expelled. Without the sect protection, they would first lose their provisions and then risk untimely deaths on the streets. Consequently, they rose early each day to practice diligently. Zhang Zhe gazed at the outer disciples, noticing that data appeared above their heads. Innate talent, extremely poor. Realm, Qi refinement stage 3. Extractable, 10 points of willpower. Each disciple had varying levels of talent and realm, resulting in different extractable points and attributes. These diverse attribute points will be transformed into system points, akin to augmenting one's stats in a game. System? Is there any limitation to this infinite extraction? Extracting from targets of the same realm guarantees a success rate of 100%. However, as the target's realm increases, the success rate diminishes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe's lofty hopes were dashed. It seemed that he could not shortcut his way by directly extracting attributes from the sect's elders and stronger members. Nevertheless, the prospect of free extraction was still enticing. After all, he need not toil day and night like the other disciples, enduring the elements. Zhang Zhe focused on the data above the disciples' heads, silently intoning, extract. Beep, extracted 10 points of willpower. Beep, extracted 6 points of luck. Beep, extracted 15 points of strength. Zhang Zhe circled the training ground several times, ensuring he had extracted every disciple's attributes. According to the system's parameters, he could harvest again at the same time tomorrow. They were like leeks, cut one, and another would grow back. At that moment, an elder clad in gray robes, his demeanor stern, approached. Zhang Zhe, what are you idly wandering about for? In response to Elder Lu, I just woke up and came out for some fresh air, Zhang Zhe replied candidly. This remark ignited a powder keg. Elder Lu, responsible for overseeing the disciples' training, had little patience for those who were lax and indolent, particularly individuals like Zhang Zhe, who, despite their lack of innate talent, refused to diligently cultivate. Remaining in the sect was nothing short of squandering its resources. Elder Lu glared at Zhang Zhe with disdain. Tomorrow is the sect's annual assessment. May you seek your own fortune. The other disciples seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Elder Lu. After all, the annual assessment not only tested their realms, but also their various abilities, with the final decision resting in the hands of the elders. Elder Lu, Zhang Zhe is undoubtedly the laziest person I have ever encountered, rising only after the sun is high in the sky. I can guarantee that someone like him is destined to be eliminated by the sect. It would be better if he were expelled. If the sect were filled with such parasites, how could it thrive? One after another, they expressed their indignation, eager to see Zhang Zhe ousted on the spot. Supported by so many disciples, Elder Lu's sense of superiority swelled as he proclaimed, "Well said, the sect has no need for unproductive parasites, hence you all must cultivate." Diligently, Zhang Zhe smiled, disinterested in engaging in their petty disputes. Tomorrow, he would astound them with his capabilities. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Zhe eagerly opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, Chi Refinement Stage 3. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV1, 7/10. Intelligence, LV1, 7 out of 10. Speed, LV1, 5/10. Defense, LV1, 3/10. Current system points, 3620. While the realm could not be directly augmented, the other 5 attributes were eligible for enhancement. Should I opt for balance points allocation or extreme points allocation? Zhang Zhe pondered over the attribute panel. Both methods of allocation offered distinct advantages and disadvantages. Firstly, he acknowledged that he could not endure the rigors of cultivation. If that were the case, then high talent would be of little use. Secondly, even with high strength and intelligence, there remained a small probability of untimely demise. Focusing solely on speed seemed plausible, but what if he were ensnared by an intricate formation? Would he then become easy prey? Ultimately, Zhang Zhe resolved to adopt the strategy of extreme points allocation. He would maximize his defense. In this world, where the strong preyed upon the weak and danger lurked at every corner, any unforeseen circumstance could arise at any moment. With impenetrable defense, he would remain invincible. Having made up his mind, Zhang Zhe fervently allocated points to his defense attribute. Beep, defense attribute upgraded to LV2, capable of withstanding the strength of 3 tigers. Beep, defense attribute upgraded to LV3, capable of withstanding the strength of 7 tigers. Beep, defense attribute upgraded to LV4, capable of withstanding the strength of 1 elephant. With each system notification, Zhang Zhe felt a surge of power coursing through his body, revitalizing every sinew and bone. Gradually, a viscous black substance oozed from the surface of his skin, and in an instant, he felt unprecedented clarity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a thin crystalline layer enveloping his skin, evidence of his enhanced defense. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, Chi Refinement Stage 3. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV1, 7/10. Intelligence, LV1, 7 out of 10. Speed, LV1, 5/10. Defense, LV4, 13/3000. Current system points, 0. Zhang Zhe gazed incredulously at the system panel, murmuring to himself, "Can a level 4 defense withstand the might of an elephant? How astonishing!" The cultivation realms are categorized into Chi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Among others, that a Chi Refinement practitioner can unleash a maximum of 9 tiger strength. In other words, Zhang Zhe now possesses a defense comparable to that of a Foundation Establishment practitioner. Chapter 2. 2 trials completed the following day. The outer disciples gathered early in the open space, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the annual sect examination. Those of lesser talent hoped to pass the evaluation, while the more gifted aspired to attract the attention of the elders and obtain additional resources for cultivation. In essence, every individual regarded this examination with utmost seriousness. However, one individual was conspicuously absent. Lu Shan counted the attendees twice, and despite his efforts, one disciple was still missing. The other outer elders also furrowed their brows in concern. On such a significant day, one dared to arrive late, showing blatant disregard for the sect's rules. It was reported to Elder Lu that Zhang Zhe had yet to arrive. That fellow typically awoke at his leisure, not stirring until midday at the earliest. Several disciples remarked with indifference. Lu Shan waved his sleeve dismissively, concluding that as Zhang Zhe was unlikely to pass the examination, they would not wait for him. Let us depart. With Lu Shan's command, hundreds of disciples set forth towards the trial grounds. This location featured various challenges, including the Woodman Alley and the Strength Testing Stone. Not only was it utilized for the outer disciples' evaluations, but it also served as a training ground for the inner disciples. Meanwhile, the annual examination for the outer disciples was in full swing. On the other side, Zhang Zhe, still bleary-eyed, awoke from his slumber. Bolstered by newfound confidence in his potential for growth, he had slept soundly. Stepping outside, he surveyed the deserted open space, puzzled. Why is no one here? Suddenly, it struck him. Today is the annual examination for the outer disciples. The realization dispelled his drowsiness in an instant. After hastily washing up and changing his attire, Zhang Zhe rushed towards the trial grounds. At this moment, most outer disciples had already completed their assessments. Some wore expressions of joy, while others displayed dismay. Upon seeing Zhang Zhe arrive, Lu Shan's countenance darkened. The evaluation is nearly over. What do you intend to accomplish by showing up now? Elder Lu, whether I wait in line or sleep in my bed, it amounts to the same thing. Zhang Zhe replied cheerfully. The elders regarded him with disfavor. While his logic held merit, if everyone thought this way, chaos would ensue. Since you have made it, you might as well give it a go, Lu Shan said, somewhat dismissively. According to the regulations of the Kaoshan sect, the annual examination for outer disciples consisted of 3 components. The Wooden Man Alley, which tested reflexes and speed, the Sharp Blade's Path, which assessed spiritual power and courage, and the Strength Testing Stone, which measured physical strength. Passing any one of these trials would allow a disciple to remain in the sect. If one succeeded in all 3, that disciple would be deemed exceptional, earning not only medicinal rewards, but also the opportunity to be recommended for entry into the inner sect. Thank you, Elder Zhang Zhe said, clasping his hands in gratitude before resolutely heading towards the Sharp Blade's path. This treacherous path was formed by 99 razor-sharp blades. A misstep could result in severe injury. For foundation-building disciples, traversing this challenge posed no difficulty, as they could walk on air. However, for chi-refining disciples, success required enveloping their feet in spiritual energy. Those endowed with profound spiritual power are the ones who have a chance to pass. Zhang Zhe took a deep breath, tentatively stepping forward with his right foot. The sharp tip of a knife instantly penetrated the sole of his shoe. Zhang Zhe felt a slight chill beneath his foot, but no pain as he had anticipated. It was akin to walking barefoot on gravel, merely a bit uncomfortable. Why would he not envelop his feet in spiritual energy? Perhaps he was still groggy. If he fell, he would certainly lose at least half his life. Wait, look, this person is actually walking on the knives barefoot. The last remark drew the attention of everyone present to Zhang Zhe. He had removed his boots, walking barefoot across the sharp blades. A profound shock reverberated through the crowd. With narrowed eyes, they fixated on Zhang Zhe's feet, astonished to see not a single drop of blood. Could it be? This was the initial reaction echoing in everyone's minds. Those 99 blades, although not spiritual artifacts, were sharp enough to slice through iron as if it were mud. Any ordinary disciple of the Qi refinement stage would have been severely wounded by stepping on them. Lu Shan, puzzled, approached to examine each blade Zhang Zhe had traversed, finding no defects. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, Zhang Zhe gradually quickened his pace, sprinting down the path of blades. His demeanor was no different from running on a smooth surface. Wow, Zhang Zhe is running. A 6th-layer Qi refinement disciple, walked cautiously and failed, yet he, a 3rd layer, moves with such ease? Indeed, it defies all logic. The elders were perplexed, and the disciples were even more so. In their eyes, Zhang Zhe was merely a mediocre talent, exceedingly lazy. If he could pass, how could they not? Moments later, Zhang Zhe effortlessly completed the path of blades. Smiling as he turned to Lu Shan. Elder Lu, I've heard that those who pass all 3 trials can receive a reward in the form of a pill. Indeed, those who succeed in all 3 trials are granted a 2nd-tier foundation establishment pill by the sect. Lu Shan nodded, then countered, though I am uncertain how you managed to deceive your way through 1 trial. Do you truly believe you can pass the remaining 2? Who can say for certain? Let us give it a try, Zhang Zhe replied with a chuckle, moving towards the next challenge, the strength testing stone. Before him stood a stone wall over 2 meters high, with a hollow in the center. When the test commenced, a stone fist would erupt from the hollow. A disciple must clash with it, and if they can unleash the strength of 5 tigers without being knocked back, they pass. However, a disciple at the third layer of qi refinement could at most unleash the strength of 3 tigers. To succeed seemed nothing short of a fantasy. Creak, creak, creak. Lu Shan activated the mechanism of the stone wall, and the sound of stone grinding echoed from the hollow. Suddenly, a stone fist shot out with a roar. Zhang Zhe steadied himself, preparing to retaliate with a punch. Zhang Zhe's fist was merely 1/20th the size of the stone fist. It appeared so frail, so easily crushed. How much power could such a light punch possibly unleash? Lu Shan scoffed disdainfully, having expected Zhang Zhe to possess some formidable secret technique. With such meager, visible strength, he would undoubtedly be sent flying by the stone fist. The other elders and disciples seemed to anticipate the scene of Zhang Zhe being defeated. Yet, what transpired next profoundly shocked everyone. With a resounding crash, the stone fist shattered into countless fragments, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Zhang Zhe calmly brushed the dust off his fist and smiled at Lu Shan. Elder Lu, does this count as passing? In truth, it was beyond Zhang Zhe's capabilities to destroy the stone fist. However, he possessed a defense comparable to the strength of a mighty elephant. The enormous stone fist striking Zhang Zhe would inflict no harm whatsoever. On the contrary, the immense recoil shattered the stone fist into pieces. Silence fell upon the crowd, an eerie stillness enveloping them. Their emotions mirrored the distaste of having tasted something foul, while they toiled relentlessly, rising early and sacrificing much to barely pass 1 or 2 trials. How was it that Zhang Zhe, with his ordinary talents, could effortlessly surpass 2 trials while waking at his leisure? Especially upon seeing the smile on Zhang Zhe's face. The onlookers felt an overwhelming urge to rush forth and deliver a sound thrashing to him. Chapter 3. Terrifying defense. Lu Shan offered no reply, but instead proceeded straight to the stone wall. The others understood his intent and began to voice their concerns. Elder Lu, please examine it closely. There must be a malfunction in the mechanism. Is it possible that the stone fist, due to its age, had already been compromised internally? Regardless, with Zhang Zhe's mere 3rd-tier qi refinement strength, it was inconceivable that he could shatter the stone fist. Time ticked away. Lu Shan meticulously scrutinized the entire stone wall and the mechanism inside and out. The other elders assisted, analyzing each fragment of the shattered stone fist. Ultimately, they reached a conclusion. The mechanism was functioning correctly, and the stone fist was intact. To shatter the stone fist, one would require at least the strength of 9 tigers. Yet, how could Zhang Zhe, who was clearly only at the 3rd-tier qi refinement stage, possess such formidable power? The notion of him passing 2 trials seemed utterly absurd. Elder Lu, if everything checks out, then I shall proceed to the 3rd trial, Zhang Zhe declared, a smug smile gracing his features as he strode toward the Wooden Man alley. In the narrow passage stood 9 movable wooden figures, each possessing strength akin to that of a qi refinement practitioner, ready to obstruct the disciple's advance. Only by traversing the entire alley could one be deemed successful. This trial primarily tested reaction time and speed, marking it as the most challenging of the 3 outer sect assessments. Historically, only disciples at the Foundation establishment stage had managed to pass through, relying on their formidable strength. The entire arena's gaze was fixed upon Zhang Zhe. It was their belief that he would undoubtedly emerge from this trial battered and bruised by the wooden figures. They felt that if he did not spend at least 10 days to half a month recuperating in bed, it would hardly suffice to quench their thirst for vengeance. Simply remaining unscathed was already a feat. To harbor delusions of securing a reward of elixirs seemed utterly preposterous. At this moment, Lu Shan activated the mechanisms of the wooden figures, surreptitiously amplifying their power while the crowd was distracted. Under normal circumstances, each wooden figure possessed the strength of a 6th-layer qi refinement realm practitioner. Given that the outer disciples lacked real combat experience, their fighting capabilities were notably diminished. Thus, even those disciples who might surpass the wooden figures in strength would likely falter at this stage. However, the wooden figures now boasted the prowess of a 9th-layer qi refinement practitioner. Even disciples of the Foundation establishment realm might struggle to prevail, let alone Zhang Zhe, who was merely a 3rd-layer qi refinement waste. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhe steeled himself. The previous two trials had relied on cunning. This trial demanded genuine strength. Whether he could succeed remained uncertain in his heart. After a brief moment of rest, Zhang Zhe resolutely stepped into the corridor of wooden figures. With a swish, the first wooden figure swung its arm toward him. Lacking any combat experience, Zhang Zhe instinctively raised his arms in defense. The impact was instantaneous. He did not retreat an inch, though a tingling sensation coursed through his arms. This was not indicative of a six-layer chi refinement wooden figure. That strike had unleashed a force akin to 9 tigers. Zhang Zhe was taken aback and instinctively cast a glance at Lu Shan, who was equally astonished, his face awash with disbelief. That wooden figure was comparable to a 9th-layer chi refinement practitioner. How could Zhang Zhe have blocked it? What method had he employed to gain such an advantage? Lu Shan racked his brain, unable to fathom it. However, at that moment, the nearby disciples expressed their dissatisfaction. Elder Lu, have you made an error? Why does the wooden figure's attack seem so feeble? Under normal circumstances, their overall strength is at the 6th layer of chi refinement. Yet they appear to be no more than 1st or 2nd layer now. You haven't secretly favored Zhang Zhe, have you? Is this intentional leniency? Upon hearing this, Lu Shan's expression darkened. Faced with a multitude of skeptical gazes, he yearned to clarify, but dared not do so. For tampering with the mechanisms to influence the assessment of disciples was a serious breach of protocol. The other elders, sensing Lu Shan's predicament, silently approached to inspect the mechanisms. To their astonishment, what they discovered was not leniency, but rather a trial of hellish difficulty. The elders exchanged incredulous glances with Lu Shan before turning their attention back to Zhang Zhe. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Zhe curled his body, resembling a human ball, being tossed about by the 9 wooden figures. Each strike equated to the force of 9 tigers. Had it been any other disciple at the 3rd level of chi refinement, they would have long since met their demise. Yet for Zhang Zhe, it felt merely like a cotton pillow striking his backside, only a slight sensation. Zhang Zhe was acutely aware that traversing the Wooden Man Alley through conventional means was nearly an impossible feat. Thus, he had to adopt an unconventional approach. The Wooden Man Alley resembled a labyrinth, with Zhang Zhe as a mere marble within its confines. The 9 wooden figures relentlessly struck him, akin to the labyrinth being violently shaken by external forces. Theoretically, with a stroke of luck, Zhang Zhe, this marble, might just escape the maze. As time ticked away, waves of astonishment surged within the hearts of the elders, including Elder Lu Shan. They could scarcely believe that a mere outer sect disciple at the 3rd level of chi refinement could endure for such an extended period against wooden figures comparable to the 9th level of chi refinement. Most astonishingly, they observed no signs of injury on Zhang Zhe. It would have been one thing to emerge without grievous wounds, but not even a visible scar marked his body. In other words, these 9 wooden figures had yet to breach Zhang Zhe's physical defenses. Elder Lu pondered, what is this young man's origin? How could his physical defenses be so formidable? Although our sect possesses several body refinement techniques at his level, he should have comprehended very little. It seems we have all underestimated him. For Zhang Zhe, passing through is merely a matter of time. The elders exchanged silent reflections, their respect for Zhang Zhe growing. In terms of physical defense, none at his level could surpass him. Should he receive focused training, he might indeed achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Just then, Zhang Zhe was simultaneously struck by 2 wooden figures akin to a stone hurled forth, rapidly knocking down one of the wooden figures and successfully bursting forth from the alley. Elder Lu, I have passed the 3 trials, Zhang Zhe remarked, stretching his limbs and dusting off his clothes, grinning at Lu Shan. In an instant, the testing grounds fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. All the disciples were indignant, believing there must have been a malfunction in the Wooden Man Alley. They fervently urged Elder Lu to annul Zhang Zhe's results. However, Lu Shan waved his hand and reluctantly announced, Outer Sect disciple Zhang Zhe has passed the 3 trials. With those words, the arena erupted in uproar. Yet, no elder dared to voice dissent. Regardless of the dissatisfaction among the disciples, they had no choice but to accept this outcome. Please stand to the side and await the conclusion of the assessments for the unified distribution of rewards, Lu Shan stated with a stoic expression. All right, Zhang Zhe replied with a slight smile, joining the other disciples who had also passed the trials. Among them were a dozen or so individuals, the lowest of whom was at the first level of foundation establishment, while the highest reached the 9th level. As Zhang Zhe approached, disdain was clearly etched on each of their faces. The annual assessment of the outer sect was a contest of strength, and in their eyes, individuals like Zhang Zhe, who resort to cunning tactics, are utterly unworthy of standing alongside them. Chapter 4. Immunity to Fire Attributes. Others show no willingness to acknowledge him, and naturally, Zhang Zhe would not press his warm face against their cold backsides. Nevertheless, one must not overlook the opportunity to reap benefits. Following his gaze, he observed that each disciple who had passed the 3 trials displayed varying data overhead. Extraction. Zhang Zhe silently intoned within his mind. Ding. Extracted 35 points of strength. Ding. Extracted 52 points of talent. Ding. Extracted 49 points of speed. A broad smile adorned Zhang Zhe's face as he sauntered past them, internally astounded. Truly, these disciples of the foundation establishment stage had a minimum score of 35 points, which far surpassed that of the Qi refinement stage disciples by more than double. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Zhe. If the extraction success rate for both the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages was 100%, what might the probability be for extracting from a nascent soul expert? As Zhang Zhe focused his gaze, data also materialized above Lu Shan's head. Talent, ordinary. Realm, peak nascent soul. Available for extraction, 1,000 points of strength. Hiss. Zhang Zhe inhaled sharply, then turned his attention to the other elders. Though their power did not match Lu Shan's, their scores were all above 700 points. Extraction. Zhang Zhe mentally commanded. Ding. Extraction failed. Ding. Extraction failed. Ding. Extracted 800 points of intelligence. A total of 12 outer sect elders were present, yet he had only succeeded once, with a success rate of less than 10%. After the elders and exceptional disciples had been fully extracted, the ordinary outer disciples were not to be overlooked. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Zhang Zhe walked past them with a smile, extracting their attributes overhead. However, this scene appeared to them as Zhang Zhe flaunting his achievements after passing the 3 trials. Their discontent simmered within, and upon witnessing his smug grin, they clenched their fists in anger. Had the elders not been present, someone among them would have already rushed forward to give Zhang Zhe a beating. Little did they know, even some of the hot-tempered elders harbored similar thoughts. Zhang Zhe, I understand you are in high spirits after passing the trials, but there is no need for such ostentatious display. What? Shall I make a sign declaring you the outer sect's #1 genius and pin it to your chest? Lu Shan, suppressing his fury, spoke with a grim expression. Although he possessed some talent in physical training, failing to grasp the truth that the tall tree will be felled by the wind ultimately prevents one from becoming a true powerhouse. Am I boasting? I'm not boasting at all, Zhang Zhe replied, bewildered, shrugging his shoulders. Compared to the exhilaration of passing the trials, what truly thrilled him was the extraction of thousands of attribute points. However, as he surveyed the gathered crowd, he realized that from disciples to elders, they all regarded him with hostile eyes. The annual assessment for the outer sect has concluded. A total of 16 disciples have failed the evaluation and are granted 3 hours to gather their personal belongings before departing from the sect. In contrast, 18 exceptional disciples have successfully passed all 3 evaluations and are each rewarded with a second-tier foundation establishment pill. After delivering this announcement, Lu Shan retrieved 18 pills from his storage pouch and distributed them sequentially to Zhang Zhe and the others. Witnessing this, the onlookers were filled with envy. A single second-tier foundation establishment pill is worth at least several months of arduous training. In this ruthless world of cultivation, innate talent reigns supreme, followed by resources, with diligence trailing behind. One's talent is fixed from the moment of birth, beyond anyone's ability to alter. Thus, resources become exceedingly precious. It is no exaggeration to assert that with ample resources, even through the consumption of pills, one could cultivate into an unparalleled powerhouse. However, outer sect disciples are limited to receiving only one first-tier pill each month. Only those who have made significant contributions to the sect have the opportunity to be rewarded with second-tier pills. You shall be the backbone of the future of the Changshan sect, and I urge you to continue striving forward, lest you disappoint the sect's nurturing and expectations of you. Lu Shan's expression was grave, his authoritative gaze sweeping over each disciple. All stood upright, responding in unison. We shall not betray the sect's nurturing. In 6 months, an internal promotion assessment will be held, so let us all endeavor diligently. With a wave of his hand, Lu Shan signaled for the disciples to depart. Freed from the pressure of elimination, some disciples became slightly lax. Yet, many others continued to diligently cultivate, as entering the inner sect promised greater access to cultivation resources and the potential to become stronger. It was perplexing that, while all were merely 17 or 18 years of age, an age of vibrant youth, they squandered their youth in relentless training. Would they wait until they were old and gray to pursue the joys of their younger years? Observing the disciples diligently practicing in the open, regardless of wind, rain, or sun, Zhang Zhe perceived their actions as foolish. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhang Zhe promptly opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, Qi Refinement 3rd level. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV1, 710. Intelligence, LV1, 710. Speed, LV1, 510. Defense, LV4, 133,000. Current system points, 500. Without a moment's hesitation, he fervently allocated points to enhance his defense attribute. Ding! Defense level increased to LV5, capable of withstanding the power of 3 elephants and granting additional immunity to fire attributes. Defense, LV5, 25, 134,000. Current system points, 0. Fire attribute immunity? Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow and inquired tentatively, System, does this mean any fire attribute damage is rendered ineffective against me? Yes. Regardless of realm? Yes. That is astonishingly impressive. Zhang Zhe stood upright with excitement, silently giving a thumbs up. This was nothing short of a miraculous existence. Just imagine, a formidable powerhouse unleashing a forbidden fire-based technique capable of obliterating a mountain. Yet upon landing on Zhang Zhe, it could not even singe a hair on his body. Absurd, isn't it? Utterly outrageous. Moreover, Zhang Zhe vaguely recalled that within the territory of the Kaoshan sect lay several lava pools, rich in spiritual energy, often frequented by disciples for cultivation. After hundreds of years, these lava pools had nurtured numerous fire-attributed treasures, yet none dared to venture in and harvest them. First, he would refine this foundation establishment pill, and then pay a visit to the lava pool. Zhang Zhe steadied himself, striving to calm the excitement within. He sat cross-legged on the bed, opened his mouth, and swallowed the second-tier foundation establishment pill. As the pill slid down his throat, it brought with it a hint of sweetness. Soon, it transformed into pure medicinal energy, flowing through his limbs and bones. He felt enveloped in warmth, akin to bathing in a hot spring. The previously dormant Dantian began to operate frantically under the pill's influence, absorbing the refined medicinal essence. Several hours later, as night fell, Zhang Zhe slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. If a single second-tier foundation establishment pill could elevate him by 2 minor realms, what if he consumed 10, or even 100? With ample resources at his disposal, one could ascend to the status of a peerless powerhouse through mere consumption of pills. This method was straightforward and unrefined, requiring far less perseverance than arduous cultivation, perfectly suited to Zhang Zhe's preferences. Chapter 5. The Lava Pool Butterfly Swim. The lava pool was situated at the back mountain of the outer sect, spanning over 20 meters in radius, with its depth remaining a mystery. It was known that this lava pool was interconnected with several others belonging to the Kaoshan sect, collectively linking to the molten rock mountains of the Earth's core. The magma was scalding hot, with temperatures so high that even standing 10 meters away, one could feel the searing heat as if trapped in a furnace. Should one accidentally fall in, even a nascent soul powerhouse would be instantly reduced to ashes. Additionally, the area surrounding the lava pool was rich in spiritual energy, boasting 10 cultivation spots. Upon Zhang Zhe's arrival, all 10 locations were already occupied by disciples at the foundation establishment stage. In this world where the weak are preyed upon and strength reigns supreme, such coveted cultivation spots were never claimed based on first-come, first-served principles, but rather seized through sheer strength. Upon seeing Zhang Zhe, the 10 foundation establishment disciples could not help but smirk mockingly. They thought he had come to train there and were ready to hurl insults. However, they watched in disbelief as Zhang Zhe began to remove his clothing piece by piece, placing his storage ring in his mouth. His demeanor suggested he was preparing to enter the lava pool. Surely, you cannot be thinking of entering the lava pool? The temperature within could even eradicate a nascent soul powerhouse. You are simply courting death. Let us not concern ourselves with him. A parasite of the sect like him would be better off dead. The 10 foundation establishment disciples instinctively distanced themselves from Zhang Zhe, fearing that he might succumb to despair and leap into the lava pool. Zhang Zhe pondered aloud about the hidden treasures within, rumored to be abundant and extraordinary. As he spoke, he hurled stones into the molten depths. With a hissing sound, the hard granite was instantly consumed by the lava, releasing wisps of smoke. Under ordinary circumstances, a disciple at the chi refinement stage would be reduced to ashes in mere seconds upon falling into the lava pool. This was undoubtedly true. However, if those treasures were so easily obtainable, would they have remained until now? A disciple of the 9th layer of foundation establishment, Yin Nanfeng, remarked. Renowned for his exceptional talent and prowess, he was hailed as the foremost genius of the outer sect, enjoying the favor of the elders. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was poised to become the sole prodigy of the Kaoshan sect to reach the golden core stage before the age of 18. Just because others could not obtain them did not imply that I could not. With a resolute affirmation, Zhang Zhe leapt into the lava pool. With a resounding splash, water surged over a meter high, sending ripples across the surface of the molten lake. After a few breaths, Zhang Zhe's figure vanished entirely, as if he had been wholly consumed by the lava. Yin Nanfeng and the others, their focus shattered, stood 10 meters away for the lava pool, craning their necks and gazing intently at the seething liquid. Surely he must be dead? Dead? At this point, even his corpse would have turned to ash. Something felt amiss. It seemed that an object was rising from the depths of the lava pool. Following the gaze of the speaker, they fixed their eyes on the surface, which indeed bubbled ominously until a head emerged. It was none other than Zhang Zhe himself. The crowd gasped in shock, as if they had encountered a specter. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Zhe's hair was drenched in lava, clinging to his scalp, while the scorching liquid streamed down his forehead to his cheeks. Remarkably, he brushed it aside with a casual flick, as if he were merely washing his hair. Yet this was lava hot enough to dissolve even a nascent soul cultivator. Why did it appear no different from red paint at this moment? Am I hallucinating? How can Zhang Zhe still be alive? Yin Nanfeng rubbed his eyes vigorously, as did the other disciples. Some even slapped their own faces to regain their senses. I too see it. This does not seem to be a mere illusion. Not only is he alive, but he is also swimming gracefully in the lava pool. Following the disciples' gaze, they beheld Zhang Zhe gliding effortlessly through the molten depths, transitioning between various swimming strokes, a beaming smile on his face as he passed before each disciple. This is utterly abnormal. Such phenomena defy all logic. Could it be that after hundreds or even thousands of years, the actual temperature of the lava pool has diminished? A bold thought suddenly flared in Yin Nanfeng's mind. Subsequently, he unsheathed his fine steel sword and cautiously lowered it into the lava pool, bit by bit, accompanied by a crackling sound. The finely crafted steel sword emitted wisps of blue smoke, instantaneously melting into molten iron. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. If even a sword of such quality could not withstand that searing heat, how could mere flesh and blood endure it? Fellow disciples, the bottom of the lava pool indeed holds numerous treasures of heaven and earth. I shall not be modest, Zhang Zhe exclaimed with a mischievous grin before plunging headlong into the molten depths. Possessing immunity to fire attributes, he felt no harm from the extreme heat of the lava. Rather, it enveloped him in a pleasantly warm embrace, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Yin Nanfeng clenched his fists tightly, his rage so intense it distorted his expression. He had initially felt indifferent towards Zhang Zhe, whom he considered a lazy, good-for-nothing. However, Zhang's repeated displays of bravado had deeply provoked Yan's inherent desire for competition. Beneath his anger, jealousy simmered even more fiercely. The treasures at the bottom of the lava pool, cultivated over centuries, possessed formidable powers. For an ordinary person to acquire, even one would be an immense stroke of fortune. Yet now, all those precious items were being hoarded by Zhang Zhe. Brother Yin, a waste is ultimately a waste. Even if he obtains treasures from the lava pool, his realm will hardly elevate. It is merely a squandering of resources. Consoled another disciple of the Foundation establishment stage. Yin Nanfeng maintained a stern expression. While he understood the logic behind this, he never truly feared that anyone from the outer sect could threaten his position. Nevertheless, an unsettling discomfort plagued him. How could he, with exceptional talent and diligent cultivation, possess no fortune, while Zhang Zhe, inferior in every aspect, could acquire such bountiful treasures? Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe arrived at the base of the lava pool, where a spacious underground passage wound its way into the depths, seemingly leading to the molten mountains of the Earth's core. Is that a fire crystal? Suddenly, Zhang was captivated by the red crystals at the bottom of the lava pool. The crystals were prismatic, roughly the length of a forearm, each one extending from the lava's bed, imbued with remarkably pure fire attribute energy. Though they appeared fragile, they were, in fact, incredibly resilient. This substance was an exceptional material for refining weapons. A mere addition of fire crystal to an ordinary weapon could instantly transform it into a spiritual weapon, naturally endowed with fire attribute burn damage. After centuries of cultivation, the bottom of the lava pool was strewn with fire crystals. It would not be an exaggeration to say that selling all these fire crystals would render one wealthier than even the mountain sect. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhe's cultivation was too low, and lacking suitable weapons, he could not transport the fire crystals away. Thus, he could only proceed onward, resigning himself to the hope of returning in the future to collect them. Could it be a fire spirit mushroom? Following Zhang Zhe's gaze, one could see a blood-red mushroom growing on the lava wall not far off. The surface of the mushroom bore 7 black spiritual patterns. Only once every century does a mature pattern emerge, indicating that this fire spirit mushroom had been growing for 700 years. The terrifying energy that is nurtured here undoubtedly surpasses that of elixirs of the 5th rank or higher. Should this substance fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. Chapter 6. Striking it rich. Zhang Zhe's eyes brimmed with excitement, nearly reddening with fervor. This magma, at such a temperature, should be impenetrable to any formidable warrior. Otherwise, he would not have stumbled upon such a magnificent treasure. Striking it rich, indeed, with these treasures in hand, he could emerge as wealthy as a nation. Zhang Zhe gazed at the earth fire spirit mushroom, his excitement palpable. To his astonishment, he discovered not just one, but multiple specimens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 could be true. His fortune was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Zhe swallowed hard, his voice laced with disbelief. Only I can enter this place. I possess no spiritual tools to carry these treasures. After a moment of exhilaration, he composed himself and declared, I shall leave them here for now. After all, I am the only one who can enter. Even if others were aware of the treasures within, they would be utterly unable to access them. With confidence, Zhang Zhe remarked, the divine system truly feels like a cheat. He was immensely satisfied with the system he had acquired. Well then, it is time to venture outside and reap a bounty. Surely, more individuals have arrived. After exploring a bit more, he uncovered numerous other treasures, opting to take only the less significant ones while leaving the rest behind. He understood that higher-tier spiritual artifacts required an even more advanced means of containment. Bubbles began to rise once more from the tranquil magma, and Zhang Zhe leaped forth. What a thrill! He exclaimed, laughing heartily. Could this person really have emerged unscathed? He must not have acquired any treasures. Indeed, there had to be many riches below. He could not have merely reached the surface. It had to be so. It had to be so, one of Yin Nanfeng's underlings asserted. As the foremost talent from the outside, he was always flanked by a cadre of followers. Watching Zhang Zhe emerge from the magma unscathed, his fists clenched unconsciously. Even with his innate gifts, it was impossible for him to infiltrate the magma and emerge unscathed. Oof. This fool remains a fool. I wager he merely obtained some peculiar ability, merely obscuring the vision of others. Yin Nanfeng's underling continued. Zhang Zhe cast a fleeting glance in their direction, dismissing them entirely, yet he felt an uncomfortable gaze from Yin Nanfeng. He realized he might not be able to contend with him at present. After all, Yin had spent considerable time cultivating in the outer sect, likely poised to triumph in the inner sect examination this very year. As Zhang Zhe entered the inner sanctum for cultivation, he surveyed his surroundings and noted the presence of numerous new disciples. Extraction, he silently intoned. As the divine system quietly scanned his being, he extracted 10 points of intelligence, 8 points of strength, 3 points of agility, and 5 points of power. The system's voice echoed persistently within Zhang Zhe's mind. Even the tiniest fly is still meat. Even the tiniest fly is still meat, he mused inwardly. Although he could not compare to the elders, there was a certain probability that they too could extract from the same source. Yin Nanfeng glanced at Zhang Zhe once more before resuming his meditation. The surrounding disciples, sensing Yin Nanfeng's focused state, ceased their mockery of Zhang Zhe. You know nothing. You are merely the chaff that others reap. Just wait until I surpass you. I shall knock each of you down with a single punch. Unfazed by their derision, Zhang Zhe cheerfully emerged from the magma pool, brushing the dust from his robes. Never mind. I shall digest what I have gained and bolster my defenses. Zhang Zhe spoke slowly. He was not entirely satisfied with his defensive prowess, which had merely reached the 4th level. If others were to hear him, they would surely wish to strike him down. You, a mere 5th-level Qi refinement disciple, possess the defensive strength of an elephant and yet remain unsatisfied. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang Zhe encountered Elder Lu Shan waiting at his door. Elder Lu Shan, what brings you here? Zhang Zhe inquired politely. Although his defense had now reached the 5th level, it was prudent to remain modest in the presence of this elder. He had garnered too much attention recently. Should any ill will arise, it could prove detrimental. What on earth were you up to? Elder Lu Shan's voice held a hint of irritation. Didn't Tiwi say that the magma pool would aid in cultivation? I spent the entire day there honing my skills, Zhang Zhe replied. Hearing this, Elder Lu Shan's expression softened. Commendable. It appears you have been diligent. Your performance in the last assessment was indeed impressive, he praised, a rare compliment from the elder. Zhang Zhe was momentarily taken aback. What had changed? Not long ago, Elder Lu had harbored a deep-seated disdain for him, yet now he spoke with such cordiality. Cultivation is the duty of a disciple, and I aspire to become a formidable force to protect our sect, Zhang Zhe declared, adopting a righteous demeanor. Elder Lu Shan, sensing the insincerity, felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had encountered disingenuous disciples before, but none quite so blatant. Ahem. Let's discuss these matters when you have truly become strong. I have something to speak with you about today, Elder Lu Shan stated, a thoughtful gleam in his eye. What is it? Zhang Zhe queried in perplexity, instinctively aware that this old fellow would not approach him without reason. It was not a matter of great significance. Rather, it was due to your recent commendable performance that I, the elder, wish to take you as my disciple, Elder Lu Shan proclaimed, stroking his beard with an air of pride. The implication was unmistakable. I desire to take you under my wing, so you ought to kneel and pay your respects. Zhang Zhe was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a proposition from this old man. After all, with his divine system, what need had he for a master? Elder Lu Shan was well aware of Zhang Zhe's background. He had been rescued by the sect as a child, and the disciple who had brought him in had perished on a mission. Since then, Zhang Zhe had been neglectful of his cultivation, showing little regard for the path of training, and when his talents were assessed, he was found to possess only mediocre aptitude. Initially, Elder Lu Shan had hoped to expel him during this evaluation, but unexpectedly, this audacious youth had secretly cultivated such formidable strength. Within the outer sect, he was indeed considered exceptionally gifted. Chapter 7. You wish to take me as a disciple? However, what he did not realize was that Zhang Zhe's strength lay solely in his defensive capabilities. Perhaps I should decline, Zhang Zhe hesitantly remarked. Yet Elder Lu Shan misconstrued this as acceptance. Having already spoken, he believed that no one could refuse the teachings of a nascent soul expert. Very well. I shall accept you as my esteemed disciple, Elder Lu Shan declared with a beaming smile. Elder, I meant to say I decline. I do not wish to be your disciple, Zhang Zhe awkwardly responded. After all, he was merely a nascent soul expert. With the augmentation of his divine system, he believed he would soon surpass him, given the extraordinary potential for enhancement. With a mere phone call, he might even withstand the attacks of a nascent soul cultivator. Presently, his level 5 defense should suffice to reach the Golden Core realm. What? What did you say? Elder Lu Shan exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief, drawing the attention of the surrounding disciples. Given Zhang Zhe's poor reputation, very few lingered near his quarters. Moreover, his remarkable performance during the assessment had already incited considerable jealousy among others. Did you not hear me, old man? I have already declined. As if I were so desperate for your mentorship. I have no interest, Zhang Zhe thought to himself silently. Very well, do as you wish, Elder Lu Shan retorted before sweeping away in a huff. Zhang Zhe shrugged in resignation, glancing around to find many eyes fixated upon him. What are you staring at? Elder Lu Shan himself came to offer me his mentorship, which I turned down. Do you understand, you insignificant ones? Zhang Zhe declared, his face alight with pride. Not far away, Elder Lu Shan, having overheard Zhang Zhe's words, nearly stumbled in shock. No, what if that old rascal says something provocative and harms me? Zhang Zhe suddenly realized that he could not allow himself to be victimized without cause. His current strength was insufficient. It was wiser to retreat and cultivate in seclusion. An idea struck him. He might as well return to the magma pool, for no matter what, Elder Lu Shan would not seek him there. Without even entering his room, Zhang Zhe made a beeline back to the magma pool. Let him boast there. He was probably just reprimanded by Elder Lu Shan. No sooner had Zhang Zhe left than someone spoke up. After all, Zhang Zhe had demonstrated remarkable strength during the assessment. Regardless of its authenticity, offending him was unwise. Indeed, if he were to be accepted as Elder Lu Shan's disciple, I would rather eat dirt, another person chimed in. At that moment, Zhang Zhe had already returned to the magma pool. Why hasn't he come back? Someone inquired. Zhang Zhe, well acquainted with the surroundings, dove right back in. What on earth is this? The scalding magma hissed against the nearby stone wall. Meanwhile, Yin Nanfeng, who had been meditating, opened his eyes again. He must have encountered some opportunity. You all go find out what he has recently acquired, Yin Nanfeng instructed his subordinates. For some reason, Zhang Zhe irked him. Being hailed as the #1 genius of this version, he undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. In his day, he too had stood out during the assessment due to his prowess. The outer sect. It is time to bid farewell to the outer sect, Yin Nanfeng murmured to himself, before closing his eyes once more, entering a meditative state. It felt just like home. He could be wherever he pleased, Zhang Zhe remarked, surveying the familiar surroundings. Prior to reaching Nanjing, the spiritual energy lacked attributes, and everyone cultivated near the magma pool, hoping to awaken a more ferocious fire attribute in the future. After all, the potency of fire-based attacks is widely acknowledged. Better to cultivate here. I will not emerge until I break through to the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Zhe resolved, his face reflecting determination. He approached the 7-patterned earth-fire spirit mushroom. I'll just eat it, Zhang Zhe declared, eyeing the spirit mushroom. To enhance rapidly, one must consume rare treasures. Since he couldn't take it with him, he might as well eat it to boost his strength. Unsure of how to consume it, he decided to take a leaf and taste it. As he placed a leaf in his mouth, a torrent of wild, spiritual energy surged through him. If any alchemist were to witness this, they would surely go mad. Who consumes earth-fire spirit mushrooms in such a manner? It is utterly wasteful. At this moment, Zhang Zhe was utterly preoccupied as the ferocious fire spirit energy engulfed his entire being, compelling him to hastily suppress it with his meager spiritual power. Although the outcome was far from satisfactory, his level 5 defensive armor not only fortified his physical form, but also reinforced his meridians. After 3 days and nights of fervently subduing the fire spirit grass's energy, time had elapsed. Given the undeniable frailty of Zhang Zhe's spiritual power, he finally opened his eyes. Feeling a surge of exhilaration upon realizing that the fire spirit grass had completely transformed into spiritual energy, awaiting his absorption, he remarked with a hint of trepidation that had it not been for the level 5 defenses, he might have been reduced to ashes. A lesson learned, he mused. One must be cautious about what to consume in the future. Despite the inherent dangers, the rewards were substantial. As he closed his eyes once more to meditate and begin absorption, while his fellow disciples advanced steadily in their cultivation, Zhang Zhe's progress felt akin to soaring through the skies. Unbeknownst to him, 5 months slipped by in silence. Upon reopening his eyes, they blazed with fiery brilliance for a fleeting moment. He deduced that he had likely awakened a fire attribute. Zhang Zhe expressed his exhilaration, feeling invigorated and aware of his volatile spiritual energy. With the prowess of a 5th-level Qi practitioner absorbing the earth fire spirit grass, he might very well be the first to achieve such a feat. His fortuitous encounter had endowed him with fire attributes in his spiritual energy. To his astonishment, he had advanced to the 2nd stage of foundation establishment at an astonishing pace. The earth fire spirit grass truly was a treasure. With a chuckle, he noted that his current spiritual points were limited, and with the level 5 defensive power combined with his own 2nd stage foundation establishment defenses, he pondered the strength of his current protection. The notion of being labeled the first genius of the outer sect seemed utterly absurd to him. He recalled Yin Nanfeng with disdain, having long been irked by claims of talent. True genius, he believed, was characterized by meteoric advancement like his own. Now, others merely reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment, yet they anticipated a breakthrough to the golden core stage within 2 years. Chapter 8, Breakthrough. The passage of time was indeterminate. Zhang Zhe reflected on his training beneath the lava, realizing that a significant duration had elapsed. He swam back towards the surface of the lava. With a resounding splash, Zhang Zhe emerged in an impressively striking manner from the molten depths. The onlookers were astonished, exclaiming disbelief that he had survived, as they had presumed he had perished long ago. Brother, who was this person? How did he emerge from the lava? Some recent arrivals questioned in bewilderment. 5 months prior, this young man had descended into the lava, and his absence had led everyone to assume he had met his demise. Indeed, how could anyone survive 5 months in lava? The crowd murmured, awakening more cultivators to the spectacle. What is happening? Why the commotion? Yin Nanfeng inquired. Roused from his slumber, he has faintly sensed a breakthrough, reaching the 6th level of foundation building. Boss, that brat Zhang Zhe actually survived in the magma and has now emerged from the magma pool, one of his subordinates immediately exclaimed. What? Yin Nanfeng stammered, having heard the elders warn against entering the magma pool. How could this kid come and go as he pleases? Truly a bunch of useless fools. How can mere mortals compare to divine beings? Zhang Zhe glanced around, recalling the notion of reaping the harvest. Extract, he commanded the system internally. Extract 8 points of intelligence. Extract 5 points of speed. After reaping the rewards, Zhang Zhe set off once more. Has it already been 5 months? While standing by the shore, he overheard someone mention that there should be only a month left until the intersect assessment. Zhang Zhe had already resolved to participate in the intersect evaluation. The outer sect primarily serves to channel talents into the inner sect, which is the true stronghold of the clan. This Zhang Zhe was well aware of. He had heard that the sect leader is a stunning beauty, yet he had never encountered her. He wondered if he would meet her upon entering the inner sect. Zhang Zhe recalled the legend circulating outside. The sect leader is a peerless beauty, captivating and enchanting beyond compare. Returning to his quarters, he opened his personal system panel. Host, Zhang Zhe Realm, 2nd level of foundation building talent, mediocre strength, LV1, 710, intelligence, LV1, 710, speed, LV1, 510, defense, LV5, 25134000, Current system points, 500 indeed. They are a bunch of useless individuals. Their combined points amount to only 500. Zhang Zhe remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. Now that he has reached the second level of foundation building, he ranks among the top 20 in the outer sect. Coupled with his unique defensive capabilities, he is undoubtedly destined for first place. He furiously maxed out his defense again. Host, Zhang Zhe Realm, second level of foundation building talent, mediocre strength, LV1 710 intelligence, LV1 710 speed, LV1 510 defense, LV5 3013400, current system points, 0 once I enhance my defense further. It should be more balanced. Otherwise, it seems I'm only suited for enduring blows. Even if I cannot be harmed, I am unable to eliminate others. After some contemplation, Zhang Zhe spoke, while defense is crucial, it would be quite advantageous to bolster my strength as well. It seemed he had no spiritual techniques at his disposal. Zhang Zhe mused aloud. Spiritual techniques are categorized into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each level comprising 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. It appeared he was utterly ignorant regarding the matters of cultivation. Zhang Zhe expressed his exasperation, stating he was utterly exhausted. He promptly collapsed on his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Should Captain Liu learn of this, he would likely unleash a torrent of scorn, bemoaning the notion of being tired. Absorbing the pure essence of the earth-fire Ganoderma was, in truth, a most delightful experience. Yet, this fellow dared to claim he was fatigued. How infuriating! Zhang Zhe indulged in ample rest, sleeping for an entire day and night. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated and brimming with determination. It appeared that the members of his sect had been significantly diminished, though he had yet to encounter anyone from the inner sect. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zhe, within Yin Nanfeng's courtyard, his subordinate reported, "Boss, I have inquired, and it appears this young man possesses no significant opportunities. Previously, he merely spent his days sleeping soundly in his chamber." Yin Nanfeng furrowed his brow slightly, well aware that he wielded the most formidable strength among the outer sect disciples. He understood that at the moment Zhang Zhe emerged from the magma, his power had likely surged to the foundation establishment stage. It was noteworthy that when he first entered, he had likely been nothing more than a mere qi refinement novice. Pay him no mind. There has been little of import in the past month. Do not disturb me. Yin Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively. He had not only to conquer the intersect assessment, but also to crush his fellow disciples with absolute strength. Although he was aware that the second disciple of the outer sect had only attained the 3rd level of foundation establishment, this was precisely what fueled his pride. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Kuaishan sect, a stunning beauty occupied the sect master's throne, her delicate visage exuding an air of authority. With merely a month remaining until the inner sect assessment, how fares that prodigy from the Yin family, the top disciple from outside? Inquired sect master Wang Yu. Reporting to the elder, Yin Nanfeng is currently strategizing to break through to the 6th level of foundation establishment. Passing the inner sect assessment should be a foregone conclusion. Elder Lu Shan trembled as he spoke, too intimidated to meet the sect master's gaze. Oh, the inner sect assessment is of paramount importance. Elders, you must exert your utmost efforts, Wang Yu remarked casually. Recently, the affairs of other sects had become rather tiresome. Initially, he had intended to personally participate in the inner sect assessment to bolster the morale of his sect, but he found himself beset by endless troubles. By the way, I've heard there's another genius emerging from the outside. Wang Yu recalled a prior report. Indeed, this genius has only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet he should easily surpass the assessment, Elder Lu Shan said, knowing well that the sect master was acutely aware of the sect's matters. Ah, I see. Let us observe whether he participates in this assessment. The infusion of fresh blood remains the hope for our sect's future, Wang Yu mused, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. Xiaorong, for this year's inner sect examination, please take me on a journey through the outer sect. If there are outstanding disciples, I may gain additional entry into the inner sect. Wang Yu addressed Li Rongrong nearby. Chapter 9. The unfortunate Zhang Zhe. This individual is my little assistant. Although his strength is rather modest, merely at the peak of the Yuan-Ing stage, akin to Elder Lushan of the outer sect. His ability to manage affairs is indeed commendable. However, to serve in proximity to the sect leader Wang Yu is no trivial matter for one merely at the peak of Yuan-Ing. Zhang Zhe, on the other hand, is thriving. His recent increase in strength has filled him with exuberance, allowing him to embark on a leisurely exploration of the mountains and rivers. For a continuous span of half a month, he has devoted no time to cultivation, but instead traversed every corner of the outer sect. To exit the sect requires approval. As in the past, there have been traitors who left. What has that rascal Zhang Zhe been up to lately? Elder Lushan inquired of a nearby disciple. That lad has been gallivanting about, seemingly quite pleased, and I have yet to see him in his chamber practicing. Indeed, he is utterly indolent. He rises only when the sun is high and then promptly departs. I've heard from other disciples that he appears to be enjoying the scenery. Upon hearing that Zhang Zhe is indulging in leisurely pursuits, Elder Lushan's frustration grew, his teeth gritting in irritation. Initially, he had considered taking that lad as a disciple, only to have him outright refuse. Now, having passed the examination, he seems to disregard it entirely, raising questions about the source of his strength. Could it be that wandering through the mountains is a form of cultivation? In this vast world, filled with wonders, it appears necessary for me to pay another visit. From the sect leader's implication, it seems this year there may be more than the usual 10 slots available in the inner sect. Should more than 10 individuals gain entry, I too could receive some rewards from this. In that case, I would have the opportunity to break through to the transformation stage, potentially allowing me to leave the outer sect and assume the position of an elder within the inner sect. Though I flourish in the outer sect, opportunities for advancement are indeed limited. My fellow disciples who entered the sect alongside me have long since ascended to the rank of inner sect elders, now residing at the mid-stage of transformation. Each encounter is a display of their prowess, yet I cannot claim to match their strength. I had hoped to mentor Zhang Zhe, nurturing him for a chance to catch the sect leader's eye. If I could casually bestow upon him 1 or 2 treasures, the path to breakthrough would surely be smooth. It is all the fault of that ungrateful Zhang Zhe, Elder Lushan thought, raising an eyebrow. Regardless of that lad, let him fend for himself. He is merely a disciple at the initial stage of qi cultivation. You all are the hope of the future for our sect. Devote yourselves to your practice. In less than a month, the inner sect examination will commence. Whispers of anticipation suggest that this time, the quota may increase. A favor I have procured from the sect master. Do not let me down. Seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. Elder Lushan addressed the disciples with an almost hypnotic fervor, hoping to invigorate their training. Simultaneously, he urged them to remember his words. Just as he was imparting his teachings, the reluctant figure of Zhang Zhe made an appearance. By the time Zhang Zhe recognized Elder Lushan ahead, it was too late to turn away. Stop! Elder Lushan bellowed. What is it, Elder Lushan? Zhang Zhe approached respectfully, a hint of unease creeping into his thoughts. He wondered if the elder bore a grudge for his previous rejection. With so many witnesses present, it seemed unlikely that retribution would be so overt. You, young man, are you wasting your time? You must understand that there are always perilous missions available outside the sect. Do not presume that passing the assessment guarantees your safety, Elder Lushan admonished sternly. This kind of waste will inevitably lead to demise beyond these walls. Someone chimed in, deriding Zhang Zhe. Indeed, allowing such a person to remain within the sect is a misuse of resources. Others echoed in agreement. Elder Lushan raised an eyebrow, sensing a shift in Zhang Zhe's strength. It appeared he had reached the foundational realm. Just as he prepared to speak, Zhang Zhe erupted in anger. Waste? Are you calling me a waste? Zhang Zhe shot forward, swiftly confronting the accuser, lifting him effortlessly. The man, merely at the qi refining stage, was utterly unprepared for Zhang Zhe's formidable presence. The man stammered, fear clouding his eyes as he struggled to break free, only to find himself no match for Zhang Zhe's might. The gathering fell into stunned silence, unable to fathom that the oft-maligned Zhang Zhe would unleash such fury. With a surge of strength, Zhang Zhe hurled the man aside. Waste? Look at yourself. You are the true waste, discarded as if you were refuse, Zhang Zhe declared. towering over his adversary. For too long, he had endured scorn, unable to withstand the rigors of cultivation, his strength lacking compared to others, making the ridicule seem justified. But now, having turned his fortunes, he would no longer permit those of lesser prowess to deride him. "You've reached the foundational realm?" Elder Lushan observed in astonishment. It seemed nothing escaped the discerning eyes of Elder Lushan. Zhang Zhe quickly masked his anger with a smile. "How did you manage such progress? Just over 5 months ago, you were merely at the 3rd level of qi refining," Elder Lushan inquired, incredulity evident in his tone. "Didn't the sect reward you with a 2nd-grade foundational pill?" "I never anticipated such remarkable results," Zhang Zhe fabricated, basking in the moment. Once again, the assembly fell into silence, pondering the extraordinary efficacy of the sect's reward. Could it be that Elder Lushan had employed some form of deception? Once again, the crowd turned their attention to Elder Lushan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, clearly indicating that Zhang Zhe had deceived him. How could the efficacy of the elixir be so remarkable? I had heard tales of that particular pill capable of elevating one's cultivation by merely 2 realms, which was already considered extraordinary. It was said that even those at a higher level of qi refinement could only achieve a single elevation. Could it be that Elder Lushan had substituted the elixir? There were whispers among the disciples, recalling that Elder Lushan had previously engaged in deceit during assessments. They would never believe that Zhang Zhe had reached the foundation establishment stage. "Well, young man, if that is the case, you must diligently cultivate," Elder Lushan said, placing a hand upon Zhang Zhe's shoulder, his teeth gritted in frustration. As he exerted pressure, Zhang Zhe's arm emitted a creaking sound, and a bitter expression crossed his face. "Elder, please spare me. There are so many younger ones watching," Zhang Zhe implored, his countenance contorted. It seemed this elder was indeed quite petty. He would have to tread carefully around him. However, he was confident that in half a month, he would enter the inner sect and completely free himself from this elder's grasp. "All right, everyone, go cultivate. I hope you all excel in the upcoming inner sect assessment in half a month," Elder Lushan declared authoritatively as he released his grip, alleviating some of the awkward tension in the air. The surrounding individuals promptly dispersed, well aware that if Elder Lushan were to become enraged, it would be quite troublesome for them. What a close call. This old fellow is indeed formidable. Once my strength increases, I will surely have him underfoot. Zhang Zhe thought fiercely, envisioning the scenario in his mind. In this land, strength reigns supreme, and the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remains an unchanging truth. Zhang Zhe's cultivation method was exceptionally unique. It hardly resembled conventional practices. It was akin to leisurely wandering, although he would pause for a time whenever he encountered other disciples. Extract. Zhang Zhe commanded the system once more in his mind. Extract 10 points of willpower. Extract 10 points of combat power. Even the smallest fly is still meat. He understood the principle of accumulating small gains over time. After all those days of leisurely exploration, he aimed to interact more with the disciples to extract from them. "Ha! I am on the verge of another level up," Zhang Zhe exclaimed, feeling the points he had amassed. With only 5 days remaining, it seemed this time he could only enhance his defenses. He pondered aloud, opening his personal system panel in his mind. Host, Zhang Zhe Realm. Foundation Establishment, 2nd Layer Talent. Mediocre Strength. LV1, 710, Intelligence. LV1, 710, Speed. LV1, 510, Defense. LV5, 30, 134, 000. Current system points, 1200. This is the entirety of my gains over these many days. Yet to outsiders, it appears as though I have made no progress in my cultivation at all. With such an impressive system, who needs to cultivate? I merely need to reap the benefits from you naive souls, Zhang Zhe remarked slyly. However, this remains a secret known only to me, one that I must never disclose to anyone. Maximizing my defenses, I commanded the system to elevate my level. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Talent, Mediocre. Strength, LV1, 710. Intelligence, LV1, 710. Speed, LV1, 510. Defense, LV6, 0100. 000. Current system points, 213. Alas, only a few points remain. Goodness. A staggering 10,000 points are required for the next level. I shall keep an eye on my defense, I mused. Nevertheless, it is indeed impressive. And perhaps it is time to enhance my other attributes as well, Zhang Zhe commented, proceeding to allocate his points evenly. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense, LV6, 010000. Current system points, 0. This allocation seems quite balanced. My defense now surpasses that of ordinary individuals. At level 6, it could likely withstand the attacks of a Golden Core Realm expert. However, this must be tested in actual combat. Indeed, I have made some modest achievements, Zhang Zhe said with a grin, reflecting on the fact that he still knew little about the identity of the person he had become. All he knew was that he had been picked up by this sect as a child, a true orphan. Damn it, could it be that I spoke too freely in my previous life? Now, having arrived in this world, I truly find myself alone. Zhang Zhe thought, bemused. Regardless, strengthening my abilities is paramount. I am determined to effortlessly enter the inner sect, Zhang Zhe proclaimed proudly. With such a formidable system at my disposal, how can I not take pride in it? 5 days passed swiftly, and the inner sect selection loomed near. Prior to the assessments, a grand ceremony would be held, where representatives from the sect would come to encourage the outer disciples. They would also promise various rewards. Have you heard? It seems the sect is placing extra emphasis on this assessment. I have long heard that Elder Lu Shan has secured some spots. Let him boast, for I am certain he cheated in the last assessment. Otherwise, I cannot believe that Zhang Zhe, that incompetent, could have passed. Hush, keep your voice down. Have you not noticed that the comet has arrived? If he truly possesses strength, we shall be in dire straits. Several individuals remarked as they observed Zhang Zhe approaching. After exchanging a few glances with him, they promptly relocated. TSK, who would have thought that my brother has become so imposing, capable of intimidating others merely by his presence? Zhang Zhe flamboyantly tossed his hair. Look, Yin Nanfeng is coming. Oh my, he is so handsome. How wonderful it would be to marry him. Immediately, a flirty female disciple chimed in. What do you mean? He is clearly my intended. A jealous female disciple retorted. Damn, it seems one encounters such foolish fans everywhere. They were non-existent in my previous world. Zhang Zhe sighed, tapping his forehead in exasperation. Yin Nanfeng approached in a flowing white robe, flanked by his entourage, radiating an undeniable charm. What show off? Zhang Zhe remarked, glancing in Yin Nanfeng's direction. Just then, Yin Nanfeng also cast his gaze toward Zhang Zhe, who had no desire to offend him. It is rumored that this fellow has some connections within the inner sect. Whether true or false remains uncertain. Perhaps it is best to bide my time. Should he provoke me, I could discreetly deal with him. However, Yin Nanfeng regarded Zhang Zhe without any indication, swiftly diverting his gaze. Silence, please. Elder Lu Shan's voice resonated from the grand platform. The crowd quickly quieted, for Elder Lu Shan's words held considerable weight among the outer sect. Today marks our sect's triennial inner sect assessment, open to all outer sect disciples. As everyone knows, gaining entry into the inner sect grants access to superior cultivation resources. Furthermore, one becomes a core trainee of the sect, thus diligent practice is imperative. Once admitted, an abundance of resources will be laid before you. On the high platform sat a mysterious woman, occupying the central seat, her status evidently the highest, even surpassing that of Elder Lu Shan, who merely descended to a lower position. Do you know who that person is? Zhang Zhe inquired, addressing an unfamiliar companion. I have no idea. She must be a significant figure from the inner sect. After all, the Reliance sect is teeming with formidable and enigmatic powers. That individual certainly seems noteworthy, was the response. Chapter 11. Inner sect assessment, however. The distance was considerable, and the system seemed incapable of discerning her level. Otherwise, her rank is undoubtedly far superior to that of Elder Lu Shan and other inner sect elders who have also arrived. If I succeed in the assessment, I shall draw closer to them, he chuckled to himself, oblivious to the ears of the surrounding disciples. How absurd that you, a mere wastrel, would even entertain the thought of passing the assessment. You rise only when the sun is high in the sky, neglecting your training. What right do you have to participate in such evaluations? Instantly, people around recognized Zhang Zhe, as he was somewhat notorious outside, often identified by the first word that came to mind, laziness. Everyone knew of the sluggard named Zhang Zhe. Silenced, Zhang Zhe realized that without the sting of a fist upon oneself, one remains oblivious to pain. This year's selection process was remarkably straightforward, commencing with a test of spiritual energy. Should one's energy fail to reach the requisite level of qi refinement, they would be disqualified from subsequent assessments. Following this was the rather brutish contest of the arena. This year, there were a total of 15 slots available in the intersect, thus 15 arenas were prepared. Each arena had a champion, and defeating the champion would grant one the title of the new champion. After each bout, an elder would attend to the injured, ensuring their recovery before the next match. Elder Lushan continued, momentarily pausing as his gaze fell upon Zhang Zhe. If no one challenged a champion, that individual would pass into the intersect examination. Elder Lushan regained his composure and revealed that he possessed a roster. There were more than 400 participants outside, yet only about 100 would qualify for the inner examination. Recently, 2 individuals had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, not including Zhang Zhe, along with others who had previously attained this level. Thus, these 12 individuals were poised to secure 12 arenas, leaving 3 arenas available for other disciples to contest. However, Zhang Zhe's notable increase in strength was a variable, and Elder Lushan was aware of Zhang Zhe's advancement to the foundation establishment stage, though he remained uncertain regarding his combat prowess. After determining the 15 participants, a ranking would ensue. Naturally, the closer one was to the top, the more substantial the rewards. Let me share a little secret with you. Elder Lushan teased, continuing, the top 3 disciples each year enter the intersect and are taken on as disciples by various elders. I trust you grasp my meaning? This revelation ignited a flurry of discussion among the crowd. My heavens, such a remarkable privilege. The elders of the intersect are all at least at the divine transformation stage. This implied that becoming their disciple could lead to inheriting their legacy, and elevating to the divine transformation stage would merely be a matter of time. If I had known, I would have exerted myself even more in my cultivation to seize one of those top 3 spots and soar to new heights. Everyone yearned for the top 3 positions, though it remained merely a desire. Meanwhile, the 12 foundation establishment cultivators were eagerly preparing for battle. Zhang Zhe, however, paid little heed, for the divine transformation stage was merely a milestone he would inevitably reach. Yet, if a beautiful master were to emerge, that would be an entirely different matter. It has long been said that the sect leader is a stunning beauty, and within the inner sect, the presence of enchanting women is abundant. Just imagine being guided in cultivation daily by fragrant and beautiful mentors. One's prowess is bound to soar. A dreamy smile adorned Zhang Zhe's face. All right, the intersect assessment begins now, Elder Lushan announced before returning to his seat. The intersect examination is under the full jurisdiction of the intersect elders, as any form of deceit is strictly prohibited. Is that person Yan Nanfeng? Li Rongrong inquired, glancing in his direction. Indeed, that lad has already surpassed the 6th level of foundation establishment. He should reach the Golden Core realm in about a year. By then, he will only be 17. Elder Lushan remarked, his face beaming with joy. Yes, indeed, a promising talent, truly a descendant of the Yin family, Li Rongrong commented, her satisfaction evident in her tone. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should secure the top position this year. Elder Lushan continued. Isn't there still Zhang Zhe? Where's that genius? Li Rongrong asked Elder Lushan. That would be him, Elder Lushan replied, pointing calmly in Zhang Zhe's direction. At that moment, however, Zhang Zhe remained unperturbed. It was merely a contest of platforms. He would eventually take his turn, so he decided to rest for now. Come forth, Yin Nanfeng. Claim this platform. Who dares to challenge me? Yin Nanfeng leaped onto the stage, speaking with an air of nonchalance. while the audience fell into an expectant silence. They all acknowledged Yin Nanfeng's formidable strength, yet this was not the time for a contest. Some, however, felt indignant. Opportunities were rare, and it was wiser to conserve their efforts for the other platforms. The other stages were abuzz with competition, while Yin Nanfeng stood alone. Soon, 12 foundation establishment experts occupied the platforms, and it was clear that no one would step forward to challenge him. Only 3 platforms remained for the others to compete, and the battles were fierce. Had it not been for the healing assistance from the inner sect elders, fatalities might have occurred. A day slipped by swiftly, leaving the 12 platforms eerily quiet. Brother Yin, it seems we shall easily gain entry into the inner sect, a youth clad in red remarked to Yin Nanfeng. Unlike Yin Nanfeng's aloof grace, he exuded a lively and open demeanor. I hadn't anticipated this year's assessment to be so straightforward. However, I shall show no mercy when it comes to the ranking competition, Yin Nanfeng responded. Haha, did you ever expect me to show mercy? To be honest, I've longed to spar with you all, Lu Qing chimed in. This is merely an appetizer. The true battle will commence when it comes to ranking, another contestant on the platform declared. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe had already found a corner to rest, lost in slumber. Li Rongrong observed the entire scene with keen interest. Upon noticing Zhang Zhe nestled in a corner, a sense of coldness enveloped her. What was the situation? Wasn't he a prodigy from the outer sect? The spiritual energy emanating from him suggested he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Shouldn't he, like the others, be claiming a platform for himself instead of dozing off in a secluded spot? Li Rongrong found it utterly perplexing. Elder Lu Shan had also spotted Zhang Zhe. Chapter 12. The Awakening of Zhang Zhe. You may not be aware, but this lad is not one to diligently cultivate. In fact, he hardly practices at all, Elder Lu Shan remarked, having relinquished any illusions he had about the young man. His reputation in the outer sect is rather lackluster, earning him the moniker of the slacker. It seems he merely came to observe, having relied on some dubious techniques to elevate himself to the foundation establishment level. He probably possesses little real power. Even if he were to step onto the stage, he would merely serve as a target for others. Such a person exists? Li Rongrong expressed her astonishment. Naturally, she had thoroughly investigated Zhang Zhe's background, an orphan taken in by the outer sect. The documentation was a mere slip of paper, exceedingly simple. However, it made no mention of his advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Several months prior, he appeared to have only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Such rapid progress seemed implausible without some secret technique. It was undoubtedly a genuine breakthrough. Li Rongrong narrowed her eyes and spoke, her gaze fixed on Zhang Zhe's direction. I'm not entirely certain about that. I only know that during the last outer sect assessment, the young man exhibited an extraordinary surge in power. Elder Lu Shan continued, I should have a comprehensive understanding of these disciples, yet I confess I know little about Zhang Zhe. I am well acquainted with the other foundation establishment cultivators. I find myself somewhat eager to see how this young fellow performs. Li Rongrong smiled, her brows unfurling. He was previously inconspicuous, yet has suddenly emerged, potentially marking him as a genius. Furthermore, given his humble origins, his loyalty to the sect is beyond question. Let's await the unfolding of events. Elder Lu Shan chuckled, fully aware that this esteemed individual had already committed Zhang Zhe to memory. As for Zhang Zhe's performance, he harbored no concerns. By the time Zhang Zhe awakened, the assessment was nearing its conclusion. Is there anyone left to challenge the arena? Elder Lu Shan inquired with a smile as he descended. The 3 disciples at the qi refinement level were formidable combatants, having triumphed through countless battles, and he was quite pleased with their performance. Just as Elder Lu Shan was about to conclude his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Zhe. Wait a moment, why the rush? It's not over yet, is it? Zhang Zhe's languid voice resonated throughout the square. The crowd turned their attention towards Zhang Zhe, intrigued by the source of such audacious words. Zhang Zhe, I advise you, if you wish to issue a challenge, step onto the arena without delay, Elder Lu Shan declared, his voice tinged with irritation. While the other disciples fervently competed for their opportunities, this individual seemed to be in a deep slumber, utterly unfazed by the commotion of the duel. Such behavior was intolerable. Had it not been for the presence of that esteemed individual, he would have long since expelled Zhang Zhe from their midst. Very well, whom do you wish to challenge? Elder Liu Shan inquired, his anger subsiding. I shall choose whoever the little rooster points to, Zhang Zhe replied, gesturing with his finger. Such a weakling. I could defeat 10 of him. One of the 12 disciples, all formidable Foundation establishment practitioners, spoke up first. Zhang Zhe followed the sound and found himself looking at Li Yuanhao. Ah, Li Yuanhao, I remember you. You once laid your hands on me, Zhang Zhe remarked, recalling the memory of the individual he had been before his transmigration, a pitiful figure who had suffered much indignity and scorn. Do not speak nonsense. The sect forbids private duels. Li Yuanhao vehemently denied, of course unwilling to admit such a thing in front of a crowd. As long as he did not acknowledge the incident, it was as if it had never transpired. The notion that senior brother Li Yuanhao had ever struck such a weakling was absurd. He hardly deserved to remain in the sect. If I were an elder, I would have expelled him long ago. Zhang Zhe, unfazed by the ridicule of those around him, remained calm, understanding that anger would not resolve the situation. Since you are so deserving of a beating, I shall challenge you, he declared, his spirit invigorated as he pointed defiantly at Li Yuanhao. Huh, is this fellow mad? He dares to challenge senior brother Li Yuanhao. What a delusion. He must be gravely ill. What stage is he at? Merely at the initial stage of qi refinement? The audacity to challenge senior brother Li Yuanhao is truly laughable. He likely won't survive even a single round against him. The surrounding crowd erupted in derisive laughter, yet Zhang Zhe paid them no heed. He intended to alter their perceptions through this battle, to demonstrate what true strength entailed. He was a force to be reckoned with. Ha ha! It seems you are indeed asking for a beating. You seek trouble, do you not? Very well, I accept your challenge. The key lies in my hands. If you can last 3 rounds, I shall concede defeat, Li Yuanhao arrogantly proclaimed. It was absurd. He too was a disciple of the Foundation establishment stage. Although he was merely at the 3rd level, he believed he could easily handle Zhang Zhe, perhaps even without employing any spiritual techniques. A single punch might suffice to send him sprawling. This was becoming rather interesting, a clash between a 2nd level and a 3rd level Foundation establishment practitioner. Li Rongrong spoke up, clearly able to discern Zhang Zhe's level. To her surprise, on the very first day of the assessment, she witnessed a duel between 2 disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. Zhang Zhe leaped gracefully onto the stage, while Elder Liu Shan appeared momentarily bewildered. Wasn't Zhang Zhe typically known for his eloquence? Why was he challenging Li Yuanhao directly today? If he were to issue a challenge, it would be wiser to select one of the 3 others. Nevertheless, the match was about to commence. An inner sect elder, acting as the judge, announced the start. Today, I shall demonstrate that our levels can never be bridged, Li Yuanhao declared, raising his spear. Zhang Zhe, however, remained unfazed by Li Yuanhao's taunts. Even as Li Yuanhao charged at him with his spear, he stood resolutely, arms crossed over his chest. To the onlookers, it appeared that Zhang Zhe would be unable to withstand the oncoming attack. As the tip of Li Yuanhao's spear made contact with Zhang Zhe, even the elder officiating the duel felt a twinge of anxiety, for it was their duty to ensure no disciple was harmed. All matches were to be controlled. A sharp sound echoed as Li Yuanhao's spear was deflected, his hands tingling as if he had struck a shield. Yet, Zhang Zhe remained immobile on the platform. What on earth? Brother Li Yuanhao, did you go easy on him? How did this fellow manage to withstand that? Another disciple remarked. Chapter 13. Standing still to strike what is happening? Brother Li Yuanhao is a formidable Foundation establishment expert, yet he couldn't breach Zhang Zhe's defense. Li Rongrong discerned some underlying truth. Such formidable defense? She gasped, momentarily losing her composure. She had never encountered such an anomaly before. Someone at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment managing to withstand an attack from a 3rd level practitioner without even adopting a defensive stance. Is this all you've got? Have you not had your fill of milk? Show me the strength you derive from it. Zhang Zhe raised his index finger, palm facing up, beckoning him with a mocking gesture. You seek death. Li Yuanhao roared, seething with rage. He overheard the jeers from below the stage. Feeling deeply insulted by the insinuation that he had been compromised by this worthless opponent, He unleashed his most powerful spiritual technique, the lightning strike. Although merely a high-level yellow rank skill, its power should not be underestimated. Yet, he was confronted with Zhang Zhe. Another sharp sound resonated, but this time fortune did not favor him. Not only was his spear repelled, but Li Yuanhao's arm was also violently jolted, breaking upon impact. Ah! A scream reverberated throughout the square, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. What was unfolding? Wasn't Li Yuanhao supposed to be the aggressor? Zhang Zhe, despite having done nothing, left the inner sect elders utterly astonished, as they could clearly discern the magnitude of his formidable defense. This young man is truly extraordinary. It has finally dawned on me how he managed to pass the last assessment, Elder Lu Shan mused. In that previous trial, it was indeed this lad who, with his invincible defense, overcame the wooden man challenge, navigating all obstacles with such prowess. Li Yuanhao, struck by the intensity of the encounter, collapsed in pain, prompting the inner sect elders to hasten to his aid. With such a meager strength, how dare he stand on the arena? If it were me, I would have long since hidden away to diligently cultivate my skills. Just as Li Yuanhao regained consciousness from the elder's treatment, Zhang Zhe's words sent him into another faint. The inner sect elder shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Zhe. We barely revived him, and you sent him back into unconsciousness. Zhang Zhe merely shrugged, embodying a sense of exasperation. Now, may I inquire if anyone else wishes to challenge? He was well aware of the arena's rules and bellowed towards the crowd below. I will. I refuse to believe you can stir up any trouble. A challenger stepped forward. Very well. Today's contest seems rather unremarkable, Li Rongrong remarked as she stood up. The outcome was abundantly clear. If no one else ventured forth, it would merely be these 15 individuals on stage. Is it just you? Clearly insufficient. Is there no one else willing to challenge? Zhang Zhe inquired, shaking his finger at the challenger. You. The individual seethed with anger. Bring forth more challengers. Let as many as possible come forth. Zhang Zhe declared brazenly, confident that they could not breach his defenses. Even formidable golden core cultivators would find it challenging to bypass his barriers. Moreover, these chi refinement novices. Count me in. This fellow is insufferably arrogant, and I cannot abide it. Count me in as well. I refuse to believe that a few of us cannot handle him. Soon, 10 individuals ascended the stage, all at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. Is it just the 10 of you? Surely there are no more challengers. I advise you not to waste my time. Let us settle this swiftly, Zhang Zhe remarked, somewhat fatigued, stifling a yawn. Elder Lu Shan, witnessing Zhang Zhe's seeming lethargy despite having just awakened, felt exasperated. Let us all attack together, leaving him no chance. After we conquer this arena, we will secure an additional spot. A suggestion arose promptly. Begin the contest, the referee commanded. The 10 challengers swiftly surrounded Zhang Zhe, employing ranged attacks to test his defenses, vibrant energies swirling around him, stirring a cloud of dust upon the arena. All 10 bore the strength of the 6th level of Foundation establishment, aware of their limitations, which is why they had refrained from earlier challenges. Zhang Zhe's appearance was entirely unexpected, and they believed this opportunity was certainly within their grasp. It was, after all, a fortuitous windfall. As the dust settled, Zhang Zhe stood there, untouched and unscathed. What? Someone exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom how anyone could emerge unscathed amidst such a relentless barrage. It was recalled that he had just withstood an attack from Li Yuanhao without a single wound. Have you had your fill? Now it's my turn. With a surge of speed, Zhang Zhe launched himself into the fray, lacking any particular skills or combat experience. Yet being in the foundational stage of cultivation rendered him more than capable of overwhelming his opponents. He delivered a powerful punch directly to one assailant's face, who was caught off guard and sent flying. The others quickly retaliated, attempting to engage Zhang Zhe in close combat. Yet every blow struck him with no effect. Like a wolf amidst a flock of sheep, he dispatched them one by one, sending each adversary sprawling. Only one remained, trembling on the arena. You are simply inhuman. The last one stammered, visibly shaken, as Zhang Zhe appeared to embody the ferocity of a beast. Young brother, that is quite an insult. Zhang Zhe retorted mercilessly, ordering him off the stage. This is far too easy. Even facing 100 of these weaklings would be a breeze, he chuckled. Ah, I almost forgot to reap the rewards. He issued commands to the system, extracting spiritual energy and intelligence. Upon sensing the outer disciples, he realized that most had already been drained of their essence. Even the few remaining were of such low rank that they yielded minimal points. Meanwhile, the inner elders who had not departed observed Zhang Zhe with curiosity. Who was this young man, they wondered, as they had never heard of such a figure emerging from the outer sect. The inner sect examination had concluded, but the focus was now on the upcoming competition, which everyone anticipated would be even more thrilling. Master, that newly risen genius is quite remarkable and should stand a chance against Yin Nanfeng. Li Rongrong remarked to sect leader Wang Yu. Oh, I've heard that Yin Nanfeng has reached the 6th level of foundational cultivation, while the second-ranked outer disciple might only be at the 4th level, Wang Yu said, intrigued. Indeed, that young man has only just reached the 2nd level. Yet his strength defies such limitations. His defense can only be described with one word: terrifying. Li Rongrong emphasized. Is he a practitioner of body cultivation? Wang Yu inquired. However, it seems there are no prominent body cultivation techniques available outside, Li Rongrong responded. Let us observe his performance in the upcoming events, Wang Yu replied. By the way, I will be entering seclusion for the next few days. Please handle the matters of the sect in my absence. Wang Yu continued. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zhe, he had already secured a place on the sect leader's list. At this moment, Zhang Zhe is leisurely sleeping in his dormitory, relishing the blissful tranquility. It is a delightful feeling that elicits admiration from others, a true source of satisfaction for him. Zhang Zhe feels a surge of pride, his spirits soaring high. He harbors a palpable disdain for Yin Nanfeng, dismissing him as a mere pretender to the title of the outer sect's top genius. Utter nonsense in his eyes. The true prodigy of the outer sect is none other than Zhang Zhe himself. Naturally, he finds Yin Nanfeng rather irksome and drifts back into a peaceful slumber. Zhang Zhe has indeed risen to fame through a remarkable victory, though he had previously garnered a reputation, albeit a negative one. Have you heard? On the day of the inner sect assessment, Zhang Zhe triumphed spectacularly, standing alone against 10 opponents. How can that be? Surely you jest. I've only heard him referred to as a waste of space. Your information seems rather outdated. I was aware of this long ago. Those 10 individuals were disciples of the 6th level of Qi training, yet they couldn't even lay a finger on Zhang Zhe. What is more impressive is that he defeated Li Yuanhao, who was once among the top 10 experts of the outer sect. It's astonishing that Zhang Zhe managed to vanquish him so effortlessly. Rumors about Zhang Zhe have circulated in 100 different versions. Recently, he has become rather full of himself, as tales of his performance during the assessment spread far and wide. One of Yin Nanfeng's subordinates remarked, "What is this? Our boss is the true force to be reckoned with. No one dares to challenge him." Another subordinate quickly chimed in with flattery. "He won't be able to prance around for long. I hope I don't encounter him during the assessment." Otherwise, the last part of his sentence remained unspoken. But the others understood the implication. Yin Nanfeng had a reputation for having taken lives during missions, emanating an aura of danger. It seems Zhang Zhe has stirred the ire of someone he ought to have avoided, especially given the limelight he has recently enjoyed. Suddenly, a challenge quest notification echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind as he continued to slumber. What is this? Why is there a sudden task? He mumbled, feeling quite bewildered. However, as it was a system prompt, he figured it prudent to take a glance. Perhaps there would be a remarkable reward. Upon opening the task, Zhang Zhe rubbed his eyes and issued a command to the system. The challenge task read, "Achieve first place in the ranking assessment to earn 5,000 points." The system's voice resonated in his mind. Wow, 5,000 points. To think I've searched for so long, barely amassing 1,000. And now, just like that, I'm awarded 5,000 points. Zhang Zhe exclaimed with a hearty laugh. It seems fortune favors me. This assessment will surely be a walk in the park. He envisioned the applause he would receive upon securing first place. However, he recalled that Yin Nanfeng was not to be underestimated, especially after witnessing Li Yuanhao employ spiritual techniques in their last encounter. Although the level may seem unimpressive, its lethality is not to be underestimated. Had it been in the past, my defenses would have been utterly shattered. Zhang Zhe suddenly recalled the incident where Li Yuanhao employed a spiritual technique. Is there any spiritual technique available for me to use? Zhang Zhe inquired directly of the system. However, the response indicated that such functionality was absent, and that spiritual techniques would be introduced in subsequent updates. The system's voice resonated in Zhang Zhe's mind, making it clear that acquiring spiritual techniques at this moment was entirely impossible. It appears I must forge ahead regardless. I must secure those 5,000 points at all costs. Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. On the following day, as the competition resumed, the square was teeming with spectators. While yesterday, most attendees had come to compete, today, the majority had gathered to observe. Ah, our Yan Nanfeng is so handsome, absolutely stunning, undeniably the finest genius of the Kaishan sect. Many female disciples were utterly infatuated. After today, they might very well be chanting my name instead. Zhang Zhe chuckled, for their idol would soon be beneath his feet. Silence, please. Following yesterday's arena battles, we have determined the 15 disciples who will enter the inner sect. However, they must now compete for ranking. Today's competition rules are straightforward. The inner sect will utilize a secret realm. Within this realm, you will hunt spiritual beasts to earn points. The highest level of spiritual beast present is a 5th-tier creature. Of course, it is unlikely that any of you at this stage could contend with it. 1-point spiritual beasts yield 10 points. 2-point beasts grant 50 points. 3-point beasts offer 300 points. 4-point beasts provide 1,000 points, while 5-point beasts grant 10,000 points. Elder Lushan continued, a smile crossing his face as he mentioned the 5th-tier beasts. The ranking of spiritual beasts corresponds to that of humans. A 1st-tier beast is roughly equivalent to a human in the Qi refinement stage, while 2nd-tier beast corresponds to the foundation establishment stage. Should you collaborate effectively, it may still be possible to vanquish a 3rd-tier beast. However, encountering a 4th or 5th-tier beast would only leave you with the option to flee. Furthermore, should any of you be defeated, the points you have accumulated will be stripped away, resulting in your expulsion from the secret realm and determining your ranking. You have a total of 5 days within the secret realm. 5 days equate to a single day outside. It is essential to note that this secret realm is maintained collectively by several elders of the inner sect. The rate of spiritual energy growth within is akin to that of the outside world. If your rankings are sufficiently high, you may apply for permission to utilize such a secret realm within the inner sect. The term secret realm has rejuvenated the audience's understanding. Such a remarkable resource exists. No wonder the inner sect members enhance their abilities so swiftly. Good heavens, this is akin to flying. It is no wonder their powers escalate rapidly. How wonderful it would be to have such a hidden realm. In that case, I could cultivate for a day and rest for 3. Is it truly wise to divulge this information in advance? An elder from the inner sect inquired of Li Rongrong. There's no harm in it. It's merely a hidden realm after all. One must remember that this continent is rife with extraordinary phenomena. We cannot allow our outer disciples to remain ignorant. Although the inner sect is indeed the true core, the outer sect is indispensable, Li Rongrong replied with a smile. Chapter 15. The hidden realm. Li Rongrong always donned a wide-brimmed hat. If such a stunning beauty were to appear, the outer disciples would likely lose all focus on the assessment. Zhang Zhe's gaze fell upon her. She must be a remarkable young woman, and it seems her status within the inner sect is quite esteemed, he remarked. Little did he know, she was the second in command of the Kaishan sect, with many elders submissively under her influence. Very well, my esteemed disciples, you may proceed, Elder Lushan announced, nodding at the inner sect elder. A mirror-like portal manifested before the crowd. You simply need to pass through to enter the hidden realm. Once inside, should you sustain a fatal injury, the elders will extract you immediately. However, should you provoke a 5th-grade spirit beast, the elders may not have the chance to intervene. Elder Lushan cautioned once more. No one was foolish enough to provoke a 5th-grade spirit beast, especially with merely foundational strength. Yet, upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe nearly stumbled. Just moments ago, he had contemplated hunting a formidable creature. Is this assessment truly appropriate? It seems rather different from those of previous years. The elder beside Li Rongrong questioned again. What? Do you doubt your own prodigy? Li Rongrong retorted with a hint of annoyance. I have every faith in Nanfeng. Only within the inner sect can he truly showcase his strengths. Were it not for his steadfast resolve to gain experience in the outer sect, he would have already entered the inner sect, Yin Hongshan asserted. Let us await the outcome, then. I remain skeptical of your young one. He is far too arrogant, Li Rongrong concluded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Yin Hongshan's expression shifted slightly. It is known that in recent years, the sect leader has shown an inclination to take on disciples. Should he become a disciple of the sect leader, he would inevitably inherit the Kaoshan sect. How astonishing! This was Zhang Zhe's first impression upon entering. The scene within mirrored that of the outside world almost perfectly. Each individual was assigned to different locales, with the forest teeming with hidden dangers. Is it truly this exhilarating? I have yet to encounter a wild spirit beast, Zhang Zhe remarked curiously. Due to my previous engagements outside and my own rather limited capabilities, I found myself devoid of any tasks that required my attention. Consequently, Zhang Zhe had no opportunity to venture forth. Yin Nanfeng, I'm quite curious to see how many points you can accumulate, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. Even at present, I could not summon my defenses, even against third-tier spirit beasts. Thus, the first and second-tier lesser creatures held no allure for me. My initial hunt did instill a slight sense of nervousness. Zhang Zhe cracked his knuckles, though he wielded no weapon. Oh dear, it seems I have forgotten something essential. I lack a weapon. Relying solely on my fist to slay spirit beasts would indeed be quite laborious, Zhang Zhe lamented. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Successfully unlocked the Secret Realm's auxiliary feature. You can now discern the positions of other participating disciples. The system's voice startled Zhang Zhe, causing him to shudder. In such a forest, the abrupt emergence of a voice was undeniably disconcerting. It is noteworthy that any occurrences here could be mirrored for observation from the outside. There were a total of 15 displayed images, representing each of the 15 participants. Is this even possible? Zhang Zhe's lips twitched slightly. To his astonishment, the system had graciously bestowed upon him a comprehensive auxiliary package. A tingling sensation coursed through his hand as he noticed a bracelet had appeared on his wrist, revealing the locations of several others. Perhaps I should borrow a weapon? A rather peculiar thought crossed Zhang Zhe's mind. He had no intention of offending anyone, as he did not perceive them as rivals. After all, the first position was undoubtedly his. Not only were their locations marked, but their names and strengths were also indicated. Such an impressive system felt like a personal guardian. How delightful! Meanwhile, those observing from outside were somewhat puzzled, as the other 14 participants had already begun their preparations, with some laying in ambush and others encountering spirit beasts. Only Zhang Zhe remained stationary. Surely, this lad isn't contemplating a nap? Elder Lu Shan mused, captivated by Zhang Zhe's demeanor. It would be utterly embarrassing if Zhang Zhe were asleep for an entire day within the secret realm. Fortunately, he did not succumb to such folly. After glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, he dashed towards a certain direction. Elder Lu Shan was perplexed. The direction Zhang Zhe was heading seemed to harbor a foundation-building disciple. Should he be defeated, he would be promptly eliminated. It would be better to be defeated outright than to suffer the embarrassment of sleeping the day away, he thought. Is someone there? The foundation-building disciple eyed Zhang Zhe warily, displaying remarkable awareness. Zhang Zhe emerged from the thicket of trees. It's you? Zhou Qi spoke up, confessing his ignorance regarding Zhang Zhe, knowing only that he had dominated the arena with formidable prowess the previous day. Yet, he had not previously heard of such a figure, and his mind was filled with wariness. You know me? That makes things easier. I have a proposition for you. Could you lend me a couple of suitable weapons? Zhang Zhe casually remarked, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Are you mocking me? Zhou Qi replied, his hand discreetly revealing a dagger. No. I genuinely seek only to borrow a weapon. I have yet to find one that suits my needs. Slaying spirit beasts seems rather challenging, Zhang Zhe said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. If we can avoid confrontation, we should. Cautious development is the true path. The spectators outside not only witnessed their images but also heard their dialogue. When the two encountered each other, many anticipated an imminent clash. However, upon hearing their conversation, astonishment swept over the crowd. They had witnessed numerous battles, but had never seen one commence with a request to borrow a weapon. "Are you serious?" Zhou Qi inquired, still maintaining his vigilance. "Do I appear to be jesting? I truly only wish to borrow a weapon and have no intention of engaging you in combat," Zhang Zhe asserted. Zhou Qi had been prepared to act, but upon hearing Zhang Zhe's words, he reconsidered the necessity of an early confrontation. His unfamiliarity with Zhang Zhe weighed heavily on him. Prior to the assessment in Inner Mongolia, he had gathered information on all participants, save for Zhang Zhe. Chapter 16. A brother's request for a weapon. If there was anyone least likely to enter the inner sect, it was undoubtedly Zhang Zhe. Yet, contrary to expectations, he remained an enigma. "All right, but all my weapons are daggers. Will that suffice?" Zhou Qi lowered his guard and spoke. He had long understood that the most dangerous foes are those shrouded in mystery. "That will do. I shall return it after we exit," Zhang Zhe replied, a harmless smile gracing his face. "Here," Zhou Qi said, tossing a dagger toward him. Upon catching it, Zhang Zhe felt a chill emanate from the blade. "Ice attribute?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Consider this a token of our newfound friendship. I gift you this ice dagger," Zhou Qi declared as he accepted the weapon. "Thank you. If it comes down to just the two of us, I shall show mercy," Zhang Zhe chuckled, and the two parted ways. "What is this?" They came to battle, not to forge friendships. Some spectators were on the verge of expressing their frustration, having expected a thrilling showdown, only to witness such an amicable exchange. "Look, Yin Nanfeng has single-handedly subdued a second-tier white cloud tiger. Truly, he lives up to the reputation of being the outer sect's foremost genius, having successfully hunted so swiftly. Many individuals have already commenced their battles with spirit beasts, and a continuous stream of exhilarating scenes unfolds. Does the diminutive white cloud tiger dare to obstruct me?" Yin Nanfeng declared with an air of arrogance. However, he soon encountered a disciple, and in their brief confrontation, Yin Nanfeng effortlessly vanquished him in just 2 moves. "Could you spare me? If I am eliminated this early, I shall be the last one remaining," the defeated disciple pleaded. "Survival of the fittest. Even if I were to spare you, with your insufficient foundation, how far could you possibly go?" Yin Nanfeng retorted coldly, ultimately thrusting his sword directly at the disciple's vital points. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the disciple vanished from sight. "Huolai is eliminated." The announcement echoed across the square, and in the next instant, Huolai appeared on the platform. "I have lost," he uttered, seated in a daze upon the ground. "This is merely the beginning. How could he be eliminated so swiftly?" Truly, Yin Nanfeng is as decisive and efficient as ever. The 15th place has already been claimed. If all proceeds as expected, one must remember that entering the inner sect does not guarantee an abundance of resources. Fear not, you have entered the inner sect. Greater cultivation resources await you, Elder Lu Shan reassured as he approached Huolai. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe found himself facing a second-tier fire fox alone. Only a second-tier creature? Will I encounter a third-tier spirit beast? Zhang Zhe lamented, feeling rather disappointed. Should the other disciples overhear him, they would undoubtedly think he was boasting. Yet, the fire fox, undeterred by such thoughts, lunged at Zhang Zhe as soon as it spotted him, and he made no effort to defend himself. Look, Zhang Zhe is confronting a second-tier fire fox. Why is he standing there motionless? He is about to be torn to shreds. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of Zhang Zhe being shredded did not materialize. Instead, the firefox's assault failed to breach his defenses. With the beast so close, Zhang Zhe swiftly drew a dagger and dispatched it. Silence reigned once more, as if the spirit beast had willingly walked to its demise. What is happening? Could there be some form of cheating? How could a spirit beast suddenly offer itself up for slaughter? Indeed, it appeared as though Zhang Zhe was handling the encounter with greater ease than even Yin Nanfeng. Is his defense truly that formidable? Elder Lu Shan pondered, somewhat disoriented. In truth, he harbored a reluctance to see Zhang Zhe achieve a commendable rank, especially since the latter had once rebuffed him. However, Zhang Zhe's current performance was undeniably exceptional, seemingly devoid of any failures. The hunt continued, with disciples continuously clashing. Aside from Zhang Zhe's singular anomaly, whenever two individuals met, one would invariably be eliminated. Presently, only 5 individuals remained within the forest. Only 5 left? Zhang Zhe remarked, glancing at his wristband. Zhou Qi is still in the game, and it seems Yin Nanfeng has already hunted down 10 second-tier spirit beasts, Zhang Zhe observed, reading the information displayed on his wristband. Due to the fact that his score is undeniably the highest among all, he has encountered the most disciples, and 4 of them have already been eliminated under his hand. How about that? Nanfeng's performance is indeed remarkable. No one has managed to last 3 rounds against him. Yin Hongshan remarked, his face radiating pride. Pride, of course, comes with its own merits. After all, he has yet to face a formidable opponent. We shall see who emerges as the champion in the end, Li Rongrong replied nonchalantly. Zhang Zhe's performance can only be described as average. However, it seems that whenever he is to confront other disciples, he always changes direction. This piqued Li Rongrong's curiosity, as if Zhang Zhe were aware of someone lurking in that direction. 1 hour remains. A voice suddenly echoed through the sky. An hour? How exhausting. I think I shall rest for half an hour first, Zhang Zhe said, confident that time was on his side. With half an hour remaining, he intended to seek out a duel with Yin Nanfeng. If he could seize all the points in Yan's possession, he would undoubtedly secure first place. Spotting a thicket, Zhang Zhe promptly lay down to rest. What is this? Someone is actually sleeping soundly in the secret realm. It is utterly shameless. How could such laziness allow one to enter the inner sect? Such a person is a disgrace to the mountain sect, squandering a golden opportunity to enhance their strength while sleeping. The crowd below instantly erupted into chaos, and Zhang Zhe became the center of attention once more. Elder Lu Shan's mouth twitched in disbelief. He never expected this young man to actually be napping inside. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. It's the first time someone has dared to sleep within the secret realm. Could this be the individual you have high hopes for? Yin Hongshan burst into laughter. At that moment, Li Rongrong's expression had already turned frosty. What is happening? It is evident that he has garnered some favor. Although his performance is rather peculiar, he remains composed while effortlessly dispatching second-tier spiritual beasts. His physical prowess is formidable, yet one cannot simply slumber in the secret realm. The half-hour swiftly approached its end, and Zhang Zhe, refreshed, was ready to resume. How delightful! The endless fighting is truly tiresome. Sleeping is far more enjoyable. After all, someone will deliver the points to me eventually, Zhang Zhe said with a grin. Following the guidance of his wristband, he locked onto Yin Nanfeng's direction and set off towards him. Chapter 17. Exhausting oneself, you should withdraw. You are no match for me, Yin Nanfeng declared haughtily to a disciple. Very well, I concede, the individual said, crestfallen, before being teleported away. I must say, your aggressive demeanor seems rather unbecoming, Zhang Zhe remarked as he emerged from behind a tree. Oh, it appears someone has come to challenge me personally. Your score seems quite impressive as well, Yin Nanfeng responded. As Zhang Zhe sensed the blood aura of a second-tier spirit beast, he questioned, do you believe I am an easy target? He brandished the dagger in his hand as he spoke. Is that not the case? 7 individuals have already met their demise in my hands, and there were those who thought they could endure 5 exchanges with me. Alas, they were all eliminated, Yin Nanfeng replied, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Zhe. Despite his unwavering confidence in his abilities, he could not shake the peculiar feeling that Zhang Zhe was an unfathomable master, especially considering his previously lackluster performance. He had earned a notorious reputation as a failure among the outer sect. My apologies, but I have come to seize the points you possess. If you wish to avoid a beating, I suggest you surrender them willingly, Zhang Zhe retorted, equally defiant. A confrontation between the two was imminent. Heavens! How did these two cross paths? It seemed Zhang Zhe's journey had reached its end. What terrible misfortune to encounter Yin Nanfeng. Indeed, he deserved it. Having fallen asleep in the secret realm, he was oblivious to the impending danger. As the crowd gathered, their interest piqued, they focused intently on the unfolding spectacle. I can't shake the feeling that he sought out Yin Nanfeng intentionally, Li Rongrong mused internally, recalling how Zhang Zhe had slumbered for half an hour. His score was not particularly high, and he had not taken the initiative to attack, only fighting when encountering spirit beasts. To secure first place, his only option was to confront and defeat Yin Nanfeng. It appeared another contestant was on the verge of elimination. Yin Hongshan remarked with confidence. "Oh, is that so? Shall we make a wager?" Li Rongrong raised an eyebrow and proposed. "The elder may not take notice, but this lad certainly will," Yin Hongshan replied, suppressing a grin. 5-tier spirit fusion pills, Li Rongrong stated matter-of-factly. "Very well, let us bet. The top genius of the outer sect cannot possibly lack merit. Can he? That young man has made it this far purely by luck, and now his fortune has run dry with the arrival of Nanfeng," Yin Hongshan asserted. Meanwhile, the two adversaries within the secret realm had begun their standoff. 3,000 wind slaughter technique. Yin Nanfeng unleashed his spiritual skill. "Impressive," Zhang Zhe observed as the overwhelming spiritual energy surged toward him, feeling its formidable might. "If you can breach my defenses, I shall concede." Zhang Zhe laughed heartily, ready to meet the onslaught head-on. Countless sword strikes whizzed past Zhang Zhe, leaving not a single mark upon him. "How can this be?" Yin Nanfeng exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Though this was not his most powerful technique, he had never felt compelled to employ it against any prior opponents. It seemed he had yet to encounter a rival capable of demanding such earnestness from him. "It appears you possess considerable skill, contrary to the rumors that suggest otherwise," Yin Nanfeng remarked as he regained his composure. "It seems you have even more formidable techniques at your disposal. Hasten to unveil them, lest I take action and render you incapable of even transforming your energy." Arrogance. Yin Nanfeng seethed with anger. Never had any disciple dared to speak to him in such a manner since his emergence into the outer world. He had always been treated like a star, surrounded by admirers. Even the elder from Lushan had never chastised him. Every disciple had shown him utmost respect. Yet this individual before him shattered all his preconceived notions. Such an astonishing defense. 9 swords descending upon the galaxy. Yin Nanfeng bellowed, prompting Yin Hongshan, watching from afar, to become restless. How could he possibly execute this technique? Yin Hongshan exclaimed in disbelief. "I can't believe you have even taught him this move." However, with his current strength, wouldn't he need months of recuperation afterwards? Li Rongrong interjected, yet Zhang Zhe appeared unfazed by the situation. The offspring of affluent families truly are remarkable. This spiritual technique seems to possess a level of earth rank. Zhang Zhe, with a resigned glance at Yin Nanfeng, spoke, the dagger from his storage ring stealthily slipping into his grasp. "Come forth," Zhang Zhe said lightly. "No one has ever compelled me into such a precarious position. You are indeed the first." Yin Nanfeng responded, "What an honor that is." Each of Zhang Zhe's words seemed to infuriate Yin Nanfeng to the point of bloodshed. "D." Yin Nanfeng roared, his eyes bloodshot as his sword technique approached. The elder, serving as the referee, was drenched in sweat, uncertain how to judge the unfolding events. He had certainly heard of this technique, and had he delayed even a moment longer, Zhang Zhe would have faced dire consequences. Yet, observing Zhang Zhe's calm demeanor, the referee decided to continue watching. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted around Zhang Zhe as he gritted his teeth, sensing an overwhelming force tearing at his body. Good heavens, have I truly overstepped? What kind of technique is this that even my 6-tier defense seems to falter? Fortunately, the power began to diminish gradually. After this technique concluded, Zhang Zhe noticed that Yin Nanfeng was now relying on his sword for support. "I haven't even unleashed a single move, and yet you've exhausted yourself," Zhang Zhe remarked, arms outstretched in a gesture of resignation. Ultimately, Yin Nanfeng could no longer sustain himself and coughed up blood, vanishing from the secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe's score surged to 3,000 points. A portion of this score was accrued from slaying spiritual beasts, but the majority stemmed from seizing points from others. The onlookers outside were utterly astonished by the outcome. Defeated, Yin Nanfeng has actually been vanquished. My goodness, I can hardly believe that Yin Nanfeng was bested by Zhang Zhe. Could it be that Zhang Zhe truly possesses such strength? In the past, I have often played the role of a fool while concealing my true strength. It appears that I require an elixir of enlightenment. Li Rongrong remarked with a smile, confirming her initial judgment that Zhang Zhe indeed possesses formidable capabilities. However, his approach was rather overt, as he seemed to rely heavily on astonishing defensive skills without revealing any offensive techniques. Hasn't Feng been defeated? At this moment, Yin Hongshan remained in disbelief, unable to fathom that even after Yin Nanfeng utilized that particular technique, he still faced defeat. Chapter 18. It is as simple as that. Moreover, the loss was quite devastating. It appeared that Zhang Zhe had not struck a blow, but rather executed an exceptional defense that decisively subdued Yin Nanfeng. Impossible, this cannot be. When did our sect produce such an anomaly? Yin Hongshan's eyes brimmed with incredulity. He has always belonged to our sect. He simply maintained a low profile until now. Li Rongrong replied with a smile. It seems our comrade is indeed a harbinger of good fortune, finally causing that old fellow to taste defeat. I shall thoroughly investigate this person's background, Yin Hongshan declared before departing with a flourish of his sleeves. Time stood still as only 3 individuals emerged from the secret realm, revealing the intensity of the battle that had transpired. Zhang Zhe, with an exceptional score, dominated the competition and secured first place in this intersect assessment. I never expected it would be you, Elder Lu Shan said with a broad grin directed at Zhang Zhe. Unlike his usual demeanor, his smile was accompanied by a multitude of wrinkles, which made Zhang Zhe feel somewhat unsettled. This is all thanks to Elder Lu Shan's guidance. I shall not forget your contributions when I achieve success, Zhang Zhe replied courteously. Good child, Elder Lu Shan beamed. Every year, the top outer sect disciple who enters the inner sect is exceptionally talented and can thrive within. Zhang Zhe rose to prominence as a dark horse, claiming the top spot. And everyone would remember this extraordinary genius, a silent force who suddenly made a remarkable impact. This description could not be more fitting for Zhang Zhe. The most thrilling duel had concluded, and the outer sect returned to a state of focused cultivation, simultaneously preparing for the new year's recruitment of disciples. Sectmaster, that Zhang Zhe is truly remarkable. The scion of the Yin family could not defeat him. Li Rongrong rushed into Wang Yu's chamber, exclaiming, "What a hasty and disorderly entrance." Wang Yu chastised her with discontent. Li Rongrong stuck out her tongue and obediently stood to the side. The intersect assessment must have concluded. What were the results? By your expression, it seems a dark horse has emerged, Wang Yu inquired. Recently, he had struggled to break through a certain barrier, resulting in a degree of irritability that he inadvertently directed toward Li Rongrong. I came to inform you of this matter. Even after employing their family's ultimate technique, the Yin boy could not defeat Zhang Zhe, Li Rongrong excitedly responded. Oh, that boy is so formidable. This time, it was Wang Yu who was astonished for Yin Nanfeng. The first in the outer sect was not merely a name without substance. He is undeniably formidable, unmatched by anyone. Yet, such an extraordinary individual was unexpectedly defeated by a fledgling named Zhang Zhe, a turn of events no one could have anticipated. I was observing their duel at that moment. Zhang Zhe triumphed through his remarkable defensive prowess, but I could not discern the specific body refinement technique he practiced, Li Rongrong reminisced, reflecting on the scene of their battle. It appears he is indeed a prodigy. Now, 2 more geniuses have entered the inner sect, Wang Yu remarked with a smile. Naturally, the prospect of witnessing more talents joining their sect brought him immense joy. Even with the addition of 2 exceptional individuals, how do they measure against the chief disciple? Li Rongrong inquired. That fellow is an absolute anomaly. Do you know why that lad seeks to venture into the outer sect? It is merely to keep pace with him. Wang Yu replied, I truly wish to elevate our sect, but relying solely on them is insufficient. I had hoped to break through to the next realm this time. Yet I fell short by a fraction, the sect leader lamented. It's all right, sect leader. You are already incredibly powerful, Li Rongrong quickly reassured him. My father was not killed by others. Our reliance on the mountain sect has long established it as a first-rate power, far removed from the current state of disarray. Wang Yu recalled with a hint of sadness. I am confident that you will lead us in restoring the prestige of our sect and guide us back into the realm of the strong, Li Rongrong asserted with unwavering conviction. At that moment, Zhang Zhe returned to his abode and slept for an entire day and night. Yet, while he slumbered, the outside world had already surrounded him, creating an impenetrable barrier. Ah, how delightful! Indeed, nothing tires one more than battle. Resting and sleeping is far more comforting, Zhang Zhe remarked, only to be interrupted by the commotion outside his door. What's going on? Why is it so lively outside so early in the morning? Zhang Zhe expressed his exasperation. Had it not been for the noise, perhaps he could have enjoyed a few more hours of sleep. Reluctantly, he stepped out of his room. Goodness, what is happening here? If you're gathering for a market, this is not the place, he exclaimed, taken aback by the scene outside his door, where dozens had congregated. Boss, please accept us as your underlings. After witnessing yesterday's battle, we have been completely captivated by you, someone immediately declared. Indeed, you defeated Yin Nanfeng effortlessly, as if martial arts were mere childish play. Your charismatic demeanor is truly an inspiration to us all. The cacophony of voices quickly engulfed Zhang Zhe. Enough, let us not bicker. We are all brothers in the same sect. In the past, I maintained a low profile, but now that I am set to enter the inner sanctum, I can no longer remain in the shadows. Thus, yesterday, I made a modest display of my abilities, and to my surprise, I secured first place. Rest assured, I shall look after you all once I enter the inner sanctum, Zhang Zhe humbly proclaimed. However, what he called humility had transformed into mere boasting. Please accept us as your followers. We require your guidance, they implored. Zhang Zhe was aware that there were factions within the sect, but he had not previously paid much attention to such matters. Moreover, given his own strength, he felt unqualified to involve himself in these affairs, and no faction would seek the allegiance of someone deemed ineffectual. I appreciate the camaraderie among brothers, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom, and managing a faction seems rather troublesome, Zhang Zhe replied, expressing his reluctance to join any group. His evident disinterest led the others to disheartenedly depart one by one. Indeed, a tall tree attracts the wind. Those who seek fame often find themselves in peril. It seems that quite swiftly, some wish for me to assume the role of leader, Zhang Zhe mused. Tomorrow marks the day of entering the inner sanctum. I wonder if I shall have the chance to meet the legendary beautiful sect master. Chapter 19. Entering the inner sanctum the following day was the designated time for 15 outer sect disciples to transition into the inner sanctum. From this day forth, you shall be disciples of the inner sanctum, Elder Lu Shan announced to Zhang Zhe and the others, leading them into the domain of the inner sect. Wow, how magnificent! Zhang Zhe exclaimed, akin to a country bumpkin. The others, even if they wished to mock him, swallowed their words, understanding that provoking Zhang Zhe would not be prudent, for he had effortlessly defeated Yin Nanfeng. Welcome to the inner sanctum, he was greeted as they passed through the grand gates, revealing 2 long lines of sect disciples. At first glance, they appeared no different from the outer disciples, yet their spiritual energy revealed a superiority that was unmistakable. Zhang Zhe and his companions behaved like obedient children, as it was customary for each year's new inner sect disciples to be grouped together, a tradition of the Kaoshan sect for many years. Only upon fulfilling their tasks could they officially transition to the role of steward. An elder from the inner sanctum introduced the situation to Zhang Zhe and his companions, as well as some training locations, which included a cold ice spring and several spiritual energy formations. There were 3 tiers of spiritual energy formations, classified as first, second, and third grade. The first grade formations were abundant and could enhance cultivation speed by 20, while the second grade formations were limited to 3, providing a 40-fold increase in cultivation speed. The third tier spiritual power array is singular, capable of enhancing cultivation speed by 60. Only those who have accomplished particularly significant tasks are permitted to cultivate within this array. And at present, Zhang Zhe and his companions lack the qualifications to enter. The inner sect comprises only these elements, with one of the most bustling locations being the mission hall, which houses a variety of tasks, including sect missions and bounty quests. The elder of the inner sect continued to elaborate. Upon completion of these tasks, the sect will record your merits, and once you have accumulated enough, an assessment will be conducted to determine if you may be promoted to the position of steward. It appears that ascending the ranks step by step is not a straightforward endeavor. Some tasks are particularly perilous, and while you may form teams to undertake them, the rewards will be significantly reduced. Thus, it is highly advisable to venture out in groups. Zhang Zhe and the others nodded in agreement, While at that moment, Yin Nanfeng had lost all his previous arrogance. Occasionally, he fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Zhe, but when Zhang Zhe turned his attention toward him, he quickly averted his gaze elsewhere. Does this fellow harbor any nefarious thoughts? Zhang Zhe mused, ever since he had received a reward of 5,000 points. There remains a considerable distance before he can elevate his defense to the 7th tier. Observing Yin Nanfeng, he pondered whether he was well acquainted with the inner sect. Very well. You may now bestow a name upon your team. The elder of the inner sect addressed them, noticing the 15 individuals before him. Junior brothers, I advise you to choose a name that resonates. Do refrain from adopting any ludicrous titles. A senior brother promptly interjected. Senior brother, you wouldn't be suggesting such names, would you? Zhang Zhe was the first to speak, positioning himself at the forefront of the group, clearly the core of the entire team. Haha, junior brother, you truly possess keen insight. We are indeed the anything goes team, the senior brother responded with great cheerfulness. Furthermore, it's quite unfortunate. You've led us into this predicament, and we cannot afford to lose face, a fellow team member lamented. The first among you selected will become the team captain, and this captain must exhibit undeniable strength. After a year, team members may challenge the captain. Should the captain be defeated, the victor shall assume the mantle of captain. Moreover, the captain is permitted to appoint a vice captain who will act as the interim captain in the absence of the former. The elder continued his exposition. Clearly, from a moment one enters the inner sect, the entire team becomes a cohesive unit, and it is indisputable that Zhang Zhe is the captain. Elder, I have a question. What if someone refuses to heed the captain's directives? Zhang Zhe suddenly inquired. You may submit a request to the sect, and appropriate penalties will be administered. The elder replied, demonstrating his considerable familiarity with the procedures, as he has been responsible for introducing the inner sect's circumstances to disciples year after year. Its strength should not be underestimated, having already reached the early stage of the transformation realm. All right, understood. Zhang Zhe replied obediently. He felt quite helpless. He had never intended to take on the role of leader, yet this responsibility had unexpectedly fallen upon him. The others were equally at a loss. Although they recognized Zhang Zhe's brilliant performance during the assessment, he was notoriously known for his laziness. Very well, I shall appoint you, Zhou Qi, as the vice captain, Zhang Zhe announced to the group. At that moment, Zhou Qi appeared utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated being made vice captain so swiftly. Logically, this position should have belonged to Yin Nanfeng. However, Yin Nanfeng remained silent, clearly having no objections to Zhang Zhe's decision. This seems inappropriate, Zhou Qi interjected, aware that although he and Zhang Zhe had met once, and he had lent Zhang Zhe's suitable weapon, their connection was not particularly profound. Before he could finish, an elder from the inner sect interjected, every 10 days, we will conduct training sessions for the captain and vice captain. Of course, participation is voluntary. I must remind you that the instructor is of the void refinement realm. The teacher's lessons are worth attending. The inner sect captain always participates, another senior reminded them. Following the elder's explanation, Zhang Zhe returned to his dormitory. This is the new dormitory, and it is indeed far more comfortable than the previous one, Zhang Zhe remarked as he reclined on his bed. Zhang Zhe, someone called out loudly from outside. Upon opening the door, he encountered an unfamiliar face. An elder is looking for you, the individual informed him and escorted Zhang Zhe to the master's hall. Master, I have brought him, the person said courteously before quietly stepping back as Master Wang Yu waved his hand. At that moment, Zhang Zhe was taken aback. He had never expected to meet the master. Could it be that the heavens had heard his silent wish? Had he quickly been granted an audience with the enigmatic and alluring master? Zhang Zhe raised his gaze slightly, and there sat a breathtaking beauty in the chief's seat, with another lovely lady standing beside her. Zhang Zhe was utterly captivated. He had never seen such a stunning woman, and words failed to convey her beauty. Chapter 20. The little fairy to say she was a fairy descended from the heavens would not be an exaggeration. What are you staring at? Li Rongrong beside her was clearly displeased, feeling uncomfortable under Zhang Zhe's gaze. Clearing his throat, Zhang Zhe remarked, I did not anticipate the master to be so breathtakingly beautiful. I had only heard legends of your grace. Today, I am fortunate to behold you in person. Zhang Zhe offered his compliments to Wang Yu without any pretense. Enough flattery. I have witnessed your battle with Yin Nanfeng and know your defensive capabilities are astonishing. However, I am curious about the nature of your cultivation. Li Rongrong gazed at Zhang Zhe and spoke. According to conventional wisdom, it is taboo to pry into the cultivation methods of others. However, given the vast disparity in our statuses, it compels me to express this thought. It seemed rather inappropriate, a breach of decorum, a secret that ought not to be divulged. Zhang Zhe murmured softly, finding himself confronted for the first time by such an eminent figure. Naturally, he could not speak as casually as he had in the past. Very well, in light of this, we shall refrain from further inquiries. With your talents, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of our sect. I bestow upon you a body refinement technique, an advanced method of the Xian rank. After Wang Yu spoke, he promptly tossed a manual toward Zhang Zhe. 9 Thunderbody Technique. Zhang Zhe read aloud from the 4 prominent characters inscribed on the manual. Thank you, sect leader, for your recognition. I shall diligently cultivate and serve the sect to the best of my abilities, Zhang Zhe declared earnestly. No need for formality. You may leave now. Remember to practice diligently. Li Rungrong instructa. Subsequently, Zhang Zhe departed from the sect leader's hall. What do you think of this young man? Wang Yu inquired, observing the spot where Zhang Zhe had just vanished. Last night, he spoke with a certain insincerity, though he does not strike me as a malevolent person. Li Rongrong contemplated aloud. No matter, I believe his talents will surely find their place in the future. If he masters that 9 Thunderbody technique, his defensive capabilities will undoubtedly reach new heights, Wang Yu remarked. At that moment, Zhang Zhe returned to his chamber alone. This girl is truly beautiful. How wonderful it would be to have such a woman as my wife, he mused, closing his eyes and recalling Wang Yu's visage. Curse it, there seems to be little opportunity for advancement lately. I shall visit the inner sect tomorrow and see if I can gather some more points, Zhang Zhe muttered to himself. When the dawn broke on the following day, Zhang Zhe rose late as the sun climbed high in the sky. While everyone else residing in the same courtyard had long since departed to cultivate, taking advantage of the opportunities afforded by the sect to enter the spiritual energy formations, Zhang Zhe meandered about leisurely. He spent the entire day exploring the inner sect, and though he was idly wandering, he did make some gains. Occasionally, when encountering senior disciples of the inner sect, he would politely greet them, thereby extracting points from their interactions. By day's end, he had amassed over 1,000 points. What have you been up to all day? We've not seen hide nor hair of you. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhang Zhe found everyone waiting for him. As the captain, must I report my activities to you? He responded with a hint of arrogance. You. Yin Nanfeng glared at him, having just questioned Zhang Zhe. At that moment, Zhou Qi slowly approached Zhang Zhe, leaning in to whisper in his ear. Originally, today was intended for a series of tasks, and everyone sought your presence to discuss the situation regarding these assignments. However, to our dismay, we waited an entire afternoon without catching a glimpse of you. Now, it is Zhang Zhe who finds himself in an awkward position. I apologize for wasting everyone's time. In the future, you may make your own decisions regarding such matters. But the elders of the inner sect have already stated their position, Zhang Zhe continued. We should endeavor to undertake collective tasks. I shall refrain from participating in the assignments. We will implement a system of collective voting, wherein the majority shall prevail, and during operations, a commander can be chosen. Although Zhang Zhe could not partake in the tasks due to his own laziness, it was imperative for the captain to communicate these sentiments. Recently, he wished to avoid any casualties during missions. Do you wish to be merely a hands-off manager? Yin Nanfeng interjected. Must the captain lead you in every task? Zhang Zhe retorted fearlessly. Observing the standoff between the two, Zhou Qi promptly intervened to ease the tension. We are all part of the same team. Let us not quarrel. I believe Yin Nanfeng is more suited for the position of vice captain, given her extensive combat experience and superior strength compared to my own. After making this statement, Zhou Qi exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Zhe. Very well, she may take on the role of vice captain, and from now on, all matters shall be entrusted to her. Zhang Zhe conceded, and Yin Nanfeng refrained from further objections. Thus, An unfriendly meeting was hastily wrapped up. This is truly troublesome. I am still unaware of the rewards for first place and have no desire to be the captain, Zhang Zhe lamented upon returning to his room. Other teams eagerly vied for the captaincy, while only Zhang Zhe stood apart. As for cultivation, he planned to continue exploring the surroundings the next day. Otherwise, how could he reap the rewards? It was regrettable, however, that he would not encounter any of the enigmatic elders. Zhang Zhe expressed his disappointment, acknowledging that while the probability of extracting their points was exceedingly low, the potential rewards were substantial if successful. He was still some distance away from leveling up and was uncertain about the extent of his defenses. It seemed that breaking through his defenses at the Golden Core stage was not as simple as it appeared. The following day, Zhang Zhe wandered once more near the inner sect, likely becoming a well-known figure within the area. How has the new disciple been faring lately? Wang Yu inquired of Li Rongrong. The others are performing exceptionally well, diligently practicing, but Zhang Zhe Li Rongrong hesitated. Why the hesitation? Wang Yu pressed. He has been wandering around the inner sect and is rumored to rise only when the sun is high, without dedicating any time to training, Li Rongrong reported candidly. What? Such a disciple exists. Fetch him for me, Wang Yu exclaimed, a hint of anger in her voice. Li Rongrong departed in silence. Extract. Zhang Zhe approached his disciples and directly extracted their abilities, successfully garnering 20 points of perseverance. Indeed, the inner disciples were far superior to those outside, with most having reached the Golden Core stage. Zhang Zhe was already aware of their strengths through the system. In Chapter 21, Discovered in Secret, it was revealed that some disciples had even attained the nascent soul stage without yet ascending to the rank of steward. This was because becoming a steward entailed undertaking more perilous tasks, making the requisite strength and combat experience all the more crucial, thereby setting a high threshold for this position. Zhang Zhe, a commanding voice called out from behind him. Upon turning, he saw Li Rongrong standing closely behind. Without further ado, she seized Zhang Zhe and, in a whirlwind of confusion, dragged him into the sect master's hall. Master, Zhang Zhe stammered, uncertain of what misstep he had committed, but it was apparent that it was not a trivial matter. I hear you've been wandering about the inner sect lately, Wang Yuhua remarked coldly. I had hoped a new genius would emerge from the inner sect, yet it seems you lack ambition. A slothful individual is destined not to succeed. Zhang Zhe was rendered speechless. He couldn't reveal the secret of his system. However, he couldn't conjure a more suitable excuse. You once promised to diligently cultivate. Have you practiced the body refinement technique I gifted you? Wang Yuhua pressed again. No, I haven't had the chance to practice, Zhang Zhe replied softly. Beside him, Li Rongrong's ire flared as she chimed in. I initially believed you to be a genius, which is why I chose to mentor you. Instead, it turns out you are merely a sluggard. The moniker fit him all too well. The arduousness of cultivation was daunting, and he could merely extract points from others to level up. I truly understand my mistake, but this is also a method of cultivation for me. My practice is tied to my breadth of experience. The more I persist, the faster my progress. Zhang Zhe fabricated an excuse. Surprisingly, this excuse bore a semblance of plausibility, especially given Zhang Zhe's prior laziness in the outer sect, which was common knowledge. Is there truly such a miraculous training method in existence? Li Rongrong questioned incredulously. Not entirely out of the realm of possibility, Wang Yuhua pondered before responding. Very well, if that is your desire, then so be it. But do not allow us to discover stagnation in your cultivation. Yes, esteemed sect master, how could I dare deceive you? This is indeed the case. Otherwise, how could I have achieved my current level of cultivation? Zhang Zhe asserted. All right, return now. You must practice the body refinement technique. Do not let your defenses go to waste. Wang Yuhua reminded him once more, then waved his hand, signaling Zhang Zhe to depart. I never expected that I could slip through so easily. Now I can indulge in laziness without a care. Zhang Zhe chuckled heartily as he spoke. Tomorrow morning, he would be specially reminded to rise by an elder of significantly greater prowess, undoubtedly at the behest of Wang Yu. Alas, I did not foresee that I would be prioritized for cultivation. However, this is rather unfortunate, as it implies that I may no longer enjoy leisurely mornings. Zhang Zhe mused aloud as he stepped outside his door. Indeed, he was quite the idle one. The esteemed leader specifically instructed me to remind you to devote time to your training, the inner sect elder remarked. Furthermore, I have already informed the task hall. You are now excluded from your team and are to engage in solitary cultivation, with the captaincy having been transferred to Yin Nanfeng. Elder Huang continued gravely. Our sect leader truly possesses remarkable insight. Recognizing that this poses a considerable inconvenience for me, Zhang Zhe said with a grin, only to be met with a disapproving glare from Elder Huang. I advise you to refrain from speaking lightly of the sect leader. Let this serve as a warning. Elder Huang admonished sternly. Within the sect, factions abound, and it is certainly not as straightforward as it may appear. Currently, the sect leader's faction holds sway, alongside the Yin family's faction, among others. Very well, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Elder, Zhang Zhe replied with notable courtesy before departing the courtyard. I ought to pay a visit to the magma pool. Unfortunately, I lack the funds to procure the necessary vessels. Otherwise, I would have retrieved them long ago. Zhang Zhe muttered to himself as he made his way to the magma pool. The magma pool is primarily a training ground for outer sect disciples, with inner sect disciples allowed free access. The autumn conditions are not particularly conducive, hence the rarity of inner sect disciples visiting this area. Look, isn't that Zhang Zhe from the inner sect? What brings him to our side? You may be unaware, but Zhang Zhe can freely enter the magma pool and even swim within it. Is he really that impressive? Zhang Zhe boldly leaped into the magma pool before the onlookers. Indeed, it remains just as I left it. Aside from myself, no one else can withstand the searing heat of this molten magma, Zhang Zhe exclaimed with a laugh. In dire circumstances, should I find myself unable to vanquish an opponent, I could entirely submerge myself here. It would undoubtedly serve as my secret refuge. Earth Fire Spirit Grass. Here I come, Zhang Zhe declared as he began to absorb the Earth Fire Spirit Grass, albeit with greater restraint than before, having learned the virtue of gradual progress. Had I pursued the same reckless absorption as last time, the results likely would not have been as favorable. For several consecutive days, Zhang Zhe was roused each morning and then ventured alone into the magma pool for cultivation. After half a month, he had successfully progressed from the 2nd to the 6th level of foundation establishment. In this extraordinary land of genius treasures, the ascent of power felt as effortless as boarding an aircraft, Zhang Zhe remarked. The Earth Fire Spirit mushroom was a rarity, particularly one as ancient as the 700-year-old specimen he had absorbed. At an auction house, it would undoubtedly fetch an astounding sum in gold coins, illustrating its scarcity. While others practiced on the periphery, he ventured daily into the magma pool, a feat that set him apart. Li Rongrong reported Zhang Zhe's recent activities to Wang Yu. What? That magma pool is off-limits even to me. How could he possibly enter? Wang Yu asked, astonished. Could it be due to his defensive abilities? That is all I know. It seems to be related to his innate capabilities. He truly is an enigma, Li Rongrong responded. That is quite understandable. The depths of the magma pool must harbor countless rare treasures, Wang Yu said with a smile, already formulating a plan in his mind. Chapter 22. Robbed by the sect master. As Zhang Zhe stepped into the magma pool, he immediately sneezed. Is someone whispering about me? He pondered. He soon resumed his meditative state, and it must be said the Earth Fire Spirit mushroom indeed accelerated his power remarkably. After his training, he swam up for the magma's depths as usual, only to find the sect master, cloaked in a veil, waiting on the shore. Kid, you've emerged? Wang Yu's voice was frosty. Who are you? Zhang Zhe asked, bewildered at the veiled figure before him. Who could this be? It seemed they had been waiting specifically for him. Has it really been so long that you can't recognize my voice? Wang Yu inquired again. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Zhang Zhe replied as he stepped onto the shore from the magma pool. Follow me. With a flick of Wang Yu's robe, the two were transported to another location. You must have found quite a few treasures in the magma. Haven tea you? Wang Yu asked, his tone laced with ulterior motives. Not really, just some fire spirit stones at the bottom. If you don't believe me, I can retrieve them for you to see, Zhang Zhe said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Don't deceive me. I know exactly what lies beneath. Since you were able to access the magma's depths, hand over one of the Earth Fire Spirit mushrooms, Wang Yu commanded again. Zhang Zhe was indeed taken aback. He had never anticipated that Wang Yu would be aware of the presence of earth fire spirit mushrooms at the bottom. He hesitated, contemplating the value of such a treasure. How could I not know their worth? I only seek the one that is 900 years old, Wang Yu stated, producing a pure jade box. This is sky fire jade. Using it to contain the earth fire spirit mushroom will ensure that its potency remains intact, Wang Yu explained to Zhang Zhe. Very well. I promise to comply, but you must ensure that the other one is reserved for me. Zhang Zhe spoke through gritted teeth. Who wouldn't feel irked when something was forcibly taken from them, especially someone as destitute as Zhang Zhe? Rest assured, I shall reward you with 50,000 gold coins. However, this earth fire Lingji serves a different purpose, Wang Yu replied. The earth fire Lingji seems of no use to you, does it? Zhang Zhe remarked with a hint of resignation. Whether I can utilize it or not is of no concern to you. Your task is solely to place the earth fire Lingji into this box. Wang Yu's icy tone sent a chill down Zhang Zhe's spine. At your command, my esteemed sect leader, Zhang Zhe said, picking up the box and making his way back to the magma pool, while Wang Yu remained behind, waiting. Damn it! How does this girl know? Zhang Zhe cursed inwardly, fully aware that he dared not voice his thoughts. Who knew if these formidable beings possessed ears that could hear all? Given Wang Yu's strength, she could easily extinguish his life. After reluctantly gathering the earth fire Lingji, Zhang Zhe hesitated, feeling a pang of sorrow as he prepared to hand it over to Wang Yu. Why the displeased expression? This earth fire Lingji was originally planted by my ancestors at the bottom of the magma pool, Wang Yu stated. Considering the prowess of Wang Yu's father, he had long since surveyed the depths of the magma pool, intending to preserve it as a treasure for the sect to utilize during times of great calamity. To allow someone as feeble as Zhang Zhe to use, it would be a gross misallocation. Although this imperial Lingji cannot assist me in breaking through to that realm, it is sufficient to exchange for other valuable treasures, Wang Yu remarked, gazing at the earth fire Lingji within the box with a hint of melancholy. It was during her father's introduction of the earth fire Lingji that she felt this way. Unfortunately, her affinity lay with ice attributes. Have you not awakened your attributes yet? Observing your rapid advancement in strength lately, you should have begun utilizing the earth fire Lingji. Once you consume the entirety of the earth fire Lingji, you may potentially gain an additional fire attribute, Wang Yu explained to Zhang Zhe. As a premier heavenly material, the earth fire Lingji offers benefits beyond mere strength enhancement. Legends tell of a millennia-old earth fire Lingji capable of awakening the ultimate fire. However, even a common earth fire Lingji possesses formidable purifying capabilities for fire attributes, elevating them to new heights, as Wang Yu elaborated. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sect leader, Zhang Zhe responded with a smile. You have contributed to the sect. Take this 50,000 gold coins, Wang Yu said, tossing Zhang Zhe a card before vanishing once more. What? After taking the earth fire Lingji, she merely gives me 50,000 gold coins as compensation? Zhang Zhe mused, staring at the card in his hand. Oh well, I suppose I shall make do. He leisurely contemplated returning to his dwelling. As he passed through a narrow forest path, a glint of cold light flashed, and a dagger was aimed directly at Zhang Zhe's chest. With a clang, the dagger was deflected. What? The assailant gasped, utterly astonished by the turn of events. A strike aimed with unwavering determination was unexpectedly thwarted by the opponent. Who could this individual be, daring to commit an assassination within the confines of the Reliance sect? At that moment, Zhang Zhe realized that he felt no sensation in his chest and promptly activated the attribute panel of this person to assess their strength. Merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, yet they had the audacity to attempt to assassinate me. Do they think so little of me? Zhang Zhe proclaimed haughtily, confident in his 6th level defense, which was no trivial matter. Although uncertain of the exact level, he was assured that he could withstand an attack from someone at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Indeed, his defensive capabilities were astonishing. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Prison of 10,000 flames. The individual threw a talisman, and the spiritual technique inscribed upon it was unleashed. Perish in the flames, they declared with a boisterous laughter, as if envisioning Zhang Zhe reduced to ashes. Have you underestimated me? Zhang Zhe's cold voice resonated behind the person, and as they turned, a dagger found its way into their lower back. How could this be? How did you escape the prison of 10,000 flames? The individual lunged forward. Disbelief etched across their face as they gazed at Zhang Zhe. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Zhe continued to wield his dagger, aiming it at his adversary. Under normal circumstances, it would have been difficult for Zhang Zhe to defeat such an opponent. However, the instant they invoked the prison of 10,000 flames, they had clearly grown complacent, affording Zhang Zhe the opportunity for a sneak attack. He understood, well, that if he allowed them to regain their composure, they might very well escape. Zhang Zhe had no desire to let someone who sought to kill him succeed in their escape. Wind stab, wind blade. The individual unleashed 2 spiritual techniques in succession, desperately hoping to delay Zhang Zhe and create an opportunity for their own flight. Chapter 23. A casual counterattack. Zhang Zhe was truly enigmatic. Had he known this mission would unfold as it did, he would have never accepted it. What a significant loss. And he had wasted a prison of 10,000 flames. Indeed, Zhang Zhe chose to confront the 2 spiritual techniques head-on, which inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. By heavens! A prodigy! The individual howled. How can anyone be so formidable? To withstand a spiritual technique, even those of a higher realm would hesitate to claim such prowess. As the opponent executed 2 spiritual techniques, they were caught in the transitional phase of expending their old energy while their new strength had yet to manifest. An opportune moment. Zhang Zhe seized the chance to thrust his dagger once more. The individual cried out in anguish, collapsing into their own pool of blood, staining the earth crimson. It was Zhang Zhe's first kill, and his hand trembled slightly. Have I just taken a life? He stared in disbelief at his own hands. Though he had often spoken of killing, the reality of it unsettled him deeply. Soon, a law enforcement team noticed the situation unfolding before Zhang Zhe. Who goes there? The team leader barked at him. I am Zhang Zhe, an inner sect disciple. Zhang Zhe spoke candidly, dispelling the turmoil within his heart. A deceased individual? The squad leader of the law enforcement team, upon seeing the assassin lying in a pool of blood, clad in black attire, quickly deduced that Zhang Zhe had likely been the target of an assassination. Please accompany us back to the law enforcement team, the squad leader requested. Are you serious? Is the situation not abundantly clear? I was the one who was attacked. Zhang Zhe replied helplessly. I shall repeat myself. Please come with us. Should you resist the law enforcement team, we possess the authority to eliminate you on the spot, the squad leader insisted, noticing Zhang Zhe's noncompliance. Very well. Let us see how you plan to execute me, right here. Zhang Zhe retorted, filled with indignation. Were it not for his formidable defenses, he might have truly perished within the sect. These individuals, instead of investigating who sought to assassinate him, were here to scold him. What is going on? An elderly voice resonated in the vicinity, one that Zhang Zhe found remarkably familiar. Elder Huang. Upon the arrival of Elder Huang, the members of the law enforcement team immediately greeted him with deference. Elder Huang. Zhang Zhe also responded politely, having grown somewhat acquainted with him over the past few days. Elder Huang surveyed the scene before turning to Zhang Zhe. You were attacked? His tone was remarkably calm. Indeed, I was assaulted by an assassin. Yet the law enforcement personnel insist that I accompany them. I refused to go with them, and they threatened to kill me on the spot. Zhang Zhe recounted the events that had transpired. It seems the law enforcement team has truly become lawless. Begone! Elder Huang's furious shout sent several members of the team flying 100 meters away. Impressive. Zhang Zhe marveled at Elder Huang's formidable prowess. You are quite remarkable. You managed to turn the tables on a killer of the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Elder Huang remarked with a smile regarding Zhang Zhe. Initially, he had been quite displeased with the task assigned to him at noon, as it was hardly befitting for an intersect elder to rouse an intersect disciple from slumber, which had thoroughly vexed Zhang Zhe. His assessment of Zhang Zhe was largely negative, describing him as indolent, unruly, and arrogant. However, Zhang Zhe's ability to dispatch an opponent of the Golden Core's initial stage, despite being merely at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, certainly commanded his respect. Not every talent could slay opponents beyond their own realm. Elder Huang, I was genuinely terrified. How could anyone wish to kill me within the sect? Zhang Zhe expressed his bewilderment. Although he had offended a few individuals, it seemed unlikely that such animosity would lead to an assassination attempt. I do not know, but this matter must be thoroughly investigated. I shall report it to the higher-ups, and the sect will provide you with an explanation, Elder Huang stated earnestly. The ability to assassinate a genius of the sect would surely instill fear within potential recruits of the Mount Kaoshan. I shall escort you back to ensure your safety, Elder Huang declared. Once again, I must express my gratitude to Elder Huang, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. It seems that my recent movements have become rather conspicuous. Those lying in ambush here are undoubtedly aware that I return from the magma pool at this hour each day. The following day, when Zhang Zhe was once more awakened by Elder Huang, the sect had already ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. The identity of the assassin turned out to be another disciple from the sect, a senior brother 2 years his senior. As for the motive behind the assassination, it remains unknown, Elder Huang stated. Very well, I merely hope that such incidents do not recur, Zhang Zhe said earnestly. It appears necessary to instill a sense of deterrence among the higher-ups of the sect. This assassination is certainly no trivial matter. I have had no contact with the assassin, so why would they attempt to take my life without reason? Elder Huang wore an expression of disbelief. It is quite rare for a newly initiated disciple to speak so audaciously to an elder. After Elder Huang departed, Zhang Zhe opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, Foundation Establishment Level 7. Talent, Mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense, LV6, 100,000. Current system points, 8,200. Zhang Zhe sighed in resignation. These points are indeed difficult to earn. Perhaps I will be able to extract more once I reach the Golden Core realm. It is time I selected a suitable weapon. He recalled that during the battle yesterday, he had used the dagger gifted to him by Zhou Qi. What weapon should I choose? A dagger lacks a certain flair, while a long sword does not appeal to me either, for it appears rather foolish. A spear. Zhang Zhe hesitated before ultimately deciding on a spear. I currently possess 50,000 gold coins. Should I purchase a spear? He mused to himself. He then proceeded to the sect's shop to acquire an ordinary spear. How outrageous! This is undoubtedly a black market. A mere second-tier weapon is being sold at such an exorbitant price. Zhang Zhe expressed his dissatisfaction. Although he had inquired around and found the prices to be relatively reasonable, it was disheartening to part with the 50,000 gold coins he had just received. Dragon Soaring Spear. Zhang Zhe read the inscription on the spear's handle aloud. Chapter 24. Trouble returns. Placing it within his storage ring, Zhang Zhe once again embarked on his journey of exploration and leisure. Despite recently encountering an assassination attempt, he remained undaunted. Surely, the assailants would not send an assassin of the transformation realm. Disciples of the inner sect are permitted to leave the territory of the sect. Zhang Zhe departed from the territory of the Kaoshan sect, heading towards Tianshan City in the north. Heard that the dining establishment in Tianshan City is the finest in the vicinity, and today I fortuitously have the time to indulge in its offerings, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. However, upon entering Tianshan City, he found himself in a quandary. He was utterly devoid of funds, rendering any culinary experience impossible. How unfortunate it would be to have traveled so far, only to return without tasting anything, Zhang Zhe muttered to himself in exasperation. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Zhang Zhe turned toward the source, and his face brightened with a smile. It seemed his luck was not entirely adverse. Zhou Qi, what brings you here? He inquired, curious about the presence of the 14 individuals who had concurrently entered the intersect with him. Although Yan Nanfeng did not direct his gaze toward Zhang Zhe. We're here on a mission. We heard that the dining establishment here offers delectable cuisine, so we decided to take a break, Zhou Qi responded. What about you? Coincidentally, I too came for a meal, only to realize I am rather financially constrained, Zhang Zhe admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Ha, worry not, this meal is on me, Zhou Qi generously offered, and the 15 individuals then entered the establishment. Welcome to our humble establishment, esteemed guests. Upon their arrival, a server greeted them with enthusiasm. Once the exquisite dishes were presented, they were truly a feast for the eyes. By the way, what mission are you on? Zhang Zhe inquired with curiosity. Nothing much. We merely seek to obtain the cubs of snow leopards. They can be trained as mounts later on, Zhou Qi explained patiently. He was the only one engaging in conversation with Zhang Zhe, as the others were preoccupied with their own matters. You are Zhang Zhe? Just as Zhang Zhe savored the delicious spirit beast meat, an incongruous voice interrupted him. He looked up to see someone he did not recognize. I am, and who might you be? Zhang Zhe replied, noticing the individual was clad in the attire of the Kaoshan sect. Did you kill Fang Zhou? The person continued, disregarding Zhang Zhe's question. Who is Fang Zhou? I do not know him. Zhang Zhe responded, irritation creeping into his tone. It was evident that the visitor bore ill intentions, yet Zhang Zhe genuinely did not recognize him. Fang Zhou met his demise last night on the forest path. Dare you claim you did not slay him? The stranger exclaimed in anger. Ah, you mean that scoundrel? He attempted to take his own life against me last night, but ultimately he was nothing but trash, and I dispatched him with ease, Zhang Zhe retorted, raising his head and fixing a steady gaze upon the individual. It was then that he noticed the man was not alone, for disciples of the Kaoshan sect accompanied him, indicating that he was likely their leader. With your foundation-building strength, how could you have killed Fang Zhou? What cunning scheme did you employ? Zhou Tianwen spoke again, lamenting the loss of the assassin known as Fang Zhou. He had been a comrade within their ranks, and until this morning, Fang Zhou had not returned to their courtyard, prompting Zhou Tianwen to search within the sect for him all morning. There had been no news until he heard from his senior brother that a corpse had been discovered on the jungle path last night. Only upon inquiring with the enforcement team did he learn that the deceased was indeed his companion. The one who had attempted to assassinate me, even in death, deserved such a fate. Zhang Zhe felt a flicker of anger. Truly, it seemed that any insignificant individual dared to provoke him. Very well, I challenge you to a duel. At noon tomorrow, let us draft a life-and-death contract. Disputes among disciples of the same sect incur penalties. Within the sect lies the Dulu Arena, designated for competitions among disciples, where life-and-death agreements can also be established. Are you out of your mind? You, a Golden Core cultivator, dare to challenge me, a mere Foundation Establishment junior, and insist on signing a life-and-death contract? Have you no shame? Zhang Zhe's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he spoke. His voice had already drawn the attention of other diners. You, Zhou Tianwen's face flushed with anger. Indeed, challenging a junior was a significant loss of face. Aren't you a disciple of the Kaoshan sect? Why is there such internal strife? I have been listening for quite a while. It seems a disciple has perished. Those who do not wish to be involved, kindly leave. Zhang Zhe bellowed, not wanting onlookers to gawk at the situation. Fine, since you are so shameless. I accept your challenge. I will sign the life-and-death contract, but I have a condition. Only one of us may survive. Zhang Zhe declared, gazing intently at his opponent. Signing the contract does not necessarily mean one must die. Should there be a referee present, timely assistance will be rendered. And a failure is merely a failure. No responsibility for accidental death will ensue. You are merely a Foundation Establishment weakling, yet you speak so boldly. Zhou Tianwen sneered upon witnessing Zhang Zhe's acceptance of the challenge. Were you not once a Foundation Establishment yourself? At that moment, Zhou Qi interjected, clearly siding with Zhang Zhe. Train for another 2 years, and you shall find yourself beneath our feet, Zhou Qi declared with confidence. Zhang Zhe was taken aback, surprised that Zhou Qi would so unwaveringly defend him at this time. I hope your words carry weight beyond mere bravado. We shall meet at the Dulu Arena tomorrow at noon. The group of 5 departed thereafter. Brother Zhe, do you have confidence? If it proves too difficult, entrust this matter to me. I can assist you. Zhou Qi earnestly said to Zhang Zhe. Rest assured, you doubt my strength? I have never faced defeat. Zhang Zhe replied with a smile, then returned to his meal. The proposal of only one survivor was intended to resolve this trouble entirely. He understood that once one had offended another, it was imperative to see it through to the end. As the saying goes, one must uproot the weeds. Mercy shown to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Such encounters would only grow more frequent in the future. Have you heard? Zhang Zhe and Zhou Tianwen are to duel. I have long heard that one must sign a death contract. Such contracts are utterly meaningless. Despite having been signed numerous times, I have yet to witness a fatality. Indeed, at critical moments, an elder always intervenes to offer salvation. Let us proceed to the Doluo arena today. There shall be much excitement to behold. Chapter 25. Spare your life. The matter concerning Zhang Zhe and Zhou Tianwen quickly spread throughout the sect. Absurd. How could Zhang Zhe have entered into a death contract with another? When the sect leader, Wang Yu, caught wind of this news, he was incensed. He had high hopes for Zhang Zhe, yet now he was merely at the foundational stage of cultivation. Upon hearing that Zhang Zhe had narrowly escaped a deadly encounter, he was filled with rage and ordered the enforcement team to investigate the incident thoroughly. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. Zhang Zhe was now set to sign a death contract once more to engage in combat. Tell the deacons to be diligent. We cannot allow any mishap to befall Zhang Zhe, Wang Yu stated coldly. However, Zhang Zhe had already proclaimed that in this duel, only one would emerge alive, and no interference will be tolerated, Li Rongrong remarked. Although she could not fathom why Zhang Zhe insisted on such terms, it was evident that this behavior was exceedingly foolish. What did it matter if he possessed formidable defenses? His opponent was a formidable golden core expert, one who had awakened an exceptionally violent lightning attribute. The distinction between an awakened and non-awakened attribute is monumental, a fact that Zhang Zhe surely cannot overlook. What? Wang Yu was taken aback by this revelation, and silence enveloped the two. You must intervene. Under no circumstances can we allow Zhang Zhe to perish in today's duel, Wang Yu declared earnestly. Given that both parties had established a contract, it was not appropriate for him to intervene directly. Remember to be discreet, Wang Yu added with another reminder. Rest assured, Li Rongrong replied before turning to depart. At 10 past noon, Zhang Zhe and Zhou Tianwen stood within the Doluo arena. The death contract is signed. Life or death is sealed, and I shall not intervene in your battle. Understood? A deacon addressed the two, to which they both nodded in unison. Let your demise be comprehensible. Ark is my brother. We joined the Kaoshan sect together, entered the inner sanctum together, and cultivated side by side. Since you have taken his life, I shall not allow you to continue living, Zhou Tianwen stated calmly. Taking my life shall not be so simple. Truth be told, your brother is pathetically weak. Zhang Zhe retorted with a smile, his words laced with scorn. You seek death, the other exclaimed, gripping a long spear and charging toward Zhang Zhe. God of Thunder, descend. He unleashed his spiritual technique, evidently an amplification type. To think the leader would resort to such a move right from the start. It seems this young man is doomed without a doubt. Zhou Tianwen had indeed unveiled his signature technique immediately. As the battle commenced with an overwhelming display of power, it became apparent that this duel would reach its conclusion swiftly. The onlookers were generally skeptical of Zhang Zhe's prospects, for Zhou Tianwen had already established a notable reputation within the inner sect, primarily due to his rare awakening of lightning attributes. Furthermore, he had developed his own unique spiritual technique, Lightning God Descends, which boasted an impressive affinity of 70%. Go for it, brothers, cheered a voice from the crowd, undoubtedly belonging to Zhou Qi. The others who had entered the inner sect alongside Zhang Zhe observed the duel, but they had clearly distanced themselves from him, particularly Yin Nanfeng, who was determined to avenge his prior defeat. Come at me with your life, Zhou Tianwen declared, brandishing his long spear, his body crackling with explosive lightning-infused spiritual energy. You dare to threaten my life? Let us see if you are worthy, Zhang Zhe retorted, coldly extracting his own spear from his storage ring. Both combatants wielded long spears as they charged towards one another. Their weapons did not collide directly, yet they thrust toward each other simultaneously. With superior combat awareness, Zhou Tianwen managed to evade some critical strikes. Confident in his lethal technique, he believed it would surely bring Zhang Zhe to his end. However, upon noticing a mysterious smile curling at Zhang Zhe's lips, unease gripped him. He had learned of Zhang Zhe's formidable defensive capabilities prior to their confrontation, despite his own confidence in his offensive prowess. Bolstered by the ferocity of his lightning attributes and his thunder spear, he held a distinct advantage in cultivation level. At the third stage of the Golden Core realm, defeat was simply inconceivable. Kill! They both roared in a frenzy, yet Zhang Zhe remained unperturbed by the prospect of injury, relishing the very combat style his opponent had chosen. While Zhou Tianwen sought to exchange injury for Zhang Zhe's life, he would soon realize that Zhang Zhe's life was not so easily claimed. A flurry of sparks erupted before Zhang Zhe's chest, while his spear plunged mercilessly into Zhou Tianwen's abdomen. Ah! Zhou Tianwen's anguished cry reverberated through the arena as he forcefully retreated, hastily applying medicine to staunch the wound. How is this possible? How do you possess such terrifying defense? Zhou Tianwen gasped in shock. Was Zhang Zhe truly at the foundational realm? How could his own lightning god descends fail to breach Zhang Zhe's defenses? It was utterly astounding. Mind your own business. Prepare to die. Zhang Zhe seized the moment, pressing his advantage. Although Zhou Tianwen's strikes had not compromised Zhang Zhe's defenses, the paralyzing effect of the lightning attributes surged within him. If left unchecked, the ramifications could be perilous. Lightning, a remarkably rare attribute, was not only devastatingly powerful, but its unique paralyzing nature endowed it with formidable control capabilities. Zhou Tianwen evaded and dodged desperately, lacking the time to properly heal. Each strike from his spear was thwarted by Zhang Zhe's defenses. This kid truly possesses remarkable skill. Our concerns were indeed unfounded, they murmured among themselves. Concealed in the shadows, Li Rongrong began to speak to himself, equally astonished by Zhang Zhe's rapid progress. Merely a month prior, Zhang Zhe's prowess had just reached the second level of foundation establishment, yet now he had ascended to the seventh level. His defenses were so formidable that even Zhou Tianwen could not breach them. It appeared that he had not yet reached his limits. Are you seeking my life? Come at me. He taunted, evading like a frightened rodent. Is this all you can muster as my senior brother? You are as worthless as your deceased sibling. As Zhang Zhe continued his relentless assault, he also provoked Zhou Tianwen with his words. How dare you? Zhou Tianwen, filled with rage, launched another strike. It was unable to penetrate Zhang Zhe's defenses, inadvertently exposing vulnerabilities in his own lower defenses. Zhang Zhe seized the opportunity and pierced Zhou Tianwen's thigh with a spear. Ah! Zhou Tianwen cried out in agony, dropping his spear. Zhang Zhe loomed over him, declaring, "Remember this. I killed your brother only because he sought to assassinate me. If I learn of any further plots against me, I will take your life without hesitation." His commanding words echoed throughout the square. Chapter 26. Breaking through to the Golden Core realm in that moment, Zhou Tianwen was utterly convinced of his defeat. At this juncture, even if Zhang Zhe wished to take his life, it would be a trivial matter. However, Zhang Zhe refrained from such an act. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, he could not fathom who had bribed his brother to attempt the assassination. In silence, Zhang Zhe departed, closely followed by Zhou Qi. Wow, brother Zhou, I never realized your strength was so formidable. Zhou Qi remarked with a cheerful grin. You both share the surname Zhou. Are you perhaps related? Or were you sent as an undercover agent? Zhang Zhe jested lightly. Ha ha ha. Then I must infiltrate the enemy's ranks. I noticed your spear techniques. They're not yet very polished. Zhou Qi recalled from their recent battle. I only recently chose this weapon. This was my first time fighting with it. Zhang Zhe admitted candidly. Indeed, it was evident that one could not compare to those of wealth. The opponent had a distinct advantage in weaponry. If you had the means, you could purchase spear techniques from the intersex shop, Zhou Qi suggested. I have no need for that. Unlike you affluent individuals, I cannot afford such extravagant items. Zhang Zhe replied, somewhat exasperated. Had he known earlier to feign poverty and request more gold coins, he mused, though he was uncertain if it would have been granted. I have tasks to attend to. They are waiting for me, Zhou Qi said, bidding farewell as he departed with Yan Nanfeng and the others. It seemed that from this day forth, maintaining a low profile would be impossible. Following today's battle, word of Zhang Zhe's strength would surely spread. Zhang Zhe returned once more to the magma pool, this time determined to successfully break through to the modern realm. The sect master remarked, I truly wonder how this young man cultivates. Even Zhou Tianwen could not contend with him. Fortunately, he showed mercy in the end, or I would genuinely worry about his propensity for bloodshed. Li Rongrong spoke up. I never imagined he could defeat Zhou Tianwen. It appears he shines far brighter than Yin Nanfeng. Wang Yu added, it seems news of Zhang Zhe has been circulating continuously these days. At this moment, Zhang Zhe was comfortably immersed in his cultivation within the research pool. While others toiled in deep contemplation, he absorbed the medicinal essence as if savoring a delectable feast. How delightful it would be to have 2 earth-fire spirit mushrooms, Zhang Zhe sighed. 3 months passed quietly, a mere blink of an eye for cultivators. For some, mere survival was at stake. Being shut away for over a decade was not uncommon. After all, once one's strength reached the fusion stage, one could transcend the limits of human lifespan. This remains the ultimate aspiration for many cultivators. Who does not wish to extend their days? Haha, I have finally broken through. A roar erupted from the depths of the magma, awakening everyone from their meditative states. Presently, the strongest individuals outside had only just reached the foundation establishment stage. And that was a recent achievement. What is happening? One inquired. You have no idea. There is a formidable individual at the bottom of this magma who can withstand its searing heat. Indeed, he is the first genius from the previous generation of our outer sect. I know. I witnessed the final showdown. That once great talent, Yin Nanfeng, was utterly defeated. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Zhang Zhe relished the comfort of the magma's embrace. He consumed the entirety of the earth fire spirit mushrooms, but every effort was worthwhile, as his strength had genuinely ascended to the first level of the Golden Core realm. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the Golden Core realm. The system requires timely updates. Will you proceed with the update? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind. Is an update necessary? Will there be any rewards afterward? Or perhaps new features? Zhang Zhe inquired of the system. Post-update, numerous new functionalities will be available, the system answered vaguely. As the update commenced, the system fell into a dormant state. It seemed Zhang Zhe had entered a period of liminality. Extracting other spiritual energy was no longer feasible. Regrettably, he realized that harvesting resources during this time was impossible. He had initially hoped that, having reached the Golden Core realm, the words of the elders would hold more weight. He believed he was not far from achieving level 7 defense, yet he had not anticipated the system's need for an update. Senior brother, you have returned. It appears your harvest was quite bountiful. What do you mean by senior brother? Is someone back? It is uncertain who possesses greater prowess, the senior brother or the new prodigy. Naturally, if the senior brother is present, there is no room for doubt. A seemingly ordinary figure traverses the inner sect. Yet wherever he goes, whispers ensue. At this moment, Zhang Zhe is on his way back to his dwelling, overhearing the chatter. Is that individual truly the senior brother? Why is everyone so engrossed in discussions about him? Observing the figure from behind, Zhang Zhe remarks, Senior brother, are you unaware of your standing here in the inner sect? He is the chief disciple, having attained the formidable nascent soul realm. The individual does not turn around, but addresses Zhang Zhe, only for Zhang to find that he has vanished by the time he looks back. What chief disciple? He certainly carries an air of superiority, Zhang Zhe mutters discontentedly. Despite having made a name for himself within the inner sect, he is still not recognized as the most illustrious figure. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhang Zhe indulges in a deep slumber, and mysteriously, Elder Huang does not awaken him for several days. It is not until 3 days later that Elder Huang impatiently rouses him. I see you are quite idle, Elder Huang states as he enters Zhang Zhe's room. Ah, you've come again, Elder. I have been utterly exhausted from my cultivation, Zhang Zhe replies from his bed. Your progress is remarkable. You have swiftly reached the Golden Core realm, far surpassing the Yin Nanfeng, Elder Huang observes, somewhat astonished. This is all due to my diligent efforts. Otherwise, how could I be so fatigued? Zhang Zhe offers as an excuse. Let me warn you, do not entertain thoughts of deviating from the righteous path. Some techniques may enhance strength rapidly, but their side effects are severe, Elder Huang advises with a serious expression. Understood. Are there any significant events occurring in the inner sect lately? Zhang Zhe inquires of Elder Huang. A selection for the chief disciple is to be held soon. Though it seems there is little suspense involved, Elder Huang replies. Chapter 27. The Chief Disciple Selection. Oh, what exactly is the Chief Disciple Selection? Zhang Zhe asks, noting that Elder Huang had not previously mentioned such matters upon his entry into the inner sect. The highest-ranking individual among the disciples has been Jian Shun, the chief disciple for 2 consecutive years, Elder Huang explains. Oh, is he truly formidable? Zhang Zhe questions, deducing that this must be the senior brother spoken of by others. If you diligently practice for 5 years, you will become a deacon of the sect or fulfill special tasks to attain that title, Elder Huang elaborates. You are currently considered 5th-generation disciples, while he is of the 2nd generation. By the time he became a 4th-generation disciple, he was already the strongest in the inner sect. Although not the most terrifying, he finds it relatively easy to challenge those beyond his rank, Elder Huang continues. Indeed, he is quite impressive. Are we allowed to participate in this chief disciple selection? Zhang Zhe inquires. Surely, you do not aspire to contend for the position of chief disciple. With your current capabilities, it is utterly implausible, Elder Huang remarked, his tone laced with irritation, believing Zhang Zhe to be excessively arrogant. Not at all. I merely wish to engage in a spar with other skilled practitioners. It is only through such encounters that one can truly recognize their own shortcomings, Zhang Zhe humbly responded. Ah, I see I have misjudged you. Each team leader is indeed qualified to participate, which means there will be a total of only 5 contenders, Elder Huang elucidated. Upon reflection, Zhang Zhe realized that the strength of the mountain backing sect was rather mediocre, with perhaps only 10 individuals attaining the status of steward each year, suggesting that the entire sect comprised merely a few hundred members. It was evidently insufficient to rival those formidable powers. Could you possibly communicate my situation to the higher-ups? Is it not a unique circumstance I find myself in? Might I be allowed to participate? Zhang Zhe inquired. Suddenly, he recalled that Yin Nanfeng would likely also be participating. If fate allowed them to cross paths, he could deliver another thrashing to him, regardless of Yan's rapid progression in cultivation. It was implausible for him to achieve the golden core stage in such a short span. Zhang Zhe had completely overwhelmed him on the main street, especially with his invincible defenses. Very well, since you wish it, adding 1 more participant should pose no issue, Elder Huang contemplated before responding. After Elder Huang departed, Zhang Zhe found himself at a loss. The system was presently in a dormant state, rendering him incapable of extracting other spiritual energy. It seemed he had little to occupy his time. I shall seek the sect master for some gold coins, Zhang Zhe declared, slapping his thigh in determination. That girl had taken away such a significant treasure of his, offering a mere 50,000 gold coins in return, which struck him as utterly unreasonable. He then proceeded directly to the sect master's hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he was promptly halted by the guards. Stop! Inner disciples cannot enter the sect master's hall at will. The guards bellowed. I am Zhang Zhe. Please inform the sect master of my arrival. He will certainly permit me entry, Zhang Zhe insisted. Inner disciples are not permitted to meet the sect master directly, and thus we lack the authority to relay your message. The guards replied sternly. Where is it ever the case that a mere disciple expects to meet the sect master? If that were the standard, the leaders of every sect would be overwhelmed, Zhang Zhe muttered under his breath, aware of the numerous protocols in place. He knew better than to act recklessly in this setting. Even with his high defensive capabilities, he understood that there were always greater forces at play. What brings you here? Zhang Zhe turned to the direction of the voice and saw Li Rongrong nearby. I have matters to discuss with the sect master, but these individuals refuse me entry. He explained. Fear not. Accompany me inside. I have some internal matters of the sect to report as well, Li Rongrong offered, leading Zhang Zhe into the sect master's hall. As Zhang Zhe listened to the two report on various internal affairs of the sect, he found himself utterly lost, as it appeared to pertain to financial matters, suggesting that the sect was experiencing some fiscal issues. Very well, you may leave now, Wang Yu stated, rubbing his head. Once Li Rongrong departed, only Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu remained within the hall of the sect leader. Ahem, I find myself in need of gold coins. The 50,000 you previously bestowed upon me is utterly insufficient, Zhang Zhe confessed after much hesitation. Are you deaf? I just reported our finances. Did you not hear? Are we already in a state of fiscal emptiness? Wang Yu retorted sharply, with a mere wave of his hand. A gust of force propelled Zhang Zhe out of the room. Is strength all that matters? Zhang Zhe muttered under his breath, fearful that Wang Yu might overhear him. On his way back, the system's voice echoed once more in Zhang Zhe's mind. The gloomy expression on his face transformed into one of joy. Update successful. 5,000 points awarded. Difficulty: accessing personal attribute panel. Host: Zhang Zhe. Realm: first layer of golden core. Talent: mediocre. Strength: LV3, 51,000. Intelligence: LV3, 51,000. Speed: LV3, 51,000. Defense: LV6, 010000. Current system points: 13,200. Excellent. I can finally enhance my defense again, Zhang Zhe exclaimed cheerfully. Defense upgrade. He commanded the system. Ding. Successfully upgraded defense to level 7. Host: Zhang Zhe. Realm: first layer of golden core. Talent: mediocre. Strength: LV3, 51,000. Intelligence: LV3, 51,000. Speed: LV3, 51,000. Defense: LV7, 020000. Current system points: 3,200. Thank goodness. The next level requires only 20,000 system points, Zhang Zhe remarked, contemplating the fact that a requirement of 100,000 points would likely lead him to faint from shock. Suddenly, he recalled the vast quantity of fire crystal stones he possessed at the bottom of the magma. Although their market value was limited, the sheer volume was overwhelming. He decided to return to find Wang Yu once more. What is it? As Zhang Zhe approached the door, he heard Wang Yu's voice change from within. I have a way to salvage the sect's finances, Zhang Zhe declared. In the next moment, the door swung open, and he confidently stepped inside. Speak, what is your plan? Wang Yu asked directly. Although you are aware of the earth-fire spirit herb at the bottom of the magma, I suspect you have already exchanged it for other treasures for your own use, Zhang Zhe responded. His perceptive abilities allowed him to sense Wang Yu's fluctuating aura, hinting at a possible breakthrough. What you do not realize is that in addition to the earth-fire spirit herb, there are also fire crystal stones, Zhang Zhe elaborated. Chapter 28. Minor Zhang Zhe, what value does the fire crystal hold? Am I unaware of it? Wang Yu remarked with a hint of irritation. Do not be hasty in your anger. If we're dealing with a large quantity of fire crystals, each one is worth approximately 10,000 gold coins. However, what if we possess thousands or even tens of thousands of these crystals? Zhang Zhe replied calmly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he noted Wang Yu's momentary surprise. Are you speaking the truth? Wang Yu inquired, his tone no longer as tranquil as before. The sect is a home to me as well, and thus, contributing to it is my duty. I assure you, I speak with utmost sincerity, though I am uncertain of the exact quantity, Zhang Zhe stated honestly. After all, there were more valuable treasures, such as the earth-fire spirit mushroom, which rendered the fire crystals insignificant in comparison. Very well, let us proceed to excavate. Here are 10 spatial storage rings. We shall head to the magma pool now, Wang Yu declared. As darkness enveloped the sky, the two hastily made their way to the magma pool. To avoid unnecessary complications, they promptly informed Elder Lu Shan, ensuring that all disciples were evacuated. Elder Lu Shan was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Zhe and the sect leader together. Observing Zhang Zhe's relaxed demeanor, it was evident that he was faring well. Once it was just Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu remaining, Wang Yu said, You may descend. I shall await you here. Zhang Zhe had no choice but to don the guise of a miner, extracting fire crystals from the depths of the magma pool. There was no alternative. He had to descend himself, especially given the formidable nature of the fire crystals. How unfortunate! Not only must I part with my treasures, but I also have to mine them myself. Is this not akin to providing a service and paying for it? Zhang Zhe lamented humorously. After toiling for an entire day and night, Zhang Zhe emerged, utterly exhausted, having filled all 10 spatial storage rings. I'm done. I'm truly worn out, he gasped. Wang Yu, however, paid no heed to Zhang Zhe's exhaustion, meticulously inspecting each ring for the fire crystals within. Indeed, these are the purest, top-quality fire crystals. It seems the sect is saved, Wang Yu exclaimed joyfully, and for the first time, Zhang Zhe witnessed a smile on Wang Yu's face, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Wang Yu, noticing Zhang Zhe's unabashed gaze, remarked, "What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I might just gouge your eyes out," in a mockingly irritated tone. Yet, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Zhe. Is this too harsh? It's as if one is dismantling a bridge after crossing it, or killing the donkey after unloading the millstone, Zhang Zhe exclaimed dramatically. Wang Yu found Zhang Zhe's comical demeanor amusing. Returning to the matter at hand, this batch of fire crystals must be sold discreetly. Otherwise, attracting attention would be detrimental. In 3 years, accompany me to Huiyin City, where these fire crystals can fetch a high price, Wang Yu stated, his smile fading as he spoke with a composed demeanor. Later that night, Zhang Zhe returned to his room alone and collapsed onto his bed, slipping into slumber. Once again, Zhang Zhe spent a day and night confined to his bed. Although the sect leader had instructed not to disturb him unless necessary, he felt that a sufficient rest had been achieved. Elder Huang's figure reappeared in Zhang Zhe's room. "Grandfather Huang, do you not fear that a female disciple might be in my bed with your frequent appearances?" Zhang Zhe jested. "I would catch you too red-handed. Are you not aware that such conduct is forbidden within the sect?" Elder Huang retorted with annoyance. "By the way, I may need to step out in a few days. It's a secret mission, so I cannot disclose further details," Zhang Zhe suddenly declared with seriousness. "Do not feign ignorance with me. I am well aware that you are accompanying the sect leader. As a capable aide to the sect leader, you should now comprehend your position," Elder Huang responded. "Speaking of which, I seem to have neglected to mention Elder Huang's spiritual energy. Extract." Zhang Zhe commanded the system directly. Ding. Extraction successful. 5,000 points acquired. Zhang Zhe's heart soared with joy. Who would have thought that the prowess of the divine transformation realm would allow him to extract such a sum? If he had 20 elders like Huang, he could likely enhance his abilities once more. "By the way, how can I see all the elders within the inner sect?" Zhang Zhe inquired of Elder Huang. "What scheme are you concocting?" Elder Huang asked, puzzled. "Nothing much, just seeking to familiarize myself, as I consider myself a genius. Perhaps I may soon ascend to the upper echelons of the sect," Zhang Zhe replied. "I have encountered shameless individuals before, yet I have never seen one as audacious as you. If you wish to broaden your horizons, there will be a meeting this afternoon, attended by all the inner sect elders," Elder Huang stated, having already been informed by Wang Yu that Zhang Zhe was a trustworthy ally. Thus there was no need for concealment. "Then can Elder Huang take me along?" Zhang Zhe implored with a hopeful expression. "The chief disciple is entitled to attend such meetings. If the sect leader brings a disciple, it should be permissible, but I lack the authority to grant such an allowance," Elder Huang lamented. It seemed this matter required the sect leader's approval. "Very well. Please convey to the sect leader that attending this meeting is of utmost importance to me," Zhang Zhe requested. Afterward, Elder Huang departed from Zhang Zhe's room. It is often said that heroes struggle against the allure of beauty, and Zhang Zhe found this to be undeniably true as thoughts of Wang Yu resurfaced in his mind. Bored, he stepped out of the courtyard, only to encounter Zhou Qi, who was just about to leave. "Zhigo, why are you up so early?" Zhou Qi teased. "What brings you such leisure today?" Zhang Zhe inquired. "The captain is currently preparing for the chief disciple selection, so no tasks have been assigned. I thought I might cultivate in the spiritual energy array for a while," Zhou Qi replied. "Indeed, it appears that he has yet to be regarded as a teacher. He dares to participate in the election I am part of," Zhang Zhe remarked. "Brother Zhe, are you planning to enter the competition for the chief disciple?" Zhou Qi inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Of course, I have already established the necessary connections, and I am assured of my place, along with 5 others. Together, we shall compete," Zhang Zhe replied, pride evident on his face. "In my view, it is merely an opportunity to broaden my horizons. That senior brother is truly extraordinary, someone who can be overcome," Zhou Qi stated. "Do you believe I can easily defeat him?" Zhang Zhe asserted, seemingly unconvinced that anyone could breach his defenses. "While I once held faith in your abilities, I must admit that this time I do not." Are you aware of the strength he possesses? Zhou Qi responded, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Chapter 29. The history of the sect. Have you ever faced him? Zhang Zhe casually asked, surprised when Zhou Qi nodded earnestly. That was 4 years ago. At the time, he had yet to enter the inner sect. I was ambitious, confident that it was merely a contest of combat rather than cultivation levels. After that battle, it took me a long time to regain my confidence. Zhou Qi recalled, a shiver of fear in his voice. So formidable? Zhang Zhe countered. Indeed, though his realm is not particularly high, his swordsmanship is unparalleled within our sect, Zhou Qi affirmed. He is also known by another moniker, the sword enthusiast, he added. However, he is reclusive by nature, often executing tasks alone. Since his training began, he has wielded but a single sword. I've heard, though it's merely hearsay, that this sword was found with him when the previous sect master rescued him from his cradle. Zhou Qi whispered, divulging gossip. He too was an orphan taken in, bearing some resemblance to my own story, Zhang Zhe remarked. It seems the sect functions as a sort of refuge. The previous sect master was benevolent, and there are quite a few orphans like you two within the sect, Zhou Qi observed. Indeed, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Without strength, one faces the constant threat of death, which naturally leads to the existence of many parentless orphans. I see. How did the previous sect master meet his end? Zhang Zhe inquired, intrigued. For Wang, you did not seem particularly old, raising questions about how he managed to uphold such a vast sect. I've heard from my father that he was betrayed and fell victim to treachery. Our sect was originally a top-tier force, and, at its peak, it boasted thousands of disciples. While he was outside, he was ambushed by several traitors. Not only that, but those traitors returned with a considerable amount of resources and disciples, leaving the remaining members to forge the current Kuaishan sect. Zhou Qi recounted, sharing the historical narrative of their sect. So our sect has experienced glory in the past. I now have a new mission, to restore the former splendor of our sect, Zhang Zhe declared, brimming with ambition. Confidence emanates from one's abilities, yet it is often significantly bolstered by the advantages of a personal system. Let us together revive the glory of our sect, Zhou Qi proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. By the way, you just mentioned your father. Could it be that he holds a prominent position within the sect? Zhang Zhe inquired, recalling Zhou Qi's previous words. Huh? Did I say that? I certainly did not. Zhou Qi hastily refuted. Zhang Zhe gazed intently at Zhou Qi. All right, I shall confide in you, but you must not disclose it to others. I promised my father I would keep this secret, and I inadvertently let it slip just now. Zhou Qi admitted with a sigh. My father is also an elder of the inner sect. However, I do not wish to rely on his status. I aspire to cultivate on my own, Zhou Qi continued. It appears that each of you possesses some background. That Yin Nanfeng seems far from ordinary, Zhang Zhe remarked, noting that such a prodigy joining the Reliance sect must also be a scion of its higher echelons. I cannot divulge that just yet. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you'll naturally come to know. Lately, I have sensed a significant enhancement in my agility, Zhou Qi said, revealing that after nearly half a year of arduous training, his strength had ascended to the 6th level of foundation establishment. Such a novice. I have even defeated those in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Your current prowess is mere child's play in my presence, Zhang Zhe scoffed. Who would dare to compare themselves to a freak like you? Previously, I was far beyond your level, and yet in such a short time, you have already surpassed me. Zhou Qi, unaware of Zhang Zhe's current realm, could only discern that it was significantly higher than his own. Had he known that Zhang Zhe had already broken through to the Golden Core realm, he would likely have been left astounded. Let us not diminish your spirit any further. Go forth and cultivate diligently. I believe you can surpass me, Zhang Zhe encouraged, gesturing a sign of support towards Zhou Qi. This was nothing short of blatant mockery. Had he been able to best you, he would have done so long ago, Zhou Qi mused inwardly. Elder Huang had informed Zhang Zhe about the midday meeting, which he could attend, albeit lingering behind Wang Yu. Once the meeting commenced, Zhang Zhe maintained a smile upon his face, successfully extracted 5,000 points of spiritual energy. Successfully extracted 5,000 points of agility. Successfully extracted 5,000 points of intelligence. The continuous successes in extraction were exhilarating. Among the 20 or so elders, he had successfully extracted from 20 individuals. Zhang Zhe then opened his personal system panel once more. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, first level of the Golden Core. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense, LV7, 200,000. Current system points, 103200. Upgrade defense, upgrade defense, upgrade defense. Zhang Zhe fervently upgraded his defense. Successfully upgraded to level 8 defense. Subsequently achieved level 9 defense in a single leap, marking 2 consecutive victories. Once again, I open my personal attributes panel. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, first level of the Golden Core stage. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense, LV9, 100,000. Current system points, 33. 200. A smile adorned Zhang Zhe's face, which did not go unnoticed by the elders, who refrained from comment, understanding the connection between Zhang Zhe and the sect leader. Elder Huang had indeed been subtly signaling Zhang Zhe, yet he was utterly engrossed in the joy of his upgrades, paying no heed to Elder Huang's gestures. After the meeting concluded, Li Rongrong addressed Zhang Zhe, inquiring about his persistent smile, curious if he had encountered some delightful news. Only Li Rongrong, Elder Huang, Zhang Zhe, and Wang Yu remained in the sect leader's hall. Elder Huang, I intend to depart quietly tomorrow. Please ensure no one learns of my absence from the sect. Wang Yu remarked, disregarding Zhang Zhe's behavior during the meeting. I understand. You must exercise caution. Would you like me to accompany you? Elder Huang responded with a fond gaze directed at Wang Yu. No need. I prefer you remain here to oversee others. I still harbor some concerns, Wang Yu replied anxiously. The sect was not entirely united, as numerous individuals had their eyes on the sect leader's position, and any misstep could plunge the entire sect into irretrievable chaos. Very well, just be careful, Elder Huang advised, clearly indicating a close relationship with Wang Yu. Zhang Zhe observed quietly from the side. Chapter 30. The pseudo-dragon mount having successfully elevated his defense to level 9, Zhang Zhe felt confident that he could fulfill his task completely. After Wang Yu conveyed several additional instructions, the 4 of them parted ways. Zhang Zhe returned to his chamber, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety about his impending solo outing with Wang Yu, an enchanting beauty whose presence was undeniably intimidating. He lay down and succumbed to sleep, knowing that if he were to embark on a task, a restful night might be a rare luxury. He remained in slumber until the following day. If you do not awaken, do you believe I will not take action? Wang Yu's icy voice pierced through his dreams, causing Zhang Zhe to shiver and wake abruptly. I'm awake. I'm awake, he replied cautiously, realizing that being caught off guard in his sleep would be a most unfortunate fate. Prepare yourself. We depart immediately. Wang Yu commanded decisively. Zhang Zhe glanced outside, noting that dawn had yet to break fully. Despite his discontent, he dared not express it. The two had already left the sect before the first light of day. The journey would take merely half a day. Wang Yu summoned his steed and spoke. A pseudo-dragon émerged, startling zan et considérable. Do not be afraid. This is my mount, Wang Yu reassured, affectionately stroking the creature. This pseudo-dragon possessed strength akin to that of the divine transformation realm, ranking as a 5th-tier spirit beast. Is it truly that magnificent? Zhang Zhe marveled, inspecting the pseudo-dragon as if he were a rustic visiting the city for the first time. The 2 of them sat securely atop the dragon's back, heading straight for Huiyun City. Within half a day, they arrived at their destination. Wang Yu donned a black robe and a dark hood, clearly intent on concealing his identity. I wish to sell fire crystal stones, he addressed the staff at the auction house. Zhang Zhe followed closely like an attendant. How many do you wish to sell? The staff inquired politely. 5,000, of the finest quality, Wang Yu replied succinctly. The staff was taken aback. Such a substantial quantity of fire crystal stones typically attracted numerous protectors, yet only 2 individuals stood before him. Please expedite the process. We are in haste, Wang Yu urged, somewhat flustered. We have 2 methods for acquiring fire crystal stones. One is direct purchase by our auction house, and the other is to entrust us with their auction. The staff explained thoughtfully. The latter option, while potentially more profitable, would require a lengthy time frame, as such a large quantity could not be sold within just a day or 2. I choose to entrust the auction, Wang Yu declared, evidently having already made up his mind. Very well, please follow me to the side for the handover of goods and provide your address in Huayun City. We will notify you immediately upon the successful auction, the staff replied courteously. All right. After the transaction was completed, Wang Yu and Zhang Zhe proceeded to an inn. In Zhang Zhe's room, Wang Yu remarked, it seems we must wait 5 days. Within this time, the fire crystal stones should sell completely, should they not? We will decisively sell them to the auction house. He removed his hood and continued. Why are we in such a rush? Zhang Zhe questioned, puzzled. If we delay our return, won't we fetch a better price? I too wish for that, but I am concerned about potential upheavals of the sect. Should this transaction succeed, they will no longer pose a significant threat, Wang Yu replied, his gaze resolute. He had contemplated numerous strategies to strengthen the sect, yet was hindered by others, leading to its increasing desolation. Indeed, it is quite troublesome, Zhang Zhe expressed, exasperated. If you find it burdensome, you may return at any time. Wang Yu's tone turned icy once more. How could I find it burdensome? Accompanying the esteemed sect leader is my honor. Zhang Zhe, with a tone of flattery, spoke up, initiating a complete reversal of circumstances. 3 days swiftly passed, during which both Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu remained confined to their respective chambers, anxiously awaiting news from the auction house. Let's make a trip to the auction house, Wang Yu expressed, sensing an ominous premonition. Zhang Zhe was startled once more by Wang Yu's sudden appearance in the room. What if you arrive and I am still changing? Must you always appear so unexpectedly? My heart can't bear it, Zhang Zhe exclaimed. Time is of the essence. We must hurry, Wang Yu urged. The two made their way directly to the Huayun City auction house. Hello, I have entrusted the auction house with a batch of fire crystals. May I inquire how many have been sold? Wang Yu asked the staff upon arrival. The staff appeared flustered and quickly went to check the information regarding the fire crystals. Greetings, 2/3 of that batch has just been auctioned off, the staff reported. Very well, sell the remaining fire crystals to the auction house. Let us settle the accounts immediately, Wang Yu stated plainly, having noticed discrepancies from the liaison staff. If so, you will incur some losses, the staff attempted to dissuade Wang Yu. I do not wish to repeat myself, Wang Yu replied coldly. Within the hour, settle the accounts promptly. Here is my amethyst card. Wang Yu handed over his card. Is there something amiss? Zhang Zhe sensed Wang Yu's unease and inquired. I just want to secure the funds as soon as possible. It will bring peace of mind. Wang Yu nervously replied. This pertains to the future of our sect. There must be no errors. Half an hour later, the staff returned the amethyst card to Wang Yu. A total of nearly 4,000 fire crystals were auctioned, all of superior quality, approximately valued at 10,000 gold coins each, totaling 40 million gold coins. The auction house retains a service fee of 1. As for the remaining 1,000 fire crystals, after careful consideration, we offer you a very reasonable price of 9,000 gold coins each, with the previous service fee waived, totaling 49 million gold coins. It has all been deposited into your card, the staff explained. Let's go, Wang Yu stated decisively, leading Zhang Zhe as they intended to leave Huayun City. Just as they exited the city gates, a roar echoed from 2 kilometers away. Wang Yu's expression turned icy. It seemed that trouble had indeed arrived. A group of individuals obstructed their path, with 3 formidable beings at the forefront, 2 of whom were at the advanced stage of transformation, while 1 was at the initial stage. Hand over the items, and we shall allow you to pass. Otherwise, humph, the leader declared. The news had evidently leaked despite their haste. Such a grand display. We possess nothing of value, Zhang Zhe remarked, eyeing the formidable lineup. What formidable tactics do you possess? Upon utilizing it, A path shall be opened, and the two of us can escape, Zhang Zhe whispered to Wang Yu. Very well. I have a plan, but if you accompany me, we may never manage to flee, Wang Yu replied. Zhang Zhe felt a wave of frustration. It seemed he was nothing more than a burden. However, Zhang Zhe was no ordinary cultivator of the Golden Core realm. Do not worry about me. Leave the mount to me. It should be able to transform into a bracelet, correct? Zhang Zhe inquired softly. Indeed, once I unleash my spirit technique, we shall make our move immediately. Xiaolong, you must heed his commands, Wang Yu said, affectionately stroking the head of the little dragon. Roar. Xiaolong let out a fierce roar. It appeared that they would not shed tears until faced with the grave. The adversaries recognized that Wang Yu and Zhang Zhe were prepared for battle and began to close in on them. Frost surge. Wang Yu gathered all his spiritual energy into his palm and unleashed his most formidable technique. Not good, defend. The opponents shouted urgently. A massive tear was forcefully ripped open in front of them, allowing Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu to slip through. However, as soon as the technique subsided, their pursuers resumed the chase. The intelligence was incorrect. It seems this is not merely a peak in the transformation stage, but he may have reached the pinnacle of transformation experience, the leader remarked. No matter, let's see how far they can run. Another high-ranking cultivator in the transformation stage added. Thus, Zhang Zhe ran ahead while a group pursued closely behind, all mounted on swift running wolves. This is unsustainable. We must split up, Zhang Zhe decisively declared and commanded Xiaolong to head in a different direction. Damn it, we must return alive. Wang Yu anxiously glanced in the direction Zhang Zhe had taken. The pursuers realized they had divided into two paths. I will pursue that kid. You continue after the other. The early-stage transformation cultivator said, leading a small group in Zhang Zhe's direction. What the hell? How can a dragon not outrun a pack of filthy wolves? Zhang Zhe scolded his mount, Xiaolong roar. Xiaolong growled in apparent frustration as the enemy was closing in. No more running. Let us fight. Zhang Zhe resolutely turned to counterattack, and Xiaolong understood his intent, directly confronting the early-stage transformation realm expert. Zhang Zhe faced a throng of adversaries. Even the weakest among them was at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Clang, clang, clang. Numerous weapons rained down upon Zhang Zhe and to the onlookers. It seemed he would be torn to shreds in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Is this the defense of a Golden Core initial stage cultivator? Boss, this person is a freak. We cannot break through his defenses at all. One of them exclaimed to the early-stage transformation realm expert. Countless spiritual techniques have been unleashed upon Zhang Zhe, yet none have proven effective. Instead, two early-stage Golden Core experts fell victim to a surprise attack from the man. What? A bunch of useless fools. Once I deal with this foul dragon, I will ensure that brat is ground to dust. The man bellowed in fury. Return. Zhang Zhe commanded the little dragon, which then transformed into a bracelet and encircled his wrist. The man, taken aback, slowly approached Zhang Zhe. You're courting death, even with commendable defenses. The disparity in levels cannot be bridged by mere skill, he remarked, ambling toward Zhang Zhe. Is that so? However, I have no intention of begging for mercy. Let me understand my fate. Who are you? Zhang Zhe responded, disappointment etched on his face, as if resigned to his impending demise. I shall not withhold this from you. I am from the Earthfire sect. Have you heard of it? In your next life, do not oppose the Earthfire sect. Prepare to die, the man declared, brandishing a pair of colossal axes as he advanced to cleave Zhang Zhe in two. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Zhe emerged unscathed beneath the mighty axe, evading the attack once more. What? Did the boss hold back? How could he not be killed? Is this person's defense truly that formidable? The group murmured, the experts of the transformation stage beginning to fidget uneasily. Let us all attack together. This individual must be relying on spiritual power for his defense. Once that falters, he will be like a lamb to the slaughter, an expert from the transformation stage analyzed. Agreed. The crowd surged forward, launching an overwhelming assault upon Zhang Zhe. Although every strike was successfully repelled, he found himself momentarily immobilized. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was frantically fleeing toward the direction of the Reliance sect. If I were you, I would cease running. All the gold is with you. Surrender the gold, and I will spare your life. The pursuers called out, but Wang Yu remained oblivious, continuing his escape. Let us employ the combined spiritual technique. If we allow him to escape too far, unforeseen complications may arise, another suggested. All right. The two simultaneously formed hand seals. Binding winds. A gust of wind surged toward Wang Yu, who attempted to evade it, only to find escape impossible. As the wind ensnared him, he found his feet rooted to the spot. Got him. With our combined spiritual technique, you shall remain here obediently, the two boasted triumphantly. Surrounded by all, Wang Yu was cornered. I have already stated, hand over the gold willingly. Now, I have lost my patience. I will take your life as well. One of them proclaimed, fixing a gaze upon Wang Yu. Let us see you try and capture me first. Wang Yu retorted defiantly. Although Wang Yu was bound at his feet, his peak strength in the transformation stage allowed him to endure for a while. Kill him, the leader commanded, and the others rushed towards Wang Yu. At the sound of a whistle, Wang Yu revealed a faint smile, prompting the others to halt in their tracks. He blew the same whistle. In the next moment, a large contingent appeared on the battlefield. Reinforcements had arrived. The leader was filled with regret. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him, as the opposing forces clearly outnumbered his own. Chapter 32. Reinforcements arrive, Master. We are late, Elder Huang said apologetically. It is not too late. Quickly resolve the battle. The two who use secret techniques against me should be weakened now. Leave none alive. Eliminate them all. Wang Yu replied calmly. Though he did not relish the thought of slaughter, he understood the reality. If he were to fall into their hands, he would undoubtedly meet a similar fate. Understood. The members of the Kaishan sect were not to be trifled with, and they had brought a significant number of elites this time. The battle soon concluded, and Wang Yu regained his freedom. What about Zhang Zhe? Elder Huang inquired. We split up and ran in different directions. Follow me. I know the route he took to escape, Wang Yu replied as the group sprinted forward. Damn it. Is this some kind of joke? Wasn't it said there would be reinforcements to save me? What time is it now? Zhang Zhe lamented, bemused by his predicament. He had been on the defensive while the enemy relentlessly pressed their attack, unwittingly engaging in battle for nearly half a day. Zhang Zhe's defenses had remained impenetrable. God, what kind of monster is this? It's even harder than a turtle shell, lamented the lone beginner in the transformation stage. Never had he experienced such a frustrating battle. This insignificant opponent was merely at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, yet he found himself unable to contend with him. If he were to return to the sect and disclose this, he would surely be met with ridicule. How the hell is this absurd level of defense even possible? I'm exhausted. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Same here. If this continues, we will have to resort to medicinal pills. Others echoed, their voices filled with despair. The plan was to exhaust the enemy's spiritual energy, yet their own reserves were dwindling. At that moment, Wang Yu suddenly appeared on the battlefield. I Soul, Divine Marshal. With a single strike, he inflicted widespread devastation. The reinforcements have arrived. Retreat. The leader commanded as he saw Wang Yu, immediately issuing an order to withdraw. However, Elder Huang had already encircled them from another direction. You finally made it, my dear, Zhang Zhe exclaimed, his expression a mix of joy and relief upon seeing Wang Yu. Noticing that Zhang Zhe bore no wounds, indeed, he had not even sustained scratch, Wang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. After the battle was resolved, Elder Huang approached Zhang Zhe. Are you unscathed? Elder Huang scrutinized Zhang Zhe and inquired, Must you truly wait until I am battered and bruised before you take action? Zhang Zhe replied, exasperated. Fortunately, he had previously upgraded the system's defenses to level 9. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere pulp in this dire situation. Monstrous. Elder Huang remained silent for a long moment before uttering this remark and vanishing from sight. Let us return now. Our valiant hero, Wang Yu said, glancing at Zhang Zhe. Had 3 formidable beings from the transformation realm pursued him, he might have unleashed that combined spiritual technique, rendering his escape impossible. Thus, Wang Yu felt a deep sense of guilt toward Zhang Zhe, as the circumstances had been exceedingly urgent. Perhaps fleeing separately had indeed been the wisest choice. However, She had deemed Zhang Zhe's chances of survival to be utterly negligible. Seeing him unharmed finally lifted the weight from her heart. The group made their way back to the sect. During the meeting the following day, Wang Yu presented a stash of gold coins, leaving all the elders in shock. I must warn you against harboring any ulterior motives. From this day forth, I shall be the sole leader of this sect, and the various factions you oversee will undergo a complete restructuring. I intend to utilize these gold coins to bolster our sect as strength, Wang Yu declared with authority. With this wealth, she could sway those uncertain old-timers to her side. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, all subsequent organizational tasks were entrusted to Li Rongrong. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe returned to his chamber, promptly falling into a deep slumber, utterly indifferent to the monumental shifts occurring within the sect, continuing his reverie in dreamland. If you do not rise soon, you shall miss the selection for the chief disciple, Elder Huang announced as he appeared in Zhang Zhe's quarters. Ah, life is arduous. Must I not rest a while longer? Why is it so difficult? Zhang Zhe retorted, albeit in jest between the two of them. Do you believe I still need to make a move? He added with a smile, recognizing that the previous battle had likely revealed all his trump cards. Ha! You truly excel at playing the fool to catch the wise. Yet formalities must be observed. Knowing your strength is of little consequence. Elder Huang chuckled in response. Reflecting on Zhang Zhe's defenses, he mused that even his old bones might struggle to breach them. Indeed, this should conclude by the end of the day, shouldn't it? Zhang Zhe inquired, noting that there were only 6 participants in the contest. Perhaps it will take longer than you anticipate. The sect has implemented a reincarnation system to increase the frequency of our sparring sessions. In simpler terms, you will face the other 5 disciples in matches. Winning earns you a point, while losing yields none. The 2 individuals with the highest points will then compete in the final showdown, Elder Huang explained. So, I must contend with everyone in succession? Zhang Zhe stated plainly, acknowledging that with his capabilities, this was indeed the case. Originally, I believed I would continue as his chief disciple without a hitch. However, it appears a change in leadership is imminent, Elder Huang remarked. On the day of the chief disciple election, the square was once again teeming with disciples. The chief disciple undoubtedly serves as the leader among the disciples, embodying the most prodigious talents of the younger generation. On the very first day, Zhang Zhe encountered Yin Nanfeng, a former adversary he had once bested. You truly are unfortunate. Encountering me in the very first match, Zhang Zhe commented, gazing at Yin Nanfeng. Do not presume that you're the only one who has broken through to the Golden Core stage. I too have successfully achieved that milestone, Yin Nanfeng replied. Eyeing Zhang Zhe, once considered the youngest to reach the Golden Core stage, he found himself swiftly eclipsed by Zhang Zhe, who had also overwhelmed him in their previous encounter. What a Golden Core stage! Even if you are at that level, as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, you cannot hope to defeat me, Zhang Zhe provocatively stated, locking eyes with Yin Nanfeng. Seeking death, Yin Nanfeng, incensed, charged toward Zhang Zhe, a long sword poised before him, slicing through the air. Yet, Zhang Zhe remained immovable. Do you still fail to comprehend the chasm that lies between us? Regardless of your strength, you will never breach my defenses, Zhang Zhe calmly asserted. Chapter 33. Sparks fly. Once upon a time, he was the exalted genius, while Zhang Zhe was the slothful one, the subject of ridicule. Now, however, he found himself in a position where he could easily shatter Yin Nanfeng's pride. How could this be? Yin Nanfeng stammered in retreat. He unleashed all his spiritual techniques. Yet Zhang Zhe stood resolute, allowing Yin Nanfeng's sword to strike him repeatedly. I have been defeated, Yin Nanfeng lamented, his confidence utterly shattered. Previously, he had held a superior realm over Zhang Zhe, but now he realized that even with his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, he was powerless against Zhang Zhe. The battle concluded without Zhang Zhe having to lift a finger. Wow, once again, Yin Nanfeng has been vanquished. Perhaps Zhang Zhe truly has the potential to become the chief disciple after all. Is this not utterly invincible? To defeat Yin Nanfeng without moving a muscle, exclaimed the onlookers. Though he is formidable, there is no way he could possibly defeat our senior brother, right? Another disciple chimed in. Indeed, aside from his 4th-year performance, where he triumphed with 3 strikes, he he has consistently overwhelmed his opponents with a single move in subsequent years. This year, it is inconceivable that anyone could last even one round against him. They continued, discussing the matches. Meanwhile, the battle on Jianshen's side had long concluded, with a single move bringing victory, executed with grace akin to gold. Upon witnessing Zhang Zhe's triumph in such fashion, Jianshen was taken aback. It was evident that Zhang Zhe had not exerted his full capabilities, as his opponent was utterly outmatched. As Zhang Zhe descended from the arena, he fixed his gaze directly upon Jianshen. "You were once regarded as the pride of all, yet I shall defeat you and ascend as the chief disciple," Zhang Zhe proclaimed confidently. "You are indeed strong. I eagerly anticipate our duel." Sword Dust gazed intently at Zhang Zhe and spoke, their eyes seemingly igniting with sparks. "Who do you think will prevail?" In the shadows, Li Rongrong and Wang Yu observed. Li Rongrong whispered, "Although I don't understand why his defense is so formidable. Sword Dust's attacks should be incapable of breaching it." Wang Yu, watching Zhang Zhe's figure, remarked, "It seems you possess quite a bit of confidence in him. I wonder if his defense is innate or has the potential for growth. I am uncertain, but we owe him a great debt for this mission. Otherwise, I might have perished out there, and the plans to strengthen our sect would have been utterly thwarted," Wang Yu stated quietly. "In the past few days, I've dispatched trusted allies to procure rare treasures and techniques to enhance our sect's strength. Within a month, our sect should ascend to a new echelon. Zhang Zhe undoubtedly deserves the lion's share of the credit for all of this. You must remain vigilant regarding the restructuring. We cannot afford to give them another opportunity to recruit members. We must not repeat past mistakes," Wang Yu asserted solemnly. "Understood, my esteemed sect leader. Rest assured, if I were to be disheartened by this matter, I would truly be unworthy of my position as your deputy sect leader," Li Rongrong replied with a smile. On the first day, Zhang Zhe triumphed in all 3 battles. No one could penetrate his defenses, and Sword Dust was straightforwardly brutal, defeating each opponent with a single strike. The crowd eagerly anticipated the confrontation between these two individuals, one a dark horse newly admitted to the inner sect, the other a genius disciple who had held the title for 3 consecutive years. In no time, Zhang Zhe became a prominent figure within the sect. "What brings you here?" Zhang Zhe inquired upon arriving at the sect leader's hall, addressing Wang Yu. "You must secure the position of chief disciple, after which you may participate in sect decisions and have the opportunity to join the Elder Council," Wang Yu replied, setting aside what he had been holding. "I will strive for it. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to attain the position of chief disciple," Zhang Zhe said, scratching his head. "I see in you the hope for revitalizing our sect. Though I have been diligently cultivating, I still feel as though I am a step away from breaking through that barrier," Wang Yu remarked, looking at Zhang Zhe. "On the day we parted ways in our escape, were you confident that your defense could withstand the opponent's attacks?" Wang Yu asked. "I believe it should pose no problem. Otherwise, I am not foolish enough to have fled without clinging to your side," Zhang Zhe replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Your strength is your secret, and I do not wish to pry, but should you require assistance from the sect, feel free to voice your needs," Wang Yu continued. "I actually do require assistance. My weapon is a spear, but it is only of 2nd rank at present. My strength has reached the golden core stage. Could you possibly reward me with a 3rd rank weapon?" Zhang Zhe cautiously spoke, fearing that the conditions he proposed might be deemed excessive. Wang Yu regarded him in silence. "Is my request too difficult to satisfy? Perhaps an additional 50,000 gold coins would suffice," Zhang Zhe inquired. "I can assist you with the weaponry, and furthermore, I can provide you with 50,000 gold coins," Wang Yu replied, gesturing with his left hand as a purple gold card flew toward Zhang Zhe. "This is a purple crystal card. It contains 200,000 gold coins. You need only to drop your blood on it to activate it, and you may keep it for future use," Wang Yu stated without hesitation. Zhang Zhe was elated, astonished by the substantial sum he received, fully aware that Wang Yu intended to invest all those coins into the development of the Eastern Gate. "I will also assist you with the weaponry," Wang Yu continued. "You are indeed exceedingly generous to me. It seems that partnering with you on this quest is truly worthwhile," Zhang Zhe replied with a beaming smile. "By the way, there is one more matter," I have discerned which faction has ambushed us, Zhang Zhe suddenly recalled, having extracted this information from the enemy. The Earth Fire Sect. I have already uncovered this, but given our current strength, revenge may be unattainable. Nonetheless, this grievance shall one day be avenged, Wang Yu declared with indignation. Zhang Zhe felt a twinge of embarrassment, not anticipating that Wang Yu was already aware of this, as he had merely intended to showcase his own intellect, only to discover that the investigation had already been conducted. Very well, you have received your rewards. Now go and devote yourself to your training, Wang Yu instructed. After Zhang Zhe departed, Wang Yu fell into contemplation. This time, we must attract more talents to the Kaoshan sect. While there are some prodigies within the sect, it will be too late by the time they mature, Wang Yu expressed with concern, fully aware that his sect would likely face oppression from other factions during its rise. Chapter 34. Jianchen's defeat. Not only that, but coupled with the enmity incurred during the sect's previous period of prosperity, Wang Yu understood the principle that when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Those adversaries would not wish to see their own sects regain their former strength. At this moment, Zhang Zhe was elated, thinking to himself, it seems there are indeed benefits to be had. He smiled, focusing solely on enhancing his defenses, having already tasted success in that regard. Maximizing my defense is the true path. Zhang Zhe fell asleep again, as the following day would bring the main event. On the morrow, Zhang Zhe faced two more battles. Coincidentally, one of the matches was suited for Zhou Tianwan, whose confidence had long been shattered by Zhang Zhe. Faced with Zhang Zhe, he chose to surrender, and Zhang Zhe advanced with a decisive 4-win advantage into the final duel, which would be against his senior brother, Jianchen. The two met upon the arena. It appears you are far stronger than I had anticipated. I have studied you. You defeated the outer sect's top talent to enter the inner sect, and then continued on an unstoppable winning streak, Jianchen remarked, unusually verbose. If you can defeat me, I shall be quite pleased, for you are aware of the trials our sect has endured, Jianchen remarked. Zhang Zhe's mind brimmed with confusion, struggling to decipher the implications of Jianchen's words. Master, she has toiled tirelessly, and I wish to shoulder much of her burden, hence my relentless pursuit of cultivation. Jianchen's countenance softened, revealing a gentler demeanor. A realization dawned upon Zhang Zhe. It appeared this young man harbored feelings for the sect leader. Having ascended to the rank of chief disciple, he naturally had ample opportunity to interact with her, and Wang Yu was undeniably enchanting. No, Wang Yu is mine. I cannot tolerate anyone else's affections for her. I must defeat him. Zhang Zhe gritted his teeth in determination, while at that moment, Wang Yu and Li Rongrong were discreetly observing from the sidelines. Given Wang Yu's prowess, their conversation was crystal clear, and she had sensed Jianchen's affections were directed towards her rather than the sect leader. Yet, this suspicion had only now solidified into certainty, coloring her cheeks with a rosy hue. What's wrong? Li Rongrong inquired, noticing the two had yet to engage in combat. Words are futile. Let the battle commence. Your claim of invincibility is true, but after this duel, I shall remain undefeated, Zhang Zhe declared with overwhelming confidence. Do not jest. My defenses have been rigorously tested. Even the mightiest of the transformation realm cannot breach them. What can you, a mere nascent soul cultivator, possibly do? Ah, such audacity. Truly, you are worthy of being a disciple of our sect, Jianchen responded calmly, brandishing his long sword and closing his eyes. What is happening? Are we truly to engage in a contest of spells? Zhang Zhe queried, bewildered. It has begun. The elder brother is about to unleash that technique. It has been ages since we've seen him fight with such seriousness. I am genuinely eager, Li Rongrong exclaimed. Brother, elder brother, go forth and vanquish Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe felt at a loss as he listened. It seemed these individuals were nothing short of fervent admirers. Unity of man and sword. Jianchen opened his eyes, unleashing a sharp gust that swept through the surroundings. Sword chi, Zhang Zhe exclaimed in disbelief. I never expected him to grasp sword chi with such diligence, Li Rongrong commented. Indeed, his unwavering commitment to the sword path is remarkable. He is truly fortunate, Wang Yu remarked, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she regarded Zhang Zhe. Though she was aware of the likely outcome of this battle, a sense of apprehension lingered regarding the potential for unforeseen events. For there was an air of mystery surrounding Zhang Zhe's strength. "What can your sword chi do against me?" Zhang Zhe retorted, casually placing his hands behind his back. "Your ability to defeat me shall depend on your skill," he continued, his tone imbued with arrogance. "Since my childhood, I have devoted myself to the art of swordsmanship, and I have long since comprehended the essence of sword energy. In my youth, I acquired a rudimentary sword technique of the earth rank, which, though still somewhat taxing to wield, I believe is worth employing against you." Jian Shen spoke quietly. "Before this duel, I had gleaned some understanding of Zhang Zhe. His defensive capabilities are astonishing, seemingly impenetrable by anyone thus far. Naturally, I could not afford to be careless in combat against Zhang Zhe." "Very well, let us begin," Zhang Zhe proclaimed, his spirit unwavering, showing no inclination towards offense. "God-slaying 3 swords," Jian Shen bellowed, his sword trembling in his grasp. The resonant hum echoed throughout the plaza. "Kill!" Jian Shen charged forth, and Zhang Zhe felt a palpable wave of murderous intent wash over him. It appeared this individual had taken many lives outside. Otherwise, such a lethal aura would not emanate from him. After one strike, Jian Shen leaped over Zhang Zhe, only to turn back and strike once more. Zhang Zhe stood immovable. Neither of the 2 strikes inflicted any harm upon him. Jian Shen soared high once again, raising his sword above his head. God-slaying 3 swords, the final strike. He swung down fiercely. On the sidelines, Zhou Qi's palms were slick with sweat, having witnessed the breathtaking display of Jian Shen's flamboyant swordplay and Zhang Zhe's steadfast demeanor. The outcome seemed poised to be determined by this last blow. "Kill!" After the strike, Jian Shen remained frozen in place, his expression blank. None of his attacks had any effect on Zhang Zhe. Even his most powerful 3 strikes were effortlessly neutralized. What was happening? Why were they both stationary? Had Zhang Zhe been slain? "Referee, hurry and assist him." Surely not. Killing was prohibited during matches within the sect. "What is the matter?" "You may continue your assault if you're not fatigued," Zhang Zhe remarked calmly, back to back with Jian Shen. "You have won. Continuing would yield no victory for me." "You are the true prodigy," Jian Shen declared before silently descending from the arena. His exit was naturally interpreted as a concession. "What is happening, senior brother? Why have you stepped down? Has Zhang Zhe truly been defeated?" "It hardly seems so," Zhou Qi bellowed in disbelief from the sidelines. "You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see that stepping down signifies defeat?" Zhou Qi shouted angrily. "Victory! Victory! Brother Zhe has truly triumphed." Jubilant voices reached Zhang Zhe's ears. "As I said, if I can win, I certainly will," Zhang Zhe replied with nonchalance, brushing aside his bangs. "I had anticipated this outcome. Those of the transformation realm cannot contend with him." "And Jian Shen was bound to lose," Li Rongrong remarked. "Indeed, it seems that from this day forward, he shall be the chief disciple of the sect." Wang Yu observed silently, gazing at Zhang Zhe. The recent election for the position of chief disciple has certainly allowed Zhang Zhe to shine brightly. From now on, he shall be regarded as the elder brother among all disciples. In the evening, Zhang Zhe returned to his chamber, slightly weary from the battles fought. For the ceremony to officially designate the chief disciple would take place the following day. "How do you feel?" "You seem rather pleased," remarked the anxious Elder Huang, entering Zhang Zhe's room without knocking. "Ah, Elder Huang, why do you always burst in so suddenly?" Zhang Zhe feigned shock, patting his chest as if startled. "Well, you become quite impolite. Haven to you? If your strength surpasses mine, I suppose you would be riding on my neck," Elder Huang retorted with a hint of annoyance. "How could that be? If it weren't for your guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today," Zhang Zhe replied with a grin. "Go away. I have no right to lecture you. I'm quite baffled by how you've ascended so rapidly," Elder Huang admitted, perplexed. Logically, Yin Nanfeng, the foremost talent of the outer sect, should have been the center of attention. Yet now, he had faded from prominence, having surpassed expectations by reaching the Golden Core realm ahead of time. But he remained far behind Zhang Zhe, with no real chance of catching up. "Elder Huang, let us be honest. Your relationship with our sect leader is quite extraordinary. I assent it?" Zhang Zhe inquired with a mischievous grin. "Indeed, I was of the same generation as her father, and we shared a close bond. I was once his little follower, Elder Huang reminisced. You cheeky rascal. Why are you prying? He added, regaining his composure with a hint of irritation. I'm merely trying to strengthen our sect. It's essential to understand the power dynamics within, Zhang Zhe proclaimed with righteous fervor. Though your current cultivation may not be impressive, you possess considerable strength. And once you become the chief disciple, your responsibilities will be significant, Elder Huang stated. The sect is divided into 3 factions. The faction aligned with the sect leader comprises 10 elders. The Yin family faction has 6 elders. And the Li family faction consists of 5 elders, he continued. Zhang Zhe attentively listened, his ears perked up. Yin Nanfeng must belong to the Yin family, correct? He interjected. Yes, he is of the direct lineage. Additionally, there are 4 elders who remain neutral, merely muddling through, although you hold a status akin to that of an elder. When Jian Shun occupied this position, he always voted in favor of the sect leader. The Yin and Li families do not seek rebellion. They merely wish to weaken the sect to enhance their own power when it comes to interests, Elder Huang explained. Ever since the sect leader made a lavish expenditure, those neutral elders swiftly aligned themselves with her, resulting in a reshuffling of power within the sect. Now, the Yin and Li families are left with only their direct lineages to maintain, unable to stir up any significant turmoil, Elder Huang concluded. It appears that I have indeed contributed significantly to this matter. Reflecting on it, the entirety of the coins generated for the sect's development has been obtained through the sale of fire crystal stones. You, my dear friend, are certainly not a dim bulb. If you wish to assist the sect, you must promptly enhance your strength. With both internal and external challenges at play, the internal strife has been resolved. Yet the external threats remain, Elder Huang continued. Was the sect once that formidable? Zhang Zhe inquired. It was indeed 100-fold more powerful than it is now. Had it not been for the betrayal of the former sect leader, which dredged up painful memories, Elder Huang sighed deeply. Do not fret. I shall support the sect leader. With my presence, the resurgence of our sect is imminent, Zhang Zhe declared with fervor, oblivious to the events of the past. However, given Wang Yu's current situation, it is evident how much she has endured to uphold the entire sect. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Elder Huang departed from Zhang Zhe's chamber. There is something peculiar about that Jian Shun, Zhang Zhe mused, recalling their recent battle. Meanwhile, in the hall of the sect leader, Jian Shun addressed Wang Yu, stating, I must leave the sect. Very well. Given your talent, it would be better for you to develop elsewhere, Wang Yu replied, seated at the head of the table. After today's battle, I have come to realize how weak I truly am. I am not capable of protecting the sect, nor you. I need to venture outside and experience the trials of life and death, Jian Shun said calmly. Wang Yu fell into silence, although she had been aware of this before. Hearing it spoken so directly was unsettling. I am wholly devoted to the sect and have never considered personal matters, Wang Yu replied, her mind briefly drifting to Zhang Zhe's smiling face. Upon my return from training, I shall surely safeguard the sect, Jian Shun affirmed resolutely, grasping his sword and departing the hall. Why can you not understand my heart? While many know of my devotion to the sword, within that sword lies you, Jian Shun murmured, gazing at the 3 characters of the sect's name, Cao Shanzong. Once, he was hailed as the esteemed senior brother, an undefeated warrior, the chief disciple admired by all. Yet today, he was effortlessly defeated by Zhang Zhe, a blow to his confidence. The next morning, Elder Huang entered Zhang Zhe's room with purpose. Today marks your coronation as the chief disciple, he announced. Zhang Zhe, just awakening, heard a knock at the door. Knock, knock. It's me, Zhege, I'm Zhou Qi, came the voice from outside. Come in. The door is unlocked, Zhang Zhe replied, bemused, noting that the room could nearly accommodate a game of mahjong at this hour. You were truly magnificent yesterday. I am in awe of you, Elder Huang. Zhou Qi exclaimed joyfully, greeting Elder Huang with the utmost respect upon seeing him. You must be the grandson of Zhou Tai, grown so much since I last saw you. Elder Huang remarked with a smile. Indeed, I never anticipated encountering Elder Huang here, Zhou Qi respectfully remarked. You young folks carry on. I shall take my leave. Remember to diligently cultivate, or I shall inform your grandfather of your shortcomings. Elder Huang jested with a smile. Safe travels, Elder Huang, Zhou Qi replied courteously. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe had just descended from his bed. How do I look? Am I not handsome? That fellow is no match for me, even if 10 of them came. I could easily defeat them, Zhang Zhe said with a grin. Chapter 36. Diverging opinions. I truly did not foresee this. Were you merely pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all along? In less than a year, tales of your prowess have spread throughout the sect. Zhou Qi expressed with admiration as he gazed at Zhang Zhe. Last night, upon returning home for a family gathering, my grandfather scolded me fiercely, claiming that compared to you, I am utterly useless. Zhou Qi continued, visibly exasperated. Ha ha, to say you are useless is a bit harsh. After all, there is still a considerable gap between a genius like me and the likes of you. Zhang Zhe responded with a hint of arrogance. That truly stings. I am on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage, you know? Zhou Qi retorted, his expression one of disbelief. The golden core stage? Is it truly that difficult? Zhang Zhe scoffed, spreading his hands in mockery. Had Zhou Qi been capable of defeating Zhang Zhe, he would have already confronted him. From this day forward, you shall be our elder brother, Zhang Zhe proclaimed. Of course, and you shall be my little follower, he added with a hearty laugh, displaying a fondness for Zhou Qi. This individual held a respectable status yet never abused his power, appearing just like everyone else, unlike that arrogant Yan Nanfeng. After the ceremony for the chief disciple, Zhang Zhe received an urgent notification from the Elder Council. During the council meeting, it was reported that strange phenomena had arisen in the south, prompting numerous sects to dispatch representatives, though the situation remained uncertain. One elder promptly spoke. We have investigated this matter. It is a secret realm characterized by compressed space and inherent irregularity. Only those with strength below the nascent soul stage may enter. Anyone exceeding that level will be crushed by the realm's unique spiritual energy. Several dozen sect disciples have already ventured forth, yet none have succeeded in opening that secret realm. The elder concluded before returning to his seat. What are your thoughts? Wang Yu, seated at the head, inquired. This is certainly a matter worth contending for. It provides an opportunity to hone the sect's strength, Zhang Zhe stated directly. I find this inadvisable. Our sect has only just regained its vitality, and with the recent election of our chief disciple, it is vital to establish authority. We cannot afford any mishaps at this crucial juncture, Elder Yin interjected, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe wore an expression of helplessness, his features bearing a resemblance to Yan Nanfeng, suggesting he belonged to the Yin family. Why do these individuals seem so inclined to oppose me? I believe we should go, Zhang Zhe asserted with conviction. We cannot merely engage in theoretical discussions. It would also provide our sect's disciples an opportunity to broaden their horizons. Elder Huang interjected, casting a smile in Zhang Zhe's direction. The assembly erupted into chatter, some advocating for the journey, while others voiced their opposition. Very well, Elder Kai, please investigate further. We must ascertain whether the potential benefits justify our expedition. Wang Yu interrupted the debate. Understood, Sectmaster. Following the conclusion of this meeting, I shall personally visit that location. Let us decide once more information is received, Wang Yu stated. After the meeting adjourned, Zhang Zhe lingered. Why do you remain? Wang Yu inquired, massaging his temples. Do you doubt me, or do you harbor fears? Zhang Zhe asked, puzzled. It is not that. Rather, I am uncertain about the level of danger involved. If the significance is minimal, there is no need to take such considerable risks, Wang Yu responded. Should we proceed? I can lead the team and ensure your disciples return safely, Zhang Zhe asserted with confidence. Wang Yu fell into contemplation. The sect had recently ascended to a new level of strength, with numerous elders at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage engaged in secluded cultivation, seeking to break through to the transformation stage. Therefore, even if a formidable expert from the transformation stage were to lead, their numbers would be limited. Elder Yan's sentiments held merit. Perhaps it would be prudent to await Elder Kai's intelligence before deciding, Wang Yu concluded calmly. How can we revitalize the sect if we remain hesitant? Zhang Zhe retorted, his words imbued with frustration as he stormed out of the palace. Wang Yu, seated in contemplation, watched Zhang Zhe depart, his gaze vacant. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Truly, The young man had grown bold. Wang Yu snapped back to reality, chuckling to himself. Just over a month ago, this individual had looked up to him. Now, both his strength and the sex status had undergone significant transformation. "You've finally emerged. I trust you refrain from saying anything inappropriate?" Elder Huang queried as he approached Zhang Zhe, his demeanor slightly irate. "Everything is fine. Perhaps the sect master is correct, but I am eager to embark on this journey," Zhang Zhe replied. Following his previous ordeal, he had advanced to the second level of the Golden Core stage, and he sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to the third level. He understood that true combat was essential for unlocking greater potential. He also grasped why Jianshan was so formidable. The aura of lethality surrounding him revealed the countless times he had danced on the edge of life and death. "I still have my uses, and if the opportunity arises, I wish to accompany you all," Elder Huang declared. It seems that fate has intertwined our paths, and I am left to wonder what treasures may emerge this time. Zhang Zhe spoke with a smile, his spirits soaring. Each time a secret realm unveils itself, astonishing treasures are bound to appear, be it a miniature secret domain or divine weaponry. Even fragments of divine weapons possess an extraordinary sharpness. Such realms are often replete with various cultivation techniques, prompting every sect to dispatch their elite disciples to seize these treasures. Zhang Zhe once again immersed himself in the magma pool for his cultivation. He had resolved that the fire attribute suited this environment splendidly, and even in the absence of abundant fire spirit mushrooms and thousands of fire crystals, he understood that his awakened fire affinity was intrinsically linked to his training here. He held his breath, centering his focus as he entered a state of cultivation. A fierce roar reverberated within Zhang Zhe's heart. Startled, he opened his eyes. Was it the sound of a dragon's cry? He felt a tinge of uncertainty. Such a sound could not arise without reason. He had thoroughly explored this magma pool and had not encountered any living beings. Once more, he plunged into his meditative state. Again, the dragon's cry echoed in his mind. Chapter 37. Fire Dragon Spirit. It could not be mistaken. It was undoubtedly the sound of a true dragon. Zhang Zhe declared with conviction. He recalled the distinction between the cries of true dragons and their counterfeit counterparts, as explained by Wang Yu. The cry of a false dragon bore no aggressive quality, whereas a true dragon's roar resonated from the depths of one's soul, leaving no room for doubt. Zhang Zhe scanned his surroundings again, but found nothing amiss, as was customary. What could this mean? Was I imagining things? He pondered aloud. Even if I were to hallucinate, it wouldn't occur consecutively. As he prepared to resume his cultivation, the voice resonated within him once more. "Curse it! Is this some sort of game?" Zhang Zhe exclaimed in frustration, and in the next moment, a small fire dragon spirit materialized before him. Fire dragon spirit? Zhang Zhe gazed at the little being before him, intrigued, for it was his first encounter with such a creature. The fire dragon spirit let out another mighty roar. Indeed, the essence of all living things confirmed it. This magma pool had given rise to the fire dragon spirit. Its fortune was undoubtedly intertwined with this very pool. A single spirit emerges from a location, and that spirit becomes linked to its surroundings. Little one, it seems we are truly fated to meet. Had I not decided to take everything, you might have needed to wait 100 or 80 years for your birth, Zhang Zhe said, gently grasping the small fire dragon spirit. As Zhang Zhe indicated, the two fire spirit mushrooms in the magma pool had absorbed most of the spiritual energy, complemented by the vast number of fire crystals present. It is utterly impossible for a fire spirit to appear. Roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon let out 3 consecutive roars, and Zhang Zhe instantly understood. This little creature must be hungry, akin to a newborn infant. What does it desire? Zhang Zhe found himself perplexed, for this was his first encounter with such a situation. If it were a spiritual beast, it would likely crave meat. However, the fire spirit itself remained enigmatic, with a storage ring still in his mouth. The little fire dragon circled around Zhang Zhe's lips. Could it be that you wish to consume a fire crystal? Zhang Zhe inquired, and it seemed the little creature comprehended his words, nodding its tiny head in affirmation. This particular piece is worth 10,000 gold coins, Zhang Zhe lamented. Clutching the mere 100 fire crystals he still possessed, remnants from the initial dealings that Wang Yu had not scrutinized. Well then, I shall venture out for a moment. The little fire dragon coiled around Zhang Zhe's wrist, forming a bracelet reminiscent of Wang Yu's pet. The master has emerged once more. How impressive. No wonder he can vanquish all foes and quickly ascend to the position of chief disciple. Tossing a rock into the magma would instantaneously extinguish it. It is truly astonishing how he managed to enter the molten depths. Every time Zhang Zhe came and went, he attracted everyone's attention. It was simply beyond ordinary comprehension. Returning to his dwelling alone, he called out, "Little one, come forth." Zhang Zhe tapped his bracelet, and the little fire dragon reappeared. He presented a fire crystal, only to be taken aback as the creature swallowed it whole, rapidly digesting it within its body. The little one then erupted with exuberance, bounding around. And as it dashed past Zhang Zhe's bed, the covers caught fire. "Oh my heavens, have you come forth to set ablaze?" Zhang Zhe exclaimed, hastily extinguishing the flames. He then scrutinized the fire dragon closely, gauging its strength. It had likely just crossed into the first tier. "Can you remain away from the magma pool for an extended period?" Zhang Zhe queried. Roar, roar, roar. It seemed as though their minds were intertwined. Zhang Zhe understood the essence of the little dragon's responses. When will you grow strong enough to match my own prowess?" he said, observing the creature. The little fire dragon appeared to sense the slight condescension, retaliating with a swift flick of its tail, striking Zhang Zhe's forehead. How mischievous it was. "If you continue to be so playful, I shall withhold your treats," Zhang Zhe warned, and indeed, such threats bore fruit. The little fire dragon promptly lay down beside him, seemingly aggrieved. "I am already quite impoverished. To sustain you at the cost of 10,000 gold coins is beyond my means," Zhang Zhe sighed in resignation. "Just moments ago, that exquisite fire crystal was consumed before my very eyes. However, I remain uncertain as to how frequently it requires sustenance. If it were to grow, it would undoubtedly devour vast quantities. The thought of it fills me with a sense of financial inadequacy. With merely a few tens of thousands of gold coins at my disposal, I find it insufficient for my own needs, let alone the responsibility of nurturing this little prodigy. Will you, in the future, become immensely powerful?" Zhang Zhe inquired. In an instant, the little fire dragon appeared before Nanzhu, exhaling a small stream of flame, roughly the length of a matchstick. Zhang Zhe's expression darkened. Could such a meager flame truly be sufficient to vanquish an enemy? The little fire dragon seemed to sense Zhang Zhe's dissatisfaction, letting out a series of growls. All right, I understand. You will indeed become extraordinarily formidable," Zhang Zhe hastily praised. It appeared that this little fire dragon had already developed a complete consciousness, sharing a bond with him in a certain sense. Upon its birth, the first being the little fire dragon saw was none other than himself. Zhang Zhe was not particularly knowledgeable in this regard and would need to consult others in the future. Thus, it seems I have acquired my own mount, although I remain oblivious as to when this little creature will mature. Zhang Zhe sighed as he observed the ever-growing little fire dragon. The creature growled in frustration, indicating it did not wish to be seen merely as a mount. "Ha, fret not. Since fate has intertwined our paths, as long as I have food, you shall have your share as well," Zhang Zhe reassured with a smile. This truly was a naturally born spirit creature. The last time he had encountered Wang Yu's mount, he had been filled with longing, and now, just the following morning, he had stumbled upon this little fire dragon. "From now on, you may call me your master. I ought to bestow upon you a name." Zhang Zhe pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about Little Fire?" The little fire dragon, seemingly displeased, circled around Zhang Zhe. All right, if that does not please you, I shall choose a more melodious name for you. Henceforth, you shall be called Little Yen," Zhang Zhe declared. The little fire dragon expressed its delight with exuberant growls. Chapter 38. The unbroken Wang Yu. Zhang Zhe smiled knowingly. Despite the little fire dragon's astonishing appetite, he recognized that, with proper cultivation, it would undoubtedly assist him in the future. His defensive abilities were already maximized, yet his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. While uncertain of the dragon's current strength, as a naturally born spirit creature, it should not be too disappointing. At this moment, Wang Yu is in seclusion. Damn it! Having reached the peak of the transformation realm, why can I not break through to the next stage? Wang Yu expressed his dissatisfaction aloud. Initially, I believed that substituting the earth-fire Ganoderma with another treasure would directly facilitate my breakthrough. However, I find myself still ensnared in this predicament. If this continues, I fear I may succumb to madness. What precisely has gone awry? Why am I unable to transcend? Wang Yu pondered deeply, realizing that within the sect, there existed no one more powerful than himself. Remaining trapped at this level for an extended period could potentially lead to a state of demonic deviation. Thus, Wang Yu has been meticulously exploring his options. The following day, Zhang Zhe indulged in a lengthy slumber. Was it truly this comfortable? Today, old Huang did not come to rouse me. Zhang Zhe chuckled, acknowledging that the points he could extract within the sect had reached their zenith. It could be said that he had drawn from every individual available to him. Therefore, remaining within the sect would likely yield minimal enhancement. Moreover, Zhang Zhe felt that his experiences outside were regrettably scant, leading him to yearn for adventure. The opportunity presented by the Southern Secret Realm was indeed a splendid chance. All those permitted entry were beneath the nascent Soul Realm, so should he manage to enter, he would undoubtedly be an invincible force. Are you awake? Zhang Zhe inquired, stroking the little fire dragon by his side. After his guidance yesterday, the creature had learned to temper its flames. Otherwise, the bedding would have long been set ablaze. This little creature, much like Zhang Zhe, was quite the sluggard. The tiny beast seemed somewhat reluctant, clearly dissatisfied, as it slowly opened its eyes. Oh! Zhang Zhe gasped softly, noticing that the creature appeared significantly larger than the day before. Yesterday, it was the size of a finger, yet today it resembled 3 fingers stacked together. Goodness, your growth rate is astonishing. You've tripled in size overnight. Zhang Zhe exclaimed, while the little creature protested with a series of growls, as if to say it had no control over this phenomenon. Oh well, the sooner you grow up, the better. You shall be my steed. Otherwise, every outing will be on foot, lacking in grandeur, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile, reaching out to pat the little flame. However, the creature swiftly evaded his touch, growling in disapproval at the notion of becoming his mount. You must be my steed. Otherwise, why should I feed and care for you? Zhang Zhe playfully contested with the little creature. Hearing sounds from outside, he hurriedly instructed the little one to conceal itself. The fire dragon transformed into a bracelet and adorned Zhang Zhe's wrist. I'm up, Elder Kai. I have returned, and I believe I bring accurate intelligence. Elder Huang announced as he pushed open the door. That is perfectly fine. I must visit that place without fail. Rest assured, the sect leader will support us. Zhang Zhe replied with a smile. Although he shared some camaraderie with Wang Yu, it was not guaranteed that he would stand by him in matters concerning the sect. It is of no concern. This afternoon's Council of Elders proceeded as usual. Ever since your rise, the meetings have become more frequent than before. Elder Huang remarked with a teasing smile. It is not my fault. The secret realm in the south is a fortuitous opportunity, perfectly suited to hone the disciples of our sect. Zhang Zhe responded with a smile. Although his intent was to enhance his own strength, he acknowledged that taking on a leadership role would undoubtedly benefit more disciples. I understand, yet this time it indeed presents a challenge. Elder Huang said with a hint of melancholy. Fear not. Trust me. Even if the sect leader disapproves, can I not discreetly take a few individuals along? Zhang Zhe replied with a mysterious grin. You truly possess audacity. Do you not realize that without an elder of the transformation realm to accompany you, you might be devoured upon arrival? Accessing the secret realm would be impossible. Hence the strength of top-tier experts represents our sect. I sincerely hope you all grow swiftly. Elder Huang remarked, gazing at Zhang Zhe. Do not look at me like that. You're giving me goosebumps. My own strength has stagnated recently, making this the perfect opportunity for some training, Zhang Zhe stated during the council. Sect leader, esteemed elders, this southern secret realm is of great significance. It is rumored to connect to an ancient battlefield, though this is merely hearsay. Natural phenomena are at play, and you all understand that heavenly-grade treasures are bound to emerge. Furthermore, over 100 sects have received news and have already proceeded to this location, led by individuals of the transformation realm and even higher levels. Elder Kai disclosed all the intelligence he had gathered. If there are experts of the void refinement realm, we must exercise even greater caution. Elder Kai added after a moment of silence. Is there truly no one in our sect of the void refinement realm? Zhang Zhe inquired at that moment, drawing the attention of everyone present, who looked at him as if he were foolish. Zhang Zhe felt a wave of embarrassment, for it was evident that the strongest individual in their sect was the sect leader at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Damn it! I distinctly recall being told upon entering the sect that there were elders of the void refinement realm instructing us. It seems I was utterly deceived. That individual has truly led me astray. I oppose this expedition. Strength is paramount, as everyone knows. Even if we send elders to protect these disciples, should we encounter a massacre by a void refinement expert, who will take responsibility? Elder Yin stood up and voiced loudly. Do not speak of cowardice. I have already declared my intention to lead the expedition. Even without an elder's protection, I shall go, Zhang Zhe asserted resolutely. Wang Yu glanced at Zhang Zhe, visibly moved. I support this. Although the sect's strength has markedly increased, the hope for the future lies with these disciples. We old fogies can no longer break through. Even if it results in sacrifice during this operation, the growth of these disciples would indeed be worth it, Elder Huang passionately declared. Having witnessed the rise and fall of the sect, he understood how to make it stronger. Chapter 39, The Legacy of the Mighty, I concur. After all, we old-timers have lived long enough. It is better to take a chance. I oppose this. If we are slaughtered, we will lack the strength to protect the sect, and surely we will be devoured by other sections. The assembly once again divided into two factions. Zhang Zhe remained silent, merely observing Wang Yu. At this moment, Wang Yu was engulfed in hesitation. This was no trivial matter. Should disciples be dispatched, they must be the elite among the elite, ensuring absolute certainty. Silence. I recognize that all esteemed elders are concerned for the future of our sect. I have decided to proceed and will dispatch the main force of the sect, accompanied by myself, Elder Yin, Elder Li, and Elder Kai. All internal affairs of the sect will be managed by Li Rongrong, and for any significant decisions, we shall heed Elder Huang's counsel, Wang Yu stated decisively. Zhang Zhe would lead the disciples, yet he hesitated regarding the selection of candidates. As this involved the core elites of the sect, I propose that we allow voluntary sign-ups, limited to 10 individuals. After the volunteers have registered, I will select 10 from the list, Zhang Zhe suggested. I oppose. Elder Yin immediately interjected. Zhang Zhe cast a resentful glare at him. This old man seemed to be his perpetual adversary. How unfair. It is challenging to maintain impartiality. If fairness is the aim, then the top 10 in strength should suffice. Elder Yin continued. Fine, I am already the chief disciple. Since you have proposed a method, let us proceed as such, Zhang Zhe remarked, spreading his hands in indifference. Very well, I have called out the names. Elders, please return and rest early to prepare. Should there be any objections, feel free to approach me, Wang Yu reiterated. The meeting concluded, yet Zhang Zhe did not depart immediately. Thank you for believing in me, Zhang Zhe said, gazing at Wang Yu. Wang Yu's gaze faltered slightly. My decision was made after weighing the pros and cons. It is not personal, Wang Yu replied, somewhat flustered. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint the sect leader, Zhang Zhe said, clasping his hands in farewell. Unexpectedly, this fellow possesses quite a bit of resolve, Li Rongrong remarked as she approached from behind. What? Wang Yu asked, displeased. Do you not notice how his demeanor has completely transformed? Apart from myself and Elder Huang, everyone else speaks to you with utmost respect, Li Rongrong observed, her large eyes blinking innocently. Do not speak nonsense. Wang Yuxiu, blushing with indignation, seemed to reflect on the early days of her acquaintance with Zhang Zhe, when he had been exceedingly courteous to her. Now, however, she had grown more composed in his presence. Elder Huang, do you think there might be any upheaval within the sect after we depart? Zhang Zhe inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. With me here, why should you worry? Even if it comes to a fight, this old bone of mine won't allow them to stir the waters, Elder Huang reassured, patting his chest with confidence. Both Old Yin and Old Li have followed the sect leader. Nothing should occur. Your primary concern should be yourselves, he continued. If any troublemakers arise along the way, I shall strike them down with a single blow, Zhang Zhe declared, waving his hand before him. Keep dreaming. No matter how quickly your power increases, you cannot simply slay a being of the divine transformation realm, Elder Huang retorted, his tone tinged with exasperation. But I possess a secret weapon, Zhang Zhe replied mysteriously. If you truly had the means to kill me, you wouldn't be speaking to me as you do now. You'd have already soared beyond, Elder Huang stated bluntly. Do not underestimate others. I sense that this secret realm presents a grand opportunity. Are you familiar with what an ancient battlefield is? Zhang Zhe suddenly asked. I am not well versed, but I know that during ancient times, our continent was invaded by foreign tribes. It was only through our collective strength that we managed to repel them. Due to the immense fluctuations of spiritual energy at that time, fragments entered the secret realm, giving rise to the ancient battlefield, Elder Huang recounted, sharing all he knew. Very well, as long as there are valuable treasures inside, that is all that matters. I hope we are not left scrambling for worthless trinkets, Zhang Zhe remarked. If it truly is an ancient battlefield, it will not only contain various treasures, but perhaps also some legacies, Elder Huang elaborated. It is possible that some great beings, upon their demise, sealed their spiritual energy, awaiting a worthy successor to inherit it. Zhang Zhe pondered, is it really feasible? If I were to obtain the legacy of a cultivator of the void refinement realm, could my power not directly ascend to that level? I cannot say for certain, but an increase in power is indeed possible. The extent of the elevation depends on one's innate talent, Elder Huang responded. Such legacies likely only exist within the ancient battlefield, as in the current state of affairs, even the deceased strong beings of our continent may not leave any legacy behind. Understood. If I could acquire the legacy of a great being, it would propel me to new heights, Zhang Zhe mused, dreaming of the potential inheritance. Yet, whether or not it is the ancient battlefield remains uncertain. If it is, the factions involved could number in the hundreds, and individuals from other regions would surely come seeking it as well, Elder Huang cautioned. Once, I ventured into an ancient battlefield, only to be swiftly ostracized by other sects, forcing me to retreat almost immediately. A notification had been disseminated within the sect, announcing the opportunity for voluntary registration. Zhou Qi promptly arrived at Zhang Zhe's residence. Is this endeavor trustworthy? It feels as though it could escalate significantly, Zhou Qi remarked, gazing at Zhang Zhe. I am uncertain. I shall be leading the expedition, but the specifics should be heeded from the elders. Are you not considering registering? Zhang Zhe inquired with a smile. My strength may not suffice. My grandfather mentioned that you originally intended to organize this yourself, Zhou Qi replied. Indeed. In that case, Yin Nanfeng and the others will surely participate, including that Jianshun. Zhang Zhe said, slightly furrowing his brow. Are you unaware? Jianshun has already withdrawn from the sect. Zhou Qi responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. What? When did this happen? His disposition seems rather petty. Losing to me is quite normal, Zhang Zhe remarked, exasperated. Chapter 40. The Master Brother's inaugural address. I am not privy to the exact details, but his departure has already stirred considerable chatter both within and outside the sect. Given his former status as the Master Brother, Zhou Qi explained, if all goes as anticipated, the candidates will likely include the usual suspects, Yin Nanfeng and Zhou Tianwen among them. The remaining individuals are unknown to me. The registration situation appears rather bleak, as both the Yin and Li families have exerted pressure, eager to send their disciples. Then you should register as well. Perhaps there might still be a place for you, Zhang Zhe suggested with a grin. Isn't there a possibility of securing a backdoor entry? I came to cultivate a closer rapport with you, Zhou Qi replied, feigning flattery. I knew you would seek me out. It's never for anything good. I can arrange for your entry, but you must understand the peril involved, especially given your current foundation at the 3rd level, Zhang Zhe stated candidly. Even if I distrust others, I cannot doubt you. I know you would never betray your comrades. And my grandfather mentioned your commitment to ensuring the safety of the sect's disciples during the meeting, Zhou Qi asserted. When I next convene, I shall make certain they uphold confidentiality, Zhang Zhe said, looking incredulous. I never imagined the Li and Yin families would be so shameless as to pressure their disciples. By the way, if I am the chief disciple, can I engage in public discourse with everyone? Zhang Zhe asked. That should be permissible. As we must address you as master brother, Zhou Qi replied. Very well, arrange it for me. Let us convene at the Do Luo Arena tomorrow morning. I have matters to discuss with everyone, Zhang Zhe instructed. Although the older generation within the sect possesses formidable strength, their capabilities have reached a plateau. Thus, it is imperative to assemble a young and dynamic force. Shall everyone be summoned? Zhou Qi inquired once more. Yes, Zhang Zhe affirmed. Zhang Zhe had discerned the intentions of the Yin and Li families. They sought to gain substantial advantage, all while ostensibly opposing his participation at the meeting. Yet, after decisions were made, they resorted to surreptitious machinations, a truly contemptible act. On the following day, Zhang Zhe stood resolutely in the Doluo arena, surrounded by a throng of disciples buzzing with excitement. Prior to the selection of the chief disciple, there were murmurs suggesting that Zhang Zhe's success was merely a product of luck rather than genuine prowess. However, following the chief's election, such doubts dissipated. After all, even the two-time champion Jianshun had succumbed to Zhang Zhe's skill. Fellow brothers of the sect, you are all aware of the recent happenings within our order, Zhang Zhe proclaimed loudly. Indeed, I speak of the matter that occupies your thoughts, the expedition to the secret realm. I am cognizant that there are those covertly manipulating circumstances to dissuade you from signing up. Yet I wish to convey that on the path of cultivation, there exists no room for hesitation, only an unwavering advance forward. Should you emerge from the secret realm, the rewards will far exceed mere trifles. It promises a comprehensive enhancement of your abilities. Therefore, I implore you not to yield to pressure and forfeit this invaluable opportunity for self-improvement. His voice resonated throughout the plaza, stirring the hearts of many disciples. Numerous individuals felt a surge of fervor, struggling to quell their excitement, while others longed to participate yet hesitated out of concern for their peers. This young man, Yin Nanfeng, gazed at Zhang Zhe, feeling helpless. His current status rendered him incapable of rivaling Zhang Zhe, not to mention the vast chasm in their respective strengths. Given the current standing of our sect, I may not be able to effect immediate change, but I assure you that in the future, our order will evolve towards greater fairness. I will provide each of you with an equitable chance to compete, but equally, you must exert double the effort in your cultivation to repay the sect. Another heartfelt address ensued. Zhang Zhe understood that to instill loyalty and diligence among them, they must perceive tangible benefits. He had silently vowed to assist Wang Yuguang in restoring their sect. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Zhe remained uncertain whether his efforts would bear fruit. Yet he recognized the necessity of striving. With less than 3 days remaining until their departure, the final selection of candidates loomed near. Brother, to speak candidly, your words were truly inspiring, yet I feel they fall short, Zhou Qi remarked. What is lacking? Zhang Zhe inquired, furrowing his brow, aware that he might have overlooked something crucial. The talent is insufficient. While our sect possesses commendable individuals, the standards we set are exceedingly high. Moreover, few join our ranks, leaving us with but one challenge. To attract talented individuals to our sect, Zhou Qi stated earnestly, prompting Zhang Zhe to reflect deeply. It is indeed reasonable. We shall deliberate further upon our return from this experience. Our immediate priority is to prepare for the journey to the secret realm, Zhang Zhe thoughtfully remarked. I have made my decision. I shall accompany you, Zhou Qi declared with conviction. Since you have resolved to join, leave the remaining matters to me. I happen to be in need of 1 or 2 assistants, Zhang Zhe replied with a smile, recalling the somewhat familiar Zhou Tianwen. He had long been acquainted with this individual, who possessed a transparent disposition and maintained amicable relations with everyone within the inner sect. However, his past inclination towards loyalty had led him to extend his assistance to Zhang Zhe, ultimately resulting in a decisive intervention that quelled the matter. Do not forget to procure 2 useful treasures from your home. Otherwise, at a critical moment, I might just abandon you and flee, Zhang Zhe said with a mischievous grin. I can't help but feel as though you are attempting to swindle my family as treasures, Zhou Qi responded, somewhat speechless. Consider it a form of remuneration for your service to young Master Zhou. Surely, there must be some benefits, Zhang Zhe countered. 2 days later, the final roster was confirmed, comprising a total of 12 individuals, including Zhang Zhe. Additionally, there were 15 elders leading the expedition, alongside the sect master, Wang Yu. Regardless of the circumstances, I hope all the elders can unite in purpose. Should anyone encounter difficulties during this operation, they shall bear the consequences. Wang Yu's icy voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. The crowd lowered their heads in silence. While it would not be an exaggeration to say that everyone harbored ulterior motives, at least on the surface, no one wished to engage in any outrageous behavior. Observing Wang Yu at the forefront, Zhang Zhe felt a slight stirring within, realizing that this demeanor was merely a facade of hypocrisy. Chapter 41. Arrival at Guangzhou City 4. Without such an approach, it would be impossible to restrain the ambitious offspring of the same sect. Following closely behind Zhang Zhe were Zhou Tianwen and Zhou Qi, evidently regarding the two as his trusted allies. Zhou Tianwen, brimming with pride, seemed to have forgotten the humiliation he had suffered at Zhang Zhe's hands just days prior. The group made their way toward Guangzhou City in the south, which was already teeming with people. An unusual phenomenon manifested in the sky above the outskirts. A vast expanse turned crimson, featuring a colossal eye at its center. One wonders when this secret realm will emerge. Was it not said that this could possibly be the secret realm of an ancient battlefield? Should that be the case, it would indeed be a boon. What are you thinking? Our chances of securing a place as independent cultivators are likely minuscule. Major factions will surely dispatch their disciples to enter. What do we do then? We can only hope that they feast, allowing us to savor the broth. If I were to acquire the treasure from this reality, I would stand above all. How naive. Do you truly believe those treasures will fall into your hands? Zhang Zhe and his companions also found a location to establish their encampment on the outskirts, and summoned Zhang Zhe for a meeting. The situation is evident to all, is it not? Numerous sects have already established their presence here, with some esteemed sects arriving to stake their claim. Wang Yu, seated at the head, began to speak. I must reiterate, this operation is of utmost significance, concerning the very survival of our sect. During our stay here, no one is to leave the premises. Wang Yu spoke with great caution. Zhang Zhe nodded slightly. Such measures are entirely justifiable to prevent any sudden betrayals or clandestine communications with outsiders. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Zhe and the others returned to their quarters. He had already informed Zhou Qi and Zhou Tianwen to wait outside the tent for him. You two have arrived early. Come inside, as I have matters to discuss with you, Zhang Zhe stated. The two followed Zhang Zhe into the room. Zhou Tianwen, you may not know me well, but I remained behind during the last incident. This time, I sought you out because I'm relatively familiar with you, and there are certain tasks I require your assistance with. Zhang Zhe spoke calmly, looking at Zhou Tianwen. Not at all. It is my honor to be summoned by the senior brother. I apologize for my previous misdeeds. Zhou Tianwen replied with an expression of remorse. It is of no consequence. The past is behind us. I hope you can let it go and refrain from speculating about my thoughts. I need you to carry out my orders without question. Zhang Zhe stated with a piercing gaze. Understood. I will adhere strictly to the senior brother's commands. Zhou Tianwen said earnestly, his previous smile vanishing. Remember, do not concern yourselves with other disciples. I have reviewed the list. Among the 12 of you, aside from the 2 of you, there are 2 factions, 4 led by Yin Nanfeng and 3 led by Li Jun. The remaining 3 have no ties to any faction. Zhang Zhe remarked. I cannot ascertain whether my speech that day influenced them, but I sincerely hope our group is not entirely composed of the Li and Yin families. In a life-and-death scenario, I would prefer that our initial concern be for the other 3 rather than the 2 factions. Zhang Zhe said earnestly. We are all from the same sect. Does this not seem somewhat? Zhou Tianwen's words trailed off, but Zhang Zhe's expression shifted at the implication. If you entertain such thoughts again, I advise you to withdraw from my team immediately. Zhang Zhe said sternly. I apologize. I will no longer question you. Zhou Tianwen replied with renewed seriousness. I hope you understand that, in a broader context, if there is a chance to save them, I will undoubtedly do so. However, when personal interests are at stake, it may not be possible to accommodate everyone. I fear they might act rashly, and I hope you remain vigilant. Zhang Zhe spoke in a slightly softer tone. all the while observing Zhou Tianwen's expression. Watching him sit there honestly, a slight sense of relief washed over his heart. Truly, there was no one else available. If only Jianqin were here. Although that fellow appeared somewhat reticent, his strength and execution were undoubtedly commendable. Well then, do you have any further instructions? Zhou Qi inquired earnestly. You two may wish to converse with the other 3 individuals to probe their thoughts, Zhang Zhe suggested after a moment's contemplation. Subsequently, the 2 departed the room. Zhang Zhe stepped out of the tent, gazing toward the distant horizon. Indeed, an unusual phenomenon had arisen. He could only wonder how many lives would be lost this time. Zhang Zhe remarked, fully aware of the survival of the fittest principle. Unconsciously, he began to walk forward. As he exited the encampment, Wang Yu noticed someone leaving the base and, upon careful observation, recognized it was Zhang Zhe. Thus he paid it no mind. Who goes there? Stand aside. A squad mounted on rhinoceros beasts charged toward him from behind, the leader bellowing. Zhang Zhe turned slowly, seeing a rhinoceros beast barreling toward him, seeking death. He thought, sensing that this beast was merely of second rank. With a resounding thud, the rhinoceros beast collided with Zhang Zhe, who made no attempt to evade. The beast's horn snapped upon impact, and the creature itself was sent flying 10 meters away, its rider tumbling in a most undignified manner. Lu Ge, the companions behind, immediately exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it, you truly sought your own demise. You've injured my prized rhinoceros beast. Who the hell are you? The man, referred to as Lu Ge, stood up and yelled at Zhang Zhe, while his companions glared at him with hostility. If I am not mistaken, it was indeed you who crashed into me, Zhang Zhe replied with neither deference nor arrogance, standing at a distance just right for the system to extract data. Extract. Zhang Zhe commanded the system. Successfully extracted 20 points of wisdom. Successfully extracted 25 points of agility. Successfully extracted 18 points of spiritual power. There were a total of 15 individuals present, and Zhang Zhe had extracted data from each one. Their mere foundational stage of strength allowed him to extract these points, indicating that they possess some degree of talent. You seek death. Recently, many have been overly confident in their abilities, yet they all met their demise at my hands. It seems you shall be next. The man cracked his knuckles and advanced toward Zhang Zhe. At a glance, Zhang Zhe did not appear particularly wealthy, suggesting he was not a disciple of a major sect, but rather an inconspicuous loose cultivator. You've provoked the wrong person today, and you shall pay the price for your folly. The group glared menacingly at Zhang Zhe and surged forward. In response, a long spear appeared in Zhang Zhe's hands. This confrontation would serve as an excellent opportunity to hone his combat skills. Kill. Zhang Zhe wielded a spear with remarkable dexterity, demonstrating the formidable prowess of his 3-tiered golden core realm. This man was exceptionally powerful, rendering any attempts to breach his defenses futile. The group of assailants found themselves retreating under his relentless assault. Fools, allow me. Lu Ge interjected at that moment. The others wisely made way for him. Lu Ge shouted, launching a long sword directly at Zhang Zhe's chest. This initial strike was a lethal maneuver. Such an adversary could not be permitted to live. Zhang Zhe had already formulated his strategy. With a swift thrust of his spear, he deliberately opened a significant gap at his chest. Lu Ji's sword failed to pierce Zhang Zhe. Instead, the spear found its mark, skewering Lu Ge and sending him soaring lifelessly through the air. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how a decisive attack had been so effortlessly countered by Zhang Zhe. With Lu Ge now deceased, the remaining members of the group pondered how they would return to their sect to explain their failure. They exchanged glances, anxiety palpable among them. Zhang Zhe's gaze turned fierce as he faced the others, embodying the spirit of a relentless deity of death. He charged forward, disregarding any form of defense against their assaults, allowing their weapons to strike him while he retaliated with lethal precision. In no time, he had slaughtered them all. Have you never heard? One must repay their debts in this world, Zhang Zhe declared, wiping the blood from his lips with his thumb, the crimson stain evidently belonging to his adversaries. I hadn't anticipated such chaos in this place, he mused, surveying the bodies strewn across the ground. Had I refrained from action today, it might well have been my demise. Alas, I fear their backing may involve some formidable power. Should they alert their allies, it could spell disaster for my own sect. Caution is the mother of safety. Zhang Zhe, a man well acquainted with the ways of the world, exhibited a heightened sense of vigilance. In the Timu continent, there existed 7 states, known as red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Zhang Zhe hailed from the Qingshan sect, situated in the Qingshan state, where the recently unveiled secret realm lay along the border with the Huangshan state, drawing the interest of numerous forces from both regions. After a time, Zhang Zhe returned to the campsite. You went out? Wang Yu suddenly appeared beside him, inquiring. Yes, I ventured out to explore. Staying here was rather stifling. Zhang Zhe replied nonchalantly. As the leader of this operation, you should refrain from wandering too far from the base unless necessary, Wang Yu advised, regarding Zhang Zhe earnestly. Understood. Zhang Zhe nodded slightly, acknowledging her counsel. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. What is happening? Zhang Zhe questioned, gazing upwards. I'm not certain. It could be a sign that the secret realm is becoming increasingly unstable, heralding its imminent emergence, Wang Yu speculated, her eyes fixed on the heavens. Gather, everyone. The secret realm may activate at any moment, and we must remain prepared, Wang Yu commanded earnestly, her voice echoing to all within earshot. A multitude gathered in one place beneath the rift in the sky, with Zhang Zhe's Kuaishan sect being merely a modest sect among them. Representatives from the top 10 sects of Qingzhou had arrived. Wang Yu, observing a particular group of individuals, spoke with a measured tone. The top 10 sects? Zhang Zhe inquired, for he was not well acquainted with the pinnacle of Qingzhou's power, having yet to engage with such formidable forces. The top 10 sects are the most powerful sects in Qingzhou. It appears that only 3 have arrived. Shihu Mountain, Langyu Terrace, and Fengyue Mountain Manor, Wang Yu elucidated, aware of Zhang Zhe's lack of familiarity with these matters. Those women must belong to Fengyue Mountain Manor, Zhang Zhe remarked, pointing towards a certain area. Indeed, only the mightiest sects can draw near to the inner circle. They should possess greater insight regarding the emergence of the secret realm, Wang Yu continued. Not only from Qingzhou, but among the top 10 sects. 2 out of the 5 major mountains of Huangzhou have also come. I say, Brother Yang, it truly has been a long time since we last met. The envoy from Wudishan spoke. Indeed, this time, the secret realm is of paramount importance. The sect leader has assigned me a critical mission. I must return laden with treasures, or else my head may find itself in peril. The representative from Lishan Mountain added. Both of these factions hailed from Huangzhou, naturally standing apart from the forces of Qingzhou. Opposite them stood the 3 great sects of Qingzhou. I suggest, ladies, that you return home. Even if you acquire some benefits, I shall ensure they are delivered to you. A member of Shihu Mountain addressed those from Fengyue Mountain Manor. Do you take me for a fool? There is a possibility that an ancient battlefield may emerge. I refuse to believe you are unaware of what such a place entails, one of the fair maidens from Fengyue Mountain Manor retorted. Though we are rivals within Qingzhou, let us hope for unity on this territory, as the people of Huangzhou are observing us, spoke Feng Qingzi from Langyu Terrace. You yellow-nosed folk. Boasting of righteousness while engaging in hypocritical deeds, Zhang Laohu from Hushan remarked. Although his words were brash, those who knew him understood that he was meticulous beneath his boisterous facade. Let us observe how the opposing side responds. It would be unwise to engage in conflict before the secret realm even commences, Feng Xinzi interjected, disregarding Zhang Laohu's provocations. Such a lavish assembly? I did not anticipate encountering so many formidable figures immediately upon stepping out of my sect, Zhang Zhe mused, gazing at the central gathering. Given the strength of Kuaishan sect, merely securing a place at the periphery was already quite commendable. Reporting to the sect leader, I have gathered information indicating that the secret realm may soon be activated. Currently, the 3 great sects of Qingzhou have conferred with the 2 major mountains of Huangzhou. Elder Kai approached Wang Yu and conveyed, this matter is of great significance. Understood. It seems there is still some time, so let us wait here in peace, Wang Yu remarked as he observed others scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, at the center of the secret realm, the 3 prominent factions had begun discussions with the 2 major mountains. You think you can meddle in our affairs in Qingzhou while you are from Huangzhou? Zhang Laohu boldly stated. This assertion was clearly erroneous. The location was evidently at the confluence of the two great continents. How could it be claimed as the territory of Qingzhou? Lin, from Hunter God Mountain, donning a mask, interjected. Chapter 43. The big shots have the final say. Among the four divine envoys of Hunter God Mountain, wind, fire, mountain, and forest, one of them was present. An atmosphere of impending conflict loomed as both sides appeared ready to clash at any moment. It is apparent that this secret realm is not a trivial one. Neither faction can monopolize it. It has already been established that only disciples below the nascent soul realm are permitted entry, a representative from Fengyue Mountain Villa suggested. Let us regulate the quota. With our 5 discerning eyes here, the others will think twice before acting. The members of Fengyue Mountain Villa, known for their mastery of seduction arts, spoke with words that surely sent shivers through the hearts of many. Ahem! I have long heard of the exceptional prowess of Fengyue Mountain Villa's seduction arts, and witnessing it today indeed confirms its extraordinary nature, Lin from Hunter God Mountain commented. If we are not cautious, we might find ourselves in dire straits. Let us be straightforward. Each of our factions can send representatives. While the smaller sects may send at most 15 disciples, Zhang Laohu reiterated, his voice resonating throughout the assembly. I concur. Feng Qingzi from Langya Terrace chimed in lightly. Very well, let it be so. I also agree. The 5 leaders collectively expressed their approval. The smaller factions broke into a cold sweat. Should they be cornered? This trip could end in vain. Thunder rumbled in the sky once more, capturing everyone's attention. Is the secret realm about to open? Zhang Zhe inquired, gazing upward. Listen to me. From this moment forth, no one is allowed to enter this area. Each sect may only leave 15 disciples to proceed. Zhang Laohu declared as he soared into the air, announcing to the surroundings. Why? Why must we be limited to sending only 5 disciples? Do not think that just because you're major sects, we are intimidated. Even a mud figure retains some earthiness. Push us too far, and we shall ensure mutual destruction. Discontented murmurs erupted from the crowd. Zhang Laohu let out a cold snort, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the vicinity. Protect the disciples, Wang Yu shouted urgently, sensing the situation's gravity as the elders rallied to encircle their disciples. Meanwhile, some weaker factions, overwhelmed by the sudden outburst, met their demise on the spot. A mere roar resulted in the loss of hundreds of cultivators. Those who dared express discontent were met with particularly harsh consequences. Even powerful beings at the nascent soul stage fell victim to untimely demise. Is there still anyone who harbors dissatisfaction? Should there be any remaining dissent, it is likely that even more lives will be lost. Zhang Laohu laughed cruelly. This exemplifies the oppression of the weak by the strong. Zhang Zhe clenched his fists tightly, realizing that in the hands of a formidable being in the void refinement stage, he was but a fish at the mercy of a butcher's knife. The adversary's desire for his death could be fulfilled in mere moments. Without my command, no one shall act recklessly. Wang Yu's stern voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. A moment's carelessness could result in the annihilation of the entire squad. If there are no objections, let us proceed. Do not test my patience, Zhang Laohu continued. It appears I can assist you no further. Be cautious once you enter. I hope you return alive. Wang Yu advised Zhang Zhe. Rest assured, not only will I return safely, but I will also bring back all the disciples I take with me. I intend to elevate our sect. Wait for my return, Zhang Zhe replied confidently. Witnessing the tension among these great powers confirmed the intelligence he had received. Zhang Zhe and the 12 disciples advanced. Though outwardly he led the group, they might well separate once they entered the secret realm, a notion Zhang Zhe firmly believed. Brother Zhang has acted decisively, saving us much trouble, Lin from the Hunter God Mountain remarked. Not at all. I merely hope that you will show restraint once inside. However, any injuries or fatalities that occur within the secret realm are to be expected. Let your disciples prove themselves, Zhang Laohu scoffed. Though Qingzhou and Huangzhou are neighboring regions, conflicts are rare, rendering the 5 great mountains somewhat unfamiliar with each other. Consequently, if a confrontation were to arise, the outcome remains uncertain. How did the matter I instructed you about yesterday unfold? Zhang Zhe inquired of Zhou Qi beside him. It has been arranged. These individuals have all responded to your call. I trust you now understand my intent, Zhou Qi replied with a smile. Then my previous efforts were not in vain, Zhang Zhe said, a confident smile gracing his face. For some had indeed changed their behavior due to his words. Upon entering, they have pledged complete obedience to our commands, Zhou Tianwan added from the side. Thus, calculating the numbers, Zhang Zhe's team comprised 6 individuals, while the Yin family contributed 4, and the Li family provided 3. This accounted for all disciples of the Reliance sect present. Haha! If an ancient battlefield is likely to emerge this time, it is said that the last occurrence was accompanied by celestial phenomena, Feng Qingzi remarked, resting his hand on his brow. You old fellow, always mumbling nonsense. Why don't you calculate whether it truly exists? Zhang Laohu boldly interjected. I am no adept at divination either. Alas, that old man did not arrive, Feng Qingzi lamented. They spoke of the Bagua sect, one of the 10 foremost sects in Qingzhou, renowned for its uniqueness, as it follows a lineage of singular inheritance. To this day, the entire sect comprises merely 4 generations of ancestors and descendants. That enigmatic old man might be concealed among the throngs. It is said that her disguise technique is imperceptible to all, remarked Xiao from Fengyue Mountain Villa, her allure captivating. I have long heard of Qingzhou's seer, yet have never had the fortune to pay a visit. If he were indeed here, it would be splendid, Lin from the Hunter God Mountain stated, casting a glance around. Upon attaining the realm of virtual refinement, one ascends into the air. This is the hallmark of such a transformation. At this moment, Wang Yu gazed at Zhang Zhe from the periphery, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He lamented not having reached the realm of virtual refinement. Otherwise, he could have claimed his place in this contest. The other elders remained on standby, Wang Yu restoring his indifferent demeanor, uttering, without my command, none shall depart. I sincerely hope you return safely, Wang Yu murmured softly. Chapter 44. Separation from others. Numerous sects had already begun to clash, for in this chaotic realm, no one upheld order. Even the misfortunate who perished garnered naught but indifference. A thunderous roar echoed once more from the heavens, and that colossal eye opened again, revealing a black hole at its center. The secret realm has opened, Zhang Laohu proclaimed loudly. A celestial ladder connected the secret realm to the ground. We can enter. Wonderful. At last we can proceed. Treasures, here I come. Haha, divine artifacts shall surely be mine. Zhang Zhe and his companions followed the throng into the realm. Upon entering, the scenery transformed dramatically, revealing a desolate battlefield before their eyes. This is an ancient battleground, Zhang Zhe exclaimed, his expression tense, as the overwhelming scent of blood provoked a series of coughs. What's this? It seems each person has been transported to different locales, Zhang Zhe noted, glancing around, realizing that all his allies from the Tongjin sect had vanished. Damn it, I never anticipated such a scenario, Zhang Zhe lamented, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I hope this place isn't too vast, otherwise finding them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What transpired here? Why, after so many years, does the stench of blood still linger so heavily? Zhang Zhe pondered aloud. Suddenly, a voice echoed, devoid of emotion, kill, kill, kill. A group of 4 or 5 emotionless undead began to encircle him. No way to encounter such beings upon entry. Zhang Zhe gazed upon the few undead beings and remarked, these appear to be exceedingly weak. How is it that undead creatures have manifested? Hasn't the continent long since prohibited the emergence of necromancers? He was aware of this fact, for necromancers were deemed excessively malevolent and have been explicitly banned from practicing their craft. Should a necromancer appear, they would be besieged and exterminated by the major sections. With a clang, the undead swung their bone blades at Zhang Zhe, leaving no mark upon him. Are they merely at the qi refinement stage? Zhang Zhe pondered aloud, recognizing their feeble offensive capabilities. These undead were nothing more than weaklings at the qi refinement stage. Have you had enough? Allow me to offer you salvation, he declared, summoning his fiery spiritual energy and effortlessly reducing them to ashes with a flick of his wrist. The undead's defenses were inherently fragile, and being at the qi refinement stage rendered them even more vulnerable. After vanquishing the 7 or 8 undead, several orbs of spiritual energy materialized in the air, encircled by ethereal light. "What are these?" Zhang Zhe inquired as he grasped the orbs in his hand. Suddenly, the orbs burrowed into his palm, igniting an intense heat that made him break into a cold sweat. Could I be afflicted by some venom? He hastily attempted to expel the newly acquired entities using his spiritual energy. Yet in the next moment, the searing sensation vanished, and he felt a slight increase in his own spiritual power. Zhang Zhe was perplexed. Could it be that the spiritual orbs left behind by defeating the undead enhance one's spiritual energy? It seemed he was beginning to grasp the connection. Is this truly an ancient battlefield? It feels akin to playing a game of Snake, Zhang Zhe chuckled. If that is the case, I might be able to ascend to the nascent soul realm here. Congratulations, host, on entering the profoundly mysterious ancient battlefield. A voice echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind. You have successfully unlocked a side quest. Eliminate 10 undead at the nascent soul stage within the ancient battlefield. The system offered him a side quest. How delightful. A side quest indeed, though it poses a considerable challenge to have me slay undead of the nascent soul stage right from the onset. Zhang Zhe initially felt elated, but soon his expression turned to one of dismay. Regardless, I shall explore and see if I can locate Zhou Qi and the others. Thus, Zhang Zhe embarked on his journey alone. Where is the leader? Surely not. I was counting on him to protect me. How could I be teleported to another location upon entry? Zhou Qi surveyed the desolate surroundings, noting the eerie silence. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianwen was fortunate enough to be transported directly into a dilapidated palace, accompanied by 3 other disciples from the mining sect. Attack! Zhang Zhe wielded his spear with precision, swiftly dispatching 3 more undead. This monster slaying and leveling up is exhilarating. In such a brief span, I've ascended 2 levels, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ignoring the relentless assaults of these undead entities is the only way to swiftly vanquish them. In a mere span of time, Zhang Zhe had already dispatched over 100 Qi refinement undead and more than 20 golden core realm undead. He pondered the status of his companions. Gazing towards the horizon, he noted the sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze, the sun completely obscured. Half a day had elapsed since their arrival, and the dimness of the sky remained unchanged, an oppressive grayness enveloping the atmosphere. If one were to suggest this was akin to stepping into hell, it would not be hard to believe. Yet, where were the others? Was it possible that the location from which he entered differed from theirs? Zhang Zhe felt a twinge of confusion, but just then, the shouts of fellow cultivators echoed in the distance. Are you not afraid of retribution from our sect once we emerge? Retribution? You overestimate matters. If you perish here, who would ever know? A figure was attacking a small team, having already claimed the lives of 3 members. Strangely, from the mouths of the slain, several orbs of spirit energy floated forth. Blame these spirit orbs. Upon your demise, they will emerge as unclaimed entities. What can you do? Slaying these undead is far swifter than competing for your energy. The assailant's voice was laced with cruelty as his dagger sliced through the air, inflicting wounds and death upon many. Zhang Zhe quietly concealed himself behind a stone, observing this grim spectacle. How fascinating! Were it not for this encounter, I would have remained oblivious to such a function. A realization dawned upon Zhang Zhe. It seemed these rules would lead many to their demise. Curse it! Run! I'll hold them off. Find a place to hide until the secret realm dissipates. Among the remaining 5, one suddenly produced a treasure that radiated brilliance, causing a violent explosion that sent everyone sprawling. Curse it! How dare you detonate your own life talisman? Spat the pursuer, blood spilling from his mouth. Your speech is commendable, the assailant replied, gesturing with his right hand as the spirit orbs from his fallen victims began to drift toward him. Chapter 45. Slaying for spirit. All the spirit orbs fused into his being. Ah, what a delightful sensation, he exclaimed, his power having reached the 9th level of Golden Core Realm. After absorbing so many luminous orbs, his strength had advanced further. At this rate, it won't be long before I break through to the nascent soul realm. A look of sheer ecstasy adorned his face. I was unaware of this before, but now it's clear. Should I eliminate you, your spirit energy will become mine. Zhang Zhe stepped out from behind the stone, declaring, "To spy from the shadows is hardly the mark of a gentleman. You're already wantonly killing. What significance does it hold to question the virtue of gentlemen?" Zhang Zhe spread his arms wide, stating, "Talent. Average. Strength. 9th level of Golden Core Realm. Specialty. Assassination." The system promptly revealed the details of his adversary. The prowess of the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm here is already considered paramount. With your appearance, it seems you possess a means to contend. Are you not merely here to deliver your head? Wan Jun retorted, licking the blood from his dagger, his demeanor unmistakably fierce. "What do you think? I am genuinely curious about how many of such energy orbs you possess. If I were to absorb them all, my strength should increase significantly," Zhang Zhe confidently proclaimed. Enough with the trivialities. Wan Jun's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment he swiftly closed the distance to Zhang Zhe, the dagger gliding dangerously close to his neck. With a graceful twist in midair, he landed, convinced that the protagonist would not survive his onslaught. "In your next life, do not be so overconfident. It may cost you your life," he remarked as he stood once more. A large question mark appeared on Zhang Zhe's face. "You did not die. It is impossible. I have already grazed your neck with my dagger. How can anyone possess such formidable defense?" Wan Jun's expression was filled with confusion. Indeed, it is true. For an ordinary person, the neck, eyes, and under the ribs are all the most vulnerable points, and, as an assassin, one naturally aims for these vital areas, exerting full force with each strike. "With such meager strength, you dare to boast?" Zhang Zhe scoffed disdainfully. Through the system, he had discerned that the opponent's speed was exceedingly swift, beyond his own capabilities. Thus, the only way to gain an advantage was to force a close-quarters confrontation, seeking an opportunity to eliminate his foe. Hence, he resorted to provoking Wan Jun with words, seeking death. Upon hearing this, Wan Jun was indeed enraged. Perceiving Zhang Zhe's strength to be inferior despite the apparent disparity in realms, yet failing to comprehend why he had not succeeded. The executioner. Wan Jun unleashed his spiritual technique. A massive axe descending from the heavens, aimed directly at Zhang Zhe's head, sending a cloud of dust swirling upon impact. "You wish to provoke me. This is the price of your folly. No one has ever survived beneath my executioner's blade. Perhaps in your next life, you should remain mute," Wan Jun panted, having expended nearly all his spiritual energy on this high-tier mystical technique. Wan Jun caught sight of an orb of light. Why is it so few? Truly a worthless wretch. He cursed vehemently. Suddenly, the orb approached and enlarged before him. This is bad. He attempted to retreat swiftly, but his spiritual energy felt somewhat unstable. Zhang Zhe, wielding a spear, pierced Wan Jun's chest directly. "You?" Before Wan Jun could finish his words, life slipped away. What a truly pitiful child. Although his strength is commendable, how can he be so foolish? Zhang Zhe shook his head, tauntingly remarking. Subsequently, hundreds of energy orbs floated out from Wan Jun's body. "By heavens! It appears this little brat has killed quite a number of people. There must be at least dozens," Zhang Zhe observed as he gazed upon the orbs. Having realized that he had previously taken a misguided path, Zhang Zhe understood that directly seizing from others was indeed a quicker route to power. A luminous orb floated gracefully towards him. Zhang Zhe, with a meditative posture, absorbed it into his being. To his astonishment, his strength surged to the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm in an instant. In merely a second, he completed the absorption and opened his eyes to speak. "I comprehend now. This artifact may only provide a fleeting augmentation of power. To truly consolidate this enhancement, it seems I must wait until I am outside." Zhang Zhe meticulously examined his spiritual energy and then rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and continued onward. Along his path, he stumbled upon a masked figure lying on the ground. This person appeared somewhat familiar. Zhang Zhe addressed the masked individual. "Ah, it seems you are the one who narrowly escaped moments ago, thanks to your companion's self-detonation." He recalled the events that had just transpired. Initially, he had considered departing without a second thought, as he had no desire to add to the cycle of violence. He adhered to a stringent personal code against senseless murder. Yet he felt a pang of compassion and decided to assist. If he were to leave, This individual might perish here. With resolve, Zhang Zhe approached and lifted the person from the ground. Why is your body so limp? He pondered, bewildered, almost believing he was hoisting a lump of dough. He realized he must first administer healing medicine. From a storage ring, he retrieved some semi-finished healing elixirs. Though he possessed a few genuine pills, he intended to reserve those for himself, as he typically consumed these lesser versions. Upon removing the mask, Zhang Zhe was taken aback. Stammering, he exclaimed, She's a woman. Beneath the mask revealed a stunning young lady, appearing to be merely 14 or 15 years of age. Could it be? In such a vast place, I have fortuitously stumbled upon a great beauty, he mused, feeling exceptionally lucky. He promptly extracted a healing pill from his ring and placed it in her mouth. The girl, having been drained of spiritual energy and suffering minor injuries, began to regain some color after consuming the medicine. Her brows twitched slightly, indicating she was on the verge of waking. At that moment, Zhang Zhe crouched down, supporting her in his embrace. Who are you? The girl inquired, awakening to find herself in the arms of a stranger, and she sprang up in alarm. Being a good Samaritan is truly difficult. You are lying alone on the ground. Had I not saved you with ample elixirs, you would have certainly met your demise. Zhang Zhe retorted, crossing his arms in displeasure. The girl recalled the events that led to her current predicament. She had been pursued, and her senior brother had sacrificed himself to save her, resulting in her fainting during the escape. I apologize. When I first saw you, I panicked. I am truly sorry. The girl repeatedly apologized, and lying on the ground, she was an exquisite beauty. Now, as she stood up, her vivacity became even more enchanting. Chapter 46, Su Xiaoning of Tianshan. At this moment, Zhang Zhe felt somewhat awkward. If there is nothing else, perhaps we should part ways, he suggested. All my companions have perished, and I have nowhere to go. If I venture elsewhere, I genuinely fear for my safety, the little girl timidly replied. Why would you come to such a perilous place? Zhang Zhe inquired, noting that she was indeed a delicate maiden, yet had entered such a treacherous realm, where one could easily meet a grim fate, leaving behind naught but remnants of bones. I snuck out without my family's knowledge. Otherwise, my father would never have allowed me to come here, the girl murmured softly. What is your name? Where do you hail from? Zhang Zhe asked, keen to ascertain her background. I am from Tianshan, the girl simply stated. Zhang Zhe was taken aback. Although he had never visited Huangzhou, he had heard of the 5 great mountains, with Tianshan being the most formidable among them. Could it be that your family possesses such formidable power? He exclaimed in astonishment. My name is Su Xiaoning, the girl continued. Su family? You wouldn't happen to be a direct descendant of Tianshan, would you? Zhang Zhe queried, his surprise evident. I cannot disclose that directly, Su Xiaoning replied mysteriously. However, judging by her demeanor, Zhang Zhe could surmise the truth. What will you do alone? Do you possess any secret weapon that could facilitate your immediate escape? Zhang Zhe pondered, for those from illustrious families often had treasures for self-preservation. I have already attempted that. The ancient battlefield's secrets are isolated from the outside world, particularly during this initial phase, where no spatial fluctuations occur, Su Xiaoning explained. May I accompany you? She asked shyly. Is that truly appropriate? Zhang Zhe felt it might be somewhat inconvenient to have a girl by his side in such a dangerous locale. This place is fraught with peril. If I were to be harmed, wouldn't you have saved me in vain? Moreover, can you bear to see me waiting here for death alone? Su Xiaoning gazed at Zhang Zhe with pleading eyes. Very well, you may follow me, but you must absolutely obey my instructions. And ensure your hat is secured to avoid revealing your identity, Zhang Zhe replied. One could never tell what enemies Tianshan might harbor, and being recognized could bring trouble upon himself. Thank you, big brother. May I ask your name? Su Xiaoning exclaimed joyfully. I am Zhang Zhe, from the Qingshan sect in Qingzhou. Should you manage to exit safely, remember that you owe me a favor, he stated. Agreed. My strength is not lacking. I won't be a burden, Su Xiaoning declared, showcasing her spiritual power, which had already reached the 8th level of the Golden Core. It is merely the lack of combat experience that has resulted in such a dire predicament. If one were truly formidable, they would not be fleeing in such a manner. Zhang Zhe immediately exposed her, stating, I have several companions, but we got separated upon entry. By the way, how is it that you are with them? Were you not teleported apart? Zhang Zhe inquired. It's quite simple, really. By enveloping those with me in spiritual energy upon entry, one can avoid being randomly transported away. Su Xiaoning proudly replied. Is that truly possible? Zhang Zhe retorted, astonished that such a straightforward solution had eluded him. Indeed, the sect's records recount such instances. The ancient battlefield has been opened more than once, though I have never witnessed it myself. My curiosity compelled me to stealthily follow, Su Xiaoning continued. Very well, be cautious. In the next moment, Zhang Zhe positioned himself protectively in front of Su Xiaoning as a dart flew towards his chest, ricocheting harmlessly away. Remarkable reflexes indeed. The assailant vanished after uttering a single phrase. Who could this individual be to evoke such a sense of dread? Zhang Zhe mused, frowning. As the saying goes, one need not fear a thief, but rather the one who covets. If this person were to persistently shadow me, I would find my actions severely constrained. I do not know. Merely a rogue cultivator, Su Xiaoning replied, recalling that the target of the earlier assailant had been herself. Had Zhang Zhe not intervened, that strike could have easily claimed her life. I cannot believe it. You have saved me once again. Su Xiaoning expressed her gratitude. Thus, you now owe me a favor, which you must repay once we exit, Zhang Zhe said with a sly grin. The debts of Tianshan are not trifling matters. Although I am not well acquainted with Tianshan, its reputation as the most powerful force in Huangzhou is evident. Very well, once we are outside, you must join us in Tianshan. I assure you, you will relish a life of luxury and indulgence, Su Juning declared, thumping his chest. Your status seems quite impressive. However, I am not particularly interested. I merely wish for you to owe me a favor, Zhang Zhe replied, unfazed. Only through the cultivation of my own strength can I earn respect, despite my occasional laziness. I have no desire to become a mere kept man. Very well, let us continue our expedition. The remnants of the deceased, transformed into luminous orbs, are indeed invaluable. Su Xiaoning Statif, I noticed that your prior group left behind very few orbs. Most must be with you, Zhang Zhe recalled, noting the scarcity of the spiritual energy orbs from those who had perished. Indeed, consuming a few more luminous orbs could potentially elevate me to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Su Xiaoning nodded vigorously. Excellent. Let us delve deeper and expedite our actions. Otherwise, we may miss out on the treasures that lie ahead, Zhang Zhe urged. It is well understood that the depths of the battlefield may harbor legacies, and one can never be too certain. Even in the absence of inheritance, there exist numerous damaged divine weapons. The two individuals continued their journey deeper into the unknown, encountering several disciples from various sects along the way. Zhang Zhe chose to ignore them, adhering to the principle of non-aggression. If they did not provoke him, he would not instigate conflict. Ahead, it appeared that a spirit of the nascent soul realm was being besieged and slaughtered. Zhang Zhe closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energies surrounding him, and remarked that since acquiring the system, he had been inadvertently enhancing his mental acuity, which had been steadily rising. He sensed that his mental prowess now rivaled that of the divine transformation realm. Shall we take a look? Su Xiaoning inquired, her curiosity piqued. Do you trust me so implicitly? Are you not concerned that I might lead you into danger? Zhang Zhe replied. The two cautiously advanced. Kill. The spirit is on the brink of death. Let's all exert our utmost efforts. A voice rang out among the crowd of over 20 individuals encircling the nascent soul spirit. Chapter 47. The mantis stalks the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits, one could discern that most were scattered cultivators. Remarkable, we stumbled upon a significant catch so soon, Zhang Zhe said, licking his lips with avarice. With so many participants, even if we intervene, we may not secure anything. Su Xiaoning expressed her concerns. Patience. I refuse to believe such a multitude can divide the spoils evenly, Zhang Zhe replied with a mysterious smile, his gaze honing in on one individual. Damn, why is that fellow here? Zhang Zhe exclaimed upon recognizing Zhou Qi among the ranks of those engaged in the skirmish, lingering at the fringes, occasionally launching attacks. Since none had exerted their full strength, the injured spirit had yet to succumb, despite its grievous wounds. Do you know anyone within? Su Xiaoning asked. Yes. Let us wait and observe. Zhang Zhe nodded, unperturbed. Given Zhou Qi's intellect, he would undoubtedly anticipate the unfolding events, rendering any concern for his safety unnecessary. As the spirit neared its demise, discord erupted among the ranks. Kill them all. The nascent soul spirit is mine, commanded one of the 8-member teams, rapidly mobilizing to seize the moment. The swiftness of their assault resulted in many former allies being gravely injured or slain. Zhou Qi, exhibiting remarkable foresight and intelligence, had distanced himself from the chaos. Internal strife, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile as he observed the battlefield. At that moment, the spirit lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, while the remaining combatants were embroiled in fierce conflict. Damn it, Yu Feng, you despicable scoundrel. We trusted you. Someone vocally condemned Yu Feng, brimming with indignation. Ha ha, it seems you are new to this world. Allow me to enlighten you about the ways of our realm, Yu Feng proclaimed, wielding his long sword with fervor. The combat prowess of the 8-member team was evidently superior to that of the others, and sensing the situation deteriorate, they had already made their discreet exit. Let us go. Apprehend that young man from me. Otherwise, it will become quite troublesome if he escapes, Zhang Zhe instructed Su Xiaoning. Huh? Su Xiaoning was evidently taken aback, not expecting Zhang Zhe to issue commands so swiftly. What do you mean, huh? Surely, you can't be incapable of catching him? Zhang Zhe urged. All right, I'll go at once, Su Xiaoning replied quietly as she followed discreetly. With her prowess at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, she could effortlessly dominate Zhou Qi, who was only at the 3rd level of the same realm. Bah! Yu Feng spat disdainfully, observing the few remaining individuals on the battlefield struggling for survival. What a joke. Anyone worthy of my attention. How could you possibly interfere? Yu Feng declared with an air of superiority. Originally, his small team had been the first to discover this Yuan Ying undead spirit, and he had assessed that even if they could deal with it, there would be a cost. Thus, he disseminated information discreetly to collaborate with others for a joint assault, planning to eliminate the others afterward. A perfect case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Damn it, I knew these guys had no good intentions. Fortunately, I was cautious, otherwise I would have been done for, Zhou Qi said, hiding behind a tree, panting heavily. Having already distanced himself from the battlefield, he believed he should be safe. Such a waste of effort, Zhou Qi lamented, feeling disheartened. As a mere 3rd-level Golden Core cultivator, he realized that surviving in such a place required utmost caution. Friend, come with me. Su Xiaoning appeared before Zhou Qi. Before he could respond, she swiftly struck him, rendering him unconscious. No time to waste. I must take him back. If anything happens over there, I want to be able to manage it, Su Xiaoning thought, lifting Zhou Qi and heading back. Ha ha, thank you for doing our bidding. 5 individuals emerged from the nearby thicket. Zhang Zhe turned toward the direction of the voice. I knew these fellows were exceptionally adept at hiding, he remarked with a smile. Strangely, the 5 brothers appeared strikingly identical. The Demon 5? Yu Feng gasped upon recognizing them. Oh, it seems our reputation precedes us. Someone actually knows us. The leader of the group stated. This is something I have worked hard to obtain. It would be rather inappropriate to simply hand it over to you, Yu Feng replied. His brow furrowed. Let's talk. You are aware of our strength and must have heard certain things about us. If you fail to recognize the situation, there will only be one outcome, the leader warned, dark energy swirling around him. Though they were all at the Golden Core realm, their spiritual energy felt distinctly unique. What is going on? Su Xiaoning inquired, tossing the unconscious Zhou Qi to the ground. Is this truly how you brought him back? Zhang Zhe asked, looking at the unconscious Zhou Qi. Am I not in a rush? Su Xiaoning awkwardly chuckled. If you're here with me, we might need assistance from both of us. All right, wake him up, Zhang Zhe instructed. Without hesitation, Su Xiaoning splashed cold water onto Zhou Qi's face. Who are you? Zhou Qi exclaimed as he jolted awake, only to be met by Zhang Zhe, leaving him with 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. Brother Zhou, what is going on? How'd I end up here? Keep your voice down. Can't you see over there? A fight is about to break out. We can talk later. Come quickly, Zhang Zhe urged as the 3 of them quietly concealed themselves. The evil 5. Su Xiaoning recognized the 5 individuals at once. Do you know them? Zhang Zhe inquired. These 5 are cultivators from Huangzhou, specializing in dark attributes. However, rumors have circulated that they frequently slaughter the innocent. I heard they were already dead. How could they suddenly appear in this place? Su Xiaoning explained. Just wait and see. The real spectacle is just beginning. Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile as he observed the battlefield. Now it was Yu Feng and his companions who felt the awkwardness, having never anticipated the hidden presence of this group. Their own 8 members had just endured a fierce battle, and considering the opponent's strength, they likely surpassed their own. I admit defeat, Yu Feng finally declared after a moment of contemplation. Ha ha ha, at least you know your place, the leader responded as the 5 approached slowly. You may leave, but leave all the light orbs behind. Yu Feng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly before slowly relaxing. To think that after all the scheming, it was he who ended up at a disadvantage. Chapter 48. Who is the yellow bird? This cannot continue. Zhang Zhe observed the unfolding events, his brow furrowing slightly. I have an idea. You two come here. Let's do it this way, Zhang Zhe suggested to them. The 3 of them donned black cloaks. Kill. Su Xiaoning shouted. The trio charged towards the evil 5. Brother, don't be afraid. We're here to help. Su Xiaoning yelled again, catching Yu Feng slightly off guard. He didn't recognize her voice, but given the dire situation, he had no time to ponder. He joined Zhang Zhe and the others in their assault against the evil 5. This is bad. They have reinforcements. Let us take them all down. The leader commanded as the 5 advanced. Zhang Zhe and his support ignited the fighting spirit of Yu Feng and his 8 comrades, who fought with reckless abandon, releasing all the pent-up frustration from earlier. This is bad. We can't win. We must retreat, boss. Someone immediately exclaimed. The leader, decisive, commanded retreat. The 5 swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. With labored breaths, Yu Feng turned to Zhang Zhe, glancing at the 3 of them. Little sister, I still don't know who you are, he said with a smile, looking at Su Xiaoning. Hee, I didn't expect it would be so easy to deceive you. Su Xiaoning replied with a grin. Who are you? Yu Feng asked, puzzled as he looked at the trio. Everything belongs to me, Zhang Zhe declared with a smile. Who are you? Yu Feng shouted, realizing he did not recognize Zhang Zhe at all. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to die. With a swift motion, he drove the spear through Yu Feng's throat, and his lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning joined in as well, effortlessly dispatching the other 7, who posed no resistance whatsoever. How shall we divide all this? Zhou Qi inquired, surveying the multitude of luminous orbs scattered about. Take them for now. Don't forget, that one is the big catch, Zhang Zhe responded, glancing at the dying specter on the ground. He then unleashed all his strength in a single shot, ending its existence. A massive orb of light floated forth. Take them all. If word gets out, many will flock to this place, Zhang Zhe urged, and the trio hastily cleaned up the battlefield before leaving. Indeed, you always have a way, boss. I truly admire you, Zhou Qi exclaimed as they found refuge in a cave. You have quite the audacity, knowing it was a trap yet still leaping into it. Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. What choice did I have? If I were a bit stronger, I would have needed to collaborate with them, Zhou Qi lamented. Let us absorb these orbs. This one contains the essence of a nascent soul. Zhang Zhe paused before speaking. Of course, it's yours. That goes without saying. Su Xiaoning interjected eagerly. All right, then I shall take less of the others. Let us hasten our absorption to avoid any unforeseen troubles, they all agreed, fervently enhancing their powers within the cave. Zhang Zhe harnessed the energies from the nascent soul, orbs, and other spiritual orbs, elevating himself to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, while Zhou Qi ascended to the 6th level. I'm on the verge of breaking through, Su Xiaoning joyfully proclaimed, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, just one step away from the nascent soul stage. This secret realm truly proves worthwhile. My power has surged like a rocket, Zhang Zhe said with a smile. What is a rocket? Su Xiaoning asked, puzzled. Oh, never mind. It simply describes a rapid increase in strength, Zhang Zhe explained. By the way, who is she? I don't recall anyone like her in our sect, Zhou Qi remarked with a sly grin. I picked her up along the way. Her name is Su Xiaoning, Zhang Zhe introduced. Su Xiaoning, then removed her hat, revealing a delicate visage that unmistakably marked her as a gentle maiden. "Greetings, I am Su Xiaoning, certainly not a mere Zhu. How unflattering." Su Xiaoning pouted and spoke. Hello. I am Zhou Qi." Zhou Qi, having never encountered such a stunning beauty, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Have you not encountered anyone else today?" Zhang Zhe inquired. "I did meet Yin Nanfeng, but that fellow is rather arrogant and paid me no mind," Zhou Qi replied with a hint of resignation. "No worries. That chap will deal with him. By the way, do you know when this ancient battlefield will close?" Zhang Zhe turned to Su Xiaoning. "It seems that each ancient battlefield is sustained by a treasure or a legacy, and once that treasure or legacy is claimed by someone, the ancient battlefield will close." Su Xiaoning reflected, having done her research at the scripture pavilion before her arrival. "So, it is as such, it appears that the deeper one ventures, the more perilous it becomes." Outside, the 5 major forces had already occupied the entrance to the passage. When the time came to be transported, it would surely be through that entrance. "I wonder which young scion will obtain the key to the secret realm," Zhang Laohu remarked. "The emergence of the ancient battlefield carries significance. Whoever obtains the secret realm key is surely guided by fate, and one must not defy fate." Feng Qingzi spoke enigmatically. "You old fellow, could you refrain from being so cryptic?" Xiao from Fengyue Mountain Villa expressed her discontent. "Let me make myself clear. Should our Shihu Mountain obtain the secret realm, none of you should harbor any ambitions," Zhang Laohu declared fiercely. "What nonsense are you spouting? Treasures are naturally bestowed upon those fated to receive them. No matter who claims them, we shall not interfere," Lin from Lushan Mountain responded. The others nodded in agreement. Wang Yu, restless within the tent, observed how the 5 major forces tightly encircled the entrance, her heart filled with unease. While she believed in Zhang Zhe's ability to gain substantial advantages, she feared that acquiring something might provoke envy and lead to calamity. "Had I known, I would not have ventured to this cursed place. What shall I do next time?" Wang Yu paced back and forth in the tent, constantly reminding herself to trust Zhang Zhe. Yet, she could not shake the unsettling feeling as her eyelids twitched. It seemed there was a palace ahead, and many had already entered. "When did you awaken such formidable mental prowess?" Zhou Qi asked in slight astonishment, for it seemed that only those who reached the nascent soul realm could detect with mental strength. Chapter 49. Dragon King's Hall. "Do I need to report such trivial matters to you? Hurry, if someone snatches the treasure, I shall not hesitate to deal with you," Zhang Zhe stated sternly. The 3 of them advanced toward the direction of the palace. "Dragon King's Hall," Zhang Zhe remarked, gazing at the 3 large characters adorning the palace. Such grandeur. If this were in ancient times, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a significant power. Zhang Zhe remarked, "You seem unaware. The Dragon King Palace is certainly a subordinate force. Observe that the last character palace is imbued with spiritual energy," Su Xiaoning explained. "What does that imply?" Zhang Zhe inquired, perplexed. "Is there a distinction regarding whether the final character possesses spiritual energy? Regardless of the force, if the last character bears spiritual energy, it signifies that this entity is indeed a subordinate force. This spiritual energy is conferred by the true master of the power." Su Xiaoning elaborated once more. "I had no idea such a notion existed. Truly, one learns something new every day," Zhou Qi commented. "Let's proceed with caution," Zhang Zhe advised, as others had entered before them. "Ha ha ha, this staff shall be mine." Upon entering, Zhang Zhe saw someone rushing out, laughing maniacally, clutching a bone. "What on earth is happening?" Zhou Qi asked, bewildered. That individual's strength appeared to be at the 5th or 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Yet upon entry, they transformed into a madman. Peculiar. Zhang Zhe mused, surveying the surroundings. This place is known as the Dragon King Palace. Logically, it should be magnificently constructed. Yet the layout suggests it is not the work of spiritual beasts. Zhang Zhe analyzed. "I initially presumed the master of this palace would be a true dragon, or, at the very least, connected to the dragon lineage. Ha ha, the treasure is mine. You shall all perish. How audacious! Do you not kneel before me? Come to admire my dance?" The further they ventured inside, the more individuals seemed to have succumbed to madness. "Hold your breath," Zhang Zhe commanded. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning complied. These individuals must be poisoned or perhaps cursed. We must be cautious. Do not breathe from this moment onward. Zhang Zhe warned, his voice resonating. The two nodded gently in agreement. The three continued deeper into the palace. This alchemy room was supposed to be of collective interest. Why should the people of Lion Tiger Mountain monopolize it? Zhang Zhe overheard someone express dissatisfaction. The trio followed the sound. Oomph. You weaklings think you can compete with us for treasures? Leave at once, or you shall pay with your lives. Zhang Dashuai of Lion Tiger Mountain declared. Do you truly believe we are so easily bullied? Such a vast quantity of elixirs, and you wish to hoard it all? Indeed, indeed. Our combined strength is not significantly inferior to yours. Do you think Lion Tiger Mountain has truly dominated Qingzhou? Voices of disdain erupted from the crowd. Do you truly believe that once you acquire these elixirs, you can survive and exit the confines of the city? Zhang Dashuai spoke with unwavering confidence. The surrounding individuals fell silent. Indeed, even if one were to obtain these treasures, there is no guarantee that others would let them be. Everyone is primarily doing me a favor. Once we step outside, regardless of the treasures you acquire, our Lion Tiger Mountain shall not intervene, Zhang Dasha confidently assured. A silence enveloped the surroundings once more. The people of Lion Tiger Mountain? I never anticipated encountering them so soon. Noticing that everyone was engaged in conversation, Zhang Zhe surmised that the presence of toxic gas could likely be dismissed. What to do? It seemed there were quite a few elixirs in this pill chamber. Zhou Qi inquired of Zhang Zhe. Should we employ the same strategy as before to seize the opportunity? Su Xiaoning felt that the previous plan was quite commendable. Yet, it would be prudent to wait and observe. Thus, both sides remained at a stalemate. With over 50 individuals from Lion Tiger Mountain facing off against more than 200 from various smaller sects and loose cultivators. This numerical superiority was the reason they could stand against Lion Tiger Mountain. What is this? Are my esteemed friends unwilling to yield? Zhang Dasha furrowed his brow and spoke. Yield? You powerful factions are nothing short of ruthless. With so many elixirs here, we must claim our share. Exactly. Enhancing our strength is paramount. All verbal promises are mere illusions. We shall not yield face to anyone. With over 200 of us here, if pushed to the brink, it seems you would all perish in this place. Tensions escalated between the two parties. Zhang Dasha fell silent, surprised by the obstinacy of this group. Given the gravity of their exchange, further retreat would only lead to conflict. Very well, my friends, let us take 1/3 of the elixirs, and you may divide the remainder. Zhang Dasha proposed after careful consideration, significantly reducing their claim to a mere third. At this, some of the loose cultivators immediately agreed. However, the situation abruptly shifted. A black sphere, the size of a human head, suddenly burst forth from the pill chamber, demolishing the grand entrance. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Then in an instant, they rushed into the pill chamber, clamoring for the elixirs. Seize it. Be cautious. Do not stray too far from me. Zhang Zhe dashed forward in a single bound, with Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi closely trailing. What the hell? Zhang Zhe had never witnessed such an abundance of elixirs, the sight stretching infinitely before him. I am rich. I am wealthy. This is mine. Do not touch. Damn it. Where does it say your name? Whoever seizes it, it belongs to them. Are you seeking death? Get away. As the crowd scrambled for the elixirs, Zhang Zhe swiftly began his own plunder. Some foolish individuals targeted him, launching attacks, but Zhang Zhe disregarded them entirely. Every second wasted could result in the loss of countless elixirs. Get away. A colossal elephant's foot came crashing down toward Zhang Zhe. Unfazed, he braced himself to withstand the blow. What? He actually managed to deflect my giant elephant's foot, one of the members from Lion Tiger Mountain exclaimed, a hint of reluctance evident as he renewed his assault on Zhang Zhe. Little elephant, quickly gather the elixirs. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Zhang Dasha exclaimed anxiously, realizing that his previous plan had unraveled. What a pathetic sight, Su Xiaoning remarked, meticulously selecting only the higher-grade elixirs, dismissing the lower ones entirely. Zhang Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoning, nearly choking on his own frustration. This little ancestor was actually being choosy, as if she were attending an auction. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi cautiously gathered the elixirs. Chapter 50, The Closed Gate. Should anyone approach, he would immediately retreat. Damn it, Zhou Qi, hurry up and get to work. Zhang Zhe shouted angrily, while diligently continuing his task. Catch this. Just as Su Xiaoning was deliberating over the elixirs, someone suddenly launched an attack on her. Su Xiaoning was caught off guard, her arm sustaining another injury. Get lost. Zhang Zhe charged forward with his spear, forcing the assailant to retreat. Could you be a bit more careful? Zhang Zhe frowned slightly. Why are they so eager to ambush? Su Xiaoning said, her expression one of grievance. As she quickly consumed an elixir, the external wound on her arm showed slight improvement. Well done. Zhang Zhe commended Su Xiaoning with a thumbs up. It was merely a minor injury, yet you resorted to an elixir so readily. Zhang Zhe chose to ignore Su Xiaoning and redirected his efforts to scavenge for more elixirs. Seeking death. You dare to covet the territory of Lion Tiger Mountain, Zhang Zhe bellowed, forcing back several adversaries. The members of Lion Tiger Mountain occupied a moderately sized area, some gathering while the rest stood guard. It's done, boss, a member of Lion Tiger Mountain reported to Zhang Zhe. All right, let us move. If we linger here, these people will act like madmen. It would be extremely disadvantageous if they all turned against us, Zhang Zhe advised as the group swiftly exited the alchemy chamber. Before long, the elixirs within the room were completely depleted. The trio, Zhang Zhe and his companions, had amassed a substantial bounty. As they exchanged cautious glances, each retreated from the room with care. That was close. I didn't expect our first mission together to be so exhilarating, Zhou Qi remarked, exhaling a sigh of relief. And you sly dog. I see you've also ambushed quite a few people, Zhang Zhe responded while continuing his frantic scavenging, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning. Hee, my cultivation is of the wind attribute, which only enhances my speed a little, Zhou Qi said, somewhat sheepishly. All right, hold on to your treasures for now. We shall reveal them once we safely exit this place, Zhang Zhe instructed Zhou Qi. Subsequently, Zhang Zhe turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoning, who inquired, what are you looking at? Upon noticing the insidious glint in Zhang Zhe's eyes, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Aren't you supposed to share some of what you obtain with me? Zhang Zhe said, rubbing his hands together. On what grounds? Su Xiaoning potet, et presink her dissatisfaction. Simply because I have protected you. Shouldn't you pay me a fee for my guardianship? Zhang Zhe continued, having not previously asked Su Xiaoning for any treasures. However, this time was different as he had brought her to the alchemy chamber. Miser. You truly know how to scheme, Su Xiaoning retorted, producing half of the elixirs. Is this all? Zhang Zhe remarked, observing the mere 20 or so bottles of fourth-grade elixirs. Please, in this chamber, it seems the maximum is only 4 bottles. Hence, I naturally acquire the finest, Su Xiaoning declared proudly, lifting her chin. Very well. This is not without its merits. I shall protect you moving forward, Zhang Zhe replied with a smile, accepting the elixirs. That is more like it. Su Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction. Shall we venture out? We have already gained so many benefits, Zhou Qi inquired of Zhang Zhe. No, let's delve deeper. I refuse to believe that this Dragon King's Hall is merely a repository for elixirs, Zhang Zhe asserted confidently, having noticed several individuals gradually departing the area. Let us proceed. The three continued onward. Most of the chambers were devoid of treasures, with few artifacts making an appearance. Up ahead should be the Grand Hall, Zhang Zhe stated, spotting the corridor's end. Come, let's take a look. They soon encountered a crowd gathered at the Grand Hall's entrance, unable to find a way in. What is going on? Why is this door so sturdy? No matter how we attack, it cannot be destroyed. Everyone, search closely. There must be some special entrance. The crowd speculated, believing that something valuable lay behind the door, otherwise it would not be so securely sealed. It seemed they were all unable to gain entry. Zhang Zhe and his companions approached and remarked, wait, here is a stone with an inscription. Blood of the same lineage shall grant entry. Immediately, someone discovered a peculiar stone etched with those very words. At that moment, the bracelet on Zhang Zhe's wrist began to radiate warmth. Zhang Zhe furrowed his brow. recalling how this little artifact had fallen into slumber after consuming 10 pieces of fire crystal. He wondered why it had awakened now. Let me give it a try. People began applying their blood to the stone, yet there was no response. What is the situation? Is entry impossible? I have no idea. We have all applied our blood, yet there is not even a hint of reaction. The crowd, disheartened, contemplated leaving. Zhang Zhe circled the door, also considering departure. After all, so many had already attempted entry. Perhaps only the original disciples possessed the qualifications to enter this place. As Zhang Zhe walked a few steps, the bracelet on his wrist became exceedingly warm. What on earth is happening? He inquired of the bracelet. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning initially assumed he was merely talking to himself. In the next moment, a small fire dragon, about the size of a head, appeared on Zhang Zhe's shoulder. When did you acquire such a mount? How was I unaware of this? Zhou Qi exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the little fire dragon. The fire dragon, seemingly displeased by Zhou Qi's gesture, attempted to bite his finger in a sudden strike. Zhang Zhe quickly grasped the little creature, its plumpness utterly adorable. How could I possibly share such a secret with you? Zhang Zhe chuckled as he spoke. Is this a fire spirit? Su Xiaoning, observing the small dragon, asked curiously. You possess quite an eye for these things, Zhang Zhe replied. It has already assumed a physical form. How did you discern it is a fire spirit? I have had the privilege of encountering a few naturally born spirits, and I sensed a similar aura from it. If this fire dragon were to be sold, it would command an astronomical price, Su Xiaoning stated earnestly. She couldn't help but regard Zhang Zhe with newfound respect. Possessing such a rare spirit indicated he was no ordinary individual. I have no intention of selling it. While this little one has quite the appetite, I shall not neglect him, right, Xiaoyan? Zhang Zhe said, while petting the fire dragon. The creature nuzzled against Zhang Zhe's chest, appearing even more endearing. Chapter 51. A simple opening, all right. I sense you are not merely a disciple of an ordinary sect. Su Xiaoning remarked seriously once more. How could that be? I am just from a small place. He can vouch for me. We are both from the Kaoshan sect. Zhang Zhe responded, pointing to Zhou Qi with a smile. Indeed, we both hail from the Kaoshan sect. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. Such a fire spirit is not something just anyone could possess, especially one so small, just at the onset of developing its intelligence. And it would trust those around it immensely. It is evident that it relies heavily on you, and thus, it is destined to become your most loyal companion. Su Xiaoning stati dermistri. This little guy can eat a lot. By the way, how did you suddenly appear out of nowhere? Zhang Zhe asked while rubbing the fire dragon's head. The fire dragon seemed to recall something suddenly and darted towards a large door. Though it had no wings, it was capable of low-altitude flight. What is happening? Zhou Qi asked curiously, looking at Zhang Zhe. I have no idea, Zhang Zhe replied, shaking his head before following the fire dragon. The little dragon pressed its hand against the stone, and curiously, while others' hands had no effect. The moment the dragon's hand touched it, the entire stone sunk inward. With a thunderous noise, the door began to open slowly before Zhang Zhe. Wow, was it really that simple to open? Zhang Zhe exclaimed in disbelief. Hurry, let's go inside. Regaining his senses, Zhang Zhe observed the 3 individuals from the southern capital, alongside the little fire dragon, swift in their entrance, as the grand doors slowly closed behind them. What an immense palace! Zhang Zhe exclaimed, gazing in awe. In comparison, the main hall of the Mountain Reliance sect pales in insignificance. This palace was not only vast, but also towering. Look over there. What is that? Zhang Zhe directed his gaze towards the spot indicated by Zhou Qi, where a complete dragon skeleton lay prostrate atop the palace's main seat. Could it be that the master of this Dragon King's hall is indeed a Dragon King? Zhang Zhe remarked, astonished. Soudainement, un formidable aura surgit forte, causing Zhang Zhe and his companions to collapse to the ground. The little fire dragon roared vehemently, miraculously dispelling the oppressive force. This is the pressure of a true dragon, Su Xiaoning declared decisively. I felt as though I were on the verge of being crushed. It was utterly terrifying. Just the aura alone is so powerful. Had this being not perished, it would be unimaginably fearsome, Zhou Qi said, his expression grave as he looked at the dragon bones on the main seat. Thank you, Zhang Zhe managed to say, regaining his composure and looking at the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon gracefully circled around him before plopping down onto his shoulder. This place is utterly barren. There shouldn't be any treasures left, Zhou Qi observed as he scanned their surroundings. Are you a fool? The greatest treasure is right there, Su Xiaoning retorted, pointing at the dragon skeleton on the main seat. Indeed, although we may not know the strength of this dragon skeleton, it must be formidable. If we were to sell it, it would fetch an astronomical price, Zhou Qi responded, snapping back to reality with a smile. The little fire dragon, however, was clearly displeased, letting out a series of roars. What is the matter? Do you desire this dragon skeleton? Zhang Zhe inquired of the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon affirmed with a roar and continued its series of cries. No way. Boss, when did you develop this new ability to understand beast language? Zhou Qi exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Be quiet. I don't understand beast language. I merely grasp a general idea of what he means, Zhang Zhe clarified. You two have established a deep connection. It seems he will never part from you again, Su Xiaoning remarked from the side. He says he needs this dragon skeleton to form a physical body, Zhang Zhe explained. Form a physical body? Could it be that the original master of this dragon lake was of the Great Ascension realm? Su Xiaoning gasped in surprise. What do you mean? Zhou Qi asked, puzzled. For a spiritual being to form a physical body, the bones of a beast from the Great Ascension realm are absolutely essential, Su Xiaoning elaborated. It appears you truly are a learned little genius, Zhang Zhe smiled, acknowledging her knowledge. Disciples of major sects are indeed different. I doubt even Wang Yu knows of such matters. It is merely recorded in books. Besides cultivating, I enjoy reading, Su Xiaoning responded modestly. Su Xiaoning spoke with pride. After he forged his physical body, would his strength not increase? Currently, he was merely at the second rank. Zhang Zhe helplessly replied that he had always been the one to nurture it. It was not yet time for it to repay his kindness, and besides, his own strength had indeed become rather formidable. It certainly will, Su Xiaoning asserted. After all, it is the bone of a beast at the Great Ascension realm. Using it to forge a physical body will undoubtedly result in a significant enhancement of power. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and forge the body, Zhang Zhe urged. Roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon, brimming with excitement, floated towards the dragon bone and began its absorption. It seems you truly possess a treasure. Typically, a normal spirit beast can only attain human form after reaching the 7th rank. However, spirit entities are different. They are born from the heavens and possess unparalleled innate talents. They must cultivate to the 5th rank to transform into human form. Su Xiaoning elaborated once more. Oh no, if it evolves directly into human form, does that mean I can no longer ride it? Zhou Qi suddenly voiced his concerns, a look of dejection on his face. You must be jesting. This little fellow has no desire to be a mount. It likely wishes to be a pet, only knowing how to be cute and ask for food, Zhang Zhe replied, exasperated, feeling as though he was merely raising a distant ancestor. With proper cultivation, it will undoubtedly become your right-hand companion in the future, Su Xiaoning continued. Roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon emitted a series of cries, revealing its anguish. It won't fail, will it? Zhang Zhe remarked, observing the dragon's pained cries. I don't know. I'm not omniscient. This evolution inherently carries both success and failure, Su Xiaoning replied curtly. However, in the next instant, the tightly shut door slowly opened. Ha! I knew that using the blood of a pseudo-dragon would work. Let me see what treasures lie within. A familiar voice entered first. Is someone there? Zhang Dashuai noticed Zhang Zhe and the others momentarily stunned and spoke up. Chapter 52, driving Zhang Dashuai back to think you could actually enter. It seems I have underestimated you all, Zhang Dashuai remarked, his gaze shifting to the little fire dragon, his expression changing as greed flickered in his eyes. I never expected to encounter a fire dragon spirit. How fortunate indeed. If I obtain this fire dragon spirit, I shall surely become the holy son of Lion Tiger Mountain. Zhang Dashuai greedily declared. I must ask, do you truly think so little of us? Zhang Zhe suddenly interjected. Just you? If you have any sense, you will quickly depart. Otherwise, the 3 of you are as good as dead, Zhang Dashuai arrogantly retorted, not even casting a glance at Zhang Zhe. What audacity! Su Xiaoning scoffed. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi stood anxiously by, acutely aware that there were 50 adversaries before them, all of whom possessed strength above the 5th layer of the Golden Core realm, meaning he would be unable to contend with even a single one of them. Although I have yet to transcend to the nascent soul realm, dealing with a lowly opponent such as you is effortless. Zhang Dashuai did not speak as a disciple approached Zhang Zhe. Take this whip. The individual wielded a long whip, striking towards Zhang Zhe. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhe reached out and grasped the whip, conjuring a spear from thin air with his right hand, thrusting it directly at the assailant, who was still suspended in midair and unable to gain leverage. The spear pierced through his chest. How is this possible? Zhang Dashuai exclaimed in astonishment, fully aware of the prowess of his subordinate, who was known to endure 3 rounds against his finest. Are you certain you wish for them to come one by one to their demise? Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile, subsequently casting the whip aside and positioning himself with the spear before Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi. Boss, allow me to confront this arrogant brat. A voice immediately offered, seeking Zhang Dashuai's approval. Stand down. Zhang Dashuai rebuked. Being the leader of Shahushan, he was no fool. Though he was unaware of how Zhang Zhe had neutralized the whip's force, he recognized the undeniable strength of his opponent. Are you prepared to intervene, personally? Zhang Zhe calmly inquired, knowing he needed to buy some time for the little fire dragon. He hoped his adversary would not swarm him, for while his defenses were formidable, he was still accompanied by Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning, who could be liabilities. I shall meet you, Zhang Dashuai declared, brandishing dual hammers, an illusory tiger unfurling behind him. Is that the tiger form of Shahushan? Su Xiaoning remarked, observing Zhang Dashuai. The spectral tiger could augment his attack power, speed, and defense to a certain extent. Su Xiaoning explained to Zhang Zhe. Understood. It appears this individual is indeed a core disciple. Zhang Zhe responded with a faint smile. Meteor hammer. Zhang Dashuai, however, wore a serious expression as he unleashed a long-range spiritual technique. The dual hammers flew from his hands, hurtling towards Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe raised both hands defensively, and the heavy hammers collided with his palms before rebounding. This is impossible, Zhang Dashuai gasped, astounded that someone of the Golden Core realm could withstand his meteor hammer directly. What is impossible? Your attack feels like mere tickling to me, Zhang Zhe declared, crossing his arms and holding the spear before him. Zhang Dashuai fell silent. Although the recent attack was merely a test, he had discerned the true strength of this individual. Not yet. May I inquire as to your origins? Zhang Dashuai eventually spoke after a moment of contemplation. What? Did you not wish to seize my little fire dragon? Zhang Zhe retorted with a smile. Ha! It was merely a misunderstanding. I simply wish to ascertain whether your strength is worthy of the fire dragon, Zhang Dashuai replied, unabashed and smiling. A true gentleman does not change his name nor alter his surname. I am Zhang Zhe, the chief disciple of the Mount Kaoshan sect. Zhang Zhe spoke with a commanding voice. Very well, it seems we are no longer strangers. Let us forge a friendship, shall we? Zhang Dashuai replied with a smile, while those around him appeared perplexed by their leader's intentions. Friendship is unnecessary. My pet is cultivating here, and I wish for no disturbances. If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to depart, Zhang Zhe stated bluntly. He understood that the display of power he had just exhibited had intimidated his adversaries, and it was imperative to expel them swiftly. Then we shall take our leave, Zhang Dashuai said, retreating with his subordinates in a rather dejected manner. Is that all? I can hardly believe it, Zhou Qi remarked in disbelief. Do you truly think that the meteor hammer was so easily countered? He was merely testing my strength. My ability to withstand it signifies my prowess, sufficient to stand against him, Zhang Zhe replied, breathing a sigh of relief. Then why not eliminate him outright? Zhou Qi asked, his excitement palpable. Zhang Zhe fell silent, turning his gaze towards the little fire dragon. Who are you truly? Su Xiaoning inquired, looking intently at Zhang Zhe. What do you mean who I am? Have I not already stated? I am simply the chief disciple of the Mount Kaoshan sect, Zhang Zhe responded. Turning back to her, the individual you encountered was Zhang Dashuai, the son of the infamous Zhang Laohu, and a candidate for the position of Saint Son of Shurho Mountain, Su Xiaoning elaborated. It seems you are quite well informed about the dynamics in Qingzhou. Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. Su Xiaoning studied grosserie. Initially, she believed she was merely in the presence of a young genius. Yet witnessing him repel Jean de Shuai with such evident strength left her intrigued. The spiritual energy contained within the meteor hammer was palpable. Had she attempted to catch it with her own arms, she would likely have suffered fractures. Yet, Zhang Zhe appeared unfazed. Roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon cried out repeatedly, its voice urgent. It's coming, it's coming. Zhang Zhe, feeling helpless, tossed the remaining fire spirit stones into the air. As the stones approached the little fire dragon, they transformed instantly into the purest form of fire elemental energy, which the dragon absorbed eagerly. Zhang Zhe felt a pang of regret, but did not cease his actions. What is wrong? Zhou Qi asked with concern. He requires pure fire elemental energy. He must be nearing the most crucial phase, Zhang Zhe explained. Roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon continued to bellow, seemingly striving to challenge the very heavens. Its roars crescendoing. Chapter 53. The little fire dragon successfully evolved. Zhang Zhe listened anxiously from the sidelines. What is happening? Why do I sense something amiss? Zhou Qi queried. Turning to Su Xiaoning. I'm not entirely certain about this. I have merely read about it in books. It is said to shape the physical form, but the process remains a mystery to me, Su Xiaoning remarked as he scratched his head. There is nothing more to be done. It is now entirely in his hands. Zhang Zhe said with a hint of resignation. Roar. The little fire dragon let out another furious roar, immediately enveloped by spiritual energy. Once the energy dissipated, a colossal egg appeared before the onlookers. Huh? Such a large egg. Could it possibly require rehatching? Zhou Qi exclaimed dramatically as he gazed at the egg. Surely not. Zhang Zhe replied as he stepped forward to tap the eggshell. Crack! The eggshell shattered instantaneously, and a small dragon, roughly the size of a human, emerged from within. Roar! Roar, roar! The little fire dragon jubilantly bounced around. Ha! I can hardly believe it succeeded. It is no longer merely a spiritual entity, one of the men joyfully exclaimed. Perfect! Now it is a genuine dragon, while still being a naturally born spiritual creature, Su Xiaoning stated. Roar, roar, roar! The little fire dragon unleashed a breath of dragon flames toward Zhang Zhe. Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi were startled, but upon seeing Zhang Zhe remain unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Are you being mischievous? Zhang Zhe chuckled, observing that what was once mere flames had transformed into true dragon fire. Very impressive. Its power has indeed escalated, Zhang Zhe noted, having discerned the little fire dragon's strength through the system. It had now reached the 4th tier, equivalent to a human in the nascent soul stage. Its current size was merely that of an average human. I never expected to witness the transformation of a fire dragon spirit into a corporeal form, Su Xiaoning remarked. Now we can stride confidently through this secret realm. Zhou Qi declared with a smile. Not necessarily. Given the current circumstances in the secret realm, it is possible that many have successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. Su Xiaoning countered, shaking his head. He himself had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, we must exercise caution. Our primary objective now is to locate others, particularly those like the sect master who can guarantee safe passage back, Zhang Zhe advised prudently. Suddenly, the grand door swung open once more, and the previously departed loose cultivators and members of minor sects returned. I can hardly believe this door truly opens. If these ruffians get here first, they will demand all the treasures within. Exactly. Do you not understand the principle of sharing? If you do not relinquish your treasures today, you shall not leave this place. A voice clamored among the throng of over 100 individuals flooding into the hall. What shall we do? They have so many people. Zhou Qi said anxiously. Do not worry. Friends, we have not obtained any treasures here. We entered empty-handed. Zhang Zhe called out loudly to the crowd surrounding them. Do not deceive us. Do you think we are mere children? Someone shouted loudly. The little fire dragon was evidently displeased, leaping forth to unleash a torrent of dragon flames. Before the man could utter a cry of despair, he was instantly reduced to ashes. What on earth is happening? This is a true dragon, and its power is likely of the 4th rank. Indeed, this is a genuine dragon. I have seen descriptions in books, and it can breathe dragon flames. One of the most formidable fires in existence. Chaos erupted among the crowd. What? Are there still those who wish for me to surrender my treasures? Zhang Zhe said, cracking his knuckles, astonished by the little fire dragon's overwhelming dominance. He was further taken aback by the extraordinary heat of the dragon flames. The reputation of dragon flames is truly well-deserved, Su Xiaoning remarked with satisfaction. It seems we have greatly offended, and there are likely no treasures to be found in this place. Indeed, if there is nothing of value here, we shall take our leave. How foolish we were to be deceived. There are no treasures here at all. A chorus of voices echoed as the group exchanged words, departing in defeat. Truly, strength is the ultimate truth. Ha ha ha. Now it is your turn to protect me, Zhang Zhe said, affectionately patting the little fire dragon's head. As Zhang Zhe and his companions prepared to exit the palace, he suddenly cast his gaze toward a shadowy corner. Come out, Zhang Zhe commanded, his spear aimed in that direction. No, please do not take action. I mean no harm. A dark, large-headed entity emerged from the shadows. Who are you? Zhang Zhe inquired, suddenly recalling that the door to the alchemy chamber had been breached by a dark figure. Are you the one who emerged from the alchemy chamber? Zhang Zhe asked again. Yes, I desperately wished to leave this place, but I knew that with my abilities, I could not protect myself here, the dark sphere replied. What exactly are you? Zhang Zhe persisted. To be frank, I am an alchemical pill, a 7th grade dragon spirit pill, the dark sphere confessed. You are a pill spirit? Su Xiaoning exclaimed in disbelief. Goodness, how do you know so much? You are incredibly knowledgeable, Zhou Qi remarked, while Zhang Zhe and Zhou Qi appeared almost foolish by comparison. What is your sudden emergence meant to convey? Zhang Zhe queried in confusion. I have observed that this fire dragon spirit has cultivated a physical form with your assistance, indicating that you are the chosen one by the fire dragon spirit. Hence, I wish to accompany you, the dark sphere hesitantly explained. Zhang Zhe was left speechless. Is this what it means to be chosen by fate? Such extraordinary luck to be selected repeatedly. Very well, you too seek to reform your physical body, do you not? Zhang Zhe immediately discerned the intentions of the black orb and spoke up. Indeed, in the state of the damling, one could be captured by a formidable being at any moment and absorbed, resulting in my utter obliteration, the black orb explained. Zhang Zhe turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoning, saying, No, he is unlike the fire dragon spirit. The fire dragon spirit has been by your side since its inception, sharing a profound bond with you and becoming your steadfast companion. However, this damling is different. It has long since developed sentience and possesses a certain degree of independent thought. Su Xiaoning interjected, leaving the latter part of her statement unvoiced. I would never betray you. I vow to remain loyally by your side, the black orb asserted earnestly. This indeed seems to be a predicament. As a 7th-tier damling, do you not possess any means of self-preservation? Zhang Zhe pondered aloud. I do not. I merely harbor pure spiritual energy within me. In terms of combat prowess, I am merely comparable to your average human at the foundational level, the black orb replied. Zhang Zhe fell silent, contemplating the risk of taking it with him. What if it betrayed him at a critical moment? That would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. How about this? If you trust me, allow me to take this with me, Su Xiaoning suddenly proposed. You wish to take such a 7th-tier damling so casually? Zhang Zhe remarked with a mischievous grin. I've already shared the elixir with you, and I did not contest you over the dragon bones. Shouldn't it be my turn? Su Xiaoning retorted with a cold snort. The black orb, feeling quite aggrieved, lamented its fate of being treated so frivolously despite being a treasure in its own right. Very well, but you must exercise caution. This fellow is entirely black and appears rather dangerous, Zhang Zhe cautioned, pointing at the black orb. Hey. Just because I have a request of you does not mean you can insult me. The black orb protested, visibly displeased. The three of them cast scornful glances in its direction. In the end, the black orb was taken away by Su Xiaoning. The trio successfully departed from the Dragon King's hall, feeling quite triumphant over their substantial gains. Zhang Zhe stepped out to breathe in the fresh air and remarked, I never imagined there truly was a dragon king within the hall. How delightful it would be to have a dragon as my steed. Zhou Qi chimed in. Perhaps you would be better off being devoured by true dragon. Su Xiaoning teased. Let us press on and gather more intelligence. Zhang Zhe commanded as they continued deeper into the territory, with the little fire dragon already transformed into a bracelet, coiling around Zhang Zhe's arm. Boss, those 3 individuals are quite extraordinary. I never expected them to be unable to handle that group of people, remarked one of them. One of the subordinates beside, Zhang Dashuai, spoke. He possesses some skill, yet it is merely luck. How infuriating that he has acquired a true dragon. Zhang Dashuai, filled with rage, replied, Of course, I believe that true dragon was obtained from the Dragon King's hall. It should have been my steed, but due to my negligence, it was snatched away by another. As they delved deeper, the real battle was about to commence. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Dashuai remarked, Another one. Zhang Zhe retracted his long spear, having dispatched a death spirit at the Golden Core stage. When will you finally break through to the nascent soul realm? Zhang Zhe asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. A plan had been devised, as Su Xiaoning stood at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, and they sought to assist her in ascending to the nascent soul realm, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. It won't be long. If we encounter death spirits at the nascent soul level, it might be more straightforward, Su Xiaoning said with a smile. Zhang Zhe wore a look of helplessness. Boss, I've gathered some information. There's someone ahead selling maps, claiming that one of the marked locations is a gathering point for death spirits. Moreover, there are only 2 copies of that map available, Zhou Qi reported. Elaborate, Zhang Zhe inquired. That gathering point seems to harbor 3 death spirits at the nascent soul stage, along with numerous at the Golden Core and Foundation establishment stages. They are looking for 2 capable teams to act together, but one must first purchase their map. Zhou Qi explained in one breath. Is this reliable? Zhang Zhe asked, deep in thought. It should be fairly accurate. Their team comprises 10 members, including 2 at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, while the others are all above the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Such strength would indeed struggle to penetrate the gathering point of death spirits. Zhou Qi continued to divulge information. This is truly a stroke of fortune. Even if we manage to capture a single death spirit at the nascent soul level, it would elevate Su Xiaoning to that realm, Zhang Zhe said, his face breaking into a smile. That sounds splendid. Let us hasten to purchase the map, Su Xiaoning exclaimed, thrilled, having always been protected by Zhang Zhe. Despite sensing that Zhang Zhe's realm was not higher than her own, she yearned to enhance her strength and showcase her abilities. Let us go. The 3 of them raced toward the direction Zhou Qi had come from. It's just ahead, Zhou Qi announced. As expected, numerous teams were gathered before them. I must say, your map is rather exorbitant. Without us, you wouldn't be able to conquer that gathering point, one remarked. Indeed, it's quite likely that the situation isn't as advantageous as you claim. If your information is erroneous, will you take responsibility? Another added. I believe I've seen a similar gathering point before, but it has already been cleared out, a bystander noted as the crowd discussed the gathering point. We are still short 1 team. A payment of 1 million gold coins is required. A person with violet hair waved the map in their hand and spoke. I accept. Zhang Zhe exclaimed loudly. Where did this novice come from? We are about to lower the price. It appeared that he was a significant player, speaking without hesitation and directly securing the deal. However, I lack gold coins. May I offer these potions instead? Zhang Zhe retrieved several vials from his storage ring and inquired. Of course, those could be sold for equal value. Moreover, here, potions are even more valuable as they are scarce commodities, the violet-haired individual responded. All right, could you enlighten me about the situation? Zhang Zhe stepped forward and asked. There are too many eyes here. Let us find another place to converse, the violet-haired person suggested. Glancing at Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning behind Zhang Zhe, the 3 followed the violet-haired individual, navigating around the thicket until they arrived behind a large boulder. Now that we are all here, can your trio's combat strength suffice? You must at least be able to hold off a few beings at the nascent soul stage. The violet-haired person queried Zhang Zhe, noting that Zhang's group was rather limited, especially since Zhou Qi was merely at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Rest assured, our combat capability poses no issue. You may formulate the plan, as I can hold off two nascent soul entities, Zhang Zhe replied casually. Chapter 55. The alliance of three teams. The opposing two teams comprised 10 members each, boasting formidable prowess, all above the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shamira, the violet-haired individual stated, removing her mask to reveal herself as a striking woman, previously concealed by the mask and altered voice. Her identity had gone unnoticed. I am Zhang Zhe, and these two are my subordinates, Zhang Zhe introduced simply. The man seated beside the stone also stood. I am the captain of this team, Zhou Deong, he stated succinctly. The three gathered around, unfurling the map. Here lies a gathering point for the undead. Previously, numerous undead had appeared in the vicinity, but my team has cleared them all, leaving only those within the gathering point. Shamira continued. Approximately 3 nascent soul undead and 20 golden core undead remain, alongside roughly 100 at the Foundation establishment stage. She concluded her explanation in one breath. Given the strength of our 3 teams, we should be adequately equipped to handle this, don't you agree? Shamira inquired. I have no objections, Zhang Zhe replied succinctly. Although the undead outnumbered them significantly, they lacked any intelligence, allowing for a strategic slaughter from the periphery inward. I too have no issues. Though I am curious about the distribution of rewards, Zhou Deong directly raised the matter of their final profit sharing. Let's divide it equally among our 3 teams. However, I must witness your performance in battle first. Shamira paused before stating. You will be satisfied. Zhang Zhe smiled with confidence. 3 small teams, comprising 23 individuals, ventured towards the gathering place of the undead, located in the valley ahead. I am uncertain as to why they congregate there, Shamira candidly expressed. As Zhang Zhe and his companions ascended to the highest point, they beheld a large swarm of undead below. Curious, Zhang Zhe suddenly remarked. I find it rather strange as well. These undead would not simply gather here without reason, Shamira responded. No matter, let us first eradicate this horde of undead, and we shall uncover the truth. Zhou Deong, evidently a warrior at heart, licked his lips and spoke with a hint of eagerness. We shall attack from 3 directions. The soul-bound undead dwell in the innermost layer. We must maintain a consistent pace. It is imperative that no single team rushes ahead, Shamira cautioned. Agreed. Both Zhang Zhe and Zhou Deong replied in unison. 3 teams, 3 directions, yet Zhang Zhe's side was clearly at a numerical disadvantage. Charge! With a command, the 3 teams launched their assault simultaneously. The massacre commenced. Shamira wielded a bow. Each arrow she loosed causing an undead to fall. Zhou Deong brandished a hefty blade, each swing claiming multiple undead lives. Show some spirit. Do not let them belittle us, Zhang Zhe urged Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi. Su Xiaoning summoned her strength once more, retrieving a staff from her storage ring. Wind attributes activated, she instructed Zhou Qi. Very well, Zhou Qi responded, assisting Su Xiaoning. Frostbite, Su Xiaoning chanted, casting a spell that plummeted the temperature around them. It's so cold. Zhang Zhe shivered, glancing back at Su Xiaoning. Ignoring the onslaught, he continued to fight, allowing the undead's blades to strike him as he moved through them like a wolf among sheep. Goodness, is this person a monster? How can he slay them so swiftly? Zhou Deong, positioned nearby, exclaimed upon witnessing Zhang Zhe's prowess. Slay! With a gesture of her ice staff, Su Xiaoning instantly encased the surrounding undead in ice, which then shattered into nothingness. After executing this spell, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Goodness, I am exerting myself so much, only to find you resolving everything with a single spell, Zhang Zhe remarked as he surveyed the cleared area. It was evident that Zhou Deong and Shamira's team was nearing the innermost circle. Are you all right? Zhang Zhe inquired of the somewhat weakened Su Xiaoning. No problem. Do you truly believe I am merely a decorative vase? Su Xiaoning replied, promptly consuming a medicinal pill. You are responsible for her protection. No mishaps must occur. Zhang Zhe instructed Zhou Qi. Fine. Zhou Qi sighed, feeling relegated to a mere support role. Zhang Zhe's intent was to ensure mutual protection for them while he stood at the forefront. What a terrifying defense. Could it be that he possesses some form of armor? Shamira observed as Zhang Zhe disregarded the attacks from the 4 spirits, and spoke up. The sound of arrows being knocked and released echoed continuously. To her surprise, someone was indeed wielding a bow. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning, positioned behind Zhang Zhe, were solely responsible for eliminating the fallen undead. Shamira remarked, "It's hard to say. Many ancient families still employ bows and arrows, enhancing them with spiritual techniques to achieve long-range lethality." Su Xiaoning replied gravely. It was evident that Shamira was no ordinary individual. However, it seemed that no such families were known to exist on the grounds of Huangzhou. Zhang Zhe exclaimed, reveling in his invincible defense as he cut through enemies effortlessly. No matter the attack, he remained unharmed. Initially, he thought Zhou Daiyong's massive blade was formidable enough. But Zhang Zhe, with his spear, weaved in and out, reaching the innermost depths first. "You two, hurry up and join me," Zhang Zhe shouted. For the three infant-level undead were closing in. With a thunderous roar, the three infant-level undead swung their fists towards Zhang Zhe, unleashing a powerful attack that stirred up a cloud of dust. Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi remained unfazed, while Zhou Daiyong and Shamira were genuinely startled. Fearing Zhang Zhe had been reduced to a pulp by the assault of the three undead. "Damn it!" Shamira cried as she charged into the fray with her team, followed closely by Zhou Daiyong. "Why aren't we following the plan? Damn it!" As the dust settled, Shamira caught sight of Zhang Zhe still standing amidst it. She was momentarily stunned. "He's not dead?" Shamira exclaimed in astonishment. "Brother, your defense is absolutely terrifying. As a fellow practitioner, I realize I am significantly lacking in comparison." Zhou Daiyong expressed his admiration, raising his massive blade to join the battle. After regaining her composure, Shamira similarly entered the fray. "I will hold off their attacks. You two focus on maximizing damage and try to take one down first," Zhang Zhe declared with a wild laugh. Chapter 56. Earth Spirit Stone Mine. Though he could withstand their assaults, it seemed that his own strength was insufficient to swiftly eliminate one of them. "All right, let us concentrate our fire and take one down first," Shamira decisively stated. "Kill shot." Shamira drew her bow fully, channeling a spiritual technique into her shot. Full moon slash. At the same time, Zhou Daiyong unleashed his own spiritual technique. The two concentrated attacks collided upon the same undead, sending it flying and revealing a large orb of light. "We did it!" Shamira exclaimed excitedly, though her complexion had paled slightly. "Hold them off for a moment. I need to recover," Shamira said, consuming a pill. She had already recognized Zhang Zhe's astonishing defensive capabilities. Zhang Zhe, without hesitation, stood resolutely at the forefront. "Quickly respond," he urged, before utilizing the earlier strategy, leading to an unexpected outcome. As Zhang Zhe spoke, Zhou Daiyong continued to engage in battle. "Who exactly is this individual? It seems I have never heard of such a prominent figure before," Shamira mused aloud. Yet, upon casting her gaze towards Su Xiaoning, she felt a profound astonishment. During the recent skirmish, it was evident that Su Xiaoning had employed a technique that was undoubtedly of the Earth tier. Such skills could not be possessed by a minor sect, indicating affiliation with a major sect. Meanwhile, the peripheral combat had reached its conclusion, and as Su Xiaoning regained composure, he unleashed another area of effect technique, resulting in significant devastation and earning the respect of others. No one dared to underestimate this trio any longer. Ultimately, the two undead beings fell swiftly under Zhang Zhe's assault. "Refreshing," Zhou Daiyong exclaimed, exhaling deeply. "Ha ha, I never anticipated your physical prowess would be so formidable." Zhou Daiyong approached Zhang Zhe, patting him on the shoulder. "I must express my gratitude to both of you. Without your support, we would never have secured this place." Zhang Zhe humbly replied, observing the radiant orbs scattered across the ground, yet no one stepped forward to absorb them. "I have witnessed the strength of the three of you. I have no objections to splitting the spoils," Shamira remarked, acknowledging that the impact of Zhang Zhe and his companions exceeded expectations. "Very well, I shall graciously accept," Zhang Zhe responded with a smile, and the three proceeded to share the luminous orbs, absorbing them on the spot. The orb of the undead at the nascent soul level was directly bestowed upon Su Xiaoning. Once the absorption was complete, Su Xiaoning exclaimed joyfully, "Huh? I have finally broken through to the nascent soul level. Zhou Deong and Shamira were both taken aback, as Zhang Zhe, the leader of the team, had gifted the most precious orb to another. After absorbing their portions, Zhou Deong and Shamira also achieved breakthroughs to the nascent soul level. I shall take my leave now. Let us collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Zhang Zhe politely addressed Zhou Deong and Shamira. As fellow cultivators, both had earned his respect through their demeanor and actions. I have reached the 9th level of the golden core stage, Zhang Zhe announced with a smile, reflecting on the wealth of gains from this endeavor. I am at the 8th level of the golden core stage now. Absorbing those orbs here is simply exhilarating. Zhou Qi's smile was uncontainable. Of course, this is an ancient battlefield. One could say that every ancient battlefield is a legacy left by the ancients for future generations, Su Xiaoning remarked. It seems I too may have the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul level here, Zhang Zhe said with a grin. Although the trio had significantly enhanced their abilities, they had not acquired any additional treasures. After traversing in a particular direction for some time, Zhang Zhe and his companions continued their journey. Once again, they retraced their steps. Why are we going back? Su Xiaoning inquired, puzzled. Hee. I simply wish to investigate why a multitude of undead has congregated here, Zhang Zhe replied with a mischievous grin. Regardless of any secrets that might lie hidden, he was determined to keep his discoveries from Zhou Deong and Shamira. After all, if there were any treasures to be found, he was unsure whether the two would harbor ill intentions. It was always prudent to maintain control over one's own affairs. You are exceedingly cautious, almost akin to a seasoned wanderer of the realms, Su Xiaoning remarked about Zhang Zhe. He merely smiled in response, saying nothing. It was likely that if he claimed this was his first excursion beyond the sect, Su Xiaoning would find it hard to believe. The trio returned to the battleground, only to find that Zhou Deong and Shamira had already departed. Wow, Zhang Zhe exclaimed as he stood in the very center of the area. Huh? Zhou Qi gaped in astonishment. I heard correctly. There must be valuable items beneath us, Zhang Zhe stated with a grin. Why must I always perform this laborious task? Zhou Qi lamented, reluctantly producing a long tool and commencing his excavation. There's nothing here, Zhou Qi called out after digging approximately 5 meters deep. Impossible. The undead must possess a heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy. They wouldn't gather here without reason if there were no treasures, Zhang Zhe pondered aloud. All right, I shall delve deeper, Zhou Qi resolved, continuing his efforts. Boss, there really is something here. Come quickly, Zhou Qi shouted excitedly. Zhang Zhe and Su Xiaoning leaped down to join him. This is a vein of earth spirit stones, Su Xiaoning exclaimed. Hee, this is indeed a marvelous find. We have struck it rich, Zhang Zhe declared with enthusiasm. Was it all worth the fuss? It's merely earth spirit stones, Su Xiaoning scoffed. To you it may seem trivial, but these stones hold significant value for me, Zhang Zhe replied, retrieving 10 storage rings from his pocket. Good heavens, I never realized you were so well prepared, bringing along so many storage rings, Zhou Qi praised, giving Zhang Zhe a thumbs up. Of course, I brought these specifically for such situations. Now let's get to work, Zhang Zhe said as he began to excavate the earth spirit stones. Su Xiaoning, though somewhat disdainful, nonetheless climbed up to keep watch for Zhang Zhe and Zhou Qi. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Zhang Zhe and Zhou Qi had unearthed a substantial pit. Dust covered their faces, yet they exchanged smiles without a care. With this haul, our sect's strength will surely ascend to new heights, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. Chapter 57. The swamp crocodile, let us hasten, otherwise, the treasures within reach will be seized by others, urged Su Xiaoning, prompting the trio to delve deeper into the treacherous terrain. The further they ventured, the greater the peril became. The swamp? Zhang Zhe observed the marshland before him and remarked, we can simply tread across it. Zhou Qi interjected, prepared to take a step forward. However, Zhang Zhe swiftly yanked him back, just as a crocodile lunged from the murky depths. Be cautious. Do not act so recklessly, Zhang Zhe admonished, his voice a sharp reprimand. Zhou Qi, shaken, felt a cold sweat envelop him, realizing that had Zhang Zhe hesitated for even half a second, his leg might have been devoured by the creature. This is a swamp crocodile, generally at the golden core level. Even the strongest among them cannot transcend this realm. Nor can they escape the swamp, Su Xiaoning elucidated, showcasing her scholarly prowess. Then it seems there is not just this swamp, but potentially a ring of them. Zhang Zhe conjectured. If that is the case, it implies we cannot circumvent this area, he concluded. Indeed, however, swamp crocodiles possess a singular weakness, Su Xiaoning said, her tone laced with mystery. What weakness? Zhou Qi inquired, intrigued. Is the suppression of bloodlines. Being spirit beasts themselves. The bloodlines of true dragons and true phoenixes can indeed compel swamp crocodiles to submit, she explained, her gaze shifting to Zhang Zhe's hand ring. Understood. Xiaoyan, come forth. Zhang Zhe called, shaking the ring as he beckoned the fire dragon. With a roar, the little fire dragon emerged, visibly displeased at being roused from its slumber. There are swamp crocodiles here, and it appears you're the only one capable of exerting bloodline dominance over them. Zhang Zhe pointed towards the swamp, explaining the situation. The little fire dragon let out a series of roars, turning its attention to the marsh. Its voice resonated powerfully, causing the previously tranquil swamp to boil with agitation. The surrounding crocodiles fled in terror. Excellent. Bringing you along is akin to having a treasure trove, Zhou Qi remarked, glancing at Su Xiaoning. Indeed. That is why this young lady is the mastermind. You two are merely my assistants, Su Xiaoning pouted in response. Yes, you're the most formidable. Now let us move forth, Zhang Zhe replied. The trio easily traversed the swamp, though not all were so fortunate. Many met their demise within the murky depths. How audacious! Even demons dare to invade. A furious roar echoed across the ancient battlefield, audible even from outside the secret realm. Could there still be survivors from ancient times? Zhang Laohu expressed his astonishment at the sound. That seems unlikely. If there were survivors, the ancient battlefield would have long since connected to the Tianwu continent. Feng Qingzi shook his head, responding thoughtfully. It is likely that it is merely a fleeting thought. Someone must have triggered the remnants of a powerful being, Lin remarked from the Divine Mountain. Regardless, it appears there truly exists a legacy of great prowess within. I'm most curious to know to what extent one's strength can ascend, said Xiao from Fengyue Manor. By the way, the sect conference is approaching. I sincerely hope that the individuals from Shurhu Mountain will exercise restraint this time, for we suffered significant losses in the last gathering, Xiao continued. If one wishes to avoid all harm, the solution is simple. Do not participate, retorted Zhang Laohu, somewhat irked. After all, many of his own disciples had perished at the hands of those from Fengyue Manor during the previous conference. Those who cultivate the tiger form are inevitably tainted by a hint of lewdness and were successfully beguiled and subdued by the individuals from Fengyue Manor. I wonder if there will be any dark horses in this sect conference, Feng Qingzi mused. If that old fortune teller doesn't show up this year, we might witness the emergence of new sects joining the competition, Zhang Laohu scoffed. I have heard that the sect conference in Qingzhou is exceptionally thrilling, if time permits. I would love to witness it, Lin from Hunter's Mountain remarked. Zhang Zhe and the others regained their composure, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, yet they found nothing amiss. What manner of person could it be, whose mere roar has left me deafened? Zhou Qi exclaimed, rubbing his ears. It is overwhelmingly powerful. Such a realm is beyond my imagination, Su Xiaoning remarked, her voice trembling. No worries, this has become intriguing. There must be treasures within, Zhang Zhe stated. The group quickened their pace once more. No, I am not a demon. Let me go. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from within a cave. In a desolate area where no one was present to bear witness. Intruder. D. An emotionless voice echoed from within the cave. This place must surely hold a legacy. That earlier roar undoubtedly belonged to an extraordinary powerhouse. Could he still be alive? If so, he might slaughter everyone here. What nonsense! This is an ancient battlefield. It is impossible for any living beings to exist here. I must inherit the powers of that great being. Perhaps I could unify Qingzhou one day. Dream on. Zhang Zhe and his companions arrived at a human settlement, gathering information from all directions. Anyone who reaches this place must possess considerable strength. You too should be cautious. Zhang Zhe warned Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi. Brother Zhang, what a surprise to see you here again, Zhang Dashuai greeted as he spotted Zhang Zhe and the others approaching. Oh, I did not expect to encounter you here. I thought you might have perished along the way, Zhang Zhe replied, somewhat brusquely. The surrounding crowd fell into an eerie silence, their attention drawn to the audacious individual who dared to confront General Zhang. General Zhang, a figure of authority from Lion Tiger Mountain, was not someone one could easily antagonize. What are you saying? Is there some misunderstanding? He spoke calmly. Zhang Zhe suddenly recalled his own system and began to assess General Zhang's strength. Damn, I had almost forgotten about this aspect. There were so many opportunities one neglected. Name, Zhang Dazhuai. Talent, average. Realm, first level of the nascent soul stage. General Zhang's attributes manifested in Zhang Zhe's mind. If I'm not mistaken, those individuals were placed there by you. If I lacked a certain degree of strength, they would have perished long ago in the Dragon King's hall. Zhang Zhe retorted coldly. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning quietly stood behind him. Chapter 58. Falling out with General Zhang, Zhang Zhe glanced around, noticing many eyes were fixated on the unfolding drama. Extract. He commanded his system. Successfully extracted 30 points of spiritual power. Successfully extracted 50 points of intelligence. Zhang Zhe had reaped another harvest. Not too shabby. He mused quietly to himself. Those who reach this level must possess some skill. He was particularly pleased to have extracted 100 points of martial prowess from General Zhang. Are you still unclear about whether this is a misunderstanding? Zhang Zhe paused, his gaze fixed intently on the handsome figure before him. General Zhang's smile faded, indicating that his identity from Lion Tiger Mountain no longer held sway. Fine, I will remember you. I hope to encounter you again at a critical moment. General Zhang declared menacingly before turning to leave. What's the big deal? He still ran away. Zhou Qi scoffed. No, he is the truly formidable one. He approaches matters with intellect rather than relying solely on status or brute strength. Zhang Zhe replied calmly. He sensed that this individual was not easily dealt with. It's no great matter. He is merely a minor figure from Lion Tiger Mountain, and he is not even the Holy Sun yet, Su Xiaoning remarked with a dismissive snort. It seems you truly are of the direct line from Tianshan. Ha, that means my leverage in saving you has just increased, Zhang Zhe said cheekily. You really leave me speechless, Su Xiaoning responded with exasperation. As the crowd dispersed, murmurs filled the air. Who is this person? He can actually stand up to General Zhang. He must be a newly risen talent, though General Zhang seems indifferent to him. With the relationship so strained, if they were to leave, would old Tiger Zhang let him go unscathed? Zhang Zhe disregarded the concern. Killing in this domain was not advisable. Furthermore, the subsequent recruitment of talent by the sect of the mountain must not be marred by a bad reputation. Let us take a moment to rest here. Lingering too long may lead to peril, Zhang Zhe voiced, a sense of unease subtly creeping into his words. Indeed, this place seems devoid of spiritual beasts, filled only with the undead, Zhou Qi remarked. This is an ancient battlefield. Naturally, the undead cannot exist here, Su Xiaoning clarified. You should be capable of confronting the undead at the nascent soul stage by yourself now, shouldn't you? Zhang Zhe inquired of Su Xiaoning. Are you truly underestimating my abilities? I am, after all, from Tianshan. Not only can I handle a single undead at the nascent soul stage, but even a multitude of them would fall under my control. Su Xiaoning replied with pride. All right, the young lady is indeed formidable. The young lady is indeed impressive. Zhang Zhe lifted his hands in a playful gesture, repeatedly raising and lowering them, which elicited hearty laughter from Zhou Qi. Should you provoke me further, I shall turn you both into ice sculptures. Su Xiaoning retorted with a hint of annoyance. Zhang Zhe and Zhou Qi promptly fell silent. The trio departed from their resting place, continuing their deepened journey. Zhang Zhe could not shake the feeling that someone was following him. Do you not sense that someone seems to be trailing us? Zhang Zhe asked Su Xiaoning. Given that she had recently ascended to the nascent soul stage, her spiritual perception should have significantly improved. No, have you discovered something? Su Xiaoning inquired as they made their way. I am unsure, but something feels amiss, Zhang Zhe shook his head. If indeed someone could follow him without being detected by his spiritual sense, it would pose a considerable challenge. Wait, who goes there? Show yourself. Zhang Zhe exclaimed as he hurled his spear towards a thicket. A shadow emerged swiftly from the foliage. Such formidable spiritual power. To have detected me. It seems I have not misjudged you, the figure proclaimed, removing his mask. Zhang Zhe found the voice somewhat familiar, and suddenly, recognition dawned upon him, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. It's you. You are the one who attempted to kill me upon entering the secret realm. He recalled. Ah, so, it is you. Last time you sought to assassinate me. This time, prepare to pay with your life. Su Xiaoning also recollected that had Zhang Zhe not intervened, she might have perished. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, the cloaked man insisted repeatedly, but Su Xiaoning had already charged forward. Freeze, she commanded, and the moisture surrounding the black-clad man instantly crystallized into ice. Yet he had already evaded the attack. One excruciating cold. The man exclaimed in astonishment. Nascent soul stage? Su Xiaoning assessed his strength, speaking aloud. Come back. Zhang Zhe called out, prompting Su Xiaoning to halt her advance. Return, my dear, Zhang Zhe urged once more, while Zhou Qi erupted in a laughter beside them. Are you seeking death? How dare you turn back? Su Xiaoning snapped, before returning to Zhang Zhe's side. The staff in hand was about to radiate light. Wait. I was wrong. I truly erred. It was merely a jest, Zhang Zhe pleaded repeatedly. The cloaked figure, however, appeared utterly speechless. Ahem. After coughing thrice, he managed to recapture the attention of Zhang Zhe and his companions. What brings you here? Zhang Zhe inquired calmly. By all accounts, someone at the nascent soul level should have been able to detect a follower, yet he had relied solely on intuition. Had it not been for the slight disturbance caused by another entering the grass, he might have doubted his instincts. I seek to negotiate a collaboration, the cloaked figure replied. Collaboration? Huh, why would we wish to collaborate with you? The last time we met, you were intent on killing me, she said, her expression filled with resentment. Survival of the fittest is a universal truth, and besides, are you not unharmed now? I observed your standoff with General Zhang at the outpost. The cloaked figure responded, addressing Zhang Zhe. And what of it? That mere General Zhang holds little significance in my eyes. Zhang Zhe continued to speak calmly, sensing a far greater threat from this individual than from General Zhang. That is precisely why I proposed this collaboration. I am a wanted man on the Lion-Tiger Mountains bounty list, the cloaked figure stated nonchalantly. Moreover, it is a first-degree warrant, meaning it is a matter of life and death. To this day, Lion-Tiger Mountain continues to offer a reward for my head. As he spoke, he removed his hat, revealing a visage with only one eye, the left side of his face marred by deep scars. Everything you see upon my face is a gift from Lion-Tiger Mountain, the cloaked figure declared. Even if you harbor enmity against Lion-Tiger Mountain, we seem to have no mortal feud with them, do we? Zhang Zhe remarked. The cloaked figure donned his mask once more. True, but do not forget, he is General Zhang, the son of the smiling tiger, Zhang Luo. A slight will always be avenged. Given today's events, do you still think collaboration is feasible? The cloaked figure continued. Very well, even so, I have no obligation to collaborate with you. Present me with another reason to consider this partnership, Zhang Zhe expressed, intrigued yet cautious, aware that this individual could very well be sent by General Zhang. As the stakes grew higher, they would require more combat prowess, and with only 3 on their side, he had to ensure the safety of the other 2. My strength, it seems, merely revealed a flaw in my concealment technique just now. Moreover, if I wished to eliminate someone, none could stand in my way, the cloaked figure stated confidently, playing with a dagger in his hand. Should I choose to flee? No one could impede me. Very well, we shall collaborate, Zhang Zhe conceded. Why did he previously wish to take my life? How can one collaborate with such a person? Su Xiaoning expressed her dissatisfaction. Miss Su, your identity has already been exposed. My earlier remarks were merely a test. You must understand that in the battles to come, your peril will only intensify. Do you know me? Su Xiaoning, still donning a conical hat to conceal her identity, inquired. Indeed, although your voice has changed to that of male, I am still able to recognize you, the cloaked figure replied enigmatically. Zhang Zhe fell silent, realizing that the situation had become rather intricate. If this young lady were truly to be besieged, it would likely exceed what he alone could withstand. I've already shared so much. Do you still not trust me? The cloaked figure addressed Su Xiaoning. Her expression was one of deep frustration, grappling with the inexplicable revelation of her identity. Since I have consented to this alliance, would you be willing to disclose your background to us? Zhang Zhe inquired of the cloaked figure. My name, it's been ages since anyone has asked. They call me short-lived robbery, but my true name is Hua Jianfeng, the cloaked figure sighed. You are the short-lived robbery? Zhou Qi stuttered in astonishment. Indeed. Are you familiar with me? Hua Jianfeng queried. You are the one who annihilated the elder's entire family from Lion Tiger Mountain? They have placed a bounty of 5 million gold coins on your head. Zhou Qi exclaimed in disbelief. Ha! The reason they call me short-lived robbery is because they believe it impossible for someone to survive under such a hefty bounty. Hua Jianfeng chuckled. Rest assured, I shall never betray you, nor will I act against your interests. Hua Jianfeng declared with unwavering conviction. Then it seems we are indeed kindred spirits. Welcome to our ranks, Zhang Zhe said with a warm smile, extending his right hand. Hua Jianfeng approached, and their hands clasped firmly together. I must tell you, this individual is formidable. Since the bounty from Lion Tiger Mountain was issued, numerous bounty hunters have pursued him, and it is said that those of lesser strength have all met their demise. Moreover, he has managed to escape from those of greater power. Initially dubbed short-lived ghost before later being renamed short-lived robbery after, he turned the tables on many. Zhou Qi whispered to Su Xiaoning. This is Zhou Qi, my junior disciple. And that young lady you have already met. Zhang Zhe introduced Hua Jianfeng. From now on, I shall be part of this team. I can gather intelligence for you. You two cultivate the wind attribute, correct? Hua Jianfeng asked Zhou Qi. Yes, Zhou Qi nodded, and the two began to discuss the nuances of the wind attribute. It appears that this fellow is quite sociable. Do you have any objections to his joining us? Zhang Zhe approached Su Xiaoning and spoke. It's nothing. The past can be forgiven. This fellow must have visited Huangzhou. Otherwise, he wouldn't know my voice. It is wise to remain cautious around him. Su Xiaoning responded softly, understood. After a few battles, he will surely be awed by my strength and will contribute fervently to the team. Zhang Zhe smiled proudly as he remarked, how shameless. By the way, do enlighten me on how you managed to become immune to the dragon flame. It cannot possibly be due to your connection with the little fire dragon. Intrigued, Su Xiaoning inquired, is it really appropriate to pry into others' secrets so casually? Zhang Zhe replied, then walked away from her side. Let's continue our journey, he said. The four of them set off together, with Hua Jianfeng leading the way. Each time they encountered a wraith, the less powerful Hua Jianfeng swiftly dealt with it, generously sharing the obtained light orbs with the other three. There appears to be a great mountain in the distance, Zhang Zhe remarked, gazing at the towering peak. Hua Jianfeng shook his head, saying, that may not be a true mountain. On the ancient battlefield, any significant mountains would likely have been destroyed. It could be a colossal palace, Su Xiaoning reflected after a moment of silence. Such a large palace? Zhou Qi questioned incredulously. Previously, we witnessed the Dragon King's Hall, which belonged to a subordinate force. But to which faction does this one belong? Su Xiaoning countered. It seems this journey is indeed worthwhile. If I am not mistaken, there must be a legacy within, Su Xiaoning asserted with determination. The Tianqing Palace. Hua Jianfeng exclaimed. You know of it? Zhang Zhe asked. I once visited a residence that contained records about the Tianqing Palace. Even in ancient times, it was one of the foremost forces in the Tianwu continent. Back then, the continent had not yet been divided into 7 realms, and the Tianqing Palace was already a dominant power. Hua Jianfeng explained, taking a deep breath. I cannot believe it is that formidable, Zhou Qi remarked. If it truly is the Tianqing Palace, there might be some connection to our Tianshan. Su Xiaoning, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 60. The Tianqing Palace. What is this? Your Tianshan actually has ties to the Tianqing Palace? Zhang Zhe asked Su Xiaoning. I am unsure. I have only heard my father mention the name Tianqing Palace once. I was quite young then, but that name felt familiar. As if I had heard it in my childhood, Su Xiaoning replied. Could it be? The Tianqing Palace is an ancient power. Do not tell me there is some legacy within your Tianshan? Zhou Qi exclaimed, his mouth agape. Among this group, I feel like the weakest, he added. Ultimately, I am merely a subordinate. Indeed, I am but Zhang Zhe's follower, who will undoubtedly safeguard my well-being. Let's not dwell on this. She may not be fully aware. If there is indeed a legacy to be obtained, it must be seized. Zhang Zhe licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he spoke. The inheritance may be granted to you, but should there be any other treasures suitable for my use, I hope they will be allocated to me, declared Hua Jianfeng with grandiosity. Did you not come to claim the inheritance? Zhang Zhe inquired, his curiosity piqued. One's strength can be gradually enhanced. Yet such rare treasures are seldom encountered, Hua Jianfeng replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Reflecting upon the past, one naturally desires to augment their power, but for vengeance, it remains insufficient. Very well, I can accommodate your request, he concluded, as the four prepared to depart. What a magnificent fortress, remarked Zhou Qi, gazing at the towering 20-meter-high walls. Surely, we cannot be the first to enter? Su Xiaoning observed warily, scanning the surroundings. Welcome to the Tianqing Palace. Entry is contingent upon passing the trials of life and death, a venerable voice suddenly proclaimed. Living beings? Zhang Zhe furrowed his brow. It cannot be. It must be some residual consciousness left behind, or perhaps a necessary step to enter the Tianqing Palace, Hua Jianfeng elucidated. For a number. Average talent. Strength. 2 at the first level of Yuaning, 1 at the 9th level of Jindan, and 1 at the 8th level of Jindan. The assessment for disciples is at level 4. A series of announcements followed. I see now. They merely regard us as newly initiated disciples. If we pass the evaluation, we should gain entry, Zhang Zhe stated, a look of realization dawning upon him. A beam of light descended vertically, and the four vanished from their location, transported into a peculiar realm. Roaring, the ethereal spirit beasts surged towards them as they materialized, their minds still reeling from the transition, and they were immediately besieged. What the? Zhou Qi gasped, startled, as a wound was torn into his thigh by a spirit beast. Meanwhile, Hua Jianfeng and Su Xiaoning, leveraging their superior ranks, swiftly erected defenses and launched counterattacks. Zhang Zhe, however, remained unscathed. Are you all right? Zhang Zhe inquired with concern for Zhou Qi. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Zhou Qi replied, promptly tending to his wound to prevent excessive blood loss. Hurry and assist. We cannot hold much longer. If I unleash my ultimate move, I may not possess sufficient strength thereafter, Su Xiaoning urged urgently. A spear of difficulty pierced through the throng of spirit beasts. Though these creatures were all of the 3rd tier, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming, charging forward with reckless bravery. Why won't they cease? Hua Jianfeng exclaimed, wielding a dagger in each hand as he navigated through the swarm of spirit beasts. Eliminating these beasts will replenish our spiritual energy, he shouted. Understood, understood, Su Xiaoning responded, now emboldened to fight with abandon. After Zhang Zhe joined the battlefield, the situation gradually stabilized. Little fire dragon, it's time to work. Come fort. Zhang Zhe called out while shaking the bracelet in his hand. The little fire dragon appeared with a roar, glaring angrily at the surrounding spirit beasts and letting out a fierce bellow. Initially, it was expected that the display would instill fear in the nearby spirit beasts, but they remained unfazed. Stop posturing and breathe fire already, Zhang Zhe urged, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Qi, who was clearly suffering the most. With a mere cultivation level of the 8th stage of the Golden Core realm, and having sustained some injuries, it was evident that Zhou Qi was struggling to hold on. The little fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, and wherever it passed, the spirit beasts vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a wide area around Zhang Zhe and his companions was cleared. Brother Zhang, your skills are truly remarkable. I did not misjudge you. You have such a formidable partner, Hua Jianfeng remarked, giving Zhang Zhe a thumbs up. Zhang Zhe let out a sigh of relief. Ding! True Dragon has joined. Testing level upgraded to level 7. The electronic voice echoed, leaving Zhang Zhe and his companions in shock. What is happening? The testing level has increased, and all the spirit beasts have dispersed, Su Xiaoning said as she observed the retreating beasts. These should not be spirit beasts. They are merely illusory constructs. Everyone, conserve your strength. We do not yet know if a fierce battle lies ahead, Zhang Zhe said seriously, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, faint squeaking sounds filled the air. They're coming, Zhang Zhe alerted, positioning himself at the front with a spear, flanked by Su Xiaoning and Hua Jianfeng, while the little fire dragon and Zhou Qi guarded the sides. Giant rats, fourth-grade beasts. Su Xiaoning identified as several spirit beasts appeared before Zhang Zhe. Damn, such huge rats, and they can burrow underground? Zhang Zhe exclaimed, cursing. Although his defenses were impenetrable, he realized that facing fourth-grade opponents would still present considerable challenges. Hua Jianfeng and Su Xiaoning stood ready for battle, while Zhou Qi had become the protected one, unable to contend with the formidable giant rats. If I had known, I wouldn't have summoned the little fire dragon. What kind of absurd rules are these? Zhang Zhe cursed, looking up at the sky in frustration as giant rats began to gather around him in droves. Meanwhile, the little fire dragon continued to exhibit terrifying destructive power, with nothing capable of withstanding its dragon flames. Keep it up and breathe fire. Once we return, there will be plenty of fire crystal stones for you to feast on. Zhang Zhe encouraged the little fire dragon, which responded with enthusiastic roars. I'm about to give out, Hua Jianfeng exclaimed. Despite being an assassin, amidst so many spirit beasts, he could barely muster his strength. Moreover, he had to maintain the defensive line. Fall back and consolidate our defenses, Zhang Zhe shouted. The places they could protect were pitifully few. Zhang Zhe now stood at the forefront, flanked by Su Xiaoning and Hua Jianfeng, while the little fire dragon tirelessly unleashed its dragon flames to vanquish the encroaching horde of giant rats. Chapter 61, The Golden Disciple. It can be said that without the little fire dragon, their defenses would have long since been breached. Unleash your ultimate move, Su Xiaoning. Hold nothing back. Last time, these giant rats were able to replenish their spiritual energy, Zhang Zhe shouted. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, they needed a moment to breathe. At this rate, their defenses would not hold for much longer. All right, I shall command the ice. Su Xiaoning floated in midair, her ice staff swirling as the temperature plummeted, snowflakes cascading from above. Ice dance of 3,000, she softly proclaimed. A barrage of ice orbs descended from the sky, piercing through the bodies of the giant rats. A vast expanse of ground emerged before them, and Su Xiaoning experienced a slight recovery. No, I cannot use this spiritual technique again. My reserves are nearly depleted, she gasped. Goodness, how much longer will this trial last? Zhang Zhe replied helplessly. The final wave of giant rats surged forth, and the electronic voice echoed once more among Zhang Zhe and his companions. Zhang Zhe felt a surge of frustration within, thinking, damn it, am I playing Plants vs. Zombies here? And now, we face the last wave. Hold on a little longer, Zhang Zhe urged, turning to Zhou Qi. You need not fight. Stay close to Xiaoyan. He commanded decisively. Zhou Qi nodded hesitantly. Su Xiaoning and Hua Jianfeng did not glance back, evidently in agreement. Fight, Zhang Zhe called out as the giant rats charged forth. Kill. One individual charged headlong into the fray, plunging into the maelstrom of giant rats. Is he out his mind? Hua Jianfeng asked in astonishment. Fear not. He is tough. He won't perish. Just look after yourself, Su Xiaoning replied tersely, simultaneously summoning the last remnants of her spiritual energy. Well, we are already in the final stages. I'll give it my all, lest you underestimate me, Hua Jianfeng declared. Dream of the slaughter. He released his dagger, which arced gracefully through the air towards the giant rats. Wherever it landed, the heads of the giant rats were severed, simultaneously restoring a fraction of his spiritual energy. Not bad, though it pales in comparison to my previous move, Su Xiaoning remarked, invigorated. Who can compare with you? I lack the powerful backing to provide me with spiritual techniques, Hua Jianfeng panted. Zhang Zhe revealed himself, giving Hua Jianfeng an approving thumbs up, only to be bitten by a giant rat moments later. Unfazed, Zhang Zhe thrust his spear through the creature's skull. Did I not see correctly? What kind of monster is this? Why can't even the giant rat's teeth breach his defenses? Hua Jianfeng exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Having spent considerable time with this individual, one comes to realize that he appears to possess an immortal essence. Su Xiaoning remarked with a sense of familiarity, recalling her initial astonishment upon meeting Zhang Zhe, akin to her feelings towards Hua Jianfeng. Is he truly human? I find myself doubting whether he is a reincarnated spirit beast. Hua Jianfeng commented. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi, who had been shielded, felt a profound discomfort within, burdened by the realization that he was hindering the entire team while being specially protected. It seemed that everyone else was striving valiantly in battle, while he felt powerless. I must strive diligently in my cultivation. I shall never again allow myself to be in a position where I require protection, Zhou Qi declared, gritting his teeth resolutely. As the giant rats dwindled in numbers, Zhang Zhe's spiritual energy teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Fortunately, the combat prowess of the little fire dragon was extraordinary, ultimately incinerating the last remaining giant rat in a fiery breath. Goodness, I am nearly exhausted. You cannot fathom the terror I faced. My hands and feet were ensnared within the rat's maw, Zhang Zhe lamented, his attire in tatters, revealing more than he intended. You, scoundrel, Su Xiaoning exclaimed. Noticing Zhang Zhe turn away. What is the matter? Zhang Zhe inquired, approaching the two with curiosity. Ahem, brother Zhang. It cannot be denied that you possess considerable allure. But might you consider donning another garment? Your state leaves me feeling rather inadequate, Hua Jianfeng awkwardly suggested. It was then that Zhang Zhe became aware of his threadbare clothing and hastily retrieved a new outfit from his storage ring to clad himself. Well, I did not intend for this to happen. Besides, you're not a loss. I'm the one who is suffering here, Zhang Zhe retorted with a hint of exasperation. The electronic voice announced, through the assessment, rewards have elevated one level. A beam of light enveloped several individuals, each ascending a tier in strength. Hua Jianfeng reached the second level of the nascent soul realm, and Su Xiaoning also achieved the same. Zhang Zhe successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm, while Zhou Qi ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the golden core realm. Despite the perilous circumstances, the gains felt monumental. Zhang Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, "We have successfully attained the status of gold medal disciples." With a flash of golden light, 4 gold medal disciple badges appeared in their hands. Gold medal disciples, perhaps this is the highest echelon of discipleship. If we were to perish here, it seems we would not truly be lost, Hua Jianfeng remarked, regaining his composure. Indeed, I sense that our physical forms are not bound to this place, Su Xiaoning concurred, nodding in agreement. Surely, we cannot die. Tianqing Palace is not a realm of torment. Why would they delight in the slaughter of their disciples? Zhang Zhe said with a smile, just as brilliance enveloped them once more. In an instant, the group found themselves within the confines of a city. They observed that numerous others had already arrived. Newcomers have come, they noted, uncertain of what disciple status they might hold. It seemed likely they were merely more unfortunate souls. Once they entered, exiting would be a formidable challenge. It is of no concern. If there are more people, someone will surely devise a way to escape. The sound around Zhang Zhe reached his ears. What is the situation? Is it truly impossible to leave once one has entered? Zhang Zhe inquired. A golden emblem illuminated, revealing a map marking the location where Zhang Zhe and his companions resided. Could it be so thoughtful? Do they intend to stay here for an extended period? Zhang Zhe asked, perplexed. Clearly, the final assessment had yet to commence, awaiting a suitable opportunity, as Hua Jianfeng remarked. I am done worrying. Let's quickly rest. For I am utterly exhausted, Zhang Zhe lamented, his fatigue from relentless battles evident. It seemed an eternity since he last enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Very well. Our rooms should be connected. Let's take a moment to rest and see what unfolds next, Hua Jianfeng agreed with a nod. Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi had no objections either. Since their emergence, Zhou Qi had surprisingly spoken little. Zhang Zhe approached him. Do not fret. As your protector, it is my duty to look after you, Zhang Zhe said with a smile. Chapter 62. The updated system. A warm current surged within Zhou Qi's heart. The two, in silence, followed the path back to their room. Goodness, it has been so long since I last saw a bed, Zhang Zhe exclaimed, pouncing onto the bed like a famished tiger. Though it was merely a sturdy wooden plank, it was a paradise compared to sleeping in the wilderness. Opening his personal attribute panel, Zhang Zhe commanded the system, which had recently undergone an upgrade, revealing its new functionalities. Previously, he had been presented with several new tasks. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, first level of the nascent soul stage. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense, LV6, 010000. Current system points, 15,000. Zhang Zhe gazed at the rather extravagant point total. When did I accumulate such a wealth of points? He appeared somewhat taken aback. Upgrade defense, he commanded once more, and his defense level was elevated yet again. Ding! Defense level successfully upgraded to LV7. The electronic voice of the system resonated in Zhang Zhe's mind. Ha ha! Now I doubt anyone will be able to contend with me. Zhang Zhe laughed heartily. Coupled with his solidified strength at the nascent soul stage, he was not lacking in offensive power. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, first level of the nascent soul stage. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense level, LV7, 020000. Current system points, 5,000. Zhang Zhe has experienced the essence of absolute defense during these recent battles. His adversaries are utterly powerless against him, while he possesses a formidable combat prowess, allowing him to attack without restraint. What a thrill! With a smile, Zhang Zhe drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Was it still early morning, or had it turned into the depths of night? He mumbled to himself in a daze. As he opened his eyes, he noticed Little Fire Dragon curled up beside him, seemingly aware of Zhang Zhe's awakening, its eyes wide with anticipation. With gentle roars, Little Fire Dragon looked at Zhang Zhe, expressing its eagerness. I understand. I promise you one TB deprived, Zhang Zhe replied, somewhat exasperated. This little creature was undeniably a glutton. As long as it was provided with sufficient food, it seemed that even if he were to demand something of it, it would remain compliant. Here you go, he said, reluctantly retrieving over 100 fire crystal stones from his storage ring. The little dragon, with an expression of pure excitement, began to feast. Go ahead, eat up, grow quickly, and let me see what prowess you possess, Zhang Zhe chuckled, affectionately stroking the little dragon's head. The creature relished the attention. By the way, I still don't know if you're a male or female dragon, Zhang Zhe suddenly inquired. Little Fire Dragon paused mid-bite, then promptly exhaled a few puffs of dragon flame toward Zhang Zhe, clearly displeased. All right, I want to ask again. Just don't set my entire room ablaze. Zhang Zhe hastily responded, though he was not particularly afraid of the dragon flame. With a sense of idleness upon waking, he decided to delve into the system. System. After the update, have any new features been introduced? Zhang Zhe mentally communicated with the system. The equipment shop, martial arts shop, and spirit technique shop have been integrated into the system. The system's electronic voice echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across his face. This meant he would no longer need to venture outside for purchases. Everything could be exchanged within his system. How can I make a purchase? Zhang Zhe inquired of the system. You must complete tasks to earn task currency, which can then be exchanged for items, the system elucidated. Open the equipment shop. Zhang Zhe commanded the system. Apologies, the equipment shop cannot be accessed. Please describe the equipment you require, and the system will provide a corresponding price. Came the system's error message. What an impressive system. It seems to offer every kind of equipment imaginable. I wonder if it has any legendary artifacts? Zhang Zhe asked the system once more. Indeed, what type of artifact do you seek? The system replied. Zhang Zhe had merely heard of it, yet he did not possess a profound understanding of the specifics. It was a type of long gun. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Zhe spoke up. Ding! Here lies the heavenly dragon gun and the fiery blaze gun. The system enumerated a plethora of names, while a multitude of prices surfaced in Zhang Zhe's mind. Why is it so exorbitant? I have yet to complete a single task, and this artifact demands a staggering 100 million task coins. Zhang Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. How can I possibly complete a task? Zhang Zhe inquired once more of the system. There are daily tasks and challenge tasks, as well as side quests that arise during special periods. The system replied again. Open daily tasks, Zhang Zhe commanded, astonished by the plethora of new features that had emerged post-update. He surmised that he had likely missed numerous rewards previously. Elevate 1 level of strength, reward, 10 task coins. Level up, reward, 10 task coins. Exceed 3 hours of combat time, reward, 10 task coins. A succession of daily tasks materialized in Zhang Zhe's mind. If that's the case, I must have overlooked a multitude of rewards, Zhang Zhe lamented, acknowledging that he had been so engrossed in combat that he had failed to grasp the system's new functionalities post-update. The rewards are quite generous. I had thought that each task completion only yielded a single gold coin. Zhang Zhe expressed his satisfaction with the revamped system. Meanwhile, little fire dragon, indulging in its meal, noticed Zhang Zhe grinning foolishly. Is this person quite mad? Soon after, little fire dragon finished all its fire crystal stones, transforming them into a bracelet that adorned Zhang Zhe's arm. Zhang Zhe felt a slight heaviness in his arm. Goodness, you consume at an astonishing rate. If only I could earn so swiftly, Zhang Zhe remarked helplessly. Had he not ventured to excavate a bit of fire crystal stones from the magma pool before departing? Little fire dragon might have revolted long ago. Chapter 63. Task acquisition spirits. Upon exiting the magma pool, the area was already barren and desolate. Open challenge tasks. Zhang Zhe commanded the system. Challenge tasks are now available. Engage in an overlevel challenge by defeating an opponent whose strength exceeds yours by 10 levels. Elevate 3 levels consecutively within 1 day. All functional capabilities must be enhanced to above level 5. In comparison to daily tasks, the difficulty of challenge tasks had significantly escalated. Yet the rewards were quite substantial, offering 100 task coins for each completed task. Can the task coins be claimed automatically? Zhang Zhe queried the system. Affirmative. Would you like to purchase a task spirit? The task spirit requires 5,000 points. The system's electronic voice resonated in Zhang Zhe's mind. Initially filled with joy, Zhang Zhe's expression shifted upon realizing that acquiring the task spirit demanded 5,000 points. I seriously suspect you are aware that I possess 5,000 points. Zhang Zhe, in a state of resignation, lamented that if he were to engage in combat, he would hardly have the opportunity to collect these task coins. Determined, he gritted his teeth and purchased a task sprite. A notification chimed. Congratulations on successfully acquiring the task sprite. A small green sprite emerged, greeting him. Hello, I'm a task sprite. From now on, I will promptly assist you in collecting task coins upon completion of tasks. Astonished, Zhang Zhe exclaimed, Is it truly that intelligent? He then inquired of the system, Can I converse with this sprite? The system responded, Please clearly articulate your request. The task sprite cannot engage in conversation with you. Zhang Zhe found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that the system was not entirely intelligent after all. He pressed further. Are there any other sprites? If tasks existed, it stood to reason that other sprites might as well. What a subpar system. After the update, it fails to comprehensively inform me of the new features. He grumbled. The system replied, There are also encyclopedia sprites, auxiliary sprites, and teleportation sprites. Temporarily, these are the only 4 types available. Now, Zhang Zhe grasped a bit more about the updated system. His benefits had certainly increased, and the system had provided him with tasks that would allow him to earn rewards. This seems promising. The encyclopedia sprite should possess knowledge on various matters. The auxiliary sprite ought to assist in battles, and the teleportation sprite is responsible for transportation. He mused aloud. The subsequent sprites clearly appear to be ones he could not yet unlock. It seemed he truly needed to reap more benefits. As dawn broke, Zhang Zhe opened his eyes to behold the sun rising in the east. I wonder how long I've been asleep, he pondered. He opened his door and noticed that the other rooms remained shut. Surely they were not still asleep. They must be training, particularly that fool Zhou Qi, who seemed greatly impacted by the last battle. However, this was perhaps for the best, given that this fellow had a backer in the mountain of the Relying clan. His desire to enhance his strength might not be as fervent. This incident could serve to motivate him to train harder. Zhang Zhe stepped out of his courtyard and observed that people were gradually arriving at the Tianqing Palace. "It seems we are in for yet another chaotic endeavor," he remarked. "Have you heard? The disciples of the five major forces have all entered the Tianqing Palace," he continued. "If they are here, most of the benefits may be snatched away by them. I thought they might have encountered troubles on the way." "What are you thinking? They're the disciples of the five major forces. Naturally, they possess the capability to arrive here. I heard that the people from Shahushan and Lushan Mountain have formed an alliance. Is that true? Aren't they from different regions? One from Qingzhou and the other from Huangzhou?" Unbeknownst to many, in the face of self-interest, nothing is deemed impossible. I have glimpsed a few maidens from the Fengyue villa whose beauty is simply breathtaking. To be fortunate enough to marry one of them would indeed be the result of 8 lifetimes of blessings. Yet, one must ponder, who would dare to wed such women? There's a lingering fear that one might find oneself in peril while resting in their embrace. Whispers have already begun to circulate throughout the city. Is there a collaboration between Lion Tiger Mountain and Hunter God Mountain? Zhang Zhe furrowed his brow slightly. Should they choose to align, it could impose considerable pressure upon him. After all, if the 5 major forces stand in opposition, it is likely that no one would pay attention to his affairs, thus allowing for a more opportune moment to navigate the turbulent waters. "Boss, you're up early." Zhou Qi emerged from the courtyard and called out upon seeing Zhang Zhe not far away. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's voice, Zhang Zhe approached. His expression turned grave when he noticed Zhou Qi's prominent dark circles. "I must tell you, while enhancing one's strength is of utmost importance, it must be done under manageable conditions. Truly, if one were to devote oneself recklessly to training, the speed of progress would be compromised. If you continue down this path, you risk losing your way," Zhang Zhe kindly cautioned. I understand. Just the other night, I discussed the applications of wind attributes with Brother Hua. I realized he is indeed a genius, possessing a deeper understanding of the wind element. I learned quite a bit from him. Zhou Qi responded cheerfully, seemingly unaffected by Zhang Zhe's admonition. I sensed something unique about him, which is one of the reasons I agreed to his joining us. Zhang Zhe remarked. Hua Jianfeng's identity must remain concealed, as many are already aware of his association with Lion Tiger Mountain. As for his other secrets, I refrain from prying. Now that he is part of our team, trust must prevail. Moreover, we have Su Xiaoning among us, whose background I am well aware of. Should we lead that young lady astray, we would find ourselves in peril. Tianshan is not a force to be trifled with. In Huangzhou, Tianshan wields considerable influence, often commanding the cooperation of other factions, although on the surface, the 5 major forces appear equal. Look, the beauties from Fengyue Villa have arrived. My heavens, they're like celestial beings descending to earth, exclaimed a group of infatuated young men. Zhang Zhe followed their gaze and beheld 30 young women, each more exquisite than the last, as if a host of fairies were gracefully approaching. Zhang Zhe was momentarily entranced. I never imagined you had such a taste, boss. Zhou Qi teased from the side. Chapter 64. Regaining honor. I am merely observing the strength of our adversaries. Do you comprehend? Zhang Zhe asserted with conviction, before utilizing the system to assess their capabilities. Indeed, there are 3 formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. Truly, the top 10 sects are unparalleled. Their innate talents distinctly superior to those of the smaller sections. Sister, look over there. They're all gazing at you. Whenever we sisters venture out, no one pays us any heed. Indeed, let us heed the younger sister's suggestion and don the conical hats, remarked several members of Fengyue Villa. As long as you do not surpass your sister in beauty, dear sister, my allure is innate, not merely a product of cultivating charm techniques, spoke Shangguan Wanyue, who was affectionately addressed as sister. We did not come here merely to be a feast for their eyes. I have heard that other factions have already made their entrance, and the majority of you have secured your identities as silver medal disciples, which will surely prove valuable in the future, Shangguan Wanyue said with a smile. Understood, sister. You have attained the prestigious identity of a gold medal heir. Aside from a few, it seems no one else can claim such title. Indeed, I propose that we form an alliance with other factions. I find the individuals from Langia platform quite appealing, each one an exemplar of elegance. Precisely. They all don white garments, exuding an air of arrogance. Let us see if I can entice them, and then they would willingly join Fengyue Villa. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted among the members of Fengyue Villa, drawing the attention of others. Such a sight is truly captivating. If I were to become a sovereign one day, I would arrange for a host of maidens to attend to me, mused Zhou Qi. You truly are a lecher, Zhang Zhe remarked, playfully slapping Zhou Qi on the back of his head. A love for beauty is a universal sentiment. Do you not agree? Zhou Qi replied with a smile. Have you uncovered any other news recently? Zhang Zhe inquired of Zhou Qi. I knew you would be cooped up in your room, likely asleep. I have gathered information. Zhou Qi answered. It seems that in 10 days, the palace of the Lord will be open to the public. Currently, only the palace of the Lord within the teaching palace remains sealed, situated at the very heart of the city. There are rumors that the legacy of the teaching palace's master lies within. Zhou Qi pondered aloud. 10 days remain, which means a greater assembly of people will converge then. Zhang Zhe stated gravely. The system has assigned me a side quest to eliminate 10 undead beings at the nascent soul stage. However, despite my efforts the previous day, I have managed to defeat only 5. It appears that the side quest may remain unfulfilled. I believe the odds of our success this time are rather slim. Zhou Qi reflected. Indeed, in terms of both numbers and strength, we are likely at a significant disadvantage, Zhang Zhe candidly remarked. Can you elevate your strength to the nascent soul stage before the 10 days are up? Zhang Zhe asked Zhou Qi. Uncertain, it seems rather grim. Previously, he was merely at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, but after the assessment, his strength has ascended to the 9th level. In such a brief period, it is unlikely he can make further advancements. Zhou Qi expressed his disappointment. Fear not. Do not burden yourself with psychological pressure. Strength must be cultivated gradually. After all, not everyone possesses my extraordinary talent, Zhang Zhe said flamboyantly, playfully adjusting his bangs. Boss, are you aware that you look quite punchable like that? Zhou Qi remarked through gritted teeth. On a more pressing matter, Yin Nanfeng has also arrived, and the whereabouts of the Li family members remain unknown. Zhou Tongwen and 3 other disciples have joined us, though their strength may not be of much assistance. Zhou Qi suddenly recalled. Wonderful. As long as they are alive, that's what matters. Before we set off, I assured the sect leader I would return them safely. Once they return, there may be a noticeable disparity with the other disciples, Zhang Zhe said with a look of satisfaction, though he intended to recruit more talents upon returning. The most loyal foundation of the Kaishan sect resided among this group of individuals. Indeed, their strength has also reached around the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. They are not far behind me, Zhou Qi responded contentedly. It is worth noting that Zhou Tianwan was once a senior, and there had always been a considerable gap between them. Yet now their strengths had diverged significantly. What is the situation with Yin Nanfeng? Zhang Zhe inquired. He has also broken through to the nascent soul realm, and the others have subsequently advanced beyond the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. When I want to pay a visit, I was even turned away, Zhou Qi said, scratching his head sheepishly. What? They actually turned you away? They have no regard for my face. There's an old saying, when beating a dog, one should look at its owner, Zhang Zhe chuckled. If you keep saying things like that, you might lose a loyal little brother, Zhou Qi lamented. Enough with the theatrics. Come, I shall seek justice for you, Zhang Zhe declared as they made their way to Yin Nanfeng's residence. Yin Nanfeng, come out here this instant, Zhang Zhe shouted upon reaching the entrance. Who dares disturb my young master as cultivation? 2 members of the Yin family emerged, demanding. It's you? Zhang Zhe was already a prominent figure in the Kaishan sect, well known for being a dark horse of talent. Since you know it's me, why not summon your young master? Zhang Zhe commanded assertively. Do you think you are still the prodigy of your? Let me tell you, even if our strength has risen to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, you don't seem so impressive to me, one of them retorted. Oh, what gives you such confidence to provoke me? Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi could hardly contain his laughter at the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, I implore you, as a fellow disciple of the same lineage, if you depart now, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, You shall regret your presence here. One individual addressed Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe, bewildered, pondered the audacity of these two, whose confidence seemed unwarranted given his own relatively obscure reputation. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward like a spring. Bang! The door of Yin Nanfeng was forcefully flung open, and the two disciples collapsed onto the ground, wailing in agony. So this is where you, the rat, have been hiding. My apologies for the inconvenience, Zhang Zhe said, dusting off his hands with a smile. Chapter 65. The Seed of Inner Demons. Yin Nanfeng cast a cold glance at Zhang Zhe. What are you doing? He inquired. Have you just left the sect? Do you not understand the rules? I am the chief disciple of our sect. You should address me as senior brother. Zhang Zhe raised his chin defiantly. Yin Nanfeng clenched his fists, the shame of having once been defeated by Zhang Zhe resurfacing within him. That was in the past. Your current strength is no match for mine. On what grounds do you presume to be my senior brother? Yin Nanfeng declared confidently as he descended from his bed. Oh, I hear you have reached the nascent soul stage. Quite impressive, isn't it? Zhang Zhe feigned applause with a grin as Ruzhong strolled in. Upon witnessing Zhang Zhe's comical demeanor, Ruzhong couldn't help but laugh. Am I mistaken? The nascent soul stage, does that truly warrant such admiration? Do you believe you can inflict any harm upon me? He retorted confidently. You are courting death. I have shown you considerable patience. Do not compel me to act. Yin Nanfeng growled menacingly. Do not hold back. I implore you to strike me down. Please, Zhang Zhe replied, wearing a provocative expression. You seek death. Yin Nanfeng charged at Zhang Zhe, his sword aimed directly at his throat. Yet, it failed to inflict any injury upon him, leaving Yin Nanfeng in disbelief. Impossible. I have attained the nascent soul stage. How can I not breach your defenses? He exclaimed, clutching his hair in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Zhe had become the demon haunting his thoughts, rendering his once proud strength utterly feeble in comparison. You must comprehend that trash is trash, and in my eyes, you are nothing more than absolute refuse, Zhang Zhe stated bluntly. I am here to seek justice for my brother, Zhou Qi. Given our shared sect, I shall refrain from killing you. However, consider this a final warning. Do not prance about in my presence again, Zhang Zhe warned coldly before departing with Zhou Qi. Will I ever surpass him in this lifetime? Why? Amid the chaos, Yin Nanfeng sat on the ground, murmuring to himself. Have I perhaps been too ruthless? He is undoubtedly one of the prodigies of our sect, and may eventually become a pivotal figure within it. Zhou Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment before continuing his discourse. No. A person of such arrogance must first have their pride tempered. Otherwise, they will never be content to remain beneath others, Zhang Zhe interjected, shaking his head. I see. It seems that upon returning, your status might rise dramatically, Zhou Qi remarked. Zhang Zhe indeed thought of Wang Yu, who had tirelessly upheld the entire sect, while others within the sect were not so easily dealt with. If not for Zhang Zhe's intervention, the sect may have faced imminent disintegration. As 9 days passed, the four of them convened in a room. Eventually, Zhou Qi decided not to participate, leaving only the three of us. At a critical moment, Little Fire Dragon would also appear to assist, Zhang Zhe stated, glancing at the other two. Good, just thinking about it excites me. We have made it to the end. Su Xiaoning exclaimed with enthusiasm. If you encounter someone from Huangzhou, they may recognize your identity. Will they be friend or foe? Zhang Zhe subtly remarked to Su Xiaoning. Rest assured, they wouldn't dare to act against me openly. Bringing me along is akin to carrying a talisman, Su Xiaoning confidently replied, patting her chest. Have you forgotten that I saved your life before? Zhang Zhe doused her enthusiasm with cold water. You really are such a buzzkill. I know you saved me twice. So don't worry. I owe you 2 favors, Su Xiaoning retorted in exasperation. Zhang Dashuai, do you have confidence in dealing with him? Zhang Zhe shifted his gaze towards Hua Jianfeng. Yes, even if I cannot kill him, he will not be able to lay a finger on you. Hua Jianfeng replied with confidence, asserting that his numerous escapes from death were no mere boast. Tomorrow marks the final showdown, regardless of what we obtain. The secret realm will likely close. Once we exit, we shall only meet again in the martial world, Zhang Zhe said after a moment of silence. The three gathered were indeed an extraordinary trio. Zhang Zhe, the dark horse genius of the Reliant sect, invulnerable in defense. Su Xiaoning, the esteemed young lady of Tianshan, who usually ventured out with prominent protectors but had snuck away this time, and Hu Jianfeng, the most notorious among them, being the #1 wanted man of Shihushan. Meanwhile, in another room across the city, what brings me to this place? Shangguan Wanyue smiled as she spoke. The leaders of the 5 major factions were all present in this chamber. Tomorrow, the Palace Lordess Pavilion will open, and we are here to discuss matters of cooperation. Zhang Dashui boisterously declared. I have heard that Hunter's Mountain has already allied with Shihushan. Why have we been summoned? Is the rumor untrue? Qing Shu from Langia Pavilion inquired. I have not reached any agreement with him. It is undoubtedly just hearsay from outsiders, Lin Qingtian of Hunter God Mountain remarked. Indeed, it is merely rumors spread by others. I cannot believe you actually bought into it. Zhang Dashui quickly refuted. I beg to differ. I have no desire to collaborate with anyone. Trust is a rare commodity. Dang Gui from 5 Poisons Mountain interjected. I would indeed like to collaborate with you all, but I fear our hearts may not align. Though the current situation appears to favor our 5 major powers, there are still some exceptionally talented individuals among the outsiders, and in terms of numbers, they may outmatch us. Lin Qingtian continued. Thus, akin to the external circumstances, we should prepare for their arrival tomorrow by imposing a quota on their entry. Lin Qingtian proposed further. That is a splendid idea. Perhaps they will act rashly regarding the quotas before entering, ultimately benefiting us, Zhang Dashui applauded. However, they will not acquiesce so easily. Dang Gui from 5 Poisons Mountain scoffed. This is the very purpose of our collaboration. United, our collective presence will compel them to heed us, especially when more formidable individuals await them outside. This is a consideration they cannot ignore, Lin Qingtian asserted. Everyone possesses their own abilities. Does this not seem rather unjust? Shangguan Wanyue from Fengyue Mountain Manor interjected. Chapter 66. The opening of the sect leader pavilion, the others were momentarily taken aback. Did I hear correctly? Miss Shangguan is being so equitable. Zhang Dashui was the first to speak. Although we hail from large sects, we must treat everyone equally, Shangguan Wanyue reiterated earnestly. It seems Miss Shangguan's views diverge somewhat from ours, Lin Qingtian commented. If it is to be thus on the first day, I shall take my leave, Shangguan Wanyue declared. Preparing to exit. They are merely from Fengyue Mountain Manor. What is so impressive about that? Zhang Dashui spoke coldly. What did you say? Dare you repeat that? Shangguan Wanyue retorted icily, a chilling aura emanating from her. Everyone, calm down. We are all from prestigious sects and should not resort to violence at every provocation. Qing Shu from Langia Platform advised. However, Shangguan Wanyue remained unyielding, casting a cold gaze at Zhang Dashui. Zhang Dashui rose, equally undeterred, channeling his spiritual energy. Enough. We cannot afford to brawl now and provide entertainment for others. Dang Gui from 5 Poisons Mountain interjected to mediate. Let's consider it my fault, shall we? You are magnanimous. Let's not stoop to bickering. Zhang Dashui conceded with a smile, showing no shame in apologizing. Our paths diverge. We shall not conspire together. Upon casting aside her words, Shangguan Wanyue turned sharply and exited through the door. How infuriating! She truly overestimates her own significance, that presumptuous woman. As soon as Shangguan Wanyue departed, General Zhang erupted in anger. Brother Zhang, why stoop to the level of a woman? Even without her input, this collaboration would not falter. Langia Platform's Qing Shu counseled gently. General Zhang's ire subsided somewhat. Regardless, I shall speak plainly. I hope to collaborate with all present. As for who ultimately claims the precious treasure tomorrow, that shall depend on our individual fortunes. At the very least, we must present an image of absolute cooperation before others. What say you? General Zhang steered the conversation towards collaboration. I expressed my agreement. The representative from Wudishan, Dang Gui, was the first to speak. It is said that the people of Wudishan are solitary and trust no one, never cooperating with others. Lin Qingtian from Hunter Mountain replied. You need not concern yourself with that. Dang Gui retorted, slightly irked. Though both hailed from Huangzhou, they were fiercely competitive. Huangzhou's strength was indeed formidable, led by Tian Shan, with fierce rivalry among the other four mountains. I concur. Unity begets success and provides greater security, Qing Shu from Langya platform asserted. Since everyone is in agreement, I shall not dampen the spirits. I, too, agree that if our four great forces unite, no one else shall have the right to contend for the final prize. Lin Qingtian from Hunter Mountain chuckled. Aside from Shangguan Wanyue, no one knew that within this modest room, the four great forces had already formed an alliance. What happened? Senior sister? You returned in quite a huff, a younger sister inquired as Shangguan Wanyue re-entered. Do not even get me started. Meeting with those people never yields anything good. Shangguan Wanyue recounted the events in full. Fear not. I did not anticipate their brazen effrontery. Since time immemorial, treasures have belonged to the capable, her sister responded. The following morning, an array of elites gathered before the Zhongzhe Pavilion. Those of slightly lesser strength dared not approach. The weakest among them was at least a 5th-level Jindan. Ha ha! Today we shall see what treasures lie within the Zhongzhe Pavilion. Why are the members of the four great forces standing together? With such formidable individuals blocking our path, our chances seem bleak. I merely came to seize an opportunity. What if I were to claim the ultimate treasure? The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Zhang Zhe and his companions concealed themselves among the throng, especially Hua Jianfeng, who had already undergone a simple disguise. Unless one looked closely, they would hardly notice his true appearance. Ahem, quiet down, General Zhang called out first. The others fell silent. Silence, please. After our discussions, the four dominant forces have decided to unite. Langya Terrace, Five Poisons Mountain, Lion Tiger Mountain, and Hunter God Mountain. Therefore, I advise everyone to refrain from entering the Sovereign Pavilion, Zhang Dashuai announced with a broad smile. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, utterly astonished that these four formidable powers had conjoined. On what grounds do you claim we cannot participate? Treasures belong to those with the strength to claim them. Do you not possess any sense of shame? A voice rose in protest, belonging to an individual of considerable strength at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Zhang Dashuai followed the direction of the voice, noting the growing dissent. Indeed, on what basis? Do you truly believe us to be easy prey? You deny us even a chance, and your factions are truly despicable. I am not denying you the opportunity. I merely wish to prevent needless casualties. I see that this brother possesses considerable strength as well. So let us agree that only those who have reached the nascent soul realm may enter. Zhang Dashuai replied once more. This decision had been reached in their discussions the previous night, ensuring a significant reduction in numbers while safeguarding those on their side. The dissenting voices quickly dissipated, as only those of some strength in the nascent soul realm could oppose such powerful factions. Faced with the specter of death, they felt trepidation, while those at the Golden Core realm could hardly muster any resistance. Very well, it is settled. My intentions are for the greater good, to spare you from unnecessary losses. Zhang Dashuai continued, feigning a look of concern. Zhang Zhe and his companions watched this spectacle with disgust. I find the people of Qingzhou utterly shameless, capable of such actions. Su Xiaoning remarked curiously beside Zhang Zhe. Do not hastily malign the people of Qingzhou. Your Huangzhou forces are complicit as well. Have you not seen the four major factions rally together? Zhang Zhe replied earnestly. How curious that the people of Fengyue Mountain Villa are not among them. Zhang Zhe suddenly observed, spotting Shangguan Wanyue standing at a distance. I am uncertain. Could it be that they have already brokered a partnership? Perhaps they are hiding among us? Su Xiaoning Yingwei passive. That seems improbable. Regardless, we will still be able to enter, Zhang Zhe asserted, shaking his head to dismiss further contemplation. Chapter 67. The mysterious figure, the Sovereign Pavilion, is now open. All disciples are to enter in accordance with their ranks, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, for it signified their impending entry into the Sovereign Pavilion. First, the Golden Disciples. The electronic voice announced once more. Following this, Zhang Dashuai of Lion Tiger Mountain, Lin Qingtian of Hunter God Mountain, Deng Guwei of Five Poisons Mountain, and Qing Shu of Langya Terrace entered without hesitation. Lastly, Shangguan Wanyue of Fengyue Mountain Villa followed suit. What awaits us inside remains uncertain, Zhang Zhe remarked. Fear not. Should any trouble arise, I shall protect you, came the reassuring response. As Su Xiaoning smiled gracefully, she remarked on her newfound confidence since advancing to the nascent soul realm. Let us dispense with idle chatter. The individuals entering now are undoubtedly the most exceptional disciples, and within lies fierce competition, what Jianfeng interjected. The others followed suit, entering the chamber. Aside from the 5 prominent factions, only 6 individuals remained as golden disciples, among whom Zhang Zhe and his companions were notably included. Upon their entrance, they immediately beheld a corpse impaled by a long sword, resting in the central seat of the sect master's pavilion, the body remarkably intact. The other disciples awaited outside. The electronic voice resonated once more. Despite the palpable dissatisfaction among the gathered, none dared to trespass. Is it you? Zhang Zhe and his companions were instantly fixated upon by Zhang Dashuai. And what of it? Zhang Zhe retorted with disdain, flanked closely by Su Xiaoning and Huo Jianfeng. If you possess any sense, you would vacate this place post-haste. It is not meant for your kind, Zhang Dashuai arrogantly declared. Who are you to dictate our presence here? Zhang Zhe countered. We are all golden disciples. Surely we have the right to enter. Su Xiaoning asserted boldly. Ah, you have arrived, children. An ancient voice resonated just as tensions escalated. An elderly figure appeared above the corpse, welcoming them. Cough, cough, I am a master of Tianqing Palace, the aged silhouette proclaimed. Greetings, esteemed elder. The others exchanged glances before responding in unison. Zhang Zhe and his companions followed suit, bowing respectfully. I am delighted to encounter you here. Your ascension to golden disciples signifies considerable potential, the ancient figure continued. May I inquire about your current state, revered elder? Zhang Zhe was the first to ask. I am but a flicker of consciousness now. I was sealed by this malevolent sword, yet in turn, I managed to imprison its master. Over the years, my strength has waned, and the seal is on the verge of breaking, the figure lamented. Astonishment swept over the group. The power that could rival the master of Tianqing Palace, if unleashed, would undoubtedly endanger those present. Revered elder, is there any assistance we might offer? Zhang Zhe inquired once more. I summoned you precisely because I am in need of aid. You must extract the evil sword from my corpse. Only then can I regain my strength and continue to suppress the otherworldly beings, the figure explained further. At that moment, Su Xiaoning leaned closer to Zhang Zhe, whispering something. Zhang Zhe listened calmly before turning to address the ancient figure. After deliberation, Zhang Dashuai spoke up. Elder, if we remove this sword, would that fulfill the task at hand? Indeed, children, this is not a trivial matter, which is why there is a sense of urgency. The golden disciple has arrived. Whoever can extract this demonic sword shall receive the entirety of my life's teachings. The voice, laden with temptation, echoed forth. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. It was unclear what strength this individual possessed initially, yet their ability to contend with foreign entities leaves no room for doubt regarding their formidable prowess. I shall go first, Lin Qingtian from Hunter God Mountain suddenly declared. Hold on, no one shall extract this sword today, Zhang Zhe interjected after a long silence. What do you think you are? This is not a place for your words, Commander Zhang retorted in anger, for he was not truly the master of the heavenly clear palace. Zhang Zhe spoke each word with calm precision. Oh, what do you mean, young friend? Am I to deceive you all? If I were not the master of this palace, how could I activate this sect's grand formation? The figure continued, maintaining an air of tranquility. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanyue from Fengyuan Mountain looked at Zhang Zhe with curiosity. Even if you can elude everyone's gaze, you cannot deceive me, Zhang Zhe replied, unfazed by the furious stares of Commander Zhang and others. Do not speak nonsense. Let me assist you in drawing out this sword. Senior, Lin Qingtian stepped forward. Wait, the person from 5 Venoms Mountain, Deng intervened. What? Do you wish to engage me in battle so soon? Lin Qingtian retorted. Dear friends, please remain calm. It is possible that one person alone cannot accomplish this task. Each of you may attempt it, the voice suggested. I am here, yet you still wish to succeed? Zhang Zhe positioned himself before the crowd, stating, I have declared that no one shall touch this sword today. Su Xiaoning and Hua Jianfeng stood silently behind Zhang Zhe. "You are courting death." Commander Zhang could no longer contain his frustration. He had originally intended to deal with Zhang Zhe outside, but feared the other faction's interference. Now that an alliance had been formed with the others, there was nothing left to hold back. If we wish to extract the demonic sword, we must first eliminate this individual. Commander Zhang remarked to the other three. "Young man, I suggest you recognize your folly. Obstructing our path is not a wise choice." Qing Shu from Langya platform stepped forward to speak. "Obstinate," Zhang Zhe replied coldly. "I advise you not to act regretfully in pursuit of the inheritance," he reminded them. Shangguan Wanyue sensed something amiss, but chose to remain silently observant, refraining from action. "Dear friends, do you not wish to aid the senior in overcoming this dilemma?" Commander Zhang inquired of the other three disciples, who exchanged glances with one another. The young friend has already been seduced by foreign entities. The crowd resolved to eliminate him, and I shall bestow a grand gift upon each individual. The alluring figure spoke once more. Chapter 68. 1,000 miles of icebound land. The other three individuals were filled with hesitation. They initially had no intention of intervening, as the final inheritance might not even fall into their hands. However, the elder's promise of rewards made them waver. "Do not deceive me. Is this reliable? That fellow elixir ISNT from the foreign tribes. Is it?" Zhang Zhe whispered to Su Xiaoning beside him. "Rest assured, it is entirely trustworthy. This individual is a native of Tianqing Palace. Receiving rewards is a certainty." Su Xiaoning confidently played. "Very well, since the elder is so generous, we shall join forces to eliminate this person." The other three reached a consensus, their gazes fixed intently upon Zhang Zhe. "You scoundrel, once I bring them down, I shall deal with you." Zhang Zhe glared fiercely at the figure. "I advise you not to remain obstinately attached to your delusions. If that foreign entity breaks the seal, you will all perish here." The figure continued to speak. "You too. Protect yourselves. I shall serve as the shield," Zhang Zhe declared to the group. "All right." Su Xiaoning agreed wholeheartedly, never anticipating such an exhilarating encounter, immediately facing off against everyone. Shangguan Wanyue from Fengyue Mountain observed that the three had been persuaded, remaining unfazed as she sensed a hint of trickery in the proceedings. "Let us proceed, everyone," Zhang Dashuai commanded, charging directly at Zhang Zhe, with the others following closely behind, each displaying their unique abilities. "Today, I shall stake my life on this," Zhang Zhe declared fiercely, aware that if the elixir's claims were true, the situation was indeed perilous. It could potentially allow the foreign entity to escape this secret realm. While outside, numerous elders from the Kaoshan sect and Wang Yu awaited, promising a bloodbath. The crowd unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Zhang Zhe, yet all were thwarted by his formidable 7th-level defense. "Why is this person's defense so exceptionally strong?" Lin Qingtian from Hunter God Mountain inquired, noting that although he had not exerted his full strength, Zhang Zhe had effortlessly blocked the flurry of assaults. The displayed defensive prowess exceeded everyone's comprehension. "Su Xiaoning," Zhang Zhe suddenly shouted. At the onset, Su Xiaoning and Hua Jianfeng had already retreated 10 paces, distancing themselves from Zhang Zhe, and the others refrained from directing their attacks towards him. 1,000 miles of icebound land. Su Xiaoning unleashed her full spiritual energy, channeling it into this singular strike. "Who are you?" A member from Hunter God Mountain began to inquire, but was instantly encased in ice by Su Xiaoning's technique. The other 5 met the same fate. Seizing the opportunity for counterattack, Zhang Zhe brandished a long spear, aiming directly at Zhang Dashuai's chest, who, despite witnessing Zhang Zhe's assault, remained unprepared. However, helplessly, he found himself unable to move. "Ah!" 6 voices simultaneously cried out in despair as Zhang Dashuai, dazed, gazed at the spear piercing his chest before slowly collapsing backward. His breath ceased, and his eyes remained wide open. The others were all subject to Hua Jianfeng's onslaught. Within the frozen moments, they collectively sustained severe injuries. Though not fatal, these wounds rendered them incapable of further combat. "Are you from Tianshan?" Lin Qingtian from the Hunting God Mountain spoke from the ground. "Silence. Speak another word, and I shall take your life," Su Xiaoning replied, her face pale, having exhausted all her spiritual energy moments before. Now, she could only stand with the aid of medicinal power. I hope you continue to watch the play. Otherwise, you may meet the same fate as the others. Zhang Zhe said earnestly, directing his gaze toward Shangguan Wanyue. Who exactly are you? Your strength is formidable enough to defeat them all. Awaken soon, and help me draw the demon's sword, and I shall impart all my knowledge to you. The shadow continued to tempt. Do you take me for one of those fools? Oof. Zhang Zhe scoffed, warily observing the figure. You seek death. The voice suddenly darkened and lunged at Zhang Zhe. The black shadow flashed past, yet left no mark upon him. How could be? How could my strike, the blow of Bai Sheng, be thwarted? The figure exclaimed in shock. I advise you to return quietly. Perhaps there is still a chance for you to see the light of day again, Zhang Zhe calmly replied, though beads of sweat began to form on his palms. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. The voice grew frantic and then consumed the lifeless Zhang Dashuai. What? Su Xiaoning and Hua Jianfeng exclaimed in unison. Zhang Zhe looked on, mortified, as the figure remarked, delicious. It has been ages since I tasted such a delectable corpse. Truly, I owe you one, young one. Zhang Zhe sensed the figure's power had escalated to a new echelon, perhaps reaching the pinnacle of the transformation realm. I imagine your corpse will be even more delightful, the figure continued. First, I shall rid myself of you, that bothersome cockroach, and then devour the rest. Let's see if that old ghost can still seal me. The shadow cackled menacingly. You may be mistaken, Zhang Zhe replied with a slight smirk. It is merely the transformation realm. I have endured worse. Your ability to enhance your strength will not last much longer, I presume? Zhang Zhe observed the opponent's flaw, speaking with a smile. However, defeating you is sufficient. Do not think of delaying any further. Here, I am a master, and no one can save you. With that, the shadow lunged directly at Zhang Zhe, moving with such swiftness that Zhang Zhe barely had time to comprehend it. A sharp blade aimed straight for Zhang Zhe's chest. He did not flinch. Instead, he thrust his spear forward. With a crisp clang, the blade ricocheted off, and Zhang Zhe's spear was poised to pierce the shadow, which narrowly evaded by shifting 2 inches to the right. The spear tip grazed closely past the shadow. In the next moment, the shadow's dagger darted towards Zhang Zhe's neck. Zhang Zhe relinquished his spear, and 2 daggers appeared in his hands. Zhang Zhe's expression twisted into a fierce grimace. Onlookers witnessed this brutal scene, fearing that Zhang Zhe's neck would be severed in the next heartbeat. Chapter 69. The Dragon Dominates the World. Zhang Zhe. Both Su Xiaoning and Hua Jianfeng shouted in unison. Bang! The 2 daggers Zhang Zhe wielded struck the shadow's waist and chest, while the shadow's blade halted precariously at Zhang Zhe's throat. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not breach Zhang Zhe's defenses. How? How is this possible? The shadow uttered weakly before dissolving into nothingness. Damn it! You actually killed my avatar. You shall die here today. Suddenly, a massive shadow materialized once more. Zhang Zhe's face contorted in terror at the sight of this figure, realizing it must be the sealed foreign entity. Oof! You dare to harm my kind while I, Long Batian, am deemed a fool? In an instant, another phantom appeared, confronting the shadow. Long Batian, you have sealed me for over 10,000 years. Today, release me, and I swear I shall not harm your kind. The shadow spoke. Nonsense. You slaughtered countless of my kin back then. I have vowed that even in death, you shall never set foot outside this celestial palace. The phantom laughed maniacally. Long Batian, you are left with but a wisp of your soul, and yet you dare to confront me. It seems we must fight to the death today. The shadow summoned a surge of black mist, engaging in battle with the emerging phantom. Ha ha ha! If you truly possessed the strength to escape, you would not have waited until today. Submit to your seal, the phantom declared, forming a seal with its hands. No, Long Batian, even after millennia, I can still escape this place. However, if your soul dissipates, you shall never enter the cycle of reincarnation. The shadow spoke in fear, vanishing from sight, leaving no further sound behind. Submit to your seal. Though I cannot obliterate you, I can keep you sealed for 1,000 years. Even if my soul dissipates, so be it. The phantom proclaimed assertively. "There is still time. My apologies, dear children. It was a moment of carelessness on my part. Allowing this individual to create a decoy in the outside world," Dragon Batian expressed with an air of regret. "You are overly modest, senior. We merely contributed a small effort," Zhang Zhe humbly replied, while Dragon Batian surveyed those around him, piecing together the recent events. "It must be that you have vanquished that decoy, have you not?" Dragon Batian inquired, gazing at Zhang Zhe. "Indeed, senior," Zhang Zhe answered softly. "Quite so. Initially, I could only seal him for a few centuries. But with the destruction of the decoy, all those years of toil have gone to waste. Sealing him for another millennium poses no challenge." Dragon Batian spoke with a smile, his demeanor reflecting great satisfaction. "What manner of creature is this?" Zhang Zhe asked. The creature had the capacity to devour the corpse of General Zhang, thereby augmenting its power. "This is an outsider. Years ago, the Tianwu continent faced an assault from foreign entities, though it appears that such threats have since subsided." Dragon Batian closed his eyes, taking a moment to feel the surroundings, and then spoke. "Indeed, outsiders are now nowhere to be found on the Tianwu continent." Zhang Zhe nodded in agreement. "I only recall the battles being exceedingly brutal. After I had slain hundreds of these outsiders, my aggressive advance led me into the encirclement of others. Yet, thanks to my formidable strength, I managed to allow a fragment of my soul to escape. Upon returning to the Tianqing Palace, I discovered that the entire sect had been slaughtered by outsiders. This monster I now seal was beyond my power to slay at the time. Thus we could only manage to seal it with great difficulty." Dragon Batian spoke with a hint of sorrow. "Thank you, senior, for your contributions to the Tianwu continent. I shall forever hold this in my heart," Zhang Zhe said earnestly. "If I am not mistaken, it seems you have taken the dragon bone belonging to my pet." Dragon Batian remarked, fixating on the bracelet on Zhang Zhe's wrist. "It was merely a stroke of luck on my part," Zhang Zhe replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Not at all. If it benefits future generations, then it is indeed a good thing." "Ah, are you of the ice spirit tiger lineage?" Dragon Batian suddenly noticed, prompting Su Xiaoning to respond. "Ah, I am not," Su Xiaoning stammered, quickly denying it. "No matter, perhaps it was merely my failing eyesight. I possess a cultivation technique known as the dragon dominance, which seems more suitable for you. If you do not mind, please take this technique for your studies." Dragon Batian said, handing a tome to Zhang Zhe. "What, do you find it unworthy?" Dragon Batian observed Zhang Zhe's hesitation. "I would not dare. It is simply that I was momentarily taken aback." "Thank you for imparting this technique, senior," Zhang Zhe responded respectfully. "I do not require such formalities, nor do I need your thanks. My only desire is for my techniques to be passed down through the ages. Perhaps one day, my soul shall dissipate into this world." Dragon Batian said, lifting his gaze. "Enough. Those old fellows have long departed, and I should have followed them. Young ones, diligently cultivate my dragon over the world. Do not allow it to be buried." Upon finishing his last words, Dragon over the world vanished without a trace. How did I come upon this technique? Only to think it was some other treasure? Zhang Zhe felt a hint of dissatisfaction, yet still placed the technique into his storage ring. "You are truly bewitched. Had I not intervened in time, that foreigner would have undoubtedly escaped, leading to countless casualties. Those outside the secret realm would have been no exception," Zhang Zhe remarked, observing the three major sect members lying on the ground. "Indeed, we are truly grateful for your intervention, or else we would have wrought a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions." Qing Shu of Langya Platform spoke first. "Precisely, I believe that Zhang Dasha deserves blame. Had he not struck first, we would have been utterly helpless." Dagawei of Wudishan added quickly, "My apologies, dear friend. It is entirely our fault," Lin Qingtian of Hunter God Mountain said after a moment of silence. "Shameless." On the sidelines, Shangguan Wanyue spoke, evidently scornful of the other's actions. Were it not for Zhang Zhe's formidable strength, he might have perished at their hands long ago. "Forget it. I shall be magnanimous and consider you as newfound friends. Once you recover from your injuries, you may leave," Zhang Zhe replied nonchalantly, causing the others to breathe a sigh of relief. The three rogue cultivators without sex also begged for mercy alongside Zhang Zhe. "Brother, I acknowledge my mistake. I was merely blinded by my own folly. Me too, I too. Just now, I felt utterly out of control, which is why I struck at you. I beg your pardon, brother. Let this experience forge our friendship. What do you say? The trio continued to apologize. Chapter 70. The Furious Zhang Laoyet. Zhang Zhe approached the three with a wicked grin. What do you think? Do you believe I would let you off so easily? Zhang Zhe said with a smile. Then, what must we do to earn your forgiveness? One of them stammered, quaking in fear. They were utterly bereft of any will to resist. Simple. Use all your treasures to buy your lives, Zhang Zhe replied casually. Huh? One of them exclaimed in bewilderment, having never heard of such a way to purchase one's life. What do you mean? If I were to kill you, the treasures would belong to me, Zhang Zhe retorted with annoyance. Su Xiaoning, recovering her spiritual energy nearby, couldn't he help but smile at Zhang Zhe's words, while Hua Jianfeng watched coldly. Qing Shu, Lin Qingtian, and Daguai all breathed a sigh of relief. These three hailed from major sects, and their possessions were undoubtedly numerous. Let us hope Zhang Zhe harbors no intentions of seizing their treasures. Unfortunately, the remaining three did not share such good fortune. Each individual presented their entire possessions. Is this all? Such meager offerings hardly suffice to bargain for your lives. Zhang Zhe feigned a sigh before speaking. Hero, please, there's more. The three exclaimed in unison, hastily revealing the remainder of their belongings. Had you been forthcoming from the start, it would have saved me much effort, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. Thank you, noble hero, for your mercy, the group expressed as they witnessed Zhang Zhe depart. Here, this portion is rightfully yours. After all, if I had nothing of value to offer, who would choose to follow me? Zhang Zhe tossed one share directly to Hua Jianfeng. Hua Jianfeng appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at the item in his hand, uncertain of how to proceed. Put it away for now. We do not yet know what awaits us outside, Zhang Zhe advised. Subsequently, he and his companions were the first to exit the sect leader's hall. Look, someone has emerged. Why have the silver medal disciples not entered yet? I know not. I have been waiting here for quite some time. Should we intervene? Perhaps it's best not to. They seem unscathed by battle, likely among the first eliminated. A crowd watched as Zhang Zhe and his companions departed, soon followed by Shangguan Wanyue. Sister, how did it go inside? I was on tenterhooks. Indeed, from your demeanor, it appears there was no significant conflict. Shangguan Wanyue's fellow disciples inquired with concern upon her exit. I am fine, but someone has attracted considerable trouble, Shangguan Wanyue replied, her gaze lingering on Zhang Zhe's departing figure. Let us hasten our departure. The secret realm may soon collapse, she urged, regaining her composure. The members of Fengyue Mountain Manor swiftly vacated the area. After Zhang Zhe reunited with Zhou Qi, the group rapidly left Tianqing Palace. We truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Zhang Zhe felt elated after his departure. What is so amusing? Had I not exhausted my spiritual energy to execute that technique? Do you really think you could have left safely? Su Xiaoning interjected with a touch of sarcasm. Indeed, the eldest lady is the most formidable. This achievement undoubtedly belongs to you, Zhang Zhe promptly affirmed. What are your plans? Once we leave here, would you consider joining our Kaoshan sect? Zhang Zhe inquired of Hua Jianfeng. Having fought alongside him several times, he recognized Hua's considerable strength, believing he could surpass other talents within the sect. No, have you forgotten my identity? If I were to join Kaoshan sect, it wouldn't be long before Shahushan would come knocking, Hua Jianfeng replied with resignation. A mere Shahushan. I hardly regard them as a threat, Zhang Zhe scoffed dismissively. You, Qing Zhou, are merely the weakest among the 7 continents. What is there to boast about? Su Xiaoning retorted once more. Miss, you seem to harbor a rather contemptuous view of others. Do not forget, I saved your life. Not once, but twice. Zhang Zhe emphasized the latter part with conviction. You, Su Xiaoning huffed, turning her head in indignation. Well, consider this. You could initially conceal your identity, and once our sect's strength is sufficiently formidable, you could reveal your true self to the world, Zhang Zhe suggested. I would rather not. Should the news leak, it would implicate your sect as well. I have roamed the Jianghu for so long that I have grown accustomed to a life of wandering, Jianfeng replied calmly. Upon hearing Hua Jianfeng's words, Zhang Zhe refrained from further discussion. Boom! The sky erupted with a tremendous sound. This secret realm is about to shatter. We are on the verge of being transported out. Su Xiaoning alerted them. Indeed, the next moment, everyone found themselves back at the location just before entering the ancient battlefield. We are out. Look, everyone else has emerged. In the outer circle, the 5 major sects have been waiting all along. The number of those who emerged was less than 1/5 of those who had entered, although they were well aware of the heavy casualties that awaited. The stark reality of the secret realm's brutality struck them all at once. Zhang Zhe and his companions were suddenly transported out, and Zhang Zhe scanned the surroundings, spotting Wang Yu and hurriedly making his way towards her. What happened? How's my son? On the other side, Zhang Laohu was furious, as he had not seen his son, Zhang Dashuai, emerge. This implied that he had perished within the secret realm. It was him. That Zhang Zhe killed Zhang Dashuai. Lin Qingtian from the Hunter God Mountain suddenly exclaimed. What? Lin from the Hunter exclaimed in shock, and upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe immediately quickened his pace. We must go. Brother Hua, I may be in trouble. We need to split up immediately. The mountains and rivers may reunite, but we shall meet again in the Jianghu. Zhang Zhe replied hurriedly, racing towards Wang Yu with Zhou Qi. Boldly, you think you can kill my son and simply walk away? Zhang Laohu shouted in fury, pursuing them with his entire being seemingly transforming into a ferocious tiger. With a swift strike of his claw, he aimed at the two. Watch out! Zhang Zhe swiftly pulled Zhou Qi aside, using his back to shield against the impending strike. With this momentum, the two accelerated towards Wang Yu. Do you truly think that my Kaoshan sect is without defenders? Wang Yu exclaimed angrily, directly catching Zhang Zhe and Zhou Qi. After setting them down, she turned to face Zhang Laohu. I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, I assure you that the Kaoshan sect will vanish from the surface of Qingzhou. Zhang Laohu declared with fury. In Qingzhou, there is indeed an impressive aura, particularly at Lion Tiger Mountain. Do you dare to challenge me? I could easily have my grandfather turn your esteemed Lion Tiger Mountain to rubble. Su Xiaoning scoffed, her voice ringing out as she removed her conical hat, revealing her youthful visage. Who is this girl, boasting so boldly? Zhang Laohu turned to follow the sound and was momentarily taken aback by Su Xiaoning's appearance. I am unscathed. We should leave swiftly if the opportunity arises, for I have offended many, Zhang Zhe suggested from behind Wang Yu, who felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing his words. This fellow truly knows no peace. Has he truly gained the greatest advantage? Wang Yu braced himself, while Zhang Zhe, having just withstood a fierce blow, felt his insides quaking. Thankfully, his defensive prowess had reached level 7. Otherwise, that last strike could have been fatal. Seems the Kaoshan sect has been emboldened lately, daring to provoke us at Lion Tiger Mountain. Zhang Laohu remarked dismissively, ignoring Su Xiaoning. There is no need for your concern. In this secret realm, anything can happen. If your son has met his demise, it simply means he was outmatched. Wang Yu also scoffed in response. Impudence. Return my son's life. Zhang Laohu transformed into his tiger form and lunged toward Wang Yu. Be careful, Zhang Zhe called out as Wang Yu charged forward. The two engaged in fierce combat, with Wang Yu wielding a long sword, struggling to defend himself against the overwhelming disparity in their strengths, forcing him to retreat step by step. Damn it! Wang Yu deflected a tiger's claw, but was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he glared bitterly at Zhang Laohu. What now? You haven't even broken through to the void refinement stage, yet you dare flaunt your power before me. Today, everyone from the Kaoshan sect shall perish here. The other elders of the Kaoshan sect were aghast. Witnessing their sect leader in battle, they hesitated to intervene, knowing that doing so would provoke the forces of Lion Tiger Mountain. Is that all you've got? You are not worthy, Wang Yu retorted coldly. He felt his energy surging within him, his spirit power accumulating rapidly. Let me break through, he shouted with all his might, and in the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from him as icy blue energy soared skyward. This is a breakthrough to the void refinement realm. This woman is formidable, managing to advance amidst battle. If she succeeds, the outcome could be dire. Who is that young man? It appears that none from the five major sects have gained any advantage here. What? Zhang Laohu gasped in astonishment as he witnessed Wang Yu's successful breakthrough. Good heavens, our sect leader is incredible. To break through at such a critical moment. Zhang Zhe exclaimed with joy. Yet Wang Yu's expression remained grave after his ascension. So what if you've broken through? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Zhang Laohu scoffed, his aura rising once more. The entire figure lunged forward again. The clanging of Wang Yu's long sword resonated as he continuously defended himself. Despite his recent breakthrough, Wang Yu is still no match for Zhang Laohu, especially with his energy being extremely unstable. My dear disciple, tell me what transpired? Xiao from Fengyue Villa inquired, gazing at Shangwan Wanyue. In the end, when we entered the sect master pavilion, the other four major sects had already decided to join forces. I did not conspire with them, but they aimed to besiege Zhang Zhe. Ultimately, that little girl managed to subdue everyone in one move, and thereafter, General Zhang was directly killed by Zhang Zhe. Shangwan Wanyue succinctly explained. Who is that little girl? Xiao asked, looking at the anxious Su Xiaoning beside her. I do not know, but her move was indeed formidable. Even if I were within the attack range, I might have been controlled as well. Shangwan Wanyue recalled the battle's circumstances candidly. Meanwhile, in the ongoing battle, Wang Yu was being relentlessly pushed back, and though he occasionally found opportunities to counterattack, his efforts were utterly futile, failing to breach Zhang Laohu's defenses. You have some skills, but my target is not you. Zhang Laohu smirked wickedly, and unbeknownst to them, their battleground had shifted closer to Zhang Zhe. Zhang Laohu charged directly at Zhang Zhe, and in a moment of desperation, Wang Yu threw himself in front of Zhang Zhe. With a cough, blood splattered across Zhang Zhe's face. No! Zhang Zhe roared as both of them crashed against the stone wall like cannonballs. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. Zhang Zhe was unable to gauge their levels, and in a moment of negligence, he found himself as the target of the attack. As the dust settled, Zhang Zhe sat on the ground, cradling the injured Wang Yu. Ha, do you see? This is the fate of those who defy me. Zhang Laohu slowly approached Zhang Zhe. I am fine. Lift me up, Wang Yu said, his complexion pale, before spitting out another mouthful of blood. Rest for now, even if death is imminent. Let me face it first, Zhang Zhe declared with authority. What do you mean by death? Have you forgotten that this lady is still here? Su Xiaoning suddenly appeared between Zhang Zhe and Zhang Laohu, halting Zhang Laohu's advance. Little girl, if you do not step aside, you may be the first to meet the king of hell, Zhang Laohu said cruelly. You? I doubt you can even touch me. The person I wish to protect must not lose a single hair, Su Xiaoning replied with a smile. Seeking death. Zhang Laohu seized his words and threw a punch at Su Xiaoning. A gentle breeze swept by, and suddenly another figure appeared in front of Su Xiaoning. Xiaoning, I have been searching for you, the person said, effortlessly blocking Zhang Laohu's punch. Uncle, I intentionally released my aura, otherwise with my concealment technique, you would never have found me, Su Xiaoning pouted. Zhang Dashuai's fist was firmly enveloped by the stranger's palm, rendering him immobile. Zhang Dashuai exerted more force. Yet the individual remained utterly unmoved. How audacious are the people from Shihu Mountain to dare lay hands on our esteemed young lady from Tianshan. Truly, they are oblivious to their impending doom, the newcomer spoke calmly. However, an aura of dread enveloped the onlookers. With a soft yet decisive motion, the stranger flung the tiger aside, sending it crashing against the mountainside. Chapter 72. The second in command of Tianshan coughing, Zhang Laohu stammered. Who on earth are you? Never before had anyone so effortlessly defeated him, and the power exhibited by this individual was beyond his comprehension. Speak one more word or move an inch, and Shihu Mountain will swiftly vanish from the land of Qingzhou, the stranger replied nonchalantly. Uncle, I knew you would be most formidable, Su Xiaoning remarked with a smile. If we fail to locate you this time, I fear your father would flame me alive upon our return. The newcomer continued, I am Wudishin Duxin, paying my respects to the second in command of Tianshan. I am Lin from Lianshinshin, here to pay my respects as well. The two individuals half knelt before the stranger. Rise, for this is not Huangzhou. I shall allow you some dignity. should I discover that you have bullied my family's young lady? HM. The stranger huffed lightly. Well, am I not well? It was exceedingly dull at home. Venturing out has revealed the world beyond is quite delightful, Su Xiaoning said, approaching the stranger with a smile. Once you have had your fill of amusement, return with me. If your father learns of your visit to the ancient battlefield, his beard would surely twist in fury. Su Sentiandi marked. This man is Su Xingtian, the second in command of Tianshan, whose strength is second only to that of the leader. I shall not hold it against him. After all, he rarely finds time for me. Come, allow me to introduce you to my newly acquainted friends, Su Xiaoning said, pulling Su Shengtian toward Zhang Zhe. At that moment, Wang Yu had regained some strength and stood up. Uncle, this is Zhang Zhe, who saved my life twice during our time in the ancient battlefield, Su Xiaoning introduced. Junior Zhang Zhe pays his respects to the second in command of Tianshan. Zhang Zhe said politely, Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. For saving our young lady twice, we, Tianshan, owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you encounter any troubles henceforth, present this token, and you shall find me at Tianshan, Su Shantian declared, tossing a token to Zhang Zhe. Thank you, esteemed elder, Zhang Zhe responded courteously. Uncle, how miserly you are. You bestow upon him merely a token without any substantial benefit? Su Xiaoning complained from the side. You have swiftly turned your elbow outward. Su Xingtian sighed. After all, he is my savior. Could you not be a bit more generous? Su Xiaoning insisted once more. Very well, I see your prowess. You must be at the Yuaning realm. Certain ordinary treasures would hardly catch your eye. This azure soft armor is a gift for you. Originally intended for Su Xiaoning upon her breakthrough to the Yuaning realm, but I shall bestow it upon you instead. With a flick of his right hand, Su Shengtian presented the armor to Zhang Zhe, who felt a chill as he grasped it. This was crafted from the skin and bones of the sea spirit beast we vanquished, suitable for you to utilize at the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. Su Sentian explained. What? Why would you give him such a precious treasure? Wasn't it promised to me? Su Xiaoning immediately protested. There was no other choice. I had to bring you out in haste and lacked other treasures. Hence this gift to him. Su Shengtian replied with a hint of regret. Fine then. You must procure something even better for me upon our return, Su Xiaoning said with a smile. You seem to have some troubles. Would you like me to help you resolve them completely? Su Shengtian inquired, glancing at Zhang Laohu. That one be necessary, senior. A mere show of intimidation should suffice. I doubt he will harbor any further thoughts, Zhang Zhe responded calmly. Yet his eyes burned with fury, recalling how this very individual nearly took Wang Yu's life. Indeed, keeping him around could expedite your growth. If you find time in the future, you are most welcome to visit Tianshan. The hour grows late. I must hasten to escort this young lady home, Su Xingtian declared. Until we meet again, senior, Zhang Zhe replied with a smile, exchanging farewells with Su Xiaoning before they departed. I never anticipated that this young man could forge connections with such notable figures. Is Tianshan truly that formidable? Tianshan reigns supreme in Huanzhou. Would you question its strength? That individual is said to be the second in command of Tianshan, renowned for his ruthless disposition, Zhang Laohu remarked, observing Su Shengtian's departure before leading the members of Lion Tiger Mountain away. Extraction. Zhang Zhe commanded the system. There were numerous individuals present, ripe for another harvest. He casually strolled around with Wang Yu. What is this fellow boasting about? Has he merely befriended the second in command of Tianshan? It's laughable. One might mistake him for the leader of Qingzhou. Discontented murmurs reached Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu's ears. What are you doing? Hurry and help me back over there. Wang Yu complained. Successfully extracted 50 points of spiritual power. Successfully extracted 50 points of intelligence. Successfully extracted 40 points of speed. Successfully extracted 20 points of fortune. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind, filling him with exhilaration. Ahem, it's nothing. You've just been injured. So I thought a little walk would do you good. Let us hasten, Zhang Zhe said awkwardly. Idiot, hurry and take me back. Wang Yu retorted, visibly irritated. Zhang Zhe administered the elixirs he extracted from the secret realm to Wang Yu. A group of individuals planned to return to their sect. Throughout the journey, Yin Nanfeng remained utterly silent, regardless of Elder Yan's inquiries. he chose to remain mute, aware that he might never surpass Zhang Zhe in this lifetime. Ever since Zhang Zhe garnered a modicum of fame, it became evident that he was destined to remain in his shadow. Let me tell you, we faced perilous dangers within. Zhou Qi and the other disciples began to boast. The unfortunate Zhou Tianqi was among them. From that point onward, admiration for Zhang Zhe grew immensely within him. These are the elixirs we obtained. We did not acquire many other treasures, Zhang Zhe stated, producing 2 storage rings. Aren't you going to keep some for yourself? This is quite a considerable fortune, Wang Yu replied, slightly astonished. I have retained some for personal use, but I want to need the rest. I must contribute to the strengthening of our sect, Zhang Zhe said, a naive smile gracing his face. Thank you, Wang Yu murmured. As the effects of the elixirs had already healed most of his injuries, and his internal meridians had begun to restore. Chapter 73. Safe return, why the formality? Am I not also a product of the sect's nurturing? Had the sect not taken me in back then, I might have long since perished. Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. You defeated all the prodigies? Wang Yu inquired. Indeed, even when they collaborated, they were no match for me. However, there are matters I cannot disclose, Zhang Zhe responded mysteriously, although he was uncertain whether there were still outsiders present in the Tianwu continent. It was better that fewer people knew. How many are there? Wang Yu exclaimed, having scanned the elixirs within the storage ring. Tianqing Palace was once one of the foremost powers on the continent, possessing an innumerable quantity of elixirs. Oh dear, I seem to have forgotten something. Zhang Zhe lamented. Had I known, I would have brought that little black orb along as well. Once this batch of elixirs was sold, the sect would be able to procure more resources, significantly enhancing their power. Wang Yu spoke with a smile. In recent years, Wang Yu found it increasingly difficult to persevere. The entire sect was rife with corruption, with all cultivation resources monopolized by the elders. However, in recent months, her hope had been rekindled. By the way, the sect's grand election is about to commence. It will gather in Sky City, where various prodigies intend to select their sects, Wang Yu suddenly recalled. We must participate. We need to attract a multitude of talents. Otherwise, relying on this sect, with its few misfits, we shall never truly rise, she declared. Reflecting on the difficulties, Zhou Qi and Yin Nanfeng, among others, were mostly descendants of the elders, and the majority of the sect's resources gravitated toward them. The cultivation prowess they displayed was, quite frankly, disheartening. Upon returning, I shall certainly retreat to consolidate my strength. Otherwise, I fear complications may arise, Wang Yu remarked. After several days of travel, Wang Yu and Zhang Zhe arrived back at their sect. Zhang Zhe's first action was to collapse onto his large, soft bed. How delightful! I missed you dearly, he exclaimed, enveloping himself in the comfort of the bed before promptly drifting off to sleep. Master, how was your harvest this time? Li Rongrong inquired, observing the transformed aura of Wang Yu. I have broken through, Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. That is splendid news. It seems you had lingered at Zijing Street for quite some time, Elder Huang interjected. Disperse these elixirs for sale in batches and procure some cultivation resources, Wang Yu instructed, tossing 2 storage rings to Li Rongrong. Upon receiving them, her face blossomed into a radiant smile. Being the steward is truly delightful. This must be our greatest gain, she said joyfully. I cannot take credit. All of this was bestowed upon me by that fellow Zhang Zhe. He possesses a commendable conscience. Always considering the future of the Northeast, Wang Yu smiled. That lad is quite competent, managing to acquire such a substantial quantity of elixirs. Elder Huang laughed heartily. I may need to enter seclusion soon. Let's keep our sect's affairs discreet. The less attention we draw, the better. We must also handle the elixirs discreetly and remain vigilant regarding Shahushan, Wang Yu cautioned. Shahushan? What is amiss? Did your recent endeavor provoke them? Li Rongrong asked. It is not so simple. Zhang Zhe killed Zhang Laohu's son, Wang Yu stated calmly. What? Both Li Rongrong and Elder Huang gasped in unison. Zhang Zhe has indeed stirred up great trouble. Zhang Laohu will not rest easily. It is remarkable that you returned safely, Elder Huang remarked. I am uncertain if Shahushan will take any action. In any case, we must exercise caution, Wang Yu reiterated. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family, you have truly grown wings, disregarding even my words, Elder Zhou said, gazing down at Zhou Qi, who knelt before him. "Grandfather, I implore you to let this matter be. Regarding the boss, I genuinely cannot divulge much. Knowing less is for the best," Zhou Qi replied helplessly. "Let be, father. Zhou Qi has made remarkable progress of late, and it must be closely linked to that Zhang Zhe. It appears Zhou Qi has found a worthy companion," Zhou Qi's father remarked. At that moment, Zhang Zhe was sound asleep in his chamber, blissfully unaware of the newfound fame he had acquired within the sect. Numerous elders had witnessed the profound moment outside the secret realm and were now aware of the camaraderie Zhang Zhe had developed with the second-in-command of Tianshan. "Have you heard? Zhang Zhe is now on brotherly terms with the second-in-command of Tianshan." "What nonsense! What you speak of is utterly unfounded. I have heard that Zhang Zhe has already formed a marital bond with a young lady of Tianshan in the secret realm. It is likely that it won't be long before Zhang Zhe ascends to the esteemed position of the sect's Grand Elder. How has this fellow managed to cultivate so rapidly? Why does his speed of advancement surpass that of others? Numerous rumors have circulated within the sect. At this rate, it won't be long before his renown eclipses mine." After inspecting the sect, Li Rongrong returned and inquired, "By the way, where is that fellow now? What other place could he be?" "He is undoubtedly at home, indulging in deep slumber. This fellow invariably sleeps several times after every battle," Elder Huang replied, shaking his head in resignation. Though Zhang Zhe relishes his sleep and is not particularly fond of cultivation, his rate of progress is nothing short of astonishing, rivaling that of his peers. Upon his return, he has elevated his prowess to the Yuan Ying realm. Let be, sect master. Before entering seclusion, it was made clear that during this sect's grand election, Zhang Zhe would lead and oversee everything, Li Rongrong stated, her voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. "There is no need for discontent. In previous years, you have presided over the event, but our sect cultivation resources are quite limited. Perhaps having him lead will yield a different outcome," Elder Huang consoled her. "I have uncovered the true version of events regarding what transpired. I never expected this fellow, despite his limited skills, to have connections with the second-in-command of Tianshan. However, it is merely a casual acquaintance, yet it has significantly enhanced our sect's reputation. In the territory of Qingzhou, she has become a figure even more renowned than our sect," Li Rongrong remarked with a smile. "Fame invites danger. Some may not be able to restrain themselves from taking action against him." Elder Huang spoke earnestly. "Although they may not dare to act openly, one must remain vigilant of the clandestine happenings." Li Rongrong nodded in agreement. Chapter 74. The grand election of the sect is about to commence. The Kuaishan sect has discreetly sold elixirs, amassing a significant fortune in cultivation resources. "Ah, how delightful!" Zhang Zhe exclaimed as he rose. "How many days have I slept?" He shook his right wrist, and the little fire dragon appeared before him. Roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon chirped at Zhang Zhe. 5 days. My heavens, I have truly broken a record this time, sleeping for such an extended period. Elder Huang surprisingly did not call for me. Zhang Zhe chuckled. It is time to attend to pressing matters. The grand election of the sect is imminent, and it profoundly affects the level of our disciples for the coming generations, he added with a smile. Roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon expressed its discontent once more. What is this? Are you hungry already? It feels less like raising a dragon and more akin to tending to a pig. Zhang Zhe, with a hint of resignation, revealed a handful of fire crystals. Here, eat up, he said with a smile. He had refrained from disclosing the existence of the little fire dragon to others, fearing that should its existence become known, they might attract more formidable foes. His current strength was insufficient to safeguard the little creature. Hey, do grow quickly. As I eagerly await the day you can protect me. Zhang Zhe affectionately stroked the little dragon's head, noticing that the dragon showed no inclination to respond. He found himself bored and decided to step out of the room. Upon exiting the courtyard, Zhang Zhe observed that every disciple who encountered him regarded him with utmost respect. Good morning, senior brother. Another disciple greeted him, and he had lost count of how many had done so recently. Each one was exceedingly courteous. I wish to see the sect leader, he announced as he approached the hall of the sect leader. The guards at the entrance replied politely. The sect leader is not in the hall. Elder Huang and Manager Li are present. May I enter directly? Zhang Zhe inquired tentatively. Yes. The sect leader has already informed us that you are free to come and go within the sect, the guard replied. Excellent. Zhang Zhe nodded in satisfaction before proceeding into the Great Hall. As soon as he entered, Elder Huang immediately began to scold him. What on earth is going on with you? Have you truly slept for so long? I thought you would only need a couple of days. Well, it was quite the battle. I was utterly exhausted. You have no idea what I endured this time. Zhang Zhe feigned a weary expression as he spoke. You are now quite the celebrity, without a doubt the most esteemed among the younger generation in Qingzhou, Elder Huang remarked, looking at him with a mix of admiration and incredulity. What do you mean? Zhang Zhe asked, genuinely puzzled by Elder Huang's words. Are you truly oblivious, or merely pretending? Do you not understand the significance of Tianshan? The entire Qingzhou is aware of your connection with the second-in-command there, Elder Huang said enviously. Is that so? I thought it was merely my handsome visage at play, Zhang Zhe said, slightly disappointed. Enough with the trivialities. The sect's great election is about to commence. This time, the sect leader has entrusted you with all the responsibilities. You must rise to the occasion and handle this matter with diligence, Li Rongrong stated earnestly. I assure you, fulfilling this task is but a trifle. I will certainly bring back even more talents to the sect, Zhang Zhe responded with equal seriousness. Only in this way can we set the sect on the right path. Now, prepare yourself. We shall depart in 2 days. You may draft a list and report it to me. I will ensure they cooperate with your endeavors, Li Rongrong instructed. All right, understood. By the way, how is our esteemed leader's injury? Zhang Zhe suddenly inquired, bringing up Wang Yu. The injury has stabilized. However, full recovery will take some time. Moreover, during this period, he intends to solidify his cultivation level and will emerge only when the sect competition approaches, Li Rongrong responded. Sect competition? Zhang Zhe asked, perplexed. How can there be another competition right after the sect selection? What is this competition about? The sect competition involves hundreds of sects from Qingzhou engaging in martial contests to determine the rankings of the top 10 sects, Li Rongrong patiently explained. So, does this mean our sect has a chance to be among the top 10 in this competition? Zhang Zhe said, his face alight with hope. I'm not certain. Beyond the top 10, very few sect leaders possess the strength to reach the void refinement realm. Thus, we still have a chance, especially considering the young talents we have. Including you, Li Rongrong remarked, her gaze fixed on Zhang Zhe. Does this even concern me? Zhang Zhe asked, pointing at himself. Of course, the sect competition evaluates not only the elite combat capabilities, but also the prowess of the disciples. Each sect dispatches its strongest disciple to compete. Elder Huang interjected at that moment. Seriously? I barely have any time to rest. And now, there's another task on my plate, Zhang Zhe lamented. Such is the nature of increased capability. Greater responsibilities accompany it. Even geniuses have their burdens, do they not? Elder Huang said, patting Zhang Zhe on the shoulder as he approached. I won't dwell on this. I need to prepare for the sect selection. By the way, please provide me with a detailed list of our sect's cultivation resources so I can recruit these talents effectively, Zhang Zhe stated, his mood evidently sour. Certainly. Someone will deliver it to your residence within half a day, Li Rongrong replied straightforwardly. With a grim expression, Zhang Zhe departed from the sect leader's hall. It seems even our great genius has a share of worries, Li Rongrong remarked with a smile as she watched Zhang Zhe leave. Ha ha! Finally, the sect leader has fewer concerns. Ever since this young man rose to prominence, our sect has been flourishing, Elder Huang said, beaming. Do you believe our sect has a chance to become one of the top 10? Li Rongrong asked Elder Huang. Indeed, with this individual among us, anything is possible. Furthermore, hasn't our sect leader already broken through to the void refinement realm? He should be able to inherit the legacy left by the former leader, Elder Huang replied earnestly. Knock. Knock, knock. Zhou Qi was cultivating in his room when suddenly a series of urgent knocks echoed through the door. Who is it? Stop knocking incessantly. It's quite annoying. Zhou Qi grumbled. It's me, Zhang Zhe replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi's face immediately brightened, and he hurried to open the door. Boss, is that really you? If it's you, just kick the door open, Zhou Qi said with a quick smile. How have you been lately, young man? Have you made any breakthroughs? Zhang Zhe inquired. Not really. Reaching the 9th level of the Golden Core realm is quite impressive already. A further enhancement might take some time, Zhou Qi responded. That's all right. I received a new mission. Would you like to accompany me? Zhang Zhe said with a mischievous grin directed at Zhou Qi. Huh? It's not another particularly dangerous task. Is it? Boss, we just had a short break. Zhou Qi lamented, his face clouded with concern. It's not a critically important task, so don't worry. There shouldn't be any danger. It's just the sect's grand selection, to recruit some talented individuals for our sect, Zhang Zhe explained. I see. Isn't this usually managed by Chief Steward Li Rongrong every year? Why has it fallen on you this time? Zhou Qi pondered aloud. How should I know why it became my task? I also wish to rest comfortably in my room. The sect leader assigned this to me before entering seclusion. Zhang Zhe replied, recalling the prior incident where Wang Yu sustained severe injuries while protecting him. We must ensure the grand selection is successful. Otherwise, we would be unworthy of the sect leader's life-saving grace, Zhang Zhe declared, brimming with determination. All right, you can count on me. By the way, you might want to bring my grandfather along. Every year, it's been him and Chief Steward Li going together. He possesses considerable experience, Zhou Qi suggested, effectively offering up his grandfather, Elder Zhou. All right, I need to draft a list anyway. I understand, Zhang Zhe said with a smile before returning to his room. Yes, a few disciples should accompany me, and we need several elders for protection, Zhang Zhe continued, quietly jotting down a few names on a piece of paper. Just these few? Li Rongrong asked, looking at the list in front of her with confusion. Of course, what else could I do? I can't take most of the elders from a sect. 4 elders are sufficient, Zhang Zhe clarified. By the way, many elders are quite grateful to you for the resources you secured for the sect, which helped several of them break through to the transformation realm. So if you inform them, they would be delighted to join you, Li Rongrong remarked, glancing at the names on the list, feeling they were rather unreliable. No need for that. It's my duty after all. Just these 4 elders and these 6 disciples, Zhang Zhe asserted. I've never communicated with these few. I'm worried there might be unforeseen circumstances, Li Rongrong hesitantly expressed. Are you afraid they might not take you seriously? Don't worry. Just tell them this is an important task for the sect. If they refuse to participate, they would be expelled, and the sect would pursue them, branding them as traitors. Zhang Zhe advised. Zhang Zhe pondered for a moment before speaking. You've truly become quite capable. Haven you to even give me orders? Li Rongrong retorted, somewhat irked. What she did not disclose to Zhang Zhe was that she, too, had merely lingered at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, only managing to break through to the God transformation stage thanks to the cultivation resources provided by him. On the day of the sect's grand selection, Zhang Zhe led Zhou Tenwen and Zhou Qi. The remaining 3 disciples were also quite familiar, having journeyed together to the ancient battlefield. In total, there were 6 disciples, along with Elder Huang, Elder Zhou, Elder Yin, and Elder Li. Elders Yin and Li wore grim expressions, forced to undertake such a task by the sect, and during this period, they were compelled to heed Zhang Zhe's every command. Look, the Kaoshan sect has arrived, someone remarked. Indeed, the Kaoshan sect has been making quite a name for itself lately. I've heard that Zhang Zhe is exceptionally talented. Otherwise, how could he have connections with the second-in-command of the Tianshan sect? They might just emerge as the dark horse in this sect selection. That is uncertain. The cultivation resources their sect can provide are pitifully limited. Otherwise, I would have chosen their sect last year. A group of people gazed at Zhang Zhe as they entered Sky City, exchanging comments. Cough, cough, old Li. Who would have thought we'd be assigned to such a political task? It's truly frustrating, Elder Yin spoke first. We should just go with the flow. This era is no longer ours. Can't you see the ambition of this genius? Ildili raplia calmly. What ambition? Elder Yin inquired, puzzled by the implication. He aims to intimidate us, ensuring we comply with the sect's directives. Otherwise, such a simple task wouldn't require both of us to accompany him, Elder Li continued. It seems we are indeed becoming part of the Kaoshan sect, Elder Yin sighed. I advise you to be cautious. All geniuses are inherently suspicious. If he perceives us as uncontrollable, our families may find themselves in peril, Elder Li stated once more, maintaining his composure. If I'm not mistaken, the last assassination was orchestrated by you. He hasn't pursued it yet, but how could he possibly remain unaware? Elder Li continued. Elder Yin was left speechless. In my view, we should remain straightforward. The current sect isn't all that bad. If we were to become the masters of the sect, we might quickly be devoured by others, Elderly added. So, you come to terms with it? Elder Yin queried. Of course. Don't you realize? Now is the time to demonstrate our loyalty. If we fail to perform well, when the time comes for competent individuals, it will be our misfortune, Elderly remarked. Rolling his eyes, Elder Yin, who usually appears remarkably astute, seems rather dim-witted in this moment. Well, since you have articulated it so plainly, I must proceed with utmost caution, Elder Yin remarked. The group entered the plaza, where numerous sects had already commenced recruiting disciples. Our Mount Keishan seeks disciples, not the mediocre or the foolish, but only the prodigious, Zhang Zhe declared as he approached the vicinity of Lion Tiger Mountain. Chapter 76. Who has been deceived? A few individuals began their arrangements here. Is this lad doing it deliberately? The entire Qingzhou is now aware of the discord between our two sects, the leader of Lion Tiger Mountain commented. Indeed. Should I stir up some trouble? A disciple nearby eagerly suggested. If you possess unwavering confidence in your abilities, then go ahead. Do you not see the four elders at the nascent soul stage over there? The leader of Lion Tiger Mountain replied calmly. I refuse to believe that such a small sect can wield significant power. Let us add pressure, the leader continued. Lion Tiger Mountain sincerely seeks to recruit disciples, offering ordinary disciples 5,000 gold coins worth of cultivation resources monthly and prodigious disciples 10,000 gold coins monthly, someone from Lion Tiger Mountain promptly announced. Look, the offerings from Lion Tiger Mountain have doubled. Just a moment ago, when I was indisposed, the rewards were not nearly as generous. This appears to be a contest between the two sects. I suggest we simply observe, as the situation is bound to improve. They have begun to engage in a competition, and it seems that other sects are subtly increasing their cultivation resources as well. Oh, clearly, their resources surpass ours. If this continues, it will be untenable. Talented individuals will inevitably gravitate towards other sects, Zhou Qi expressed anxiously. Why the haste? I have already gathered information. Our sect has consistently failed to recruit exceptional talents in past elections, not only in quality, but also in numbers, Zhang Zhe replied leisurely. Moreover, I have perused a list provided by Manager Li. Our resources are limited, and the geniuses of Qingzhou are gradually making their way to Sky City. This sect's selection lasts for 10 days, so there is no need for urgency, Zhang Zhe stated with ease. The four elders stood silently behind him. Well, as long as you are aware, should this be mishandled, the sect master will surely flay us, Zhou Qi remarked. What is there to fear with me around? Zhang Zhe responded with a smile. Our sect seeks prodigious disciples under the age of 18, possessing strength at the golden core stage, who shall receive 20,000 gold coins worth of cultivation resources monthly, Zhang Zhe proclaimed loudly. This immediately captured the attention of other prodigies. This offer is exceedingly generous. However, the requirements are indeed stringent, and I fear that the average individual may fall short. It is explicitly stated that they are seeking geniuses, and thus, advantages must be granted. Ahem, if we proceed in this manner, are we not contravening Manager Li's intentions? Elder Huang interjected with a reminder. Do not be anxious, Elder Huang. The best is yet to come. Just watch, for the sect leader has entrusted me with full authority to oversee this sect election, and thus, all matters are at my discretion. Furthermore, refrain from questioning my decisions in the future, Zhang Zhe stated solemnly. Elder Huang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and fell silent. Good heavens! Has the Kaoshan sect lost its senses, offering such generous terms? In comparison, our side appears utterly feeble, the leader of Shihu Mountain remarked. Increase the stakes, he added menacingly. Shihu Mountain will accept disciples, offering ordinary disciples a monthly resource of 15,000 gold coins for cultivation, while talented disciples will receive 30,000 gold coins per month. Another shout arose from Shihu Mountain's ranks. It's true. Am I dreaming? Monthly cultivation resources have surpassed 10,000. Remarkable. They have initiated a price war. This is astounding. Not only are these two sects engaged in rivalry, but other sects are joining the fray as well. Yet, I still place my trust in Zhang Zhe, given his connections with Tianshan. Perhaps the Kaoshan sect has already allied with Tianshan, but that seems unlikely, as they are powers from different regions. As the first day concluded, Zhang Zhe's faction had failed to recruit a single disciple, while Shihu Mountain thrived, bustling with prospective disciples. Zhang Zhe exhibited no signs of anxiety, whereas Zhou Qi was in a state of distress, almost ready to remind Zhang Zhe, only to be silenced by a mere glance from him. On the second day, Zhang Zhe announced a further increase in cultivation resources. The Kaoshan sect will accept talented disciples under 18 years of age, possessing strength at the Golden Core stage, who will receive 50,000 gold coins in monthly resources. Zhang Zhe's proclamation immediately captured everyone's attention. No way. That is sufficient for 2 individuals' cultivation. I never anticipated the Kaoshan sect to be so financially robust. If only I could meet their criteria, I would join their ranks immediately. Clearly, the Kaoshan sect is quite affluent, demonstrating their wealth with this display. Elder Huang and his 3 companions had long since grown numb to the escalating offers. Having witnessed Elder Huang's admonition met with rebuke, leaving the other elders reluctant to speak further. Another increase. Someone from Shihu Mountain reported to their leader. What is happening? How can these paupers possess such wealth? Is this a conjuration of gold coins? Increase the stakes, commanded the leader of Shihu Mountain. Shihu Mountain will now offer ordinary disciples 30,000 gold coins for cultivation resources and talented disciples 60,000 gold coins per month. Shihu Mountain had once again raised the bar with even more enticing conditions. What is going on? The emissary sent from Fengyue Mountain Villa, Shangwan Wanyue, was somewhat familiar with Zhang Zhe. Unbeknownst to many, the 2 sects over there seemed to have entered a state of confrontation, resulting in a substantial increase in the cultivation resources available to all sects, leading to significant financial strain. Fortunately, our esteemed Fengyue Mountain Villa exclusively recruits female disciples, most of whom still harbor a considerable trust in our establishment, remarked a member from Fengyue Mountain Villa. However, Shangwan Wanyue found Zhang Zhe's actions rather perplexing. She possessed a general understanding of the situation in Qingzhou, aware that although the Kaishan sect had taken some recent actions, it paled in comparison to the influence of these established powers. What scheme is that young man concocting? Shangwan Wanyue pondered aloud, casting a glance towards Zhang Zhe. What should we do? Their resources have increased again. Should we also consider raising ours? Zhou Qi inquired of Zhang Zhe. Rest assured, their quotas will inevitably decline. Such a large sect recruits thousands of disciples annually, and the immense expenses involved are burdensome even for major sects, replied Zhang Zhe confidently. For 5 consecutive days, not a single disciple was recruited by Zhang Zhe. This fellow seems rather inept. Though the task was deemed simple, its significance was paramount, and yet, he had not secured a single disciple thus far. Elder Yin quietly remarked to Elder Li. Chapter 77. Task successfully completed. Just wait and see. The final day has not yet arrived. With this young man's intellect, it is implausible that he would recklessly confront the opposition, Elder Li stated calmly. When did you become so confident in him? Elder Yin retorted, slightly irritated, recalling that even when their own young prodigy was lauded as a genius, Elder Li had offered little praise. This is what one might call discerning talent. For him to have risen to his current position through sheer capability is already deserving of our admiration, Elder Li said with a smile, deeming such a person as nothing short of extraordinary. Very well, let us await the outcome. As the 6th day approached, circumstances took a turn. Alarming news arrived from Deacon Liu, stating that our expenditure of gold coins had exceeded the budget without us being notified to halt. Moreover, the number of disciples we have recruited is now sufficient. In recent days, with the enhancement of cultivation resources, we have attracted the largest number of disciples. A member from Shihu Mountain addressed the leader. Infuriating. The leader sensed he had been deceived, anticipating punishment upon his return. Participating in the sect elections annually was typically a lucrative endeavor, yielding numerous benefits and the opportunity to meet these talented individuals in advance. Thus, the people of Shihu Mountain departed early from the sect election. Subsequently, Resources from other sects were also readjusted. It is time. The moment has arrived, Zhang Zhe suddenly exclaimed, opening his eyes wide. Kaoshan sect is earnestly recruiting disciples, offering ordinary disciples 15,000 gold coins worth of cultivation resources, while genius disciples receive 40,000 gold coins monthly. I am currently the chief disciple of the sect, and I assure everyone that at Kaoshan sect, one will be treated fairly. Zhang Zhe proclaimed loudly to all directions. Prior to his arrival, Zhang Zhe had contemplated that without a proper allocation of cultivation resources, it would be unlikely to attract outstanding disciples. Alas, have I arrived too late? I have heard that the conditions a few days ago were significantly better than today. You are indeed late. Those who arrived earlier were showered with resources from Lion Tiger Mountain. It seems that they have withdrawn for some unknown reason. Perhaps they have already recruited enough disciples, given the surge in their numbers these past few days. Moreover, we have a cap on disciple recruitment, with only 300 slots for ordinary disciples and 50 for genius disciples, Zhang Zhe reiterated. Such restrictions on quotas are unprecedented. However, there is no choice. Zhang Zhe is the living emblem of Kaoshan sect, known for having defeated the geniuses of 5 major sects on the ancient battlefield. Here he stands. Zhang Zhe observed the long line forming and smiled, saying, "It is still the elder brother. You have your ways. However, are we not providing too many resources?" Zhou Qi expressed his concern. Remain calm. The previous offerings were so inadequate that even I was reluctant to remain in the sect, Zhang Zhe retorted with annoyance. Reflecting on the upcoming sect competition, it is imperative to achieve a top 10 ranking. That would allow for territorial expansion. An increase in revenue will flow into the sect. Otherwise, relying solely on oneself would not suffice to cover the sect's considerable expenses. What scheme are you concocting? Such a hefty budget seems to be far less sustainable. Elder Huang approached Zhang Zhe from behind, speaking softly. Do not concern yourself. I am strategizing a grand plan. If successful, the sect will rise within a year. Nindun replied, unperturbed. Elder Huang was left speechless. This individual was always so enigmatic. Nevertheless, it seemed that he had never disappointed anyone. After all, the sect was initially in disarray, and it was through his efforts that it gradually improved. Let him continue his endeavors, Elder Huang thought to himself. Indeed, in the final days, Zhang Zhe completed the recruitment a day ahead of schedule. Chapter 78. Zhang Zhe's thoughts. Do not be disheartened. Where there is a will, there's a way. I had already devised a plan when I initiated these actions. Zhang Zhe consoled Li Rongrong. What plan? Li Rongrong asked, half convinced. The sect competition, Zhang Zhe articulated deliberately. What do you mean? Li Rongrong inquired, puzzled. The sect participates in the competition annually, honing the skills of its disciples each year. Each ranking has not been particularly satisfactory, so Li Rongrong harbored no illusions about this occasion. I aim to secure a position within the top 10, thus elevating the Kaoshan sect to a truly formidable power, Zhang Zhe stated earnestly once more. Upon hearing this, Li Rongrong fell into silence. You may not fully grasp the format of the sect competition, which assesses the overall strength of the sect by dispatching the 3 most powerful members, regardless of age, to compete. Additionally, 3 disciples, not exceeding the age of 20, are to be sent as well. The final score determines the overall ranking of the sect. Li Rongrong explained the rules of the competition to Zhang Zhe. Such complexity. Are there any other regulations? Zhang Zhe inquired, sensing the intricacies of the matter. Moreover, each participant must place within the top 20, or their efforts will be in vain. Li Rongrong continued. Who are the strongest within the sect? Zhang Zhe asked. You seem entirely uninformed, yet so assertive. Li Rongrong retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. Well, I suppose I'm quite confident in my own abilities, though I am unaware of the strengths of others, Zhang Zhe replied. The strongest is likely the sect leader, whose prowess has reached the realm of transformation void. Following her, Elder Huang has attained the 9th level of transformation spirit. Next in line are Elder Li and Elder Yan, both of whom have recently broken through to the 9th level of transformation spirit. Li Rongrong elaborated. Perhaps I have been a bit overly ambitious. But surely a high ranking in the sect competition would yield us considerable territory? Zhang Zhe queried. Indeed, that is the case. Historically, our Kaishan sect has barely managed to secure the 70th or 80th rank, placing us among the weaker second-tier powers. However, thanks to your provision of cultivation resources, many elders have advanced to the transformation spirit realm, and we now boast over 40 elders within this realm, Li Rongrong remarked with a smile, acknowledging the competition as a genuine opportunity to elevate the sect's reputation. That simplifies matters. The 3 strongest candidates will undoubtedly be selected. Our sect leader is certainly capable, and Elder Huang poses no issues either. As for the 3rd position, Zhang Zhe hesitated. Whether we can fully trust Elder Huang and Elder Yin is uncertain. Should any complications arise, there would be no room for rectification. I should be able to select suitable disciples. Zhou Qi and I are fully capable, Zhang Zhe asserted confidently. This sect competition should differ from past events. Although our sect is currently quite low profile, it feels as though we are being scrutinized. Li Rongrong expressed her confusion. What is the situation? Is there an issue? Zhang Zhe inquired. Indeed, you are aware that our sect possesses 2 locations suitable for fire attribute cultivation. One is the magma pool, and the other is the molten lava mountains at the Earth's core. These sites also serve as areas for our sect-'s training. Recently, I have heard rumors of unfamiliar individuals frequently appearing there, which raises my suspicion that someone may be targeting that location, Li Rongrong stated with a grave expression. If our ranking remains around 70 or 80 this time, we will have to relinquish that piece of land. After contemplating Li Rongrong's words, Zhang Zhe pondered carefully. He recalled the levels of disciples from other sects participating in the annual sect competition, particularly those from the top 10 sections. Zhang Zhe inquired, "What can you tell me about that?" I have indeed gathered some information. The disciples of the Upper Stone sect are predominantly at the nascent soul stage, mostly within the 5th level. Their holy sons are likely around the 3rd or 4th level, Li Rongrong responded thoughtfully. So formidable? Zhang Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing the implications, he considered that, given Zhou Qi's current strength, he would hardly measure up. Even those unable to reach the nascent soul stage would employ various secret methods to enhance their power prior to the competition, Li Rongrong added. It is worth noting that our Qing Zhou is regarded as the weakest every year because the sect competition is fraught with life and death stakes, resulting in the demise of many talents. Over time, the majority of gifted individuals have become concentrated within the top 10 sects, Li Rongrong remarked. It seems Qing Zhou suffers from a lack of management. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the weakest among all the major regions, Zhang Zhe said, recalling the esteemed status of Tianshan in Huangzhou. He had witnessed the formidable presence of Tianshan's second-in-command. All right, I have taken note. Once the sect master concludes his seclusion, please inform me immediately. I need to discuss matters with him. I shall take my leave to attend to other affairs, Zhang Zhe stated before exiting the sect master's hall. This fellow Li Rongrong shook her head and remarked, "The sect is currently thriving, relying entirely on the resources brought back by Zhang Zhe. Yet this strategy is merely a temporary measure." Li Rongrong understood that only by acquiring a more substantial territory could the sect ensure more stable development. And the most effective route to achieve this is undoubtedly through the sect competition. Zhou Qi, Zhang Zhe called out in the spirit-gathering array, having learned that Zhou Qi was currently cultivating within it. "What is up, boss?" "I'm here," Zhou Qi responded, emerging from his meditation and waving at Zhang Zhe. "How has your strength progressed, young man?" Zhang Zhe inquired as soon as he spotted Zhou Qi. "What's wrong? Still at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? Do you think reaching the nascent soul stage is that simple?" Zhou Qi replied, looking somewhat exasperated. "You have little time left. Your strength should surpass all others. Among the disciples under 20 years old in the sect, you alone hold the potential to reach the nascent soul stage." Zhang Zhe spoke with a grave demeanor. "What is the situation?" Zhou Qi inquired in confusion, genuinely unable to comprehend what Zhang intended to convey. "I must participate in the sect competition, and I need to secure a commendable ranking. Otherwise, our sect may indeed face collapse," Zhang Zhe declared. Chapter 79. The Rules of the Competition. Zhou Qi gasped in astonishment. In the comparison among the strongest, we can only rely on the sect leader, as she is the sole individual who has ascended to the void refinement stage. Zhang Zhe remarked with a wry smile. It may not be that simple. If there is only one person at the void refinement stage, obtaining a ranking will be quite challenging. Zhou Qi shook his head and replied, Eureka! If I were to acquire a treasure that could elevate Elder Huang's strength to the void refinement stage, that would solve our predicament, Zhang Zhe suddenly exclaimed. It sounds remarkably simple when you put it that way. Do you possess such treasures? If they were to appear at an auction, they would fetch astronomical prices. Zhou Qi responded, visibly exasperated. Please, do not equate me with you mundane mortals. I have my own ingenious plans. With only 2 months remaining before the sect competition, you must diligently cultivate and break through to the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to skin you alive, Zhang Zhe warned fiercely. Understood, boss. I will certainly strive to improve, Zhou Qi replied, putting on a determined facade. Subsequently, Zhang Zhe departed once more. Goodness, I truly have volunteered for a daunting task. Zhang Zhe muttered upon returning to his room. Open the personal attribute panel. He commanded the system. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, first level of the nascent soul stage. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense, LV7, 200,000. Current system points, 15800. Upon reviewing his personal attributes, a smile graced Zhang Zhe's face at the sight of 15,800 system points. Check task currency. He commanded the system once more. Task currency accumulated, 1,200, the system replied. It seems a bit insufficient. I should utilize some system points first, Zhang Zhe mused. Last time, I activated the task sprite, which automatically collected task currency upon completion of tasks. Is there a treasure hunting sprite? Zhang Zhe inquired, attempting to communicate with the system. Ding! The treasure hunting sprite function has been activated. Would you like to enable it for a cost of 10,000 points? The system's voice resonated within Zhang Zhe's mind. Zhang Zhe fell into contemplation for a moment. By heavens, I have toiled diligently to earn these points. Is it truly so easy? To activate a treasure hunting feature, one must expend a staggering 10,000 points. Zhang Zhe expressed with dissatisfaction. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to activate the treasure hunting feature. Activate the treasure hunting spirit, Zhang Zhe commanded. Ding! The treasure hunting feature has been successfully activated. Nearby treasure hunting requires 1,000 points, while remote treasure hunting necessitates 5,000 points. The system's voice echoed once more, causing Zhang Zhe's countenance to darken considerably. This is nothing short of extortion, and who knows if any treasures will be found. To pay such a hefty sum in advance is outrageous. If I do not procure anything of value, this system is utterly worthless, Zhang Zhe lamented. Remote treasure hunting. Zhang Zhe issued another command to the system. Activated. Based on the host's current strength and permissions, you have successfully acquired a remote treasure hunting map. Instantly, a map materialized in Zhang Zhe's mind. The Sun and Moon Forest? The final destination is indeed the Sun and Moon Forest. I can't believe this remote treasure hunt led me there, he mused, somewhat incredulously. Well, it is what it is. I still have approximately 2 months. I should have ample time. A round trip should take about a month. All right, I shall set off immediately. Zhang Zhe gathered his belongings and made his way to the sect master's hall. Why are you back again? The sect master has yet to emerge, Li Rongrong remarked, a look of exasperation crossing her face upon seeing Zhang Zhe. I have come to bid you farewell, Zhang Zhe stated plainly. Are you planning to run away? Li Rongrong inquired, her expression serious. Where would I go? Apart from the mountain support sect, I have no other refuge. This time, I merely intend to complete some tasks elsewhere and return with a particularly important treasure, Zhang Zhe replied mysteriously. Is that true? I'm beginning to seriously doubt your intentions. Li Rongrong responded, Her skepticism evident. I assure you, there is no need for concern. I possess reliable intelligence regarding the location of the treasure. Just grant me 1 month. I shall undoubtedly return with it, Zhang Zhe asserted earnestly. Very well. I shall trust you this once, but you must return promptly within a month. Aren't you scheduled to participate in the sect competition? Li Rongrong sighed in relief, conceding. Indeed, I came to inform you that I shall depart tonight. Aiming to leave as swiftly as possible, Zhang Zhe said, a hint of impatience in his tone. Go ahead, I will await your news here. Li Rongrong replied with a smile. Under the cover of night, Zhang Zhe stealthily exited the mountain support sect. How peculiar that my originally lazy self has become so industrious. It seems I'm busier than ever this late at night, Zhang Zhe reflected as he hastened along the road. As he passed through the city of Baiji, he felt an urge to indulge in a hearty meal. Waiter, bring me the finest food and drink. As Zhang Zhe entered the restaurant, he promptly declared, very well. Please allow this esteemed guest to enter. Immediately, a waiter approached to attend to him, remarking, do you see? It's evident that he hails from the countryside, utterly lacking in manners. Just as he settled down, a cacophony erupted from the adjacent table. Zhang Zhe turned towards the source of the noise. What are you staring at? I'm talking about you, a man directed at Zhang Zhe. Initially, Zhang Zhe intended to ignore the comment, but such blatant provocation felt akin to a personal affront. To endure further would be to appear cowardly. Who do you think you are, daring to point fingers here? Do you believe I won't throw you out? Zhang Zhe replied calmly. What sort of person are you, not even recognizing the young master of the Earthfire sect? Murmured those around, realizing the gravity of the situation. The young master of the Earthfire sect was notorious for his lawlessness. Anyone who offended him seldom fared well. Boy, do you now comprehend who I am? Do you realize I am the most powerful in this city? The young master stated, pointing a finger at Zhang Zhe. Kneel before me and bow 100 times, and I might consider forgiving you, he threatened venomously. Ha! I fear you may not live long enough to enjoy such power, Zhang Zhe retorted coldly. He recalled the time he and Wang Yu had sold the fire crystal and were subsequently targeted by the Earthfire sect, a near-fatal encounter. Are you afraid now? It's too late for fear, the young master's companion interjected, as 4 or 5 disciples encircled Zhang Zhe. How fortuitous to stumble upon an opportunity without effort, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. This fellow appears to have lost his mind, spouting nonsense, one of them said, extending a hand toward Zhang Zhe. As the hand approached Zhang Zhe's head, he suddenly seized it, snapping the wrist with a swift motion, bending it at an unnatural angle. A scream reverberated throughout the restaurant. This brat dares to harm my people. I shall ensure you suffer beyond measure, the young master of the Earthfire sect seethed, drawing his sword and charging at Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe allowed the sword to strike him, as it lacked the strength to wound. With one hand, he grasped the young master's neck. Boldly, release the young master. A commanding voice boomed. Zhang Zhe recognized the voice belonged to a formidable opponent, though likely not at the level of the Void Refinement Realm. The newcomer hurled a punch towards Zhang Zhe's back. It seems you have arrived too late. He is doomed. Zhang Zhe's gaze shifted, and with a surge of force, he snapped the young master's neck with ease. As that punch struck precisely upon Zhang Zhe's back, he leveraged the force to flip outward, simultaneously flinging the corpse of the young sect master away. Young master, what has happened to you? The powerful figure in the transformation stage exclaimed, cradling the young master and urgently probing for his breath, discovering a complete absence of life. He lifted his gaze in fury, only to find the desolate ruins before him, utterly devoid of any presence. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? He bellowed in anger. Tasked with safeguarding the young master, he had always believed that despite the young master's penchant for trouble, he would encounter no formidable adversaries. He had assumed that today would unfold as any other, peacefully, yet he never anticipated such a disastrous fate, especially since that individual had clearly taken one of his punches. Normally, a person of the nascent soul stage would either fall incapacitated or face inevitable demise from such a blow, yet that figure had vanished from his sight. The Earthfire sect? It seems there is indeed some amusement to be had, Zhang Zhe remarked from his concealed vantage point. He relished the prospect of mischief, for he was not one to be generous. Having finally encountered a worthy opponent, he felt it only fair to cause them a measure of distress. Let me inflict some discomfort upon you, Zhang Zhe said with a mysterious smile before disappearing into the alleys of Bright Sun City. Meanwhile, within the sect leader's residence in Bright Sun City, chaos erupted. What? My son is dead? What have you been doing? Useless. You incompetent fool. How could my son perish under your protection? The leader of the Earth Fire sect, Xiehua, thundered. It is my failure, but that individual's strength is truly suspect. Though merely of a nascent soul stage, he seemed impervious to blades and spears. I witnessed the sword in my hand strike him, yet he sustained no injuries, which left me unable to rescue the young master in time. The trembling transformation stage expert stammered. You have 3 days. By any means necessary, find this person. Even if it requires digging 3 feet in the ground. He must be found, Xiehua declared in a fit of rage. Having recently lost several key figures without a single report, the death of his son on the streets was an intolerable disgrace. If the perpetrator remained at large, what face would the Earth Fire sect have left? How unfortunate to have encountered such a wretched being, the transformation stage expert muttered, revealing himself to be Zhao Lei. At the early stages of his cultivation, rest assured, Elder, as long as he remains within Bright Sun City, he cannot escape. We shall capture this insolent wretch sooner or later, a subordinate eagerly assured. Find him. There will be ample rewards for his capture, Zhao Lei replied, his spirits lifted slightly, realizing the necessity of locating this enigmatic figure. Otherwise, one's very life would be at stake. At this moment, Zhang Zhe concealed himself in the shadows. Are you anxious? This is merely an appetizer. The main event lies ahead. Zhang Zhe smiled enigmatically and spoke. As the hour of night deepened, his silhouette approached stealthily. My heavens! Have you heard? Someone has actually slain our young sect master, exclaimed one of the 10 disciples guarding the gate of the Earth Fire sect. How could I not have heard? Otherwise, how could they dispatch so many people? There are still over 20 prominent figures resting above, replied another. That individual truly possesses audacity beyond measure. To have killed the young sect master within the City of Daylight, I wager that even if given wings, he could not escape. Such words cannot be spoken lightly. Though he may lack wings, he can still find a way to depart. Zhang Zhe stealthily crept closer, whispering to them. What do you understand? Upon hearing Zhang Zhe's words, the man turned, about to respond, but upon seeing Zhang Zhe's unfamiliar face, clad in black, he stammered, You? The word barely escaped his lips before Zhang Zhe silenced him with a swift strike. Intruders! Enemy attack! The others immediately shouted, converging toward Zhang Zhe to encircle him. Yet, they were merely a group of insignificant Golden Core Realm disciples. Zhang Zhe paid no heed to their feeble assaults, allowing their attacks to land upon him. In contrast, his dagger moved with the swiftness of lightning. With each motion, a life was claimed. In the span of merely 3 breaths, all 10 had met their grim fate at Zhang Zhe's hands. It is time to depart. The true spectacle has only just begun. Zhang Zhe left behind a note and vanished once more into the night. By the time those resting atop the city gate descended, not a soul remained alive below. Quickly, report, the leader exclaimed as the northern gate came under scrutiny. The following morning, when the sect master of the Earth Fire sect awoke, he erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. A bunch of useless fools. How could they allow a murder to transpire right under my nose? If you are not worthless, then what are you? The sect master, enraged, bellowed. Mobilize every elder available within the sect. We must locate that boy. Gritting his teeth, he declared. How urgent? Zhang Zhe, hidden in the shadows, chuckled to himself. It seems I must take my leave. Otherwise, this investigation will inevitably lead to me. Zhang Zhe murmured softly, observing that the streets were now swarming with Earth Fire sect personnel, with hardly any pedestrians to be seen. Who goes there? A senior elder of the Earth Fire sect, passing by Zhang Zhe's hiding spot, changed countenance and shouted towards him. Oh no, I've been exposed. Realizing his predicament, Zhang Zhe turned and fled, seeking death. If you manage to escape under my very nose, I shall not bear the surname Wang. The man grinned as he spoke. He was an adept tracker, simultaneously cultivating wind, a tribute spiritual power, which rendered him unmatched in speed, even against those of equal rank. Windblade. He unleashed a spiritual technique toward Zhang Zhe, and countless wind blades hurtled in his direction. However, upon striking Zhang Zhe, they were all deflected, leaving not a scratch upon him. How could this be? The man rubbed his eyes in disbelief, ready to pursue Zhang Zhe, intent on delivering a decisive blow to knock him to the ground. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhang Zhe utilized that very moment to further distance himself. Damn it! This constant harassment is intolerable, Zhang Zhe exclaimed in frustration. What if his opponent possessed a controlling spiritual technique? He could easily be ensnared. Buzzing, Zhang Zhe felt the bracelet on his arm vibrating incessantly. What is it? Do you wish to join me in battle? He inquired of the bracelet. Perfect. Let me test your flames, he declared. In the next moment, a small fire dragon, roughly the size of a human, materialized beneath him. Zhang Zhe mounted it, and the little dragon unleashed a torrent of dragon flame behind. What? The tracker, surnamed Wang, could not evade in time and was engulfed by the dragon fire, rendering his attempts to block with spiritual power futile. Ah, save me, he cried, ultimately meeting a grim fate on the streets. Seeing their leader, the elder, fall to a single strike, the others halted in their tracks, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. What happened? Where is he? The leader of the Earthfire sect rushed over, having heard of the murderer's presence. Upon arrival, he found only ashes on the ground and others standing frozen in place. Reporting to the sect leader, we have located the individual, but during the pursuit, Elder Wang was speaking when suddenly a fire dragon emerged, unleashing flames that consumed him. One of the men explained, pointing at the pile of ashes. You mean this heap of ash is Elder Wang? The sect leader questioned. Yes, we were closing in on him, but the fire dragon appeared and incinerated the elder. He reiterated. An eerie silence fell over them. Who could possess such a formidable steed? The sect leader, Evil Fire, recalled the sects he had offended previously, but there were no records of fire dragons among them. Reporting to the sect leader, last night at the North Gate, the assailant left behind a note stating they had visited Lion Tiger Mountain. A man spoke from beneath a tree. Lion Tiger Mountain? Impossible, even if they were involved. Such senseless killing is not their style. Evil Fire shook his head, voicing his skepticism, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. Considering the might of those powerful sections, this group of individuals is merely a collection of pawns, and I maintain clandestine connections with Languteris, which cannot possibly be discovered by those from Shirhu Mountain. Find him. Once located, signal immediately. He must be eliminated within the confines of Baiji City. The master of the Dihua sect, Xiehua, declared vehemently. This man not only murdered my son, but has also acquired the strength to slay elders. Should such an adversary remain hidden, my peace of mind would be irrevocably disturbed. How perilous! I nearly fell into their grasp. It seems that nowhere is entirely safe. Zhang Zhe glanced outside as dusk began to envelop the sky, realizing that they must escape tonight. Otherwise, they risked an unforeseen calamity. He patted the head of the little fire dragon, speaking encouragingly. The little fire dragon, brimming with excitement, emitted a series of gentle roars, as if showcasing its prowess. All right, you are indeed formidable. If it weren't for you, that fellow might have truly caught up to us, Zhang Zhe chuckled. As night descended, Zhang Zhe stealthily approached the northern gate, the site of last night's ambush, only to find it heavily fortified, with 2 elders of the transformation realm stationed there. Is your flame reliable? Can it guarantee the elimination of a transformation realm powerhouse? Zhang Zhe inquired of the little fire dragon. The creature responded with a series of roars, which Zhang Zhe interpreted to mean that such dragon flames were not to be unleashed lightly. Given his current capabilities, he could only manage a single breath of dragon fire. Just when I praised you, you falter so quickly. Zhang Zhe sighed in exasperation. It is imperative to venture out tonight. Otherwise, by tomorrow, the places to hide will dwindle, and I may find myself ensnared in a tight siege. Most critically, the strength of the enemy remains unknown. Should there be a cultivator of the void refinement realm among them, I would truly be in dire straits. Let us go. I will charge in, and then I shall ride you out, Zhang Zhe commanded as the little fire dragon transformed back into a bracelet, resting in his hand. Armed with a spear, Zhang Zhe crept closer. Someone is approaching. The transformation realm expert, keenly perceptive, immediately detected Zhang Zhe's presence and shouted. The others, like startled birds, swiftly entered a state of combat, warily scanning their surroundings. How frustrating. Attempting a sneak attack proves to be exceedingly difficult, Zhang Zhe thought, no longer concealing himself as he charged forward, spear in hand. Kill! He plunged into the throng of adversaries. The attacks were utterly chaotic, yet those directed at Zhang Zhe failed to inflict any harm. In but 2 breaths, he had reached the entrance. With me here, no one escapes. An expert of the transformation realm swiftly obstructed Zhang Zhe's path at the gate. Zhang Zhe was acutely aware that another formidable warrior at the transformation realm was imminent, and his time was limited. In terms of speed, he found himself incapable of matching these 2 powerful adversaries. Thus, his only recourse was to unleash the dragon flames of the little fire dragon to vanquish them. You seek death. If I wish to leave, none can impede me. Zhang Zhe bellowed, brandishing his spear and dashing towards the entrance. Perish! One of the assailants struck out with an open palm towards him. Zhang Zhe, undeterred, met the blow directly, then deftly sidestepped to slip past the transformation realm warrior's right side. How could this be? The assailant was taken aback, realizing that his attack had yielded no effect. In that moment of confusion, Zhang Zhe had already maneuvered past him. What happened? Why didn't you stop him? At that moment, Zhang Zhe was sprinting with all his might, while the other transformation realm warrior, arriving on the scene, saw that Zhang Zhe had already made his escape. He immediately chastised his companion. This fellow is remarkably elusive. My full force strike barely grazed him, one remarked. The 2 warriors swiftly pursued Zhang Zhe in the direction he had fled. They're coming. No matter, 1 kill is worth the effort. Even if we cannot eliminate the other, it will serve as a deterrent, Zhang Zhe muttered as he ran with all his might. Who exactly is this person? He exudes an aura of strangeness. One of the pursuers pondered aloud. It seems a transformation realm elder met his demise at his hands today. Though the details were not disclosed by the sect leader, the other replied, Does this young man possess such extraordinary abilities? A tinge of apprehension crept into their voices. Perhaps we should refrain from pursuing him. Should he possess additional formidable techniques, we may find ourselves in peril. The latter part of the thought went unspoken, yet the inclination to retreat was unmistakably evident. This is troubling. Though we are transformation realm warriors, in the eyes of the sect leader, we remain inconsequential. This individual has already dispatched our young sect master, the other quivered. After a moment of contemplation, they resolved to persist in their pursuit of Zhang Zhe. He truly is a persistent specter. Should I successfully escape this time, the Earthfire sect shall undoubtedly face annihilation. Zhang Zhe declared with a fierce glare at the 2 warriors trailing behind him. Xiaoyan, are you prepared? Zhang Zhe raised his right hand, addressing the ring on his wrist. Nowhere to run. Zhang Zhe sensed that his pursuers were drawing near, their shouts echoing. Perish! With a swift flick of his wrist, a fire dragon materialized from thin air, engulfing the 2 transformation realm warriors in its flames. Excellent! Zhang Zhe exclaimed with exhilaration, witnessing the 2 adversaries ensnared by the dragon fire. Ah, it burns. Save me, please. I don't want to die. The anguished cries echoed continuously, and at this moment, Zhang Zhe dared not linger any longer, swiftly departing the scene with his little fire dragon. After a brief incense sticks time, the formidable figures of the evil fire and others arrived at the site where 2 powerful beings had perished. Another casualty. Evil fire remained silent for a considerable period before finally speaking. One could sense that a fierce battle had transpired here. The air still bore slight warmth, and the absence of any corpses spoke volumes. We must retreat. There is no point in pursuing further. This young man may have external support, and continuing the chase could lead to dire consequences. Evil fire contemplated before voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe had already fled far away, reaching the junction of Qingzhou and Huangzhou. The last time he visited this place, it had been teeming with people. Now, however, it felt desolate, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Zhang Zhe muttered to himself. Suddenly, the visage of Su Xiaoning appeared in his mind. I wonder how that fellow fared after returning. She must be living a life of freedom befitting a princess. I aim to reach the Sun Moon Forest by tomorrow evening, Zhang Zhe silently resolved, not pausing any longer, but instead accelerating towards Huangzhou. By the next evening, Zhang Zhe arrived at the Sun Moon Forest. Have you heard? A titan has emerged on the outskirts of the Sun-Moon Forest. I hadn't heard. It's already causing quite a stir. The titan is estimated to be around level 5. Logically, it shouldn't even appear at the periphery. Even deep within, it would have its own territory. Who knows? It seems to have gone mad, with many already perishing at its hands. Upon reaching the outermost edge of the Sun-Moon Forest, Zhang Zhe immediately initiated a discussion regarding the titan. Titan? Zhang Zhe inquired, perplexed, as he had not encountered any records about this spirit beast. Brother, may I ask, what kind of spirit beast is this titan? Zhang Zhe approached someone for answers. Given your appearance, you must be an outsider. Locals in Huangzhou are well aware that the titan is a most unique spirit beast in this region, the person replied. What makes it so special? Zhang Zhe asked, puzzled. It possesses intelligence and exists at every level. Almost every forest has its own titan family, the individual explained while following Zhang Zhe. So that is how it is. I recall a medicinal herb known as the titan's heart, Zhang Zhe remarked. Indeed, however, the finest titan's heart is not the aged one's, but rather that of the newly born young titans, which is considered the most perfect. Nearly every titan's heart can fetch a price of several million. The person elaborated. I see, Zhang Zhe said with a smile. If I were to encounter a young titan, it would indeed be a tremendous windfall, several million gold coins. As an outsider, venturing into the depths of the forest, one must be prepared to confront not only the desires of humanity to hunt the titans, but also the myriad traps that these titans lay in their territory. The man elaborated once more. Such high intelligence? Zhang Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. Had it not been for this person's timely warning, he might have unwittingly walked into a perilous situation. Thank you for the caution, Zhang Zhe responded courteously. What to do? If I seek treasures at this moment, I may encounter that frenzied titan along the way. Yet I cannot afford to waste time, Zhang Zhe muttered to himself. Chapter 83. The Heart of the Titan. Look, the hunters from Hunter's Mountain have arrived. They must be here to deal with the rampaging titan, someone remarked. Who knows? This is their territory, after all, and many have already fallen victim to that titan, Zhang Zhe observed as a well-organized team entered the outskirts of the Sun-Moon Forest. My goodness, what a familiar face! Zhang Zhe exclaimed upon recognizing one of the individuals in the group. It was Lin Qingtian, the very person who had exposed him back then, leading to his previous embarrassment. Since we crossed paths, let's have a bit of fun. You mustn't fall into my hands, Zhang Zhe said mysteriously as he donned a set of black attire and pulled on a hat to disguise his identity. After all, there was no one here to provide him with the protection he had once enjoyed, so caution was indeed wise. Meanwhile, at the Hunter's Mountain base, Lin said to Lin Qingtian, Xiao Tian, I must inform you that the Mountain Master was not pleased with the previous incident, which is why you and I have been dispatched for this task. The last affair with Zhang Zhe has already offended Tianshan. If we mess this one up again, it won't merely be a verbal reprimand. I never anticipated that I would find myself entangled with the young lady of Tianshan. And that lucky fellow managed to save his life, Lin Qingtian replied, heavy-hearted. Hunter's Mountain boasts 4 divine envoys, wind, fire, mountain, and forest, each wielding their own influence, competing and cooperating with one another. Among them, Lin is the weakest. During the last discovery of the ancient battlefield, the others had all gone on missions, leaving this fortunate assignment to Lin. However, he did not foresee that it would turn into a debacle, and most critically, that it would provoke Tianshan. Following this incident, the Mountain Master of Hunter's Mountain had specifically gone to Tianshan to apologize. Upon his return, he was filled with a desire to eliminate Lin Qingtian. You mustn't act rashly. I've told you time and again to remain composed, Lin said impatiently. I know, grandfather. By the way, what's the situation with the Titan this time? Lin Qingtian inquired. I am not certain. I only heard that a furious Titan has appeared at the outskirts of the Sun-Moon Forest, and we are required to pacify it and escort it back, Lin replied. However, they are merely a group of spirit beasts. Is it truly necessary to mobilize such forces? In my opinion, we ought to eradicate all the Titans, thus eliminating the problem once and for all. Why must we engage with them so peacefully? Lin Qingtian spoke once more. You may be unaware, but what you perceive is merely the surface. The Titans are an enigmatic race, seemingly descended from ancient times, and there exist powerful titans living in this world. If we were to provoke this group, it is likely that the entire Huangzhou would face turmoil, Lin interjected. Furthermore, among the 5 great mountain sects, there exists a prohibition against taking action against the titans. This is a pact between the 2 parties. As for how this agreement was forged, one would need to inquire with the master of Tianshan. Since that moment, it has become a decree. No one is permitted to indiscriminately slaughter titans. However, some rogue cultivators disregard this restriction, seeking to obtain the invaluable Titaness heart. Lin continued to elucidate. Are they truly that formidable? What if they were to turn against us? We cannot simply allow them to rampage unchecked, Lin Qingtian queried. That is merely a secondary concern. Although titans possess a savage nature, they rarely appear on the outskirts of the sun and moon forest. I suspect this incident is related to the young titan. Lin pondered before speaking again. This situation is quite precarious. Such a task is one that others are most reluctant to undertake. If we wish to appease her, we must procure the titan's heart, Lin remarked with an unhappy expression. I have already sealed off Sun and Moon City and the surrounding areas. Currently, entry is permitted, but exit is not. I hope to maintain control and prevent the titan's heart from leaking out, Lin stated, his face betraying his concern. We will retrieve it. Lin Qingtian murmured dreamily. You are to investigate Sun and Moon City. The titan's heart, once extracted, will emit a scent of blood. Pay close attention. If it is indeed found, return it immediately, Lin instructed Lin Qingtian. Understood, Grandpa. If I encounter it, I will ensure it is brought back to you without delay, Lin Qingtian said as he led a group away from their encampment. A group has departed? Zhang Zhe remarked, observing Lin Qingtian's retreating figure. It seems they are heading to Sun and Moon City, which has now been sealed off. Indeed, let's hope they can pacify that titan swiftly, or we may find ourselves trapped here for an extended period, the surrounding individuals commented. What is happening? What has been sealed off? Zhang Zhe inquired, perplexed. Are you unaware? Currently, both Sun and Moon City and the Sun and Moon Forest permit entry only, while many surrounding areas have also been sealed off, one person replied. Looking at Zhang Zhe. Why is that? Zhang Zhe questioned again, bewildered. What other reason could there be? It is undoubtedly to search for the titan's heart. Who knows which fool is responsible for this predicament? Zhang Zhe noticed someone beneath a tree not far behind him, suddenly speaking up. Zhang Zhe gazed upon the individual before him, a sense of foreboding stirring within as he felt an unsettling intuition that this person could perceive the depths of his own abilities. Remarkable, indeed, a young man possessing such prowess. One could only wonder from which esteemed lineage he hailed. The stranger, holding a gourd of wine, took a sip and spoke, his beard and hair hanging in disarray, presenting a rather unkempt appearance as he offered a foolish grin toward Zhang Zhe. Who might you be? Zhang Zhe inquired, addressing the enigmatic figure. I am not but a mere drunkard, one who revels in wine. Whoever offers me a drink is a good person in my eyes. Pray tell, young friend, do you have any wine to share? The man replied, his demeanor carefree. Alas, I possess none. However, I do have some provisions. Would you care for them? Zhang Zhe responded with utmost sincerity. Simultaneously, he activated his system, commanding it to probe the stranger's essence. Name, the fortune teller. Strength, unknown. Abilities, unspecified. Beyond the name, the rest remained shrouded in mystery. My young friend, I cannot shake the feeling of being scrutinized, the man remarked, taking another sip of his fine wine. Senior, you think too much. What did you mean by Titan's heart earlier? Zhang Zhe queried, recalling the man's previous words. The Titans aren't a frenzy, for the demise of a lesser Titan has led to the theft of the Titan's heart. The fortune teller slurred, his words tinted by inebriation. Chapter 84. The fortune teller. Ah, so that is the case, Zhang Zhe nodded gently. He then chose to depart, moving in a different direction. Interesting. I cannot discern this individual. It seems my path is still too shallow, the fortune teller mused aloud. Before that old coot, I always feel as though I'm being seen through. Clearly, he is no ordinary figure, Zhang Zhe muttered to himself. Regardless of them, I must continue my quest following the treasure map. Should I delay my return to the sect, I am certain I shall face a severe reprimand, he thought, shivering at the thought of Li Rongrong's scolding visage. Meanwhile, within the confines of Sun and Moon City, a mysterious figure berated another subordinate. Pray tell, how have you managed to bungle such a trivial task? You still linger in Sun and Moon City? One cannot lay the blame solely upon me. The Titan is exceedingly vigilant. We had scarcely made our move when we were discovered. Upon our arrival in Sun and Moon City, the gates were promptly sealed. The subordinate replied, his tone meek. My lord, could you perhaps allow us a route to escape? Remaining here, we will inevitably be discovered, the subordinate ventured cautiously. Unacceptable. For the time being, this city offers relative safety. I shall arrange hiding places for you, but do not seek an exit through me. Should you be uncovered, it would not only spell doom for you, but for me as well, the mysterious figure warned gravely. Understood. Our successful acquisition of the Titan's heart is largely attributable to your precious artifact. Will you take this treasure back, or shall you leave it in my possession? The man spoke as he revealed a box. You truly vex me. This has already been tainted with Titan's blood. If it is discovered, I shall be exposed. The mysterious figure exclaimed with fury. Very well, very well. We shall keep it for now. Rest assured, this time we will not botch the matter. The man replied with a smile. Humph, it better be so. The mysterious figure snorted coldly and swept away. Zhang Zhe continued to follow the route on the treasure map, discovering that the final location was marked deep within the Sun and Moon Forest. Zhang Zhe did not rashly proceed. Suddenly, he heard a series of furious roars, the sound growing increasingly louder. This is bad. What dreadful luck! Zhang Zhe shouted, then sprinted towards the outermost area. He spotted a colossal Titan charging towards him, obliterating everything in its path. Upon sensing Zhang Zhe's presence, it immediately turned its attention to him. What the hell? Why is this creature suddenly coming for me? Zhang Zhe ran as fast as he could, but he could not match the Titan's speed and was soon caught, sent flying by a powerful swipe. He tumbled on the ground several times before regaining his footing. The Titan, preparing to leave, was taken aback to see Zhang Zhe still alive and gazed at him with fury. Zhang Zhe's bracelet glimmered, and in the next moment, a small fire dragon appeared before him. The little fire dragon glared angrily at the Titan, and the Titan's previously wild demeanor abruptly calmed. The little fire dragon roared fiercely, leading to an unexpected turn of events. The Titan knelt before the little fire dragon on one knee. What is happening? Zhang Zhe asked in astonishment. The little fire dragon approached the Titan to communicate. Zhang Zhe observed them calling to each other, after which the little fire dragon returned to his side. Zhang Zhe listened intently and discerned the little fire dragon's message. It turned out that the Titan had recently become a father, but its newborn had been slain and the Titan's heart stolen. It had emerged in search of the Titan's heart. It sensed that the Titan's heart was within the city of Sun and Moon, but it knew its own strength was insufficient to reach there. Thus, it had been anxiously wandering the outskirts of the Sun and Moon Forest. I see. If I wish to find the treasure, I must venture deeper and may require this Titan's assistance, he mused aloud. Can you be certain the Titan's heart resides within the city of Sun and Moon? Zhang Zhe inquired of the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon responded urgently. Understood. Do not worry. I shall lend my aid. Zhang Zhe began to speak, realizing that it was the little fire dragon that also wished to assist the Titan in locating the heart of the Titan. Why is it imperative to retrieve the heart of the Titan? Zhang Zhe inquired, feeling a sense of perplexity, as he had sensed from the outset that this matter was far from straightforward. The Titan, indeed possessing a human-like intelligence, hesitated upon hearing Zhang Zhe's words and then called out several times again. The sound of its roars was surprisingly calm. The little fire dragon acted as a conduit, conveying the Titan's words. So, it is thus. It appears this is indeed a closely guarded secret. The heart of the Titan has the power to resurrect the little Titan. Zhang Zhe remarked, slightly astonished. The wonders of the world are indeed marvelous. It is quite extraordinary that a heart could leave the body and then return to grant life anew. Very well. I shall assist you in securing the heart of the Titan, Zhang Zhe declared, clasping his hands together. You should find a nearby place to settle down. Once there is news, I shall come to inform you. He added before departing for the Hunter God Mountains encampment. I wish to see your divine envoy, Lin. Zhang Zhe called out loudly as he approached. Who are you? Someone stepped forward to inquire. Zhang Zhe, he replied succinctly. Upon hearing his name, the individual's face instantly registered surprise, and he hurriedly retreated. Zhang Zhe, how would he be here? Could he have been sent from the Tianshan region? Lin mused with great intrigue, stepping out of the tent. What brings you to this place? Lin asked, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded Zhang Zhe. I recently visited the Tianshan. Having just returned, I passed through here and stumbled upon something remarkable. Zhang Zhe replied mysteriously. What is it? Lin inquired, his expression revealing concern, as it seemed this individual had indeed forged an extraordinary connection with the Tianshan. Senior, let us converse at length, Zhang Zhe suggested. Lin approached slowly, the two standing in close proximity. I am aware that you are troubled by the matter of the heart of the Titan. I possess a unique ability to communicate with spiritual beasts, and the Titan is no exception. Chapter 85. Locating the heart of the Titan. No? You possess such a skill? Lin responded, half believing. Indeed, I have communicated with this Titan. It has indicated that it senses the heart of the Titan residing within the city of Sun and Moon. Zhang Zhe asserted confidently. Are you certain? Lin asked, his expression grave. If they could pinpoint the location, everything would become significantly simpler. Yes, I would stake my life on it. The heart of the Titan is undoubtedly within the city of Sun and Moon. If you doubt my word, I can accompany you there. Zhang Zhe affirmed resolutely. Very well. Let us proceed to the city of Sun and Moon to ascertain the truth, Lin agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Qingtian was situated in the main hall of the city lord's residence. My lord of the city, how is the investigation progressing? My grandfather is eagerly awaiting news from this side, Lin Qingtian remarked lazily. We have thoroughly examined more than half of the city and found no issues. It is possible that the object is not here, the city lord replied with a hint of anxiety. Whether it is here or not is not for us to determine. As long as this matter remains unresolved, we must continue searching throughout the city, Lin Qingtian asserted. Report to the city lord. The divine envoy has returned to the Sun-Moon city with his entourage and is conducting a thorough search, someone entered to announce. The divine envoy has entered the city? The city lord's anxiety deepened as he immediately departed from the grand hall. This is dire. Lin Qingtian appeared flustered and promptly set off towards the location of their group. Search carefully. That object exudes a potent scent of blood that cannot be masked. I refuse to believe we cannot find it, Lin commanded, as his team swiftly commenced their search. Senior, if we truly locate the heart of the Titan, will you express your gratitude towards me? Zhang Zhe inquired with a smile. I am not in the mood for jest at the moment. If the heart of the Titan remains unfound, it will not merely result in a verbal reprimand. The divine envoy Lin stated gravely. Grandfather, how did you enter the city? Lin Qingtian arrived breathlessly, inquiring. Suddenly, a small fire dragon appeared before Zhang Zhe, startling everyone. Zhang Zhe was at a loss for words, as it was the first time this creature had emerged without his summoning. The small fire dragon roared repeatedly, and upon hearing it, Zhang Zhe cast a peculiar glance at the approaching Lin Qingtian. Brother Zhang, it has indeed been a long time. I never expected to encounter you here, Lin Qingtian exclaimed, seemingly forgetting the prior events, smiling at Zhang Zhe. How is everything on your end? The divine envoy Lin interrupted, asking. There has been no discovery here. Within about an hour, the entire city will be searched and not a single clue will be found, Lin Qingtian replied. The small fire dragon transformed back into a bracelet and returned to Zhang Zhe's hand. Zhang Zhe remained silent, observing Lin Qingtian. Brother Zhang, what troubles you? Why do you keep staring at me? Lin Qingtian queried. Nothing. I was merely reflecting on past events. The last time I spared your life. You seem to have turned on me afterward, Zhang Zhe said with a sinister smile. Ah, I didn't realize you remembered that incident. I was left with no choice. That old tiger was behaving like a madman. Had I not spoken up, I would have been the one in trouble. This was entirely forced upon me. Lin Qingtian hurriedly explained. Very well, since I have already turned misfortune into fortune, I shall not hold it against you further. Our immediate priority is to locate the heart of the Titan, is it not? Zhang Zhe had been keenly observing Lin Qingtian's demeanor. The moment Zhang Zhe mentioned the Titan's heart, he noticed a fleeting look of panic in Lin Qingtian's eyes, all of which Zhang Zhe registered. It was imperative to locate it swiftly. Once found, they could return and fulfill their obligations. Lin Qingtian responded, "Report to the divine envoy. Someone has burst through the east gate, injuring over 10 of our men." Just then, an anxious individual rushed to inform Lin. It seemed they were indeed here. There was no way they would let him escape. "Pursue him." Upon hearing the news, Lin Qingtian chuckled and declared, leading a group to chase after. "Are you not coming?" Zhang Zhe inquired, noticing Lin Qingtian's immobility. "With my grandfather present, there is no need for me to take action. Moreover, given my current capabilities, I fear I would be of little assistance. Since he managed to break through, he must possess formidable strength," Lin Qingtian explained. "Very well. Then I shall meander about on my own," Zhang Zhe replied, turning away and departing without a backward glance. Lin Qingtian clenched his fists. "Have all arrangements been made?" he asked his subordinates behind him. "Yes, everything is in order, ensuring absolute security." Lin Qingtian proceeded towards the west gate. Zhang Zhe summoned his little fire dragon, exclaiming, "Little Yin, can you still detect the scent of blood from the Titan's heart?" The little fire dragon roared affirmatively. "Splendid. I must say, although your strength is lacking, your sense of smell is as keen as a hound's," Zhang Zhe remarked with a grin. The little fire dragon, dissatisfied, leaped onto Zhang Zhe's head as he navigated through the alleyways. Under the guidance of the little fire dragon, Zhang Zhe swiftly locked onto a group of people. Strength detection, one at the 3rd level of the transformation realm, one at the 5th level, and one at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. There are 10 of them in total. Aside from the 2 formidable individuals in the transformation realm, the rest are all high-level nascent soul practitioners. Based on their trajectory, they appear to be heading towards the west gate, Zhang Zhe observed with a smile. With this deduction, everything falls into place. "Let's pursue." Zhang Zhe, accompanied by the little fire dragon, dashed forward. With a spear materializing in his hand, he stealthily approached the group amidst the bustling street, unnoticed by the passers-by. "Strike!" With decisive action, his spear lashed out. The transformation realm practitioner was evidently on guard, yet Zhang Zhe's surprise attack still wounded the opponent's shoulder. "Who goes there?" the assailant demanded, while the others anxiously regarded Zhang Zhe. "What do you think I am? If you are wise, you will set down what you possess, and I may spare your lives. I assure you, Divine Envoy Lin is en route," Zhang Zhe boldly proclaimed. Chapter 86. The hardest to guard against. Upon hearing the name of the divine messenger Lin, these individuals became visibly flustered, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. The leader of the group made a gesture, and several of them rushed towards Zhang Zhe, yet he did not flinch, allowing their attacks to land upon him without resistance. What is happening? After their assault, they retreated to their original positions. "Boss, could it be that he speaks the truth? If the divine messenger Lin discovers us, we are doomed." "Indeed, boss, perhaps we should just leave the item to him. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear for firewood. This fellow is truly peculiar. Our efforts seem futile against him. If this drags on, we risk attracting unwanted attention." The group hastily addressed their leader. After a moment's hesitation, the leader flicked his wrist, sending a box flying toward Zhang Zhe, while the others hastily retreated in the opposite direction. "They are fleeing?" Zhang Zhe cautiously caught the box, perplexed as he spoke. "I've never encountered such a timid person." He laughed. At that moment, the little fire dragon also emerged from the alley. "You know you need to recuperate. You lack combat ability at present," Zhang Zhe remarked with a wry smile. He secured the box tightly against himself and proceeded towards the western gate, where the divine messenger Lin and his companions awaited. Indeed, a strong scent of blood lingered. Those individuals were audacious beyond measure, but it is no surprise, given the formidable backing they possess. A mysterious smile played on Zhang Zhe's lips as he continued on his way. Not long after, he encountered Lin Qingtian approaching him. "What is this?" Lin Qingtian's expression darkened upon seeing Zhang Zhe clutching a box. "It seems my fortune is quite favorable. I stumbled upon a box in this secluded corner, and lo and behold, it contains the heart of the Titan that the divine messenger Lin seeks." Zhang Zhe declared with a grin. Ha! It appears Brother Zhang is indeed fortunate. It seems my grandfather will be left empty-handed. Lin Qingtian managed to force a smile as they made their way to the eastern gate together. Upon arriving at the eastern gate, they coincidentally encountered the returning divine messenger Lin. Grandfather, we have found the heart of the Titan. Lin Qingtian exclaimed cheerfully. What? Where did you find it? This is wonderful. The divine messenger Lin laughed heartily. It was merely something I picked up by the roadside. Zhang Zhe interjected, quietly breaking the conversation. What? Picked up by the roadside? Young brother, do not insult my intelligence. This heart of the Titan is worth a fortune. How could it possibly be found unattended in the streets? The divine messenger Lin shook his head, responding. It is quite possible that they fled due to the pressure from the divine messenger Lin. Zhang Zhe replied with a smile. By the way, have you gathered any leads on the individuals you were pursuing? Zhang Zhe suddenly spoke again, inquiring. They say something has occurred within the sect, and they had no choice but to flee the city gates. Moreover, I have verified that it was precisely those individuals who exited the city. Lin Shun-Shi responded. Is there a correlation between these two matters? Lin Shun-Shi abruptly continued. I perceive this strategy as a classic feint. The heart of the Titan fortuitously came into my possession when I was at the western gate, Zhang Zhe remarked, smiling. With no intention of surrendering the heart of the Titan, Lin Shun-Shi, being a pivotal force of the Hunter God Mountain, could naturally discern the underlying implications in Zhang Zhe's words. Indeed, it is a testament to your diligence, young brother. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear that the treachery of the unscrupulous would have been successful, Lin Shun-Shi stated solemnly. Rest assured, I shall return the heart of the Titan, and I will also assist you in settling matters regarding the Sun and Moon Forest. However, my esteemed divine envoy, one must remain wary of treachery from within one's own household, Zhang Zhe said with a knowing tone before departing through the eastern gate. Heading directly towards the Sun and Moon Forest, one must remain vigilant against treachery from within one's own household, Lin Shun-Shi muttered to himself, suddenly looking up at Lin Qingtian. Grandfather, why do you gaze at me so? Lin Qingtian asked nervously. I suspect that the heart of the Titan is very likely to have been stolen by Zhang Zhe in collusion with others. Otherwise, how could it have appeared in his possession without reason? Lin Qingtian confessed, his guilt evident. Indeed, one must remain vigilant against treachery from within one's own household. Lin Shun-Shi recognized the unease in his grandson, but with other disciples present, he maintained his composure. Come here, you. Everyone else, step back. Lin Shun-Shi commanded angrily, and Lin Qingtian obediently followed behind him. They retreated to a secluded corner. Speak. Was it you who did this? Lin Shun-Shi, having calmed himself, inquired calmly. What do you mean by that? I do not comprehend what you are saying, grandfather, Lin Qingtian stammered, his eyes darting around, unwilling to meet Lin Shun-Shi's gaze. Useless, incompetent in success, yet adept at failure, Lin Shun-Shi exclaimed, striking him. At that moment, he had just pieced everything together. The heart of the Titan had always remained within the Sun and Moon City. Given that his grandson was a principal figure in the city, he was well aware of where safety lay and where danger lurked, thus allowing that group to evade repeated searches. This ruse of a feint had effectively lured him out through the eastern gate while those individuals sought to slip away through the western gate, a process that undoubtedly required his grandson's involvement. Otherwise, he knew that apart from the favor owed to Lin Qingtian, none of his subordinates would be of any use. Grandfather, Lin Qingtian, feel wronged, he protested, covering the side of his face that had been struck. No matter, since the heart of the Titan has been returned, and, judging by Zhang Zhe's demeanor, he likely does not intend to make this incident public. You have narrowly escaped a dire fate, Lin Shun-Shi concluded. At this moment, Zhang Zhe had returned to the Sun and Moon Forest, standing before the Titan. This is the Titan's heart you requested. Please take a look, he said with a smile as he handed the box to the Titan. The Titan cautiously accepted the box and opened it with its rough, large hands. It was Zhang Zhe's first encounter with the Titan's heart. Inside the box lay a large heart, pulsating rhythmically. How extraordinary! Even detached from its body, it continues to beat, Zhang Zhe exclaimed in wonder. The Titan, visibly excited, let out a series of gentle roars directed at Zhang Zhe before promptly heading deeper into the forest. "Hey, you haven't taken me along yet. Didn't we agree you would lead me to the treasure?" Zhang Zhe called out several times, but the Titan paid him no heed. Chapter 87. Acquiring the colorful moon god mushroom with no other option. Zhang Zhe sighed. "I suppose I must wait here for him. I hope he is not a Titan of empty promises. That would truly be a significant loss for me." Zhang Zhe chuckled at his own predicament. The little fire dragon beside him began to roar. "Indeed, you should honor your commitments. Let us wait for his return," Zhang Zhe replied quickly, aware of the Titan's formidable presence. Though his defenses were unmatched, Zhang Zhe recognized his shortcomings in offense. And the fire dragon's ability to unleash dragon flames provided a much-needed supplement to his weaknesses. The outskirts of the sun and moon forest descended into tranquility. Zhang Zhe lay on the ground and drifted into slumber until a powerful roar jolted him awake. He sprang to his feet, grasping his spear instinctively. The little fire dragon, however, was stifling laughter nearby. I must have dozed off. Is that the giant returning?" Zhang Zhe rubbed his eyes and remarked. The sound of roaring grew ever closer, and soon the Titan reappeared before Zhang Zhe, accompanied by a small Titan. The Titan was brimming with excitement. Zhang Zhe noticed that the small Titan still exhibited signs of life. "Wonderful. Now you should be able to take me to that treasure," he said with a grin. With 1 human and 3 beasts, they ventured into the depths of the forest. The Titan's presence alleviated many troubles, as numerous spirit beasts sensed the Titan's aura and readily made way. It seems the Titan clan hold a prestigious position among the spirit beasts. Perhaps they reign as the kings of spirit beasts within this region, Zhang Zhe mused aloud. The Titan let out a roar in agreement with Zhang Zhe's words. At that moment, Zhang Zhe found himself seated upon the Titan's shoulder. He observed a 20-centimeter wound on the small Titan's chest, which was healing at an astonishing rate. What a remarkable regenerative ability the Titan clan possesses. It is truly enviable, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. However, what Zhang Zhe remains unaware of is that the paramount function of the heart of Titan lies in its ability to awaken the body's innate healing powers, a capability that rivals that observed in the lesser Titans. This explains why individuals are willing to expend millions, if not billions, of gold coins in their quest for a heart of Titan. The Titan, known as Hu, halted its advance upon reaching their destination. As they traversed a thicket of small trees, a vividly colored mushroom came into view, flourishing in its splendor. Nearby, a blood leopard lay low, instinctively cautious in the presence of the Titan clan. Hu roared in anger, and upon sensing the Titan's wrath, the blood leopard immediately fled into the distance, not daring to cast a glance back at the enchanting moon god mushroom. That was rather simple, wasn't it? The leopard that just fled was at least of the 5th rank. Had I been the one to confront it, a fierce battle would have ensued, Zhang Zhe remarked, his mouth agape in disbelief. He then leaped directly from the Titan's back towards the moon god mushroom, before being escorted back to the outskirts of the sun-moon forest by the Titan. A series of loud thuds erupted at the forest's periphery. "Run! The Titan has gone berserk again. Hurry!" The commotion spread as confusion reigned. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to have calmed down? What were the hunters of God Mountain doing? It was too late to ponder such questions. If the Titan caught sight of them, they would likely be reduced to mere pulp. The crowd dispersed in a panic, but soon the sounds of fury faded into silence. Those with courage began to approach cautiously. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Is there really someone atop the Titan's shoulder? My heavens, who possesses such audacity? Do they not fear being crushed by that ferocious beast? Murmured the onlookers, astonished by the seemingly amiable demeanor of the Titan. After conversing with the Titan, Zhang Zhe departed the sun-moon forest, intentionally steering clear of the city where the Earth Fire sect resided to avoid unnecessary trouble. Merely 20 days after his departure, Zhang Zhe found himself returning to the sect once more. "Long time no see, Mount Support Sect," he exclaimed joyfully upon reaching the entrance. "You still remember to come back?" Wang Yu said coldly as he appeared directly behind Zhang Zhe, just as he was about to enter the sect. "I was off handling significant matters." "Congratulations, Sect Master." On successfully breaking through to the void refining realm and ascending to the ranks of the powerful, Zhang Zhe complimented. Enough with the flattery. Next time, without my permission, you're not to leave the sect even a step, Wang Yu retorted, soaring back into the sect. What is going on? It feels as though I've unwittingly crossed some line and drawn his ire, Zhang Zhe pondered, utterly bewildered. The priority was to promptly deliver this treasure to Elder Huang, and with familiarity, he made his way to the sect master S hall. At this moment, only Elder Huang and Wang Yu remained in the grand hall. How delightful! Elder Huang, to find you here, it saves me the trouble of searching for you, Zhang Zhe exclaimed warmly upon spotting Elder Huang. What have you been up to? You vanished for over 20 days, Elder Huang remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. Of course, I was endeavoring to elevate your strength to the realm of void refinement and seeking treasures, Zhang Zhe replied with a smile. Before parting ways, Titan generously gifted me a large pot of Yangji Ganlu, which is immensely beneficial for individuals of any level. It can enhance one's perception and also increase spiritual power. What? Elder Huang was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Zhang Zhe had spent over 20 days away from the sect for this purpose. After all, acquiring treasures must surely be a formidable challenge. Elder Huang, this is the colorful moon divine mushroom. If consumed, it will enable you to break through to the void refinement realm, Zhang Zhe said, producing a wooden box. This precious item is too valuable for me. At my age, my strength has plateaued, and it would be better suited for the younger generation, Elder Huang repeatedly declined. This is intended for you, especially in preparation for the sect's grand competition. If your strength is insufficient and we fail, the responsibility will rest on your shoulders, Zhang Zhe asserted with a hint of menace, prompting Elder Huang to cast a pleading glance at Wang Yu. This is also for the good of the sect. Please accept it. If you can break through to the void refinement realm, we will have greater confidence in the upcoming competition, Wang Yu added, nodding in approval. Then I thank you, Elder Huang said as he accepted the wooden box, tears streaming down his face. Why the emotional display? If you break through to the void refinement realm, we can save the sentiments for later, Zhang Zhe joked lightly. Rest assured, with this, I shall undoubtedly achieve the void refinement realm, Elder Huang declared, his gaze resolute as he wiped away the traces of his tears. Master, I shall take my leave now. I vow not to emerge from seclusion until I attain the void refinement realm. Elder Huang bid farewell to the two and promptly exited the Master-S hall. You truly have a kind heart. If Uncle Huang breaks through to the void refinement realm, both internal and external troubles can be resolved. I have heard that you shone brilliantly in the sect's grand selection, Wang Yu remarked with keen interest. It was merely a minor trick, given sufficient cultivation resources. We can indeed attract some prodigies. After all, some talents prefer to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix, Zhang Zhe responded. Are you implying that here we can only be the heads of chickens? Wang Yu retorted, her tone growing colder. No. This is undoubtedly a place that nurtures phoenixes, Zhang Zhe quickly refuted. Uft. Wang Yu laughed, her icy demeanor melting away. So beautiful. Zhang Zhe was taken aback and involuntarily exclaimed, Are you trying to court death? Wang Yu's tone turned cold once more as she reprimanded him. It was at this moment that Zhang Zhe realized he had misspoken. I apologize. It was my mistake. There is still a month until the sect competition, and we must diligently prepare during this time. He paused, then added, By the way, this is Yangji Ganlu, a kind of treasure gifted to me by someone. This small vial is for you. Zhang Zhe presented a small jade bottle with both hands. Yangji Ganlu? This item is said to be exclusive to Huangzhou and originates from the Titan clan. How did you come by it? Wang Yu inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. You didn't go to Tianshan to seek that young lady, did you? She continued in a languid tone. No, I'm avoiding that young lady as much as possible. I merely visited the Sun and Moon Forest. I do not intend to leverage my connections with Tianshan just yet, although they owe me a favor. Retaining this connection serves as a bridge between the two factions. If anyone wishes to challenge Kaoshan's sect, they must consider the might of Tianshan behind it, Zhang Zhe replied. Wang Yu paused for a moment after hearing this. Zhang Zhe was now contemplating the future of Kaoshan's sect. Since his rise, he had consistently prioritized the sect's interests. A newly emerged sect is always under scrutiny and subject to covert suppression from other factions. However, possessing allies or power changes the dynamics entirely. It appears you are more suited to be the sect leader than I am. Were it not for the fact that the position was passed down from my father, I would have considered stepping aside to allow you to take the mantle, Wang Yu remarked, reflecting on her perceived inadequacies as a leader. Over the years, she felt the sect had been gradually declining, at risk of being divided and conquered by others. Not at all. It is only with you firmly in the leadership position that I can confidently manage other matters, Zhang Zhe quickly responded. Very well, you may leave now. I have other matters to attend to, and I will send word when needed. Wang Yu gestured dismissively, prompting Zhang Zhe to exit the sect leader's hall. Finally, he sighed in relief, feeling a sense of weight lifted from his shoulders. What a relief! I'm utterly exhausted. In the wilderness, no matter how I sleep, I never feel at ease. He recalled the unsettling experience of trying to rest in the sun and moon forest, which had startled him awake, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. He hurried back to his room, diving onto his large, soft bed. Sleep, sleep, he murmured, eager to drift into slumber. However, someone was less than pleased. The little fire dragon made its presence known with a series of howls. Roar, roar, roar. Zhang Zhe ignored it, continuing to seek rest. The little fire dragon, seeing its calls were ineffective, resorted to breathing fire, causing the temperature in the room to rise dramatically. What on earth? Are you trying to set the house ablaze? Put that away, Zhang Zhe exclaimed, springing up from his bed. Upon seeing him awake, the little fire dragon satisfiedly withdrew all its flames. Roar! The little Charizard gazed longingly at Zhang Zhe, swallowing hard. I see. You're hungry again, aren't you? You resemble a starving ghost reborn, Zhang Zhe remarked with dissatisfaction. Catering to this ancestor has already consumed all my gold coins, let alone affording any new equipment. Had it not been for the elixirs I acquired earlier, I would still be relying on ordinary herbs. Here, eat this, but do not disturb my slumber. Zhang Zhe tossed a pouch containing nearly 50 fire crystals. The little Charizard eagerly opened the pouch and absorbed the pure energy within the fire crystals. At that moment, Wang Yu was still in the main hall of the sect. This prodigy, having discovered such treasures, seems to be wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. Without him, the sect might have already faced dire straits. Wang Yu's mind was filled with images of Zhang Zhe. His strength has risen so swiftly. It appears that in a few years, he may even surpass me. Wang Yu mused silently, entirely oblivious to the presence of another person who had entered the hall. What are you pondering here? A feminine voice suddenly pierced Wang Yu's thoughts. Huh? Wang Yu was startled. I asked what you were thinking. You seem so engrossed. It's the first time I've seen you so lost in thought, Li Rongrong said with a smile. She was already aware of Zhang Zhe's return to the sect and knew that Elder Huang was preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation. Being astute, she grasped a few insights. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all, Wang Yu quickly replied, his mind still occupied by thoughts of Zhang Zhe, his face inadvertently flushing. My heavens, has our sect leader actually blushed? Am I seeing things? Li Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. What? Is it not permissible for me to blush? Wang Yu, relieved from his shyness, declared loudly. Ah, I see. I never expected you to possess a girlish side. Where's the frosty demeanor of the Ice Snow sect leader now? Li Rongrong Desa. What frosty sect leader? Wang Yu inquired curiously. It's the name bestowed upon you by the other elders of the sect. It seems you haven't laughed like this in ages, Li Rongrong replied. Given the state of the sect in the past, how could I have found joy? Now, everything is progressing in a positive direction, Wang Yu said with a sense of relief.